Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
But what is this? The light of the Sword Emperor trait dimmed. More precisely, a darkness darker than the light swallowed the illumination of the Sword Emperor trait. An indeterminate sense of unease flooded in. Within Cha Jin Hyeok's meditative state, his inner world shook violently. The darkness darker than the light of the Sword Emperor trait was none other than this microcosm itself. The trait, Sword Emperor, is being absorbed. Absorption rate, 0%. 35%. This microcosm was ridiculously dark, absorbing the light of the Sword Emperor trait relentlessly. Like a black hole. This is insane. How could this happen to a trait I just obtained? Why is it vanishing? Jin Hyeok desperately reached out and swam toward the light of the Sword Emperor trait, but it was futile. 70%, 90%, 100%. The light that briefly illuminated his inner self completely disappeared, and profound darkness descended. He opened his eyes abruptly and ended the meditation. Fuck. Without realizing it, profanity slipped out. Of course, being a streamer, his job and trait efficiency was not as great as when he was a Sword King. However, obtaining the Sword Emperor trait would have allowed him to wield a sword with much more freedom. Jin Hyeok would have been able to converse with the sword and easily reach the realm of unity between the sword and himself. At least until around level 100, he could have possessed power similar to what he had in the past. Why isn't it working? If this was going to happen, it would have been better for it to not appear at all. If I had not had any expectations from the beginning, I wouldn't have been disappointed like this. Sigh. Jin Hyeok let out a long sigh. Let's think for a moment. There were instances in the past where traits were absorbed. I forget what the reason was. It was not a common occurrence, so the reason did not come to mind easily. Someone had experienced a situation similar to this, but he could not remember. It was Han Sae-rin. Although it was a long time ago, Jin Hyeok remembered because she let the world know of what happened by cursing for an entire day. After venting her frustration by swearing and going on a rampage, she disappeared for a few days. Then she reappeared, smiling as if nothing happened. As he recalled the memory, other memories began to resurface one by one. Finally, it clicked. I remember this happens when there is a higher tier trait that surpasses the newly acquired trait. It was a rare occurrence, but it definitely existed. If a higher tier trait devours a lower tier trait, the trait itself becomes enhanced. Wait a minute. Does that mean there is a higher tier counterpart to the Sword Emperor within me? Does such a thing exist? The only one that would make sense is my almighty Jack of all trade. In the end he was able to draw one conclusion. The almighty Jack of all trade might be a growth type trait. Traits could be broadly divided into two types. Active traits. Passive traits. Active traits were those that were actively triggered by the caster's will, like Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's barrier. Passive traits were those that were automatically applied to the body or soul, regardless of the caster's will, just like his imperial resilience. Active traits consumed mental energy, while passive traits had little to no mental energy consumption. These two types were generally known in the world. Sae-rin, who started as a navigator and later rose to become an unrivaled ruler, had a growth type trait called Pioneer of Miracles. This trait later grew into the trait called Absolute Monarch. So in this world, there was one more type of trait called the growth type trait. What about my almighty Jack of all trade? Jin Hyeok had a rough idea of what almighty Jack of all trade was as a trait. It elevated most talents to a reasonably good level, serving as a foundation for becoming a moderately versatile player. Now that I have absorbed the Sword Emperor trait, my abilities with the sword should be better, right? Thinking that way, it did not seem like a completely bad idea. Although he did not know if it's the same as Sae-rin's case, she was very satisfied with her growth type trait. Wait, now that I have absorbed the Sword Emperor trait, can I absorb other traits, like Deo Emperor, or Mana Emperor? Deo Emperor and Mana Emperor. These were the traits possessed by the monsters that gave Jin Hyeok a really hard time. There were also traits like Martial King, God of Archery, and others. A multitude of top-tier traits came to mind immediately. If I were to absorb all of these, then my almighty Jack of all trade can potentially transform into something like a complete all-rounder. This unrealistic thought briefly crossed his mind. Nah, that's not possible. It would be foolish for Jin Hyeok to get ahead of himself. The concept of the almighty Jack of all trade was a trait that had never been known in the world. It could not be directly compared to Sae-rin's case. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok snapped out of his happy daydream. What was I thinking? 7 years had passed since his regression. It seemed that those years made him forget his sense of reality. He knew very well that there was no such thing as a complete all-rounder in the world he had experienced, yet he found himself entertaining such thoughts. People truly did not change. Once again, Jin Hyeok recalled the truth he had kept in his heart. It is difficult to excel even in just one thing. In the past, he lived much more intensely than he did now. Looking back, he was truly obsessed. It was through that obsession that he barely became a master in one field. It's impossible to master every field. So Jin Hyeok decided not to indulge in empty fantasies. Even if it were possible. It was unlikely, but if his almighty Jack of all trade truly possessed such potential and power, then I would be hunted down around level 200. By that point, the power of the almighty jack of all trade would have revealed itself to some extent, and scouts or players with scanning abilities would be able to grasp that power. Then, the players who hunt down awakened would come into action. They usually did not bother players below level 200, but if the almighty jack of all trade was truly an extraordinary trait, that was a different story. They might face worldwide ridicule, but they would quickly kill Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok reached a conclusion. I need to reach level 100 at least. This is not going to work. It was certain that he absorbed the Sword Emperor trait. Until the lower levels, where job boundaries were not clearly defined, he should be able to unleash the power of Sword Emperor to a level comparable to that of players of the blade-wielding class. But only until level 100. His original plan had not changed. It was just that the intermediate process had slightly shifted. Just a little bit. Surgeon let out a sigh of relief. This should do. He quickly deployed a new monster called Flying Toad, female sign. Despite staying up for 3 consecutive nights to stabilize the Yasu scenario, he managed to accomplish it. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It's back on track. During that time, he barely even had time to use the restroom. What happened to that guy? Surely he didn't actually obtain the unleashing technique. He cautiously examined the NAK and historic village using the administrator's prerogative. That crazy bastard. In the meantime, Kim Chulsu had already obtained the unleashing technique. How on earth did he get it so quickly? Surgeon did not understand. For this to be possible, Chulsu would have had to be a regressor, but he even had the certificate of authenticity from the system. This is a problem that is out of my hands. He decided not to dwell on it any longer. Surgeon completely erased Chulsu's existence from his mind. It's none of my business. Unleashing technique might be an excellent trait, but it did not have any significant impact on the Yasu scenario or the world like the master trait. It did not matter who obtained it. I've never met Kim Chulsu, and that's how the world is going to remember it. Surgeon decided to focus only on his own affairs. For the sake of the promotion. When Jin Hyeok returned home, he saw several articles about him. Where has the hero of Yasu disappeared to? Yasu swordsman. What is his true identity? The hero who faced the monster that even the military could not handle. Even on Eltobe, it was filled with stories about that hero. A considerable number of drones captured footage of Jin Hyeok wearing the deceiver's mask. But when Surgeon appeared, all the drones were destroyed and Jin Hyeok disappeared without a trace. He was a hero who had true power. Has the hero who showed his power to the world fallen into the sea? Everyone thought he was dead. The Coast Guard has been immediately deployed for a search operation. After 16 hours of searching, we still hold on to a desperate hope for the hero's return. This is Park Daejong, reporting. For now, Jin Hyeok's identity had not been exposed. The deceiver's mask seemed to have played its role quite well. But this was only a temporary solution. Eventually, the people were going to find out about him. The National Intelligence Service of South Korea had exceptional capabilities. If I want to truly enjoy playing more actively, I need a more fundamental solution. It's just until I reach level 100, Jin Hyeok murmured to himself, trying to find a good solution. He laid down on the bed. Absorbing the unleashing technique might be his last chance to enjoy playing. It was a bit regretful to obtain it as a streamer, but it could not be helped. He had to make the most of this precious time. I need to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Regardless, it was right for him to grow as a streamer. Now that I am not a crazy person anymore, I should focus more on my live streaming. He wanted to become the owner of a building in Yunhuidong and live a happy and easy life. He was truly someone who desired that. It was much better than becoming stronger. It was true. Let's put being a streamer as my main job, and becoming strong with a sword as my hobby. A normal person would focus on their main job rather than a hobby. But for that to happen, I need a way to hide my identity better. He thought about what could be done. It was something that was not originally part of his plan, so he had to dig up memories from a long time ago. There is something I can do, but... He came up with a suitable idea. There was a mystery called the second identity. With this, anyone could completely transform into a different person. Even fingerprints and irises changed. In gaming terms, it was like leveling up an alternative character. It was quite a rare mystery, and there was one person who used it amazingly well. Jin Hyeok had a big run-in with her back in the day. Angel Girl. Angel Girl was a skilled thief who made great use of the second identity. This was not something Jin Hyeok discovered by himself. Before regression, Angel Girl was always one step ahead of Jin Hyeok's team. It was not Jin Hyeok who caught Angel Girl, but top-tier players from the National Police Agency one who eventually caught Angel Girl. In the end, it was the police who caught the thief, and Angel Girl's methods were all exposed to the media. The arrest of one of the most famous thief players in Korea was a big issue. Jin Hyeok remembered the National Police Agency guys mocking him. I remember Angel Girl obtained second identity in the early stages. He was not sure if Angel Girl obtained it during the tutorial. Anyway, she obtained it before level 60, that was for sure. The location. Where did she obtain it? It was somewhere in Jongno-gu, Seoul, but Jin Hyeok could not remember exactly. I should look into this. If he wanted to enjoy his hobby, he should be willing to put in this much effort. But I really want to hold a sword right now. Using the unleashing technique consumed a lot of his mental energy, so he hadn't had a chance to hold the sword in the past few days because he had been taking a break. He didn't know it would have such an aftermath when he used the mystery. For now, let's focus on the main job. Hobbies were just hobbies. His main job was being a streamer. Coincidentally, Cha Jin-sol came into his room and asked, "Appa, what's the next big content going to be?" "Well, I'm planning to enhance the necklace." "Necklace? This one?" Jin Hyeok turned on his live stream as a teaser. "This is the teaser for the next content." Jin-sol turned her head. "Ugh, I don't want to see that." It was the Berklef necklace imbued with Im Kyeok-jong's blood. Jin Hyeok assumed it had absorbed enough blood. "So, what are you going to do with that?" Jin-sol asked. "I received this booklet from Katrina, who owns a jewelry store. There were detailed explanations on how to enhance the Berkelv necklace, and Jin Hyeok had already decided which way he was going to enhance it. I'm trying to manifest this ability," Jin Hyeok said. While flipping through the booklet, he pointed to one section. Jin-sol came closer and examined the booklet carefully. "What do you think?" Jin Hyeok asked, even though he was not going to consider her opinion anyway. "Which one?" Jin-sol said. "This one." Jin-sol looked at the content for a moment, then raised her eyebrows in confusion. What the? She looked at her brother with a perplexed and incredulous expression. "Is this for real? Are you sure?" Jin Hyeok did not understand why her reaction was like that. One of the national police organizations in South Korea. The Berklef necklace could be enhanced in various directions, and the direction Cha Jin Hyeok wanted to enhance was reflection. Reflection. Ability to reflect an attack that result in an instant death. Probability, 70%. However, an attack that result in a fatal injury may be converted into an attack that result in an instant death instead. Probability, 30%. An instant death referred to an attack that could cause immediate death upon receiving it. A fatal injury meant an attack that, if received and not promptly treated, could lead to death. The system automatically distinguished between an instant death and a fatal injury, but players could generally get a sense of what the attacks were by experiencing near-death crises several times. So this is an ability with a high probability to reflect attacks that would kill me, but the same ability also comes with a low probability to turn attacks that could kill me into attacks that would kill me. The reflection probability was a whopping 70%. That was why Jin Hyeok still wore the Berklef necklace even after he had reached beyond level 240. Even if he searched the entire server, there was no item that could reflect attacks resulting in an instant death with a probability of 70%. Although the fact that a fatal injury attack could be converted into an instant death attack isn't a trivial problem. However, honestly, if a player suffered a fatal injury during combat, they could consider themselves dead. In such desperate situations, there was no time to receive appropriate treatment from a healer. If they were going to suffer a fatal injury, it was better to die cleanly and quickly, which could also be helpful to their teammates. The fact that Jin Hyeok had survived until he reached beyond level 240 proved that this was a great item. There is another good thing about it. Despite having such excellent effects, the usage rate of this Berklef necklace was surprisingly low. That was very advantageous for Jin Hyeok. There were no items that were great in every aspect. There were definitely items that could counter this Berklef necklace. The fact that the number of players wearing this Berklef necklace is low means that there are few players that have items to counter this Berklef necklace. It was only a 30% chance of instant death. If one did not have the guts to accept even this level of risk, one was not cut out for the play. However, Cha Jin-sol's expression was strange. She looks oddly terrified. Lately, Jin Hyeok had been refraining from using the broadcaster's clairvoyance when interacting with people. Somehow, he felt like his social skills were slightly lacking, and to bring them back to their original state, Jin Hyeok believed he needed to better observe the other person's thoughts and emotions. The broadcaster's clairvoyance provided too much information and hindered his personal growth. Why is she acting like that? Jin Hyeok quickly found the answer. The effect on the item is pretty overpowered, right? Jin Hyeok asked. Are you freaking crazy? I didn't know the item was that good. So what you are saying is that if you wear this, you can die from attacks that are not supposed to kill you, Jin-sol said. She kept saying weird stuff. Who the hell would wear an item with a fatality rate of 30%? Don't you see that the reflection rate is 70%? Do you know that even the mortality rate of the previous global pandemic that paralyzed the world was less than 2%? Jin Hyeok did not know why his sister was getting so worked up. He found it difficult to understand her thoughts, so he eventually had to resort to using the broadcaster's clairvoyance. Hashtag a fatal injury doesn't mean death. Hashtag I can just heal him. Hashtag is he crazy? Just heal me. Sometimes Jin Hyeok thought that she tended to underestimate the severity of the play. Suffering a fatal injury meant being in an incredibly desperate situation. However, Jin Hyeok understood her with a generous heart. She hasn't experienced battles that intense. That could be it. Intense and thrilling battles where healers could not even properly heal players. Jin Hyeok felt like she could not understand because she had never experienced that electrifying dangerous battle. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, Jin-sol had never experienced an exhilarating battle that pushed the limits. However, that was only based on Jin Hyeok's standards. Jin-sol had already died countless times in the tutorial dungeons. It meant she had experienced battles so intense that there was no way out except death. Even when a level 100 player faced a level 110 monster, or when a level 10 player faced a level 20 monster, the situations were equally intense. The perceived intensity was similar, whether high level or low level. Except for Jin Hyeok, other high-ranking players rarely used the Berklef necklace enhanced with the reflection ability. Having even a slight chance of dying from a non-lethal attack was such a fatal and dangerous disadvantage. We will start gathering materials to enhance the Berklef necklace starting Monday. I need you and the other team members to go to the Heirai Art Valley 1 in Paju, Jin Hyeok said. But tomorrow is Saturday. I was planning on taking a break. Weekends don't exist for players. You even quit your old job to pursue this path. You should think about how to become stronger, not how to take more breaks. You do want to get stronger, right? Go to the valley and build up your skills there. It is a field where the revival setting is in place, so if you work hard, you will get good results. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This was advice born from experience. Many diverse monsters between levels 30 and 50 appeared there, making it a great training ground. Players could learn various patterns and attack styles. Sometimes the field boss monsters would appear, and they would get killed, but it was a field where it only took 3 minutes for players to revive, so it was an excellent place for leveling up. In other words, it meant that players could experience a second death within 3 minutes, and governments around the world were conducting campaigns to avoid consecutive deaths within 3 days. Aren't you coming with us, Appa? I am going to take a break from live streaming for the weekend. You just told me that there are no weekends for players. You said we need to become stronger. How can a streamer get stronger? Jinsol felt slightly indignant. You're the strongest among us, Appa, Jinsol thought. However, she knew that the only response she would get would be something like, it's because I'm still a low level. Saturday morning dawned. Without realizing it, Jin Hyeok opened his eyes wide. Wow, it's Saturday. He had now firmly decided on his direction of play. During the weekdays, he would focus on his main job, which was live streaming. On weekends, he would take the time to rejuvenate and recharge through wholesome hobbies. And of course, a wholesome hobby for him involved wielding a sword. This sounds like a good plan to me. Working 5 days a week, and resting on weekends. To maintain this universal and ordinary life for a longer period, it seemed essential to have the mystery called the second identity that the angel girl possessed in his previous life. I don't like waking up at 6 in the morning, Song Ha-young said. She seemed somewhat dissatisfied. What kind of thief cares about what time it is? Jin Hyeok said. This is when I go to sleep. Ah, that's right. Normally a thief would sleep when the sun rose and move around when it set. However, Jin Hyeok did not care. He was not the one who was tired. Today, we will explore dungeons in Dahakaro. I heard there are a lot of dungeons there. Dahakaro had quite a few small theaters. Dungeons had been created in each of those theaters. Why are we going there? Ha-young asked. My senses are telling me that there are many mysterious treasures hidden there. There are even dungeons exclusively for thieves. Isn't that interesting? Not really? Really? That can't be true. Jin Hyeok had become much more perceptive now. He checked with the broadcaster's clairvoyance, just to be certain. #OMG? #I'm so excited. #I hope I can get even stronger. As expected, Jin Hyeok was not wrong. It seemed his social skills had almost returned. I'm hungry. Let's have some bread before we do anything, Ha-young said. Don't people normally say let's have a meal or something? Bread, 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 bread. Ha-young sang a little tune. #give me bread. #give me bread. #I love bread. It seemed she could not hear him. There is a really famous bakery around here. Ha-young half-dragged Jin Hyeok along as she walked. Her footsteps were incredibly light, probably because she was a thief. She bought several types of bread, some baguettes that were about half her height, and some cream-filled ones with names Jin Hyeok couldn't pronounce. All in all, she bought a lot of bread. Are you going to eat all that? Jin Hyeok asked. Surprisingly, she did eat all of it. He wondered how it all fit into her small frame, but she actually ate every single one of them. Why do you eat so little? Ha-young asked. I need to stay light to fight well. But I thought you were here to live stream. Nope. I am going to play, just like you, but you said the dungeon we're going to was exclusively for thieves. Strictly speaking, it's for non-combatant class players. Non-combatant class players during this period had been exhibiting inexplicable behavior. In this low-level range, there was almost no difference in abilities between combatant class players and non-combatant class players. Yet, non-combatant class players rarely entered non-combatant exclusive dungeons. Instead, they tend to form parties with combatant players to enter regular dungeons. Anyway, Jin Hyeok and Ha-young started exploring the theaters in Dahakaro one by one. Would you like to enter the non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon content box? Upon entering, Jin Hyeok saw dwarf monsters and goblins wandering around. He felt like wielding a sword would be too easy, so he drew a dagger instead. Stab. You have defeated a goblin. Stab. Normally, defeating such weak monsters was not particularly enjoyable. But today was different. Yes, I love this feeling. Seeing the precise sword ways through the broadcaster's clairvoyance exhilarated him. Each hit on the monster was a critical hit. This is what I was missing out on. This thrilling sensation excited him. He was certain. The sense in his hand holding the sword was clearly telling Jin Hyeok. The almighty jack of all trade trait is imbued with the sword emperor trait. I can feel it. Jin Hyeok could feel it. He purposely moved roughly, attacked inefficiently without striking vital points, and yet his rhythm was much more refined. His footsteps were light, and his body was filled with energy. This is what a player should be like. It was a sensation that could not be felt until reaching a high level. The agility of moving as one with the sword. He had not reached the realm where he was one with the sword, but handling the sword had become much more natural than before he obtained the Sword Emperor. Of course, this did not mean he was incredibly satisfied with himself. By his standards, he had barely escaped the realm of being weak. Still, it was something to be grateful for. By relentlessly defeating monsters, he managed to clear the sub-dungeon. You have cleared the non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon content box. Great. Jin Hyuk and Ha Young left to go to another sub-dungeon. He hoped there would be tougher monsters. Would you like to enter the non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon Uniplex? Jin Hyuk knew that the mystery called the second identity was somewhere in one of the sub-dungeons, but he did not know the exact location. It would be easy to see where it was by using the broadcaster's clairvoyance, but he decided not to use it. He knew what he was doing was inefficient. But hobbies are inherently inefficient, right? Why bother pursuing efficiency in a hobby meant to be enjoyable? Just by having this kind of normal thinking, it was undeniable evidence that Jin Hyuk had truly regained his senses. Are you okay? Ha Young asked. What do you mean? You seem a bit strange, like a madman. So, what about it? Never mind. Jin Hyuk wanted to enter the next sub-dungeon as soon as possible. The sensation in his hand. This thrilling sensation? Before this feeling subsided, he needed to enter another sub-dungeon. He hoped to God that the enemy monsters were stronger. Alright, let's go in. Oh okay. Angel Girl's face was filled with disappointment. It seems she was too disappointed that she did not get a chance to shine. Since Jin Hyuk would give her a chance to shine later, he decided to ignore her for now. They traversed various sub-dungeons in the vicinity, exterminating the monster in their way. You have acquired the achievement Goblin Slayer. You have acquired the achievement Crimson Wolf Slayer. You have acquired the achievement Fierce Deer Slayer. He obtained many seemingly useless achievements, but it didn't matter. It was the fun that mattered to Jin Hyuk. Soon, it was already 1 p.m. Let's eat some bread, Ha Young said. Again. What do you mean again? That's an insult to bread. For Jin Hyuk, as long as he filled up on calories, it didn't matter which type of food he ate. Delicioso, she said. Jin Hyuk did not know why she spoke like that. Clearly, she was not in her right mind. #I love you, bread. #I love flour. #I want to eat more bread. While eating bread, she seemed to want more bread. If bread were a monster, the system would have given her the Bread Slayer achievement. Anyway, they explored various sub-dungeons even during lunchtime. Would you like to enter the non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon Lon Art Hall? Would you like to enter the non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon Arco Arts Theater? After clearing out the surrounding sub-dungeons, it was already evening. Now it was time to start looking for the mystery. One Heirai Art Valley is an artistic community in Paju. It was constructed by artists, writers, painters, and other creatives, and is Korea's largest artistic community. You used the trait Broadcaster's Clairvoyance N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. Using Broadcaster's Clairvoyance, Jin Hyuk walked around for a while and discovered a phenomenon similar to what he saw at NAK and Historic Village. A green light was slowly emanating from one direction. Non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon Spring Art Hall. Are we going in there again? We've already been there 3 times. Song Ha Young said. To be honest, this was the same place they cleared earlier. They just had not found the hidden mystery. This time it's different. I can feel it, Jin Hyuk said. I have no idea why you brought me along. I brought you along to buy you more bread. Well, if that's the case, please call me anytime. Hehe. Would you like to enter the non-combatant exclusive sub-dungeon Spring Art Hall? Just like the notification, it was a sub-dungeon. It was quite small in scale, with about 10 goblins wandering around. You have killed a goblin. Jin Hyuk took care of all visible monsters, leaving only one alive. If he defeated all of them, this sub-dungeon would be cleared. Where is it? Using the broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyuk scanned the surroundings and noticed the green light seeping from the ceiling. Jin Hyuk could not see it properly because the other lights on the ceiling were too bright. It looks like something is hidden up there, Jin Hyuk said. Are you sure? Ha Young seemed pleased. Can you climb the wall? Of course, I can. Seeing her be happy like this when the opportunity to shine came, it was clear that the reason she looked pale before was due to Jin Hyuk's selfishness. Watch me. She climbed the wall like a spider. She had a lot of skill and agility. As Jin Hyuk watched her hanging upside down from the ceiling, he realized she had a great talent for thievery. No, a bit more to the left. Yes, a bit more. There? Do you see anything strange there? Oh, yes, there is. There is a space big enough for a person's forearm to fit in. Put your hand in. Are you sure there isn't any dangerous trap in there? Let's say a trap that could slice my arm. I don't think so. If there were, Angel Girl would not have her right arm right now. She pushed her arm deep inside. Suddenly, the green light erupted. Ha Young's body fell to the floor. I got you. Jin Hyuk caught her. An intense green light, invisible to the naked eye, covered her body. Thank you. I suddenly felt dizzy and confused for some reason. It was not surprising. When absorbing mystery, such phenomena occurred. One needed a certain amount of mental strength to absorb the mystery into their body. You don't have to thank me, Jin Hyuk said. I feel dizzy. I feel like I've been poisoned. Bleg. She started to vomit. Ha Young, who had slipped from his embrace, knelt down and hunched over, continuing to vomit. I'll help you. Thump. Jin Hyeok struck her temple really hard. It was a strike infused with the power of Broadcaster's barrier, and she immediately fell unconscious without making a sound. The green light that had been flowing into her body formed a peculiar pattern in the air. Mystery second identity. Jin Hyeok reached out his hand toward it. Ha Young struggled to absorb it, but it was different for him. Thanks to his Imperial Resilience trait, he could absorb it without much resistance. You have acquired the mystery second identity. After a while, Ha Young woke up. What happened? I think you were poisoned. I gave you an antidote, so you are going to be fine. Thank you. Since Jin Hyeok had gotten what he wanted, he planned to end today's hobby at this point. But then, notifications popped up. The achievement, Goblin Slayer, has been confirmed. The achievement, Fierce Deer Slayer, has been confirmed. The Master Quest, Sub-Dungeon Destroyer, Stealer of the Mystery, has been activated. The entire theater started shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. The scent of danger filled the air. What a stroke of luck. A Master Quest was one step higher than Hidden Achievement. Naturally, it had a higher difficulty level and much greater rewards. There was also a high probability of it being connected to a significant scenario, which could be considered a major storyline. The goblin that Jin Hyeok had left behind earlier started to grow in size. LV20/Lesser Goblin Warrior/Skills. Angel Girl gasped in surprise. It's getting bigger. LV25/Intermediate Goblin Warrior/Skills. Realizing that they could not delay any longer, Ha Young quickly rushed in and threw a shuriken. She had a talent for thievery, but it seemed she lacked any aptitude for attacks. Who in the world would get hit by that weak shuriken? No way. It might have been because the monster was still evolving, but the intermediate goblin warrior was hit in the neck by the shuriken, causing it to bleed. However, that did not pose a significant threat to the intermediate goblin warrior. LV30/High Goblin Warrior/Skills. The size of the monster did not increase any further. However, its muscles became more toned, and a well-crafted axe appeared in its hand, like that of a well-trained warrior. What are you waiting for? Kill that monster, Ha Young said. Why? What if it gets stronger? Well, that would be even better. What the hell are you talking about? A white light emanated from the monster's body, and it was now wearing silver armor. LV40/Supreme Goblin Warrior/Skills. Now, Angel Girl's shuriken could not even penetrate its skin. Could it possibly grow into the Queen Goblin? LV45/King Goblin/Skills. Attack that monster, please. Ha Young was practically begging him. Just wait for a minute. At this rate, we are all going to die. For reference, the leader of the goblins was a female. The Queen Goblin was much stronger than the King Goblin. Moreover, Queen Goblin was a formidable opponent to deal with, as she could summon multiple Supreme Goblin Warriors. LV50/Queen Goblin/Skills. Jin Hyeok gulped. The Queen Goblin truly emerged before them. He patiently waited for her to summon the Supreme Goblin Warriors. Which weapon should I choose? Instead of a dagger, Jin Hyeok wielded a sword. It was time to truly savor the battle. Jungnogu No. 1 GM, Burby, grimaced deeply. Who the hell activated the Master Quest? Burby continuously bit his fingernails. If this were a normal Master Quest, he would not be so anxious. However, this was not a normal Master Quest. He had artificially created it using the authority of a senior administrator. This was not made for Earth players. The mystery called the second identity, and the Master Quest in this place were deliberately hidden from Earth players. That mystery was meant for Gustav. The person Burby had dealt with was the drug lord named Gustav. Frequent transactions took place between corrupt GMS and criminals in need of new identities. GMS could gain significant wealth, and criminals could obtain new identities. It was an implicit practice. There is no way a non-combatant class player can face the Queen Goblin. Burby had put all his efforts into managing the mystery. He hid the mystery in a non-combatant exclusive dungeon and set up conditions that were impossible to clear, ensuring that the Master Quest wouldn't be activated. And as if that was not enough, he even set the Queen Goblin, with a level of 50, as the boss monster. He desperately wanted to display what was going on in the dungeon, but he held himself back. I can't leave too many traces. If he looked up specific players, that would be left on the records. He nervously hoped and wished for the Queen Goblin to kill the players without leaving any evidence behind. I need to do something. That alone was not going to be enough. In case the Queen Goblin was killed, Burby decided to make one more arrangement. He urgently activated the administrator's prerogative. Would you like to enable the setting chain box? This was the most powerful vault that could be set during the open beta period. To unlock it, a technician or a barrier manipulator of at least level 100 was required. Burby applied the chain box to the reward for the Master Quest. Although the second identity had been taken away, he could not allow them to take the reward for the Master Quest as well. Good. This would do. Finally, Burby felt relieved. Jin Hyeok was extremely disappointed. Too weak. Even though he fought without using the broadcaster's barrier, it was not that difficult. The monsters were at a similar level as Jin Hyeok, so he had some expectations, but they weren't met. Stab. You have defeated the Queen Goblin. An item was dropped. It was an item called the Queen Goblin's Essence. Judging by the fact that it didn't exist in Jin Hyeok's memory, it did not seem like such an important item. I'm so relieved. About what? Was Ha Young worried about me? That I am on your side, and that I'm not your enemy. I thought you were actually insane. Oh, this is a compliment, so don't take it the wrong way. Is there a lunatic who takes being called insane as a compliment? I'm sorry. Jin Hyeok did not know the reason, but she seemed very confused. Well, it was understandable considering that a level 50 boss monster appeared in a non-combatant exclusive dungeon. Moreover, it was a monster that could summon level 40 supreme goblin warriors. From the perspective of a non-combatant thief like her, it would be certainly surprising. I hope this is not over. It was a master quest, after all. It could not end like this. Jin Hyeok discovered a place where the green light was slowly emanating with his broadcaster's clairvoyance. Huh? This feels like a mystery. It came from in front of him. It was below the stage. It was not visible until now, but it started to become visible. As expected, there is another gate. Jin Hyeok knew defeating the Queen Goblin would not be the end. At that moment, Angel Girl also noticed that something was off below the stage. That area looks strange. It seems like something has been created. Did you know about this? She asked. Yes. I think a passage has been created down there. Jin Hyeok thought he heard Angel Girl murmuring, "Is he insane?" under her breath, but there was no need to pay attention to such trivial things. When he examined the floor of the stage, he found a staircase leading downward. An intense green light. As if entranced by the light, Jin Hyeok followed the light down the staircase. There were no traps or dangerous monsters to be found. Why aren't there any? This is so frustrating. He walked a considerable distance and saw a large box tightly bound with thick iron chains. It was locked with an enormous padlock. Angel Girl was also very excited. That looks like a treasure. I can feel it, she said as she touched the box. But it seems to be set in a way so that it cannot be opened. As if it were her specialty, she took out a long metal stick that looked like a skewer from her pocket and tried various ways to open it. As time passed, sweat started pouring down her forehead like rain. This can't be right. Are you sure you are a thief? Just give me more time. She tried every possible method to unlock the padlock, but in the end, she failed. Suddenly, a thud sound was heard. The staircase they had descended was blocked by a thick wall. It was like a trap, and it made Jin Hyeok slightly excited. They forcibly blocked the exit. There was no doubt that an administrator was involved in this. Moreover, it was likely that it was a high-level administrator. I can sense it. Jin Hyeok did not know who it was, but someone was clearly determined to hide this master quest. Blocking the exit meant they wanted to trap Jin Hyeok and Ha-young, and kill them. It signified that a massive secret was hidden that warranted their death. Jin Hyeok could sense that this was not a coincidence. Hoo-hoo. Why are you laughing so creepily? Please don't kill me. I don't taste good, Angel Girl said. She kept saying bizarre things. Perhaps she was not in her right mind due to the mental strain of trying to unlock the padlock. Let's get out of here, Jin Hyeok said. But we need to unlock this to get out. Let me try. What difference does it make? Just shut up and let me try. Jin Hyeok held the padlock. Setting chain box. It was not visible from afar, but when he held it in his hand, he saw an activated setting through his broadcaster's clairvoyance. Oh, chain box. He knew it was a setting that could only be unlocked by a level 100 or higher barrier manipulator. Would this work? You used the mystery unleashing technique. Click. The lock opened. It worked. Flash. As the padlock of the box was unlocked, a green pattern shot up into the air. It emitted a mysterious light, unmistakably extraordinary. With the help of the broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyeok could see the name of the object inside the box. Consumable Mystery Extreme Enhancement. Mysteries were actually more unknown than known. That was why they were considered the enigmatic power by the system. Nevertheless, humanity had roughly classified mysteries, and consumable mystery was one of them. So this is a mystery that can be used on other mysteries. It referred to a mystery that was depleted as a material and influenced other mysteries. But why is there an underline on the mystery? Mysteries were an enigmatic power, challenging for the system to define, yet for some reason, Jin Hyeok could open up the detailed information on it. It was not difficult for him to guess why this was happening. An administrator's influence had to have been deeply involved. The possibility that this extreme enhancement was also a mystery manipulated to the fullest extent within an administrator's domain was very high, just like how humans manipulated genes. Extreme enhancement dramatically enhances the abilities of a mystery obtained within the last hour. The part naked with was probably the original power of the mystery, which would be the actual enigmatic power itself, and the information he could see at the end was likely an ability artificially created by an administrator. Jin Hyeok touched the green pattern. Mana expanded, and a green storm was generated. The green light swelled up as if it were about to explode and was absorbed into Jin Hyeok's body. You have obtained the Consumable Mystery Extreme Enhancement. The Consumable Mystery Extreme Enhancement has enhanced the Mystery Second Identity. The Mystery Second Identity has been enhanced. You have acquired a Mystery Multiple Lives. It was a mystery, but it was underlined like a skill or a trait. Multiple Lives. Identity/abilities are not revealed by detection abilities below level 200. Free selection, change, and storage of any appearance/identity/abilities are possible. The fake identities can be registered on the ranking board. It is possible to manifest an avatar identical to the original body. Jin Hyeok had always used skills or traits he had obtained right away. You used the mystery Multiple Lives. The mystery, skillfully integrated with the system's interface, was activated. Wait, is this the Room of Awakening? This room looked similar to the Room of Awakening where players entered at level 15 to set their player name. In front of Jin Hyuk appeared an AI in the form of an angel. Please designate your player name, the angel said. Wow, this literally means I can create an alternate character. It was incredibly fascinating. He never imagined that research of mysteries had progressed to this extent. Please designate your player name. Jin Hyuk thought of a name that was even more ordinary than Kim Chulsu. Kim Pyongbyum. 1. Jin Hyuk set his player name as Kim Pyongbyum. Then, he tried various things with the mystery. You have hidden the trait Almighty Jack of all trade from the list. You have hidden the mystery second identity from the list. Wow, I can do that. Detector class players could thoroughly examine the skills and levels of other players. They could even discover and share the strengths and weaknesses of skills that even the player being examined did not know about. However, Jin Hyuk was able to hide his abilities from detection abilities. He could even choose whether to hide or reveal them. Your level is now shown as level 15. Your level is now shown as level 37. You cannot set a level that exceeds your current level. Jin Hyuk had the freedom to set his level to any level below or up to his original level. He could even manipulate his skills and traits. You have modified the name of the trait Broadcaster's Barrier to Super Strong Barrier. You have modified the name of the skill Sharper Spirit to Duller Spirit. Summon Avatar. What is this? When he used it, an avatar identical to his appearance was created. It could not think or act freely, but just having it lying in bed could create an alibi for him. This meant that he could go out and do whatever he wanted and the world would think that he was just sleeping in his own bed. With this ability, I can do whatever I want even if I surpass level 100. There was no chance of his abilities being discovered by detection skills below level 200. He was now even freer than ever. No, snap out of it. Of course, the players who hunted the Awakened did not bother players who were low-leveled, but Jin Hyuk still had not forgotten about his initial promise. For now, this is only up to level 100. However, Jin Hyuk could not help but smile. Burby, GM number 1 of Jongnogu, suddenly stood up from his seat. Who the hell is this crazy bastard? Some idiot managed to unlock the chain box and ultimately obtained the mystery. This should not be possible in the open beta server. No matter how much he thought about it, this should not be possible. Damn it. The situation had gotten out of control. The drug lord, Gustav, was involved with the mystery, and even some higher-level administrators were also involved. I have to take it away, even if it means killing them. It had not been long since that crazy bastard obtained the mystery. Burby had to extract the mystery from them, even if it meant killing them. Just then, he got a GM call. The location of the call was where the mystery was. Perfect. It would have been a big problem for a GM to go and kill a player without a proper reason. There had to be an alibi for why Burby went there. However, this crazy player voluntarily called a GM. Before 3 seconds passed since the GM call, Burby revealed himself in front of Jin Hyuk. Who the hell are you? Burby asked. And then, he immediately used his administrator's prerogative to read Jin Hyuk's information.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He is level 1, and his player name is Kim Pyongbyum. His job is not gonna tell ya. He was definitely mocking Burby. This bastard. Burby almost burst out with anger, but he held himself back. I'll ask again. Who are you? I'm sure you used the administrator's prerogative to check who I am. Instantly, Burby felt a strange discomfort. He checked the server Jin Hyuk was currently connected to again. It says Earth server, just as I expected. That strange nonchalance. It was an attitude that could only be seen in players with levels above 200. Pyongbyum was displaying a side that players in the open beta server could never show. Burby had a hunch. Something was going on here. Who are you? Burby asked again. I guess you really can't figure out my identity, even if you check with your administrator's prerogative. Barryby was level 180. A GM with a level of 180 completely failed to notice Jin Hyuk's true identity. I know that if you check my play videos, you can find out who I am, but those probably don't exist, right? I've hidden everything that I can, so there is no record of me whatsoever, right? Jin Hyuk said. Cold sweat ran down Burby's back. He felt like everything had been exposed. Is he here to audit me? The system had an audit team. They were the GM's biggest fear. Shit. He's from the audit team. It felt like the sky was spinning. Burby tried his best to not leave any trails behind, but it seemed like he was caught. He had planned to retire from GM after completing the deal with Gustav, but it seemed to have come to an end. Jin Hyuk was confused. Hashtag caught. Hashtag why only me? Hashtag everyone does it. Hashtag unfair world. The status message of the level 180 GM was revealed in detail. It meant that the GM was experiencing intense emotions. I have the original video. It's the recording of how I obtained the master quest. It's all in there, Jin Hyuk said. Jin Hyuk did not plan to reveal it through his live stream anyway. However, he did not forget that his main job was being a streamer. This was the evidence that he wasn't going insane to become stronger. So whether he broadcasted or not, he always recorded videos. I set the video to be automatically released in an hour. This was the best choice Jin Hyuk could make and the best way to protect himself. This was the least he could do to prevent Burby from harming Jin Hyuk. However, Burby thought differently. He's not arresting me, even with all the video evidence? He's only threatening me. What does this mean? Burby thought. Then, he realized. This auditor wanted something else. He is as corrupt as me. Do you have something else that you want? Burby said while smiling. I do. Hashtag dreams come true. Hashtag the determined will find a way. Hashtag let's be corrupt together. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, Burby's reaction was a bit strange, but he did not care. Jin Hyeok was prepared to do anything to get the result that he wanted. Just like how there were a million ways to kill a monster, Jin Hyeok only cared about the end goal. I want 1 billion dios, Jin Hyeok said. Burby swallowed hard. 1 billion dios was a lot, but Burby could afford it with the money he had accumulated through corruption and bribery. Hashtag cheaper than I thought. Hashtag not bad. Hashtag everything will be fine. Hashtag cheer up. Jin Hyeok was a little confused. He was going to ask for 1 billion dios, or the route to the mobile boss monster, Arachne. He wanted to hunt Arachne to get the main enhancement materials for the Berklef necklace. In fact, the initial offer of 1 billion dios was a fake offer to make it easier to obtain the route to Arach. It was a tactic often used by Han Seirin, who was the ruler of Jin Hyeok's party before regression, when dealing with GMS. They are sensitive to money. Despite having tremendous authority, they are still office workers. There aren't many wealthy GMS around. So, it is better to create an opening by asking for money first, then demand what you really want. Do we really have to go that far? I think I can just tell them what I want. If not, we can just stab them to get what we want. Are you stupid? Give it a try. GMS are extremely hard to negotiate with. Jin Hyeok smiled involuntarily. I should have called Seirin here. If she was here, she would have gloated over the fact that she was right. Jin Hyeok received 1 billion won in cash. Since transferring dios would leave traces, Jin Hyeok got it in cash instead. From his perspective, this was a very good deal. And I need the real-time location and movement route of Arachne, Jin Hyeok said. That. You can't give me. No, I can. Jin Hyeok was able to find out the real-time location and movement route of the mobile boss monster, Arachne. Thank you for doing it in secret, Burby said while bowing. Jin Hyeok nodded. This is a good deal. Moreover, he did not even promise Burby that he was going to delete the original video. Jin Hyeok was actually going to use that to get what he wanted. Jin Hyeok kept seeing weird status messages that he still couldn't understand. Hashtag it's over. Hashtag we are now in the same boat. Hashtag I survived. Jin Hyeok could not understand what it meant when Burby said they were in the same boat. Right now, it was 10:40 p.m. Is it still Sunday? There are still 2 hours left. Though there were only 1 hour and 20 minutes left, Jin Hyeok considered it 2 hours. After parting ways with Song Ha-young, he immediately headed toward Heirai Art Valley. Once it was past 10 p.m., the monsters in Heirai Art Valley became much stronger. It wasn't that their levels increased, but they became more powerful due to the darkness buff. There wasn't much benefit in hunting these stronger monsters. That was why players generally left Heirai Art Valley before 10 p.m. However, Jin Hyeok had a different perspective. I bet my party is still hunting. Fewer players meant that there were more monsters to hunt. And the stronger the monsters, the more enjoyment they could get out of the battles. Even if there was no extra experience gained from the stronger monsters, it meant there were things to learn and opportunities for growth that differed from usual. This was Jin Hyeok's perspective. There was a time when I specifically targeted monsters with these traits. Even if the monsters were at the same level, fighting these stronger monsters often led to great enlightenment. While recalling old memories, he looked around. I see them. In the distance, he could see his party members. They were hunting the field boss monster, the black brown bear, and even from Jin Hyeok's perspective, their coordination seemed quite good. Arg. Mok Jae-hyeon was killed by the black brown bear's front paw attack. However, this field had a setting where players would respawn after 3 minutes. The Seo sisters drew the attention of the black brown bear with all their might, and in the meantime, Jae-hyeon res beyond. They've improved a lot. They were truly fighting their butts off. Still, they were no match for the black brown bear. Nevertheless, they continued to fight without giving up. That sight was pleasing to see. Jin Hyeok smiled. He looked at his watch and it was already 11:30 p.m. I still have 2 hours left. Jin Hyeok calculated the time with his own miraculous formula as he thought to himself. I am still Kim Pyongbyum. 1 Pyongbyum or literally means ordinary in Korean. Keel, who was GM number 3 for Sidamungu, was a typical GM that only worked on the tasks that were given to him. His goal was to work only as much as he was paid to work, monthly, and he had a strong aversion to working overtime. Yet, he found himself plagued by overtime work. Why me? He hated this so much. The culprit behind all this was the GM named Searchin, who had transferred from Yasu to Seoul. In Keel's eyes, Searchin was an overly passionate man. Already leaving work, Keel? Searchin said. It's time to go, Assistant Manager Searchin. 1. But we have a project to work on. Can't we do it tomorrow? Then we won't meet the deadline. You know better than that, right? That's why I asked you to set a more reasonable deadline. I clearly said it was impossible. If we hurry, we can meet the deadline. That means my deadline is possible. Keel always thought of overtime work as the last resort, while Searchin always thought overtime work was something that should be done as a matter of course. The gap in their difference of opinion was not narrowing. If you just think about doing something, you can do anything in the world. I wish you had a bit of passion too, Keel. Sigh. Recently, Keel and Searchin were assigned a new project. Unexpectedly, with the rapid integration of SSP into the Earth server, thanks to Joseph, they had to connect SSP and LTUB more quickly and establish SSP websites and apps sooner. It was to ensure that people from the Earth server could properly use SSP. Come on, don't give me that look. Let's just try our best. Today's hardship will become our asset later on. It would be great if you could also focus on work with a sense of responsibility. Keel wanted to kill Searchin, but looking at Searchin's overwhelming muscles, Keel's fighting spirit vanished. Sigh. Keel ended up with yet another day of working overtime. This was already the 7th day in a row. Cha Jin-sol, who was facing off against the black-brown bear, was having a hard time. It is too strong, she thought. Nevertheless, this place was a field where revival settings were in place. In a place like this, she knew that fighting stronger opponents was the key to faster growth. No one taught her that, but she believed it to be true. It wasn't only Jin-sol. All the members of Jin Hyeok's party had the same thought. Well, except for Mok Jae-hyeon. I think we should go back now, Jae-hyeon muttered. Jae-hyeon was the tank of Jin Hyeok's party and had experienced the most deaths among them. Thanks to his traits, death immunity, and imperial resilience, he did not have trauma from dying, but the pain of death was still very real. However, Seo Jia frowned at his words. What are you talking about? We still have a long way to go. We've gotten stronger, Jia, who usually did not say much, whispered as she passed by Jae-hyeon. This was her way of questioning why Jae-hyeon would give up this opportunity for growth. Jae-hyeon wanted to cry. You guys didn't die as much as me. You don't know what I'm going through, Jae-hyeon thought. While Jae-hyeon died 5 times, Jia and Seo Jisoo only died once or twice. Objectively speaking, all 3 of the other party members had experienced a considerable number of deaths, but their standards had somehow become similar to that of Jin Hyeok's. Only Jae-hyeon was slightly not on par with Jin Hyeok's standards. Jong-hyeon, please stop them. They're all going crazy. By the way, Kim Jong-hyeon had just died and was revived. You don't feel it, Jong-hyeon said. What? Amazing progress. Jae-hyeon could see the madness in Jong-hyeon's eyes. Jae-hyeon decided to give up on convincing his party. He's undoubtedly a crazy person who only sounds calm, Jae-hyeon thought. There was no choice. He could only clench his teeth, provoke, taunt, and fight against the black-brown bear. Then, suddenly, Jae-hyeon saw a strange man. Above the man's head, his level and player name were displayed. Normally, players would hide their levels and player names, but if they wanted to, they could show them like this. Level 1, Kim Pyongbyum. The man looked like an ordinary newbie who had mistakenly entered here. Jae-hyeon blocked the black-brown bear's front paw attack with his wood fortress. His skill was torn apart, and Jae-hyeon stepped back a few steps. The black-brown bear stood up on its hind legs and roared. Jae-hyeon quickly spoke, Jin-sol, do something about that person. Jin-sol also noticed Kim Pyongbyum. Level 1. Jin-sol thought.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. This place was too dangerous for him. The man seemed to be someone who had accidentally entered here. He was approaching with a sword. He looked way too relaxed, as if he was a fool that was rushing in where angels fear to tread. Jin-sol cautiously approached him without provoking the black-brown bear. Hey, how did you get in here? Our team's tank is holding aggro of the monster, so this is your chance to run away. Smirk. Pyongbyum smiled. They really can't recognize me, he thought. Since his own sister couldn't even recognize him, he felt confident that he wouldn't be noticed by anyone for a while. He would be able to enjoy his hobbies to his heart's content. Jae-hyeon's improvement in skills is particularly remarkable, Jin Hyeok thought. Indeed, Jae-hyeon died a lot, but that was how his skills would become stronger rapidly. Jin Hyeok started charging toward the black-brown bear with a sword in hand. Smirk. He smiled again. Hey. Jin Hyeok passed by his sister. For some reason, Jin-sol felt a creepy sensation when she saw that smile. Madness clearly flickered in that man's eyes, and the battle began. What the? Jin-sol thought. That man was definitely not level 1. A level 1 player would not be able to fight this well against the black-brown bear. He effortlessly dodged the front paw attacks and quickly closed the distance, inflicting wounds on its tough hide. An intense exchange of attacks followed. Pyongbyum and the black-brown bear's breathing became rough, revealing their animosity toward each other. Pyongbyum's longsword tore through the black-brown bear's hide, while the sharp claws of the monster pierced his shoulder. Smirk. Kim Pyongbyum smiled again. This is it. I am finally breaking my bad habit. Whenever he sensed danger, he unknowingly relied on the broadcaster's barrier. If he relied too much on the skill, his essence as a swordsman would be blurred. Where would anyone find a swordsman who relied on barrier skills? That's a fake swordsman. Jin Hyeok was intentionally training without using the broadcaster's barrier. Oh, she is healing just at the right time. Jin-sol's healing came through just in time. The peculiar sense of accomplishment and pleasure that one felt when engaging in excellent teamwork stimulated his senses. The blood of the black-brown bear splattered, and Jin Hyeok's own blood splattered as well. About an hour had passed, and Jin Hyeok received a notification. You have defeated the black-brown bear. Kim Pyongbyum checked the time. It was already 1 in the morning. I still have 1 hour left. Without exchanging any words with his teammates, Pyongbyum dashed toward somewhere, hoping that there would be at least one more boss monster in this field. Please let there be one more. It would be great if the monster was a resilient one. Using his broadcaster's clairvoyance, he searched for a location where there might be a strong opponent. Luckily, he found a turtle-like monster known for its exceptional defensive stats. Smirk. A smile escaped his lips. It's always polite to finish with a grand finale. Jin Hyuk did not arrive home until 7 a.m. on Monday morning. He was a bit late because he had to wash off the blood and sweat from his entire body. His mom looked extremely worried. You had to work overtime? Even on a Sunday, his mom said. Yes. Take it easy. Work is important, but your health comes first, you know. I know. Don't worry. Seeing his mom's worried expression, Jin Hyuk suddenly snapped to his senses. He realized that he needed to be more careful from now on. For some reason, memories of his school days came to mind. He used to love playing games back then. He would always tell himself that he was going to play for just another 5 minutes. However, those 5 minutes would eventually turn into 4 hours. This time, the same thing happened. This is my first time, so I should just let it go. Jin Hyuk enjoyed it because it was his first time, but he won't enjoy it like this anymore. As he played as his alternate character Kim Pyongbyum, he felt something certain. His true job was undoubtedly a streamer. It's hard to level up just from hunting monsters. Streamers became stronger through live streaming. Live streaming itself was a productive activity, and he could earn money as a member of society. He spent the night crazily hunting monsters, but his level did not go up, and he could not earn any money. He did acquire a few items, but compared to the donations, it was a small amount. The play itself was incredibly inefficient. Since I am an adult now, I should know how to differentiate between my main job and hobbies. If he could not differentiate between them, then he could not become the person he promised himself to be. While eating the breakfast his mom prepared, he was able to renew his determination. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room and lay down on his bed. But overall, I feel refreshed. Even though he stayed up all night, his body felt refreshed. That was why maintaining a healthy life required having appropriate hobbies, it seemed. Suddenly, the door swung open. Appa, I have amazing news. What is it? I found an incredible player. We must recruit him into our party. An incredible player. Jinsol had somewhat strange standards. Even if someone was just slightly good, she described them as amazing. She sometimes used the term when watching videos of players on LTube, not videos of system streamers linked with SSP, but videos of regular streamers. Yes, I saw him in the Heirai Art Valley. His name was Kim Pyongbyum. He was only level 1, but he practically soloed the Black-Brown Bear. How can a level 1 player defeat the Black-Brown Bear? No, seriously? He used a sword, and he was really amazing. Was he really that amazing? Was I really that amazing? No, if I keep thinking like this, I can't help but smile again. Hashtag so cool. Hashtag I want to see him again. Hashtag maybe I am. Hashtag falling in love. Jin Hyuk's mood turned sour again. Get the hell out of my room. Jin Hyuk thought a lot about if he should save up a bit more money and buy a building in Yanhuidong, or if he should invest more for now. Let's invest more for now. With the 1 billion won that Burby gave him, he acquired a small office. It was also in Yanhuidong. With this amount of money, he could not afford a lucrative building, so it was a very old and small office. By the way, even though it was worth only 1 billion won now, in a few years, people would not be able to buy this place even with 10 billion won. Anyway, Jin Hyuk's party gathered in the office. First of all, I want to talk about the next content for the live stream. The next content was already decided. Jin Hyuk's goal was to enhance the Berklef necklace in the direction he wanted. For that, he needed materials, and one of them was the incombustible spider web. I am thinking of hunting a special monster called Arachne. This information is confirmed by the GM, but there is a bit of a problem. Arachne resided in a labyrinth-type dungeon. It was a mobile monster with a setting that moved only in labyrinth-type environments. I think our team needs a capable navigator as well. As far as Jin Hyuk knew, the most exceptional navigator in Korea was his former team member, Han Sae-rin. However, she had extraordinary abilities. She did not match Jin Hyuk's plan. Also, the government might have already contacted her before him. Who knows a good navigator? SSP was not fully activated yet, so the interaction was currently limited to people on Earth through the internet. The unique matchmaking system of SSP, player recommendation system, and various convenience features were not yet activated. It would take at least a few more months for these to be activated. Jinsol raised her hand. Me? I know a famous person. She said something about how she knew about this famous navigator on the internet. There was a site specifically for players where they could view other players' history and achievements. Just by looking at the profile, this player was not impressive. Jin Hyuk could tell just by seeing which dungeons they cleared and what equipment they were wearing. Damn, is there no good navigator on Earth yet? Even though Jin Hyuk always wanted to be in third place instead of first, his standards could not be lowered. I think my standards are not that high. I just need someone who can do the basic stuff. If this is the case, it might be better to play with Sae-rin. Jin Hyuk thought of just leveling up with her until level 100, or even level 150 if he was being ambitious. But how do I find Sae-rin? The SSP system will now start connecting with Earth's network. Why is this already showing up? This was supposed to start after the open beta ended, but it was already connected. Jin Hyuk immediately turned on his phone. www.ssp.com. A familiar interface appeared. It was more outdated than the version Jin Hyuk knew, but overall, it was familiar. Player registration information. Jin Hyuk could easily find Saerin on the website. She was one of the top contenders for the best navigator in Korea. Her player name was Pathfinder. In other words, it meant that she was registered on the ranking board. And if she was registered on the ranking board, it would show up in the player registration information. If Jin Hyuk spent some money, he could even find out her current location. It was a feature that would be abolished later due to human rights issues, but it was still functioning for now. Second place, Pathfinder. Jin Hyuk immediately clicked on Pathfinder's profile. He spent 1 million dios to reveal her location. Just a moment. I will be right back. Jin Hyuk started running. Why is she there? Current location, Saryaga Mart Dungeon. While they are all GMS, they still have a hierarchy within their own organization like a normal company. Here, Searchin is an assistant manager, while Keel is just a senior staff. Player name, Pathfinder. Han Saerin, whose job was called Secret Pioneer, felt a strange energy. What is this place? It felt very different from other dungeons. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what was different, but the aura emanating from the dungeon itself was very weird. I should check what is different. So, Saerin had been exploring the dungeon for several days. She also noticed that there was a hidden field in this place. There are traces leading to the second floor. She immediately searched the internet for information about the dungeon, but nothing came up. What's going on? This was like a blow to Saerin's pride. Someone had already opened the hidden field of the dungeon, and she could not even find the way to the second floor. After a few days, she finally found the path to the second floor. Of course, even though she found the hidden field, her questions were still unanswered. Something is still different. It felt different from other dungeons. She likened exploring the dungeons to writing a serialized novel. Dungeons were like a new world where anything could happen, a chaotic world where only the author knew the ending. She had always been a bookworm, so she enjoyed exploring the dungeons and finding hidden paths. For her, exploring dungeons was like reading a novel, page by page, conquering it. But this place, it felt like this novel's ending was completely blocked, a novel with a lock on the cover, preventing her from seeing the ending. It drove her mad, not being able to see the clear ending that she believed existed. Hashtag who the hell did this? Hashtag I know it's not that guy. Hashtag please share the ending. When Cha Jin Hyuk found Saerin, he smiled. It was like he had found another person with a similar personality. She seems a bit insane right now. If there was someone who wielded a sword better than Jin Hyuk, he would go crazy. He had to become stronger than that person to be satisfied. In fact, everyone around him felt the same way, including Saerin. In the world of navigators, there were two leading figures in Korea. One was Han Saerin, and the other was Ha Seungjo. Right now, Seungjo is ranked first. Jin Hyuk thought. Therefore, Saerin seemed eager to surpass Seungjo. Moreover, she instinctively felt that this place had been fully cleared. The fact that someone else had fully cleared the dungeon, but she couldn't. It must be hurting her pride. Jin Hyuk knew exactly how she felt. He approached her. Pathfinder. In response, several poison darts shot toward his eyes. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Jin Hyuk blocked the darts with his Broadcaster's Barrier. Navigators always resorted to this kind of response when someone threatened them because their physical power was relatively weak compared to other players. N/O/vel/B/n.C//OM. A straw shows which way the wind blows. Even though no one taught Saerin, she already seemed to be throwing poison darts without hesitation. It kind of made Jin Hyuk proud. Hey, I am not a suspicious person. Well, the bastards who say that are usually the most suspicious. Wow, it's been a while since I saw her swearing right off the bat. This takes me back. Jin Hyuk fully understood why she was acting like this. Navigators were only noble jobs before the dungeons were cleared. It was because their physical power was weak compared to other players. After a dungeon was cleared, they often end up being ignored or used for various reasons. Han Saerin had to have already experienced that many times, and her trust in players had to have been at rock bottom. Plus, players who would approach other players this recklessly were most likely dangerous. Can we talk for a moment? Jin Hyuk asked. Sure. Fine. Saerin smiled, as she approached Jin Hyuk. The fact that she was coming so willingly meant she intended to attack him. You have applied the achievement All Clear, Saryaga Mart Dungeon. The mark of All Clear appeared on his right wrist, and the additional defensive attributes were added to the Broadcaster's Barrier. Within Saryaga Mart Dungeon, all of his abilities increased dramatically. Is she going to use a bomb? At this point, Jin Hyuk was curious if she could use mana bombs. Navigators were weak in terms of their own abilities, but skilled in creating traps, bombs, and other things. Jin Hyuk's heart was beating faster. I wonder how powerful it would be. Boom! An explosion occurred. Wow, she actually used a bomb. Its power was enough to kill players below level 30. Not bad. Should I try it without using the Broadcaster's Barrier? Jin Hyuk thought about it, but then he realized that he was currently live streaming. He needed to focus on his main job during the weekdays. I am really not a suspicious person. I am actually a streamer. The bomb, sometimes also used like a smoke bomb, obscured Jin Hyeok's vision. Meanwhile, Sa-Irin seemed to be trying to escape from this place. LV49/Pathfinder/Skills/12 Secret Passages. Regardless of the smoke, his broadcaster's clairvoyance accurately pinpointed her location. He took a few steps to the side and accurately grabbed Sa-Irin's wrist. She immediately tried to attack him. I'm so proud of her. This is the proper way to handle a suspicious person who suddenly approaches. She's following the basics. Jin Hyeok felt good to see her executing this move that she seemed to have learned in her early stages of play. However, apart from that, Jin Hyeok needed her right now. No wonder you are not ranked first, Jin Hyeok said. What did you say to me? This always made the rankers angry. I saw that you were surpassed by Mole Man. For reference, Mole Man was Haseungjo's player name. Sa-Irin stared at him in silence. #I'm going to kill him. #I'm already annoyed enough. #how should I kill him? If she had just stopped at being annoyed, Jin Hyeok would have been disappointed. It was only when the thought of how should I kill him followed that he could consider it the normal thought process of a ranker. This was a special situation inside the dungeon, and external factors that created such variables were usually eliminated. You see this? Do you see the mark on my right wrist? This is the mark of all clear. Jin Hyeok assumed Sa-Irin did not know about all clear. However, with the innate intuition of a navigator, she should have some understanding that it was something remarkable. In fact, Sa-Irin had mentioned it like this in Jin Hyeok's previous life. The moment I saw the mark of all clear, it felt like my heart had stopped. It was as if I was encountering a beauty that did not exist in this world and my eyes were blinded by it. A navigator of her caliber would instinctively sense the mark of all clear. And sure enough, she just stood still as if turned into a stone. #what is incredible beauty? #I feel like my eyes are blinded. Jin Hyeok quickly spoke. This is the achievement given when you perfectly conquer everything in the dungeon. It is the mark of all clear, symbolizing that I have cleared everything in this dungeon. How can I obtain it? Jin Hyeok could clearly see the madness forming in Sa-Irin's eyes. The true potential to rise to become the top ranker. There is a hidden third floor here, Jin Hyeok said. You're lying? A third floor? If you want, I can show you. Sa-Irin pondered deeply. #I want to see it. #I want to know. #I want to explore. #but at what cost? #fool me twice. Jin Hyeok did not know the details, but it seemed she recently fell into big trouble by being deceived by some players. However, it was not a big deal for navigators since such incidents happened to them frequently. The second floor has the boss monster and the third floor has the hidden boss monster. And it's actually unnamed. Jin Hyeok knew very well that she was going to follow him in the end. As expected, she followed him and Jin Hyeok showed her the third floor. Wow, there actually is a field on the third floor. It was a place he had visited before. It was a field adorned with photographs of the mighty King Fist monkeys. As soon as they arrived here, Sa-Irin began various preparations. What are you doing? Jin Hyeok asked. Setting up a shelter. She was creating some kind of safe zone. However, Jin Hyeok knew there were no traps on the third floor. This is a bit disappointing. If she were the Han Sa-Irin from before his regression, she would have concluded that this was a safe place at a glance. Jin Hyeok took a moment to observe what she was doing. She had created various safe zones all around and even generated hiding places where a navigator could take cover. It seemed like she had already planned escape routes. Watching her excessively cling to safety, Jin Hyeok could recall something she had said in his past life. In the past, I was obsessed with safety to an extreme degree. It brought me a high success rate in missions, but it wasn't very efficient. I thought that was the right path. I, as a navigator, believed that was what it took to go up the ranks. But watching you, Jin Hyeok, I feel like I have learned a lot. That in order to reach the highest rank, sometimes you have to take on even greater risks. Players could safely climb to a moderately high rank. However, to reach truly great heights, they could not rely on safe methods. Ultimately, it required gambling and taking on numerous risks. What didn't kill me ultimately made me stronger. That was something Sa-Irin had said to Jin Hyeok about a year after joining his party before regression. Since then, she had shown rapid growth, so Jin Hyeok had good memories of it coming to mind. Feeling a sense of pity, he offered some advice. If you're so obsessed with safety, you will never reach the top rank. What? If it was the Mole Man, he would have gone straight to that door right there. Why are you acting so excessively cautious as if there is some great danger here? What the hell are you talking about? You can say that because you've been here before, but this is my first time. I need to be prepared for any danger. Jin Hyeok pointed at his own eyes. Do you see that my eyes are red? Yes, I can see that. I am a streamer, and I use the skill called Broadcaster's True Sight. Jin Hyeok said Broadcaster's True Sight because he wanted to hide the fact that he had Broadcaster's Clairvoyance, as it seemed he was the only player with the skill. This is a famous skill, so I am assuming you have a rough idea of what it does, Jin Hyeok said. What are you trying to say? When I look at this place, I see no danger here. With my streamer skill, I can assess everything at once. Why can't you do the same? Aren't you a navigator? Jin Hyeok sincerely gave her advice. If you focus too much on safety, you won't reach where you want to be. She would eventually realize it on her own, but it wouldn't hurt to tell her beforehand. Whether she immediately agreed with him or not was not that important. In the end, Jin Haitiok showed her the hidden boss monster, King Fist Alexander, and gained a certain level of trust. So doing all this and that, you get this mark of all clear, hey? Get off of me. Every time Jin Haitiok showed her the mark of the all clear when he explained to her how to obtain it, Sairin's eyes became hazy looking at it. At one point, she even tried to rush at him and bite his wrist. Jin Haitiok was delighted by her craziness. This is the Han Sairin that I know. Her determination and obsession with all clear were her identity and the driving force behind her growth. I won't ask you to join our party. We need a capable navigator for now, so let's form a temporary partnership, Jin Haitiok said. He knew her personality well. She was the kind of person who would not do something that she didn't like even if it meant her own death. However, this method always worked on her. If you refuse, I am going to ask Mole Man, Jin Haitiok said. He subtly showed her the mark of all clear. It carried a lot of meaning. It showed that Jin Haitiok acquired this without a navigator and that he could achieve a lot more with a capable navigator. It meant that he could acquire another mark of all clear, which would widen the gap between Sairin and Mole Man. Hashtag let's not get fooled. Hashtag what kind of trick does he have up his sleeve? Hashtag this is not my first rodeo. Hashtag there are no police inside dungeons. It was strange how these rational thoughts of hers felt so familiar and comforting. It was clear that she was on the brink of partnering up with Jin Haitiok's party. Well, being second is still a great feat. There was nothing more humiliating than telling someone who desired to be first in the rankings that being second was good enough. He knew this too well from his own experience. Hashtag I don't care anymore. Hashtag give me the mark of all clear. Let's do it. When, where, and what do I need to do? Sairin said. It worked. We are going to defeat a mobile boss monster. A mobile boss monster? I had no idea such a thing existed. Sairin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jin Haitiok could not help but feel excited by her vivid reaction. Yes, this is a boss monster that moves around, focusing on explored dungeons. Its name is Arachne. My party is going to kill it. It seems like we will need a good navigator. Well, it's somewhat intriguing. Her tone and expression were quite different from what she was saying. The widening of her nostrils showed that she was already thrilled. I'm in. Hashtag please, take me with you. Hashtag I will do my best. Should I have just suggested going together to defeat the mobile boss monster from the beginning? Keel firmly rubbed his temples. Assistant Manager Searchin, why would you grant access to the location information? Don't you know that is a controversial matter? Keel asked. SSB was a video platform integrated with LTube that also provided numerous conveniences for players. Player registration information was no exception. This was linked to the ranking board, allowing access to the personal information of top-ranked players. And Searchin granted access to location information as well. But there are many servers that allow it, Searchin said. The ratio of that is 3 to 7. See, there are 7 servers, out of every 10 servers, that allow it. Keel gritted his teeth and replied, there are only 3 servers, out of every 10 servers, that allow it? We looked at the same statistical data. I don't know why you remember it differently. We just saw it yesterday. Ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? The provision of abundant information means an exchange of numerous pieces of information, and an active exchange of information leads to more proactive play. We are about to witness a server filled with passion? Isn't that beautiful? A world filled with passion. It was a world that Keel despised. I don't think we're getting along, Assistant Manager. Those words greatly surprised Searchin. I thought we got along pretty well. Keel was about to ask Searchin how Searchin saw it that way, but he stopped himself. He knew Searchin would interpret and hear things in Searchin's own way anyway. Searchin lightly pat Keel's back. You're quite shy, aren't you? I understand how you feel. Ha ha ha. You know that it's going to be a pain in the ass if the exposure of information leads to unnecessary crimes among players, right? Don't worry. Just because such a system exists doesn't mean there will be crazy people who will immediately exploit it. At the mention of crazy people, Keel immediately thought of Kim Chulsu. However, he quickly erased that face from his mind. He knew anything associated with Chulsu would require a lot of work. Just thinking about Chulsu gave Keel the chills. Don't worry, nothing will happen for the time being, Searchin said. Keel also nodded. I just hope I won't be here when it's time to take care of those issues. I'll just let the other workers handle them. That was Keel's plan. Cha Jin Haitiok returned home and lay on his bed. He tried not to pay much attention to it, but it kept bothering him. Broadcaster's clairvoyance could read the opponent's conditions. This ability often had a greater effect than he expected. It was particularly pronounced when the opponent's mental strength or level was significantly lower than Jin Haitiok's, or when the opponent experienced intense emotions. So I can read other people's memories. Jin Haitiok felt like he could read other people's memories. It was the first time he experienced such a feeling. It looks like Han Sairin got stabbed in the back by Go Duhaiyan. As freelancers, Sairin and her father formed a party as navigators and conducted a dungeon clear in collaboration with Duhaiyan's party. Toward the end of the dungeon, Duhaiyan used a skill to smack Sairin's father from behind. Her father fell, bleeding. What the hell are you doing? Sairin asked. Duhaiyan did this so that his party could get more rewards from the dungeon clear. The reward will be evenly distributed based on the number of survivors in the clear zone. Clear reward, 30 million dias. Number of survivors in the clear zone, 12. Du Haiyan's party seemed to have decided to eliminate Seirin and her father. Just think of it as being unlucky. Du Haiyan's party also incapacitated Seirin. However, he eventually changed his mind about killing Seirin and her father. It was because the streamer in his party stopped him. Hyung, they gave us a mission to keep them alive outside the clear zone. The mission is worth 300,000 dias. Is that so? As time passed, the monsters in the dungeon would respawn. The perverted being who gave them the mission probably wanted to see the monsters tear Seirin and her father apart. I think we should just tie them to that tree. Okay, let's do that. Du Haiyan's party bound Seirin and her father together and then tied them to a tree. Since she is going to die anyway, can we have some fun with her? We don't have time. I am not going to risk the 30 million dias. Hurry up, let's get out of here. The 10 party members, with a hint of regret, clicked their tongues. And so, Seirin and her father were abandoned there. However, Seirin wasn't really unconscious and she somehow managed to escape. I really want to kill that bastard, Jin Hyeok murmured without realizing it. Jin Hyeok's old party members were comrades who had gone through great ordeals together and were like brothers and sisters. The memories of exploring dungeons and staying up all night for days were still vivid. He should be grateful that I've become a better person. If this was the past, i.e. before his regression, Jin Hyeok would have annihilated them without question. However, the situation was different now. Seirin did not ask for help, and Jin Hyeok knew that the Han Seirin before the regression and the Han Seirin after the regression were not the same person. I should at least know where this bastard is. Fortunately, the SSP website had been opened, and Jin Hyeok knew Du Haiyan was likely to be ranked quite high. He is probably in the chi manipulating class. Among the numerous classes, there existed the chi manipulating class. It was a class that processed mana into a certain form and utilized it like martial arts. The class felt closer to a martial arts type mage. Chi manipulating class. First Shadow Man. Ah, that's him. As soon as Jin Hyeok saw it, he remembered that Du Haiyan's player name was Shadow Man. Wait, he is the first in the chi manipulating class. The Go Du Haiyan he remembered was not such a powerful villain. He was just a mediocre player, but at this point in time, he was ranked first in that class. He was probably one of those players who were powerful in early stages, but then became irrelevant later on. I wonder where he could be. Jin Hyeok paid Dias to obtain Du Haiyan's location information. Oh, current location, unavailable. Last login record, 3 days ago. Hapyeong Station Exit 1. Okay, so 3 days ago, he was at Hapyeong Station Exit 1. In the early stages, it was rare for a dungeon clear to take 3 days unless it was a complex labyrinth-type dungeon that required a long time to clear. It seems like our destination is exactly the same. Jin Hyeok might even meet Du Haiyan inside the dungeon. Jin Hyeok smiled. Jin Hyeok introduced Seirin to his party members. She is our new navigator who will be joining our party for this content. They exchanged brief greetings. I am Seo Jisoo, and this is my sister, Seo Jia. We are known as the Shadow Sisters. Nice to meet you, Shadow Sisters. Seirin was quite surprised. The Shadow Sisters occupied the 18th and 19th spots in the rankings for the assassin class. The ranking board displayed up to the top 20. In other words, they were among the top-ranking players in their classes. This party has 2 top-ranking players within the top 20. Is such a party possible? Seirin thought. Jin Hyeok carefully observed Seirin's reaction, and he misinterpreted it. It seems like she is surprised by the low rankings of the Seo sisters, Jin Hyeok thought. He wanted to explain that their approach was different from those who simply focused on leveling up, as his team had accumulated diverse and practical combat experience. However, Jin Hyeok found it awkward to elaborate on that. You are ranked pretty high, Seirin commented. Jin Hyeok raised an eyebrow in response. Is she being sarcastic? When Jin Hyeok said Seirin was only ranked 2nd, she was so angry at him, but right now she was praising another player for being in the 18th place. I am Mok Jae Hyein, and my player name is, Jae Hyein's voice became much quieter. Is loser. And I am, the tank for the party. I see, Seirin replied. Her eyes widened again. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jin Hyeok used broadcaster's clairvoyance to read Seirin's status message. Hashtag who is this guy? Hashtag he is ranked 9th in ability class? Hashtag this guy is also highly ranked. Surprisingly, Seirin was sincere. That's right. She was always lenient toward others and strict with herself. Jin Hyeok realized she was someone who considered others being ranked 20th as excellent, despite feeling humiliated by her own ranking of 2nd place. As for me, I am Kim Jong Hyein. My player name is Flaming Fist of Cheongdam Dong. I am a damage dealer and also a sub-tank for the party. Hashtag what? Hashtag ranked 4th? Hashtag is this for real? Hashtag what kind of party is this? My name is Cha Jin Sol. My player name is hashtag ranked 7th? Hashtag ranked 7th in the healer class? Hashtag this party is insane. From Seirin's point of view, this party had an unusual composition. Though not large in scale, all the party members were top-ranked players on the ranking board. What is your player name? Seirin asked Jin Hyeok. Oh, I almost forgot. My player name is Kim Chulsu. That's an interesting player name. You think this is interesting? Jin Hyeok raised an eyebrow. This is the most ordinary player name in the world after Kim Pyongbyum. Jin Hyuk was slightly disappointed. Although his standards for Sairin were already quite low, she was slower than he thought in finding the entrance. Nov. L. B //JNN. The party was at Hapyeong Station Exit 1. Jin Hyuk deliberately refrained from using broadcaster's clairvoyance. If he used it, he would have easily found the entrance, and Sairin would have been disappointed. Are you sure a dungeon was created at Hapyeong Station Exit 1? She spoke to him, as if sulking. Yes, I'm sure. It took her almost 30 minutes. If it were back in the old pre-regression days, it wouldn't have taken her more than 3 minutes. I miss that old Han Sairin so much. I found it. Just wait a moment. I need to activate the entrance properly. Okay, got it. Before he knew it, Sairin succeeded in activating the entrance of the dungeon. The entrance to Hapyeong Station Exit 1 dungeon appeared before everyone's eyes. Alright, I'm going to start the live stream now. It looked like Jae Hyeon's body was trembling slightly in fear. So, do I have to go in first? Jae Hyeon asked. Since we have a navigator now, I think she should go in first. Jae Hyeon seemed visibly relieved. They entered the dungeon. It was a labyrinth-type dungeon with vegetation much taller than a person. It was Jin Hyuk's first time entering personally, but he had encountered it a few times on paper. He started the live stream in his own way. This is a place filled with bushes much taller than a person. And it also looks like a maze. But now that our party has a navigator, this kind of maze should be a piece of cake. Following Sairin's guidance, they started walking through the maze. There are traces of someone being here. Jin Hyuk looked at the remnants of a campfire. Yeah, someone passed by here about 3 days ago, Sairin said. How do you know it was 3 days ago? Jin Hyuk already knew the answer, but he still asked, as if he found it interesting. In response, Sairin pointed at her temple and said, trace detection. It's one of the skills for navigators. Hashtag how do you like that? Hashtag this is what I can do. Hashtag aka Pathfinder. I didn't actually ask because I didn't know. Jin Hyuk asked to provide information to the viewers, and it was a little ridiculous that she was this happy to show off. But she is definitely impressive. They were gradually closing the distance with the team that entered this dungeon before them. They stayed here about an hour ago. The other team, probably Go Do Hyeon's team, took 3 days to get this far, but Jin Hyuk's party arrived here in just a few hours. If we're lucky, we might run into them. In the distance, the sound of a battle could be heard. Jin Hyuk turned on the live stream that he had momentarily turned off. It seems like the boring part is almost over. We are entering the area where monsters appear, so I will resume the live stream. They moved toward the direction where the sound was coming from. Oh, a wide space suddenly appeared. There was a fierce battle between a monster riding a horse and players. The monster is called Skeleton Cavalry. It is level 51. It is very agile, considering it is riding a horse. The battle seems to be quite intense. Jin Hyuk carefully looked around and continued the live stream as usual. Oh, there is an incredibly large crystal in the middle. Clear crystal 1/1. It seems like if that thing is broken, the dungeon will be cleared. My god, the difficulty of the dungeon is really low. It only took a navigator that was ranked second, not first, only a couple of hours to find the place where the clear crystal appeared. An urgent voice could be heard. Break that thing. Now, what are you doing? Break it. There were about 10 players engaged in the battle. Half of them were fighting the monster, while the other half were trying to break the clear crystal. Loser, I need you to protect the crystal, Jin Hyuk said. What? Protect the crystal? And not the players. If that thing breaks, Arachne will disappear. Jae Hyeon followed his instructions and activated the wood fortress. The players attacking the clear crystal shouted. What the fuck? Who the hell did this? Jin Hyuk asked the Seo sisters. You can handle that monster, right? It is fighting the other players, so I think you two can easily attack from behind. We'll give it a try. The skeleton cavalry was at the same level as the black-brown bear they faced in Heirai Art Valley. However, that black-brown bear had received a darkness buff and had tough skin. This monster was much easier for the Seo sisters to deal with. Still, my party is much stronger than the other party. His party risked their lives in dungeons, so Jin Hyuk knew they were much stronger. Seeing this kind of improvement made him feel proud. Although the Seo sisters suffered minor injuries, they were able to defeat the skeleton cavalry without much difficulty. We have defeated the skeleton cavalry. Oh, look, the other players are approaching us. I suppose they want to express their gratitude. One of the men approaching Jin Hyuk came into view. LV50/Shadowman/Devious Chi Manipulator/Skills/Master of Backstabbing. Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting Du Hyeon in a palace like this. It was quite amazing. Although Jin Hyuk did not chase after him, now that they have met, Jin Hyuk decided not to leave him alone. I wonder what he is going to say. However, Du Hyeon's reaction was more polite than Jin Hyuk expected. Are you guys here to steal our reward? Go Du Hyeon asked. It was a surprisingly sensible question. If I were them, I would have been really pissed off. Jin Hyuk would have been well and truly pissed off if another party suddenly interfered while he was in the middle of fighting a strong monster, especially when the other party then proceeded to snatch the last hit. Jin Hyuk hesitated for a moment, which gave Du Hyeon some confidence. I asked if you were here trying to steal my party's reward. Why aren't you answering? Du Hyeon asked again. Du Haiyan was not in the wrong, but Jin Hyeok did not care. Do you want to get beaten up to the point of wanting to die? Or do you want to get hit to the point of not wanting to live? Jin Hyeok asked. What did you just say? I can't overlook such deceitful actions. I mean, you can at least try to overlook it. Are you trying to pick a fight? What do you mean? I'm speaking very politely. Do you think saying that politely makes any difference? Jin Hyeok did not understand why Du Haiyan did not believe him. If Jin Hyeok really wanted to pick a fight, he would have swung his sword at him without hesitation. Maybe I should just kill him. While he was contemplating, Du Haiyan noticed Han Sae-rin. Wait, I know you. Du Haiyan's expression brightened as he recognized a familiar face. Hashtag it's that bitch from back then, right? Hashtag she is alive. Do you remember when we saved you back then? Du Haiyan shamelessly asked. Saved? Me? We did save you. Don't you remember? We wanted to have some fun with you but decided not to. I can't believe you don't remember us. Sae-rin clenched her fist. If it were her old self from Jin Hyeok's previous life, she would have kicked him between the legs right away. The Han Sae-rin of this period was quite docile. Tell your boss here that this place belongs to us. Tell him that we won't tolerate any stealing, Du Haiyan said to Sae-rin. Wait, but I'm the boss. Who the hell is he talking about? Jin Hyeok followed Du Haiyan's gaze and realized he was looking at Kim Jong Haiyan. Really? Do I look weaker than Jong Haiyan? I guess I have to kill Du Haiyan after all. First, Jin Hyeok turned off his live stream. It was well known that live streams with content that was too gruesome were not well received by the viewers. Jin Hyeok pulled Sae-rin back and said to Du Haiyan, I think you guys need to die. What? Du Haiyan chuckled as if he found it absurd. About 10 players led by him clenched their weapons. Seo Jia, who was always quiet but quick on her feet, swiftly moved and slit the throat of one of the 10 players. Arg. The player died instantly. He was the other party's streamer. Now there won't be any evidence left, Jin Hyeok said while smiling. He took out a long sword from his inventory. Hey, guys, you don't need to help me. Just stay there and watch me. Cha Jin-sol tried to say, but could not continue her words. In that instant, her brother seemed different, like he was someone else. Even though he was her older brother, Jin Hyeok looked somewhat intimidating in Jin-sol's eyes. Ironically, the biggest coward, Mok Jae Hyein, took a step forward. Hyung, I will fight with you. Forget it. Stay out of it. Du Haiyan clenched his lips tightly. You cowardly bastards. Du Haiyan shouted. Jin Hyeok did not respond. As a wise man once said, a fist was faster than words, and a sword was faster than a fist. Jin Hyeok swung his sword. His sword left an afterimage as it slashed something. Schwack. Blood sprayed out. One guy down. Thunk. A round object rolled on the ground. It was the head of Du Haiyan, who was standing closest to Jin Hyeok. The chi manipulator, who was at level 50, could not even put up a decent fight against Jin Hyeok and died instantly. Even Jin Hyeok himself was caught by surprise at how easy it was to kill Du Haiyan. It was just too easy. I kindly warned you that I was going to kill you, so why didn't you run away? Jin Hyeok could not understand. You fucking bastard. A martial artist class player rushed toward Jin Hyeok. Just like in bullfighting, Jin Hyeok skillfully evaded his attack. At the same time, another player swung his sword at Jin Hyeok. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. 0.8x speed. The players' bodies momentarily slowed down. What's going on? Jin Hyeok passed by the slowed down players and stood in front of another man. LV44/yes man/noble cleric/skills/dash. This guy is one of the guys who asked if he could have some fun with Sae-rin. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok was annoyed again. Do you think you can hide the fact that you are a healer just by wielding a weapon? N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes man wielded a dagger as soon as the battle started. It was in an attempt to conceal his job as a healer, but it did not work on Jin Hyeok. You have used the skill Sharper Spirit. With a single sword strike, Yes man's head rolled on the ground. At the same time, someone shot an arrow toward Jin Hyeok. The arrow, filled with crimson mana, was aimed at his back. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. By using Broadcaster's Barrier, he deflected the arrow. Then Jin Hyeok thrust his sword into the back of the martial artist class player who first attacked him. Stab. Jin Hyeok's sword pierced through his body. Although the martial artist class player had a sturdy defense, it was not enough to block Jin Hyeok's sword. Cook. The martial artist class player fell to one knee. Cough. Blood spewed from his mouth. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok was holding a dagger in his hand. Stab. He plunged the dagger into the martial artist class player's neck. The martial artist class player fell to the ground, convulsed, and then died. Who's next? Does anyone want to die? Show of hands. At this point, the surviving players retreated, taking steps back. They completely lost their morale. One of the players screamed and ran away, shouting in fear. Jin Hyeok did not bother to chase after him. This place was a labyrinth-type dungeon, and without a navigator, a competent class player could not survive alone. That guy was an accomplice. Those 10 players were all guilty. Should I kill the others too? Jin Hyeok asked Sae-rin. If there is anyone who needs to be spared, let me know. I have never seen that man before, Sae-rin said, pointing at a certain man. I see. Jin Hyeok thought he could kill them all since there were exactly 10. but it seemed one of them was innocent. This one seemed to be a freelance navigator who was hired for this dungeon. Hashtag what the hell is going on? Hashtag why is this happening? Hashtag fuck, am I going to die? Yeah, that's the normal reaction. Most of the other players had status messages saying things like I'm innocent or this is so unfair. If they were truly innocent, they would be confused and angry. I almost killed him by mistake. Well, since I didn't, it's fine. The navigator's face turned pale. Meanwhile, the others scattered and fled toward the maze without any plan. They entered the maze without any precautions. They won't last long before they die. Jin Hyuk turned around and his party members were all staring at him, standing there frozen. What's wrong with you all? Jinsol approached him, shaking her head. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped Jin Hyuk's face. Let's clean up the blood and talk, okay? Jinsol said. Of course, I've got blood on me. I just killed 3 people. Without responding to his words, Jinsol wiped his arms with the handkerchief. Appa, why did you kill those people? Jinsol asked. Because they were ugly. Stop joking around. Jin Hyuk did not feel the need to explain the reasons. To do that, he would have to bring up Sae-Rin's past. However, Sae-Rin spoke up, I think it's because of me. Hey, we don't have to talk about it. Sae-Rin was already a famous navigator, and how pathetic would it be for her to be betrayed by those scumbags? She was enduring such humiliation by just talking about it. She was so different from the Han Sae-Rin of his previous life, who would never have spoken up. So, to sum up, this is probably why all this happened. But I am also curious why you went to such lengths for my sake. I never asked you to kill them. She seemed somewhat conflicted. She seemed to derive some pleasure from their deaths but also felt disgusted by herself for feeling that way. And she seemed to be curious as to why Jin Hyuk had gone this far. Jin Hyuk presented his reasoning. Players like those scumbags should be controlled by society. Otherwise, law and order will be shaken from the core. I did not kill them for you specifically, but to uphold a healthy order, wielding the sword of justice. Jinsol laughed exaggeratedly at his statement. Ha ha ha, you did great, Appa. I always believed that you had your reasons. Jin Hyuk knew she was lying. Jin Hyuk saw that she was looking at him with those scared eyes earlier. Only Jia understood his intentions and moved quickly. Come to think of it, he was grateful to Jia. I thought the same, Appa. Good job. Jisoo chimed in. Hashtag he's so sexy. Hashtag a heroine chic. 1. Jin Hyuk decided to stop looking at it and turned his livestream back on. There was a conflict between our party and the party that was here before us. There was a battle, and our party emerged victorious. We fought hard together and achieved victory. 3 enemies were killed, 1 was captured, and the rest escaped. You can say that we were lucky. Right now, he was not Kim Pyongbyum but Kim Chulsu. He lied and said that the party fought together. The other members seemed a bit bewildered, but their expressions were not captured on screen. Simply breaking that crystal won't make it easy to locate Arachne's whereabouts. Jin Hyuk focused the camera on Han Sae-Rin. What do you think we should do to find the mobile boss monster Arachne that is hiding somewhere here? Well, Sae-Rin cautiously spoke up. Jin Hyuk thought it would take some time, but it seemed like she already found out. It seems like there are clues right here. Sae-Rin pointed at the clear crystal, which had turned red. Huh? The color of the clear crystal had changed. Sae-Rin continued to talk. There are several conditions that require the death of people to activate, but that has been resolved, so we do not need to know the details anymore. Sae-Rin touched the clear crystal with her hand. While mumbling something that sounded like the name of a skill, she touched the clear crystal here and there. Jin Hyuk deliberately did not use the broadcaster's clairvoyance because the answer would appear too clear and specific. Suddenly, there was a vibration. Thud. Chains sprouted from the empty space around the clear crystal and tightly bound it. In the center, a giant lock made of steel appeared. If we unlock this, the hidden stage will open, Sae-Rin said in a confident manner. She seemed very confident as if she had already forgotten about earlier events and fully regained her self-assurance. She was quite a crazy person, after all. But I think we need to think for a while about how to unlock this. Hey, what's with that face? It was all because of me that we were able to discover the secret and activate the conditions so quickly. Sae-Rin said. How long do you think it will take to unlock it? Well, that's something we will only know once we try. But it's securely bound. The conditions are too complex, so it won't be quick. I feel like I could solve it pretty quickly, Jin Hyuk thought. 1. The second hashtag in the Ross is, referring to the aesthetic that celebrates the beauty in bad things. But it also refers to the special place the idea holds in contemporary Korean aesthetics, especially in Korean photography and Instagram. The existing networks on Earth and the SSP had started to gradually be interconnected. What is this unidentified and unknown system called the SSP? What is the SSP? Although still limited, connections with other servers were also possible. The system's largest community server, Nerver, began to interconnect with Earth's websites, and some of its features were activated in the Korean region. A new minor gallery won for the Korean region. The SSP had penetrated into the internet network. Not everyone could use the SSP. Keel, GM number 3 of Sidamungu, made an announcement. Based on the system's review, the proportion of early adopters in the Korean region is significantly higher compared to other regions. Among the various regions on the Earth server, the SSP will be interconnected with the Korean region first for a trial operation. Through a random drawing, 3,000 Korean region users will be granted priority access. The access is currently limited, but it will be open to all users in the future. Users from other servers flocked to the Korean region minor gallery. Assistant Manager Searchin, it's an emergency, Keel said. What is it? We just opened the minor gallery, and the concurrent users have exceeded 8,000. At this rate, the server will crash within 5 minutes. That's why I told you to secure enough server capacity. But you didn't even give me enough time to do that. Keel clenched his fist tightly. For now, we will impose a user limit. The server won't be able to handle it like this, Keel said. After restricting the total number of active users to 5,000, he forcibly adjusted the entry of users from other servers to 1,000. Keel let out a deep sigh. He could not understand why there was so much attention on this remote open beta server. With all this attention, the workload would increase. He had already been forced to work overtime for the past 11 days, in a row, and it seemed today won't be any different. Damn it. This project is going to be a huge success. Searchin chuckled. The Korean region minor gallery was a system community derived from an existing site in Korea. Anonymous too, holy shit, there are so many posts up already. There were many different rumors circulating. Anonymous, idiots on Earth, be aware. After 5 months, the open beta service will be over, and you will all be crushed by the power of the mighty planet Hamas. Anonymous, but why is the minor gallery so popular? Anonymous, did you get on this community without even knowing this? LOL. Anonymous, get this finger princess 3 out of here? There were posts with an unusually high number of comments. Posts that received many likes were categorized separately as trending posts. Kim Chul-soo's true identity was revealed. 92. The number at the end indicated the number of comments on that post. As soon as the name Kim Chul-soo was mentioned in the title, the number of comments would typically be close to 100. Considering that other posts rarely had more than 10 comments, it was quite an abnormal phenomenon. No doubt, Kim Chul-soo's party annihilated them all. 110. Currently, the most trending post was about whether Kim Chul-soo's party had wiped out a group of players. No doubt, Kim Chul-soo's party annihilated them all. Anonymous, look at this wannabe expert. There is no sign of a battle. What the hell are you talking about? Anonymous, with that little evidence, that means 1 or 2 of them wiped out the entire party. Do you think that's possible? Anonymous, I bet they just fell into a trap. The mainstream opinion was that it did not make sense for Kim Chul-soo's party to have completely wiped out Go Do-hyeon's party. Anonymous, if they died from the trap, why did only the players from Do-hyeon's party die? Anonymous, no, you idiot, there is no sign of a battle. Anonymous, there wasn't even a drop of blood on the other members of Chul-soo's party. Anonymous, how can you even assume there was a battle? You keyboard warriors who didn't even experience a single minute of play have no sense of reality. Among them, there was a fairly well-known user from Nerver, Myruryuk 4. Myruryuk, if we assume that a battle took place between the two parties, the only possibility is that Chul-soo, streamer, alone killed those 3 and made the rest flee. Are there any plebs who believe that is possible? Anonymous, hey, isn't this the famous troll from Nerver? Myruryuk, from my power of knowledge, your mind seems to be clouded. In any case, if the current situation was indeed a result of a battle, a somewhat absurd assumption that a streamer single-handedly annihilated a party of nearly 10 players had to be established. Anonymous, to make that possible in the Earth server, that person has to be at the level of the Sword Master. Sword Master was what people called the mysterious figure who disappeared after defeating the Flying Toad. If it was not him, it was impossible. Anonymous, so enough about that. What the hell are they doing? Anonymous, they're unsealing the clear crystal in order to battle the mobile boss monster. The chat for Chul-soo's livestream was completely blocked, and there were already nearly 20,000 viewers who wanted to communicate in there. Already thirsty for some chats, the Korean region minor gallery became their only way of communication. Anonymous, I can't believe that even this place has a user limit. The SSB's connection to Earth's network happened much faster and earlier than anticipated, and this was what the GMS had come up with as a solution. However, it only made the viewers thirstier. Anonymous, that person seems to be quite a skilled navigator. Myruryuk, from my power of knowledge, she is the second-ranked navigator in the Korean region. Anonymous, yeah, hallelujah. Viewers from other servers who were longing for communication flooded the discussions about Chul-soo. Anonymous, is this the Korean region minor gallery, or is it the Kim Chul-soo minor gallery? Anonymous, shut the hell up. Is there anyone else worth watching in this shitty-ass server? Anonymous, I just asked because I was genuinely curious. Why the hell are you swearing at me? Anonymous, sorry. The name Kim Chul-soo filled the Korean region minor gallery. Other discussions were buried under the name Kim Chul-soo. Korean users who were new to the SSB knew very little about Kim Chul-soo. Who the hell is Kim Chul-soo? Why is there such a commotion about him? Integration with LTube had not happened yet. Korean users had very limited information about Kim Chul-soo. Due to the limited information, they started searching Kim Chul-soo on search engines. Although Kim Chul-soo appeared on trending topics, it was such a common name that no significant information came up. Cha Jin-hyeok was a little surprised. When did Han Sae-rin pick that up? She had to have looted hidden items on the way here. In fact, Jin Hyeok knew about them through the broadcaster's clairvoyance, but he did not bother picking them up. There were always so many hidden things in a dungeon, and if he were to pick up every single one of them, he would actually be slowing himself down instead, which would have resulted in him taking a much longer time to clear the dungeon. Most of the things players picked up were close to garbage. It took wisdom to only pick up what they really needed, and Seirin had a special talent for instinctively distinguishing that. About 30 minutes had passed. Beads of sweat were forming on Seirin's forehead. "Do you see it?" she said. The lock was wobbling. It was almost about to unlock. "Oh, I see it." Jin Hyuk started to get anxious. The lock was wobbling, but it had not been fully unlocked yet. "Will it take long?" Jin Hyuk asked. "Hey, I'm actually going pretty fast. I see n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Jin Hyuk had to admit she was right. It usually took 3 days to unlock something like that. She looted all the miscellaneous items that Jin Hyuk did not pay attention to and used them to unlock the clear crystal. It was true that she was doing her best as a navigator, and that this was the proper way to proceed. But, I am live streaming right now. If Jin Hyuk was a streamer like Egan Paul, who could create exceptional storylines with exceptional directing, it might not be a problem. However, in his honest opinion, he was not such an exceptional streamer. His strength lay in a fast progression based on his knowledge of the future. It was his strategy as a streamer with limited talent to secure third place. Damn it. I started the live stream too early. Usually, when it was about 98% complete or when the end was in sight, that was when the time went by the slowest. #almost done? #this is making me frustrated? #what's the last step? Jin Hyuk was right. For reference, Jin Hyuk was applying his second identity and only showed what he wanted to show on the live stream. He was not broadcasting the thoughts of his party members because he thought it would not have the same impact if he revealed everything they were thinking about. "Now, I am going to try and have an interview with our hard-working navigator." Jin Hyuk approached Seirin. "Don't disturb me. I'm concentrating," Seirin exclaimed. "As expected, our navigator is working hard. I am so lucky to be able to meet such an amazing navigator. I am really fortunate." Jin Hyuk captured Seirin's beautiful and passionate appearance up close. And from an angle that wasn't captured on the screen, Jin Hyuk used the mystery toward the lock. "You have used the unleashing technique. Hey, it's unlocked." Seirin smiled brightly. Jin Hyun genuinely thought, wow, she is truly beautiful. Jin Hyuk believed that her smile was the most beautiful thing in the world. It was a smile she put on after a dedicated and focused play, and when she finally achieved what she set out to do, that expression was the most beautiful expression in the world. "You're truly beautiful," Jin Hyuk said sincerely. "What?" Seirin flinched. "What did you just say?" "No, don't worry about it. I'm in the middle of live streaming." "No, tell me. What did you say just now?" "I said you looked beautiful. Why are you spouting nonsense all of a sudden?" Seirin turned her head, seeming somewhat displeased. Jin Hyuk wondered why she always reacted like that when he expressed his genuine feelings, whether it was now or before regression. "I should stop using broadcaster's clairvoyance." In ordinary human relationships outside of dungeon play, Jin Hyuk tried his best not to rely on the skill too much. If he depended on it, he felt like his social skills kept deteriorating. Seo Jisoo approached him. "So, that's your type?" Jisoo asked. Jin Hyuk had no idea what she was talking about. "You just wait. In just 3 more years, I will become much sexier than her," Jisoo said. The chains broke, and Jin Hyuk's party members began breaking the clear crystal. Just before the crystal shattered, a red light burst forth from the cracked clear crystal. "You are now able to move to the hidden field Arachne's temporary residence. Do you wish to move to Arachne's temporary residence? The dungeon will still be cleared if you decide not to move." The system even kindly provided them with a warning. Statistically, the death rate when players of your current level range move to Arachne's temporary residence is 80%. Mok Jae-hyen's face stiffened. It seemed like he could not help it with his innate disposition. "Don't worry. I think we will be fine," Jin Hyuk said. That statistic represented all players. It did not distinguish between a player with a 1-star job and a player with 9-star job in the statistics. There was a world of difference between a player with 1-star job and a player with a 9-star job, even if they were at the same level. Of course, the number of players with a 9-star job was extremely small, and the number reflected in the statistics itself was very low. Considering all that, an 80% death rate is actually a very low death rate. It also did not even differentiate between the level grinders and actual players. In fact, the death rate was disappointingly low. The dungeons Jin Hyuk's party challenged before the regression had a statistical death rate of around 99.98%. Kim Jong-hyen was smiling faintly. Just as expected. Seirin was also the same. She was undoubtedly more excited than Jin Hyuk. She was already in a highly excited state, with adrenaline rushing through her. It seems like the Seo sisters are happy about it. Cha Jin-sol seemed to be okay with it too. Everyone was not afraid of new adventures and had a mental state of not being swayed by mere statistics of death rates. They were all solidifying their fundamentals. But Jae Hyuk seems a bit scared. Even though he might look scared, he was the kind of person who managed to fulfill his role somehow. "You are about to move to Arachne's temporary residence." All of them moved to Arachne's temporary residence. "We have arrived in a cave-type field. The path ahead was a long and straight tunnel where no crossroads were visible. There is a stench mixed in the wind. Sairin took the lead. It was convenient and comforting to have a party member who acted efficiently even without Jin Hyeok's command. He could focus more on his live streaming. Sairin, being an excellent navigator, even gave information to the party. This smell is the scent of rotting corpses. Arachne is said to be a spider-type monster, so it probably wraps its prey tightly with spider webs and keeps them stored. Jin Hyeok followed behind Sairin. She had discovered something. Look over there. It was the prey that she had mentioned. There were monsters and human corpses. They're all dead. They were Du Hyen's party members. They had to have fallen into traps while escaping the maze and ended up here. They have not been eaten yet, so it seems Arachne is not hungry at the moment. Intermittently, small spiders appeared on the walls and then vanished as if they were taken by an invisible wave. Arachne probably uses these spiders as scouts. It will learn that intruders have appeared in its precious food storage, Sairin continued to boast. Jin Hyeok saw Sairin smirk. She seemed to be enjoying this. I wonder how impressive a mobile boss monster can be, she said with a slightly excited voice. After a certain point, she stopped leading the way and stepped back. She stood behind Jae Hyen. I think my role ends here. Now, show yourself. The enchanting battle of the Crimson Light. It felt like Jin Hyeok was hearing voices, but he just thought it was his imagination. Step. Step. Jin Hyeok heard something approaching. It was a creature larger than a bull. Arachne, a spider-type monster with 8 legs, revealed itself. LV57/Arachne/skills. Wait. It's at a higher level than the Arachne I know. Will the party be able to handle it with their current abilities? I hope they can't. Then I have no choice but to turn off my live stream and join the fight. Wait, no. I shouldn't be thinking like this. The monster's level is really high. Let's fight with all our might. Jin Hyeok did not know what kind of impact this battle would have on him. A minor gallery is a subforum, kind of like a subreddit, dedicated to a specific topic for a large Korean forum website called DC Inside, kind of like Reddit. 2 The Raw says, This is used on DC Inside website, and people can post anonymously. 3 Finger Princess is an online slang used to describe users who don't do their own research and just ask other users to find the answers. 4 Myeryuk or is Mithreya, who is regarded as the future Buddha of this world in Buddhist eschatology. Arachne. It was a spider-type monster with a shimmering blue body that was much larger than a bull. It had 6 flickering red eyes on its head, and while it was not as imposing as the flying toad, it had its own sense of intimidation. Skills. 1 Biting fangs. 2 Spider web spray. 3 Hidden tentacles. It was at a higher level than the Arachne Cha Jin Hyeok knew of, and it even had a skill that he had never seen before. I've never seen that hidden tentacles skill before. Instantly, Jin Hyeok reflected on what he had just thought. It's natural not to know the opponent's skills in the first place. This was the reason why he did not want to get too accustomed to broadcasters' clairvoyance. It was natural to engage in combat without knowing the opponent's skills. Normally, players would learn while fighting, but if Jin Hyeok kept reading everything through broadcasters' clairvoyance, it felt like his battling ability was declining. He needed to be careful. Jae Hyen. Got it. Mock Jae Hyen was still frightened, but he took the lead and unleashed his wood fortress. He performed excellently in his role as a tank. Arachne had a split jaw and sharp teeth. The monster moved sideways along the wall, gnashing its teeth in midair. That's its skill, Jae Hyen, Jin Hyeok said. Jin Hyeok could see where the monster's skill was landing, but there was no time to explain each and every detail. I have no choice but to trust Jae Hyen's wood fortress. It was undeniable that Jae Hyen's proficiency in operating the wood fortress had greatly improved. Good. Right there. Tooth-shaped effects were generated around the wood fortress. Crunch. Crunch. It left tooth marks on the vines surrounding the wood fortress. Good job. That ability was the monster's long-ranged attack skill, Biting Fangs. Although the tooth marks varied slightly, the monster used a total of 3 Biting Fangs. Remember the feeling just now. You are an excellent tank, and you can definitely sense where it's attacking, Jin Hyeok told Jae Hyen. It should be known that just using the wood fortress alone could not completely circumvent Arachne's skills. Jae Hyen had to increase the intensity of his skill usage at specific areas where the monster's skill directly hit, and he did an excellent job in that task. I need you two to split up and approach from the left and the right, Jin Hyeok told the Seo sisters. Got it. Jin Hyeok purchased a laser pointer from the broadcaster's shop in order to indicate a more precise location to his party. Seo Jisoo tended to be overly enthusiastic and tended to hurry if Jin Hyeok did not indicate the exact path. Jisoo, I need you to follow the points I indicate with the laser. Jin Hyeok pointed out each point with the laser pointer. He could not create points as precise as an actual ruler, but he could mimic it to some extent. He started explaining to the viewers in his own way. I believe that this monster avoids close combat. All 3 of its skills are considered long-range attacks. Among them, the spider web spray can entangle its enemies. It can be a lethal attack for our agile party members who prioritize mobility. Jisoo moved following the points Jin Hyeok indicated. She looked like a flying squirrel. From looking at the monster's movements, I believe it will attack Jae Hyen with its main attack, Biting Fangs, while restraining our party members with its secondary attack, Spider Web Spray. Jisoo ran toward the next point. Broadcaster's clairvoyance kept Jin Hyeok informed about what was going on. Arachne used its skill Spider Web Spray. Squirt. The monster shot out its spider web. Jisoo, who was prepared in advance, quickly stepped to the side. Even though she was prepared, avoiding it completely was impossible. The spider web landed around her ankle. However, Jisoo calmly cut the web with her dagger. The cooldown for spider web spray is 12 seconds. Jia, I need you to approach the monster and stab its eyes. Jia ran toward the monster and stabbed her dagger into the monster's red eyes. Squirt! Green monster blood sprayed out. Just as I expected, the eyes seemed to be its weak point. Arachne swung its front legs toward Jia. She used her stealth skill and stuck to the wall, narrowly avoiding the monster's front legs. Zhang Haiyan, it's your turn now. The aggro was still focused on Jae Haiyan. With Jin Hyeok's party members adequately diverting its attention, it was not surprising to introduce Kim Zhang Haiyan, who had a bulky physique. Also, Zhang Haiyan had acquired a skill called Heavier Punch upon reaching level 50. I'm counting on you, Zhang Haiyan. Zhang Haiyan jumped high and swung his fist with mighty force toward Arachne, who was hanging on the wall. His fist was aimed at its red eyes. Bam! In midair, he swung his fist twice, popping 2 of Arachne's eyes. Squirt! Green blood sprayed out again. Meanwhile, the spider web spray skill, which had a cooldown of 12 seconds, was usable again. Jae Haiyan, extend the tree branches. Roger that. Jae Haiyan understood Jin Hyeok's words well. He extended one of the tree branches of the wood fortress to protect Zhang Haiyan. Arachne used its skill spider web spray. The spider web that targeted Zhang Haiyan tightly bound the tree branch instead of him. The tree branch that came into contact with the spider web could not overcome its toxicity and rotted away. Jae Haiyan severed the tree branch and created a new one. This is... Jin Hyeok didn't know if he should even think like this as a streamer. This is kind of fun. The Korean region minor gallery was filled with comments and posts. Regarding Kim Chol-soo's main job, it is certain that Kim Chol-soo is a ruler class streamer. Is Kim Chol-soo really a streamer? Since communication was impossible on Kim Chol-soo's live stream, viewers who wanted to chat flocked to the Korean region minor gallery. Moreover, even the Korean region minor gallery had a limited number of participants, so only the most proactive viewers who desired some sort of communication could enter. As a result, its enthusiasm surpassed other online communities. But Kim Chol-soo doesn't have any ruler skills at all. How is it possible to have such fluent commands without any ruler skills? I've been watching Chol-soo since he was level 1. It's true. He does not have ruler skills. Stop kissing his ass. I'm pretty sure everyone can do this at low levels. I don't understand why everyone is making such a fuss about him. That would be true for servers where all the players have access to all the strategies. This is an open beta server. Who can do that without any ruler skills in an open beta server? With that much potential as a ruler, Chol-soo might have just picked the wrong job for himself. But even so, if you look at the overwhelming number of viewers, he might have just picked the perfect job. Money Shower, Money Shot, Wind Wanderer. All these named viewers are watching his live stream. I would call this a huge success. Oh shit, you're right. I just checked and he is in first place by miles. Various discussions were circulating. While it was true that Kim Chol-soo was showing tremendous growth as a streamer, there were still differing opinions that he should have chosen the ruler job. However, Jin Hyeok, Kim Chol-soo, was also experiencing similar emotions. Wow, what is this? It was a completely unfamiliar sense of euphoria. He did not engage in the battle directly, but it stimulated his essence with a sensation that was no less, or perhaps even greater, than actually participating. It was said that the ruler class players had their own unique sense of pleasure and it felt like that statement was true. Some rulers even referred to this sensation as rulergasm.nov, l/b//jnn. Why is this so fun? You have defeated Arachne. Even to Jin Hyeok's own standards, this was a remarkably excellent raid. You have leveled up. You have acquired the achievement Outstanding Team Play. You have acquired Incombustible Spider Web. Arachne's eyes were all destroyed. The protective barrier surrounding its head was shattered by Jia and Jisoo's relentless attacks, and Zhang Haiyan's powerful strike crushed Arachne's head. Although Arachne's final strike, the hidden tentacles that emerged from its back and inflicted a fatal blow that pierced through Zhang Haiyan's back, Jin Sol, who was prepared in advance, immediately healed the wound. The coordination was perfect. Jin Hyeok felt like he had just felt some sort of pleasure that he shouldn't have felt. It was like stepping into forbidden territory. And he even acquired an achievement from it. When playing together with party members who share the achievement, an additional 4% attacking power and 4% defensive power are added. In addition, a 20% reduction in cooldowns of skills. It was an achievement that would have a significant impact in the low-level stages. Everything made Jin Hyeok's heart beat faster. And, what was that notification I heard in the middle? Jin Hyeok was sure that he heard it. You have acquired the latent skill Wide Vision. Wide Vision was a skill that ruler class players acquired at level 40. It granted a wider field of vision than ordinary humans. As the level increased, it allowed for a 360-degree view, and even the ability to see beyond, such as the sky or underground. While it made some sort of sense for the swordsman skills, why is this ruler skill latent? The reason was unknown. However, it pleased Jin Hyeok. The fact that ruler skills were latent within his body meant that someday he could truly unleash those skills. If there were a few more Arachnes, I could have learned even more clearly. Jin Hyeok sincerely felt regret. This feeling was similar to the sensation of stepping into the sword realm. The Arachne raid had come to an end, and navigator Han Seirin muttered to herself as she observed Jin Hyeok and his party. Beautiful. Seirin had a gleam of madness in her eyes as she smiled. Jin Hyeok, unaware of that gaze, spoke. The Arachne raid has come to a close. Once we find the exit, it will be over. Jin Hyeok no longer wanted to focus on live streaming. He wanted to surrender himself to the pleasure he had just experienced. Thank you all for watching. I will see you on my next live stream. He turned off the live stream, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the lingering excitement. The party members, who thought Jin Hyeok was just exhausted, waited patiently without approaching him. After a while, Jin Hyeok opened his eyes. Appa, are you okay? Jin Sol asked in a worried manner. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, Jin Sol's cautious manner of speaking was puzzling. From the look on her face, it looked like she was sick or something. Jin Hyeok reluctantly used the broadcaster's clairvoyance to confirm. #incredible leadership. #of course you are tired. #you can rest a little bit more. Jin Hyeok was dumbfounded and almost burst into laughter. She is great and all, but sometimes she worries about really strange things. How can she be worried about such trivial things? However, he understood her feelings. In fact, even since his regression, he had been experiencing similar emotions toward his sister. Seirin, find the exit for us. Got it. Finding the exit was not too difficult. You have cleared the Hapyeong Station Exit 1 dungeon. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, the clear reward itself was not anything special. Afterward, Jin Hyeok became more determined to find the materials to enhance the Berklef necklace. During the process, Seirin joined the party. She was the one who asked him to let her join the party for a while. Let me join you guys for a while. I want to enjoy those beautiful moments. I was so ecstatic back then, she said. Others might not understand, but Jin Hyeok understood what she was talking about immediately. He allowed Seirin to join, and for 5 days, they actively explored dungeons together. Unfortunately, they could not experience the same pleasure as they did when facing Arachne. And so, 5 days passed, and it was Friday. As you all saw on the live stream, my party generously gave me their items. Incombustible spider web, frozen green eye, faded gem of the eastern fiend, aged lizard's claw, red spring water of the moonlight pond. Jin Hyeok had obtained all 5 ingredients. For this week's final live stream, we will be focusing on enhancement. I am going to attempt to enhance the Berklef necklace. Jin Hyeok headed straight to Jongno-gu. He arrived at the workshop of the Master of Enhancement, the one-eyed giant, Mulinus. As Jin Hyeok entered the workshop, the over 2-meter-tall one-eyed giant, Mulinus, spoke in an irritable tone. I don't take requests from kids. I came here to request an enhancement. I said I don't take requests from kids. Now, get out of here. I have all the materials. Didn't I just tell you to get lost? I came here to request an enhancement, you sky sniffer. Get the hell out. Mulinus swung his massive fist. It was a much stronger attack than Zhong Haiyan's fist, and it contained a destructive power that the current Jin Hyeok could not handle. Mulinus' attack was aimed at Cha Jin Hyeok, and the destructive power contained within it was undoubtedly threatening. If that hits, Jin Hyeok would surely die. But it's not that intimidating. Perhaps it was because Jin Hyeok knew that Mulinus was not actually going to hit him, but the current situation itself lacked any excitement. Honestly, it felt rather mundane. In fact, what was more dangerous than the attack itself was Jin Hyeok's sudden realization that he felt no intimidation whatsoever from this punch, despite it being an attack which could kill him. Oh, it must be because of Imperial Resilience. This trait definitely seemed more effective than Mental Barrier. I don't think I'm that crazy to be unaffected by that destructive punch. Somehow, Jin Hyeok felt a bit relieved. Whoosh! A strong wind blew as Mulinus' fist brushed past above Jin Hyeok's head. This was some kind of test. If by any chance Jin Hyeok showed signs of weakness against that punch, he would not be able to come to this workshop anymore. Are you insane? Mulinus asked. It's not pleasant hearing those words from someone who swings their fist at their client. Mulinus angrily walked toward a chair and sat down. I'm assuming you are here to enhance the Berklef necklace, right? How did you know? Katrina told me. He said there is a very interesting open beta player. Well then, it makes things easier. Yes, I came here to find you for the enhancement of the Berklef necklace. Jin Hyeok took out the materials he had gathered one by one and placed them on the table. Mulinus put on green glasses and examined the materials. His hands were so large that the things Jin Hyeok brought looked like small pebbles. But then, Mulinus made a strange remark. So those videos weren't fake. What? Haven't you heard about the controversy? What controversy? Jin Hyeok had no idea what Mulinus was talking about. People are constantly fighting over whether you are a real streamer or not, whether the content you provide is real or fake. Is that something to be fighting about? Don't you know about the Korean region minor gallery? What the hell is that? Mulinus burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you have the same personality for your live stream and in real life. This is great. What the hell is he talking about? You are perfectly executing the do it my way attitude. You don't care about anything other than your live streaming, and this includes communicating with your viewers, right? Well, I guess it's fine. I'm glad I met the crazy streamer hiding behind the screen. I guess that makes me the third viewer to know your true identity. You can say that. For reference, the first viewer was Choi Gap-soo, and the second one was Katrina. Mulinus seemed quite pleased. Jin Hyeok did not know Mulinus enjoyed watching streamers through the SSP. In Jin Hyeok's previous life, he never had such personal conversations. I'll accept your request. However, the commission fee is very expensive. Enhancing the Berklef necklace is a labor-intensive task. How much is it? Before regression, Jin Hyeok remembered it cost 200 million dios to enhance the Berklef necklace. Mulinus was a guy who arbitrarily set prices depending on his affinity with the client. Generally, the cost of enhancing the Berklef necklace was around 300 million dios, but since Jin Hyeok had a good relationship with Mulinus, he was able to get a lower price. I'll do it for 100 million dios. Why? It's cheaper than I thought. Jin Hyeok did not spare money when it came to artifacts. Having good artifacts could save one's life. There was always a reason behind something being too cheap. Moreover, Jin Hyeok had not built much affinity with Mulinus, so 100 million dios was quite surprising. It almost felt like he wasn't planning on doing a good job because Jin Hyeok was just a low-level player. Ha ha ha, is 100 million dios too cheap for you? Jin Hyeok could not understand him at all, so he ended up using broadcaster's clairvoyance. He was not sure if he could read Mulinus due to the significant level difference. Hashtag that's how good I am. Hashtag 100 million is pretty cheap, isn't it? Hashtag are you seeing this, Dragolf? Mulinus was level 209. Jin Hyeok heard that his level had been fixed at that level ever since Earth was integrated into the system. With this level difference, normally, Jin Hyeok couldn't have read anything even with broadcaster's clairvoyance. How intense of an emotion is Mulinus feeling? If Jin Hyeok could even read a specific word like Dragolf, it meant that Mulinus had to have been feeling a really intense emotion. Dragolf. Isn't that the blacksmith located around Sokogu? The reasons Jin Hyeok chose Mulinus instead of Dragolf were simple. Jin Hyeok was somewhat close with Mulinus in his previous life before his regression, and Mulinus was located closer to Jin Hyeok's home. Hey, Kim Chulsu, Mulinus said. You even know my player name. Of course. If he had been continuously watching Jin Hyeok's videos through the SSP, it was not strange that he knew about Jin Hyeok. Meeting viewers here did feel a bit fascinating. It's definitely possible to enhance the Berklef necklace with the materials you have gathered. The quest, Mulinus Advanced Smelting, has been activated. But if one additional material is added, I can create an even better Berklef necklace. How about it? Will you give it a try? Jin Hyeok returned home and had dinner with his family in their nice new house. Suddenly, he felt grateful that he could spend time with his family in such a good home. This is Mom's allowance, and this is Dad's. He put 5 million won each into their wallets. Both Mom and Dad tried to refuse, but Jin Hyeok forcibly managed to slip the money into their wallets. Seeing his surprised parents checking the amount, Jin Hyeok quickly escaped to his room. I wanted to give them more, but I guess even that amount is surprising for them. Anyway, he felt proud. He entered his room and lay down on his bed. For some reason, he had been receiving overwhelming support and donations over the past week. Shall I do a little progress check? He turned on YouTube and checked the statistics. During his live streams, he had an average viewership of about 15,000 people. The daily donations amounted to about 7 million dios, and after deducting various expenses, it came down to a net profit of around 3 million won per day. And there are also those who purchased the VIP package separately. He really did not understand. Unlike other streamers, he did not provide any special treatment to VIPs. He never communicated with them, so he did not know why they kept buying the VIP package. Jin Hyeok also completed a couple of missions sent by the viewers. Combining the revenue from the VIP package and the mission donations, it amounted to around 1 billion dios. To sum up, Jin Hyeok earned 1 billion dios in 1 week. I'm losing touch with reality. Since he did not engage with viewers, he had no idea why all these things were happening. Perhaps there was a battle of pride going on between Choi Gap-soo and the people around him. That was what Jin Hyeok suspected, at least. What was it called? Trinity. To those people, spending 1 billion dios was akin to the common people spending 100 dios. If a few of those people decided to spend their money, 1 billion dios wouldn't be a big deal to them. I might actually retire before reaching level 100. Of course, Jin Hyeok did not let his guard down completely. He did not expect this kind of luck to continue indefinitely. It might continue, but it was wise to exclude such income from his regular earnings. JNN. At that moment, someone opened his door. Appa? Appa? Look at this. Don't you know how to knock? It seemed like Cha Jin-sol could not hear him. She looked extremely excited. Look at this. It says Egan Paul earned a whopping 6 billion dios this week. 6 billion dios. Yeah, he announces his weekly income every Friday night. He is a streamer from the United States. He has an average viewership of about 40,000. How many do you have, Appa? I have around 15,000. Wow, he has way more than you? He must be really amazing. I guess so. As time went by, the gap between Jin Hyeok and Egan seemed to be getting wider. Although Egan's earnings seemed huge compared to his viewership numbers, that was probably his ability. It seems like I'm doing well according to my goals. Jin Hyeok felt relieved. Compared to Egan, it might seem modest, but even being in third place was enough for Jin Hyeok. Jin-sol went outside, and some time passed. Wow, he has way more than you? He must be really amazing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He could hear the ticking of the clock. Once he heard it, it became incredibly irritating. He could not sleep. One thing he could say for sure was that he was playing rather aimlessly compared to before his regression. But, is the difference really that huge? Jin Hyuk had 15,000 viewers. Egan had 40,000. Isn't this a level where I can somehow compete? If I work hard like he used to, can't I catch up with him? Even if I'm half-assing right now. Stop thinking like this, you idiot. This damn obsession of wanting to be first place was something that could not be fixed. It was inevitable. People used to say the sadness of breaking up could be fixed by another form of love. Saturday was coming soon. Let's just enjoy my hobby to the fullest. Jin Sol, who had gone outside, came back again. She kept entering his room as if it was her own. It was annoying, but at the same time, Jin Hyuk did not dislike it. Oh, Appa. Our party is planning to go to Paju again for the weekend. I think it will be a good opportunity to see how much we've grown compared to last week. That's a good idea. I guess you're going to take a break. Yeah, I'm just going to relax. It's the weekend, after all. Jin Hyuk was planning to take a break, under the name of Kim Pyongbyum. Jin Hyuk decided to play as Kim Pyongbyum, having summoned an avatar body of himself and laid it on the bed. Mulinous Advanced Smelting. A method newly devised by the one-eyed giant Mulinous to enhance the Berklef necklace. It requires the finger of the moon shaman that is sleeping in the Hongik University dungeon. Quest location, Hongik University dungeon. Jin Hyuk had to go to the Hongik University dungeon first. This place appeared to be a beginner's dungeon mainly used by players with levels in the 30s to 40s. However, there were several hidden secrets here. It would be revealed in the future in a scenario on the scale of Seoul, but this Hongik University dungeon was a forward base established by a force called the Army of the Full Moon. This was a scenario that appeared after level 100, so it was not important now. Anyway, the Hongik University dungeon had secrets and, naturally, hidden stages. And the boss monster of the hidden stage is the Moon Shaman. Based on what Jin Hyuk remembered from his previous life, players could choose to either side with the Moon Shaman, or to fight against her. For reference, Jin Hyuk was on the side opposing the Moon Shaman. If I fight the monster now, I would probably be dead the second I lay my eyes on the Moon Shaman. Just thinking about it made his chest tingle, as if various stimuli were rushing through his nerves. Fighting against the Moon Shaman had been truly thrilling. Jin Hyuk couldn't count how many times he had to face the boundary of death when he was fighting the monster. The memory of dancing on the edge of that precarious boundary, immersed in the sword realm, came back to him and his heart raced. He kept that memory, like his first love, tucked away in a corner of his heart as he met Han Sairin at a coffee shop. So, you're Cha Jin Hyuk. Yes. Jin Hyuk had changed his appearance. Just to be sure, he changed his appearance from the face widely known on the internet as the Yasu Sword Master. That can't be true, Sairan said. Why can't it be? She kept doubting, so he called her on his phone to confirm his identity. Jin Hyuk's name was saved in her phone as Enchanting Cha Jin Hyuk. She examined Jin Hyuk and the screen back and forth. But your face. It's pretty ordinary, right? Ordinary. He didn't understand why her reaction was like that. He almost considered using broadcaster's clairvoyance, but he held back. He might lose all his social skills at this rate. Why do you have that expression? Jin Hyuk asked. Do you really think that your face is ordinary? Yeah, I think your standard of ordinary seems too high. What are you talking about? Jin Hyuk thought Sairin's standard of ordinary was low if she thought that his face was extraordinary. Well, I guess if you lived your whole life with your original appearance, you might think that way. Anyway, so why did you call me separately? I doubt you called to ask me on a date. There is a hidden field in the Hongik University dungeon. Sairin knew very well what was important. The mention of the hidden field made her forget about everything else. Jin Hyuk loved the twinkle in her eyes. It put him in a good mood. There is a monster called the Moon Shaman. I received a quest to retrieve her finger. I've been there before, but I could not find the hidden field. Well, you have grown a lot in the past week. Maybe you can find it this time. Sairin's expression was filled with excitement. Her cheeks turned pink. Let's go. She grabbed his wrist tightly, and they hurried toward the Hongik University dungeon. You have entered the Hongik University dungeon. But don't we have to come with our other party members? If it is a hidden field, just the two of us might have a hard time, Sairin asked. Wouldn't it be more thrilling to do it with just the two of us? I guess you're right. After all, clearing dungeons with a small number of players was more fun. The more they accomplished with a small group, the greater the sense of achievement. If possible, solo clearing dungeons were the best. It was great to play with her because Jin Hyuk did not have to explain everything in detail. They have begun their play. There were quite a few players inside the Hongik University dungeon. They seem energetic, Cha Jin Hyuk thought. Everyone was diligently hunting, and their prey were monsters called frush. Frushes were level 30 monsters that took the form of a brush and measured about 50 centimeters tall. It was probably called frush because it could fly. Being a flying type monster, it was tricky hunting them down due to their swift movement speed. If I remember correctly, those monsters dropped quite a lot of dios. Among the level 30 monsters, frushes were known for dropping the most dios. That was why they were popular monsters to hunt among the players. In other words, the Hongik University dungeon was a popular hunting ground. This dungeon is tightly controlled by Hongdae One Alliance, which is led by students from Hongik University, Han Saerin said. Oh really? It was something Jin Hyeok did not know about. However, it was not surprising that he didn't know, as academic, personal, and family connections would become utterly useless in the coming future. If the players gathered as a specific group, such as Hongik University students, then it was impossible for that group to have excellent players. The fact that Jin Hyeok had no idea about this meant that it would become irrelevant pretty soon. So, you need permission from the Hongdae Alliance to play in the dungeon. What happens if we don't get permission? Are they going to kill us? Jin Hyeok asked. Well, I don't think they would go that far. Seeing her flustered was somewhat amusing. Before his regression, it was Han Saerin herself who told Jin Hyeok that it was common for an alliance that monopolized play in a dungeon to kill intruders because it was the most efficient way to do so. They probably just harass the players who didn't get permission in a sneaky way, like taking their last hit on the monsters and taking the dios from the dead monsters, Saerin said. The players currently hunting seemed to either belong to the Hongdae Alliance or have obtained permission from the alliance. I should have a conversation with their leader to make things go smoothly, Jin Hyeok said. I know who the leader is. Saerin looked around and spotted a woman fighting a thrush in a corner. That person over there. Her player name is Analan. She is skilled and influential, so the members of the alliance follow her well. Got it. It had been a while since Jin Hyeok had seen Analan. She belonged to one of the alliances of Jin Hyeok's party before his regression. Back then, she was not a top-ranked player, but Jin Hyeok had a favorable impression of her. Jin Hyeok remembered her as having earned the respect of the members and having adequate leadership qualities. I guess she started as the leader of this Hongdae Alliance. Jin Hyeok approached Analan. She is level 48. She couldn't be considered a top-tier player, but she still had a relatively high level. She was in her early 20s, and her appearance was more striking than Jin Hyeok remembered. You're Analan, right? If you want to buy the permission ticket to play here, the line is over there. Analan seemed indifferent toward him. She subtly pointed to the aforementioned direction with her chin. There was a considerably long line over there. I didn't come to buy that. I have a good proposal to make. Didn't we just meet? Why are you speaking informally? From way back then, since long before his regression, and up to now in the present, this kind of situation happened to Jin Hyeok innumerable times. They spoke to him in an informal manner, but when he talked back to them in a similar manner, they got angry at him. Jin Hyeok still couldn't understand why. Well, you spoke to me like that first, Jin Hyeok said. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. So, what's the good proposal? My time is valuable, you know. She suddenly acted all serious. Well, my time is precious, too. She seemed to have a bit of a hero complex. But to Jin Hyeok, she was just radiating Chuyuni 2 energy. If the proposal is not good, you are not going to get away easily, Analan said. Analan's personality was a bit different from the Analan Jin Hyeok knew before regression. He didn't know what she meant when she told him that he was not going to get away easily, but he didn't want to pick a fight unnecessarily. Opening the hidden stage here was more important than causing trouble. You know the items dropped by the thrushes, like sky paint, earth canvas, and wind brush? I want to buy them all from you. The Hongdae Alliance had a tight grip on this place. They had to have most of the items from the thrushes. You want to buy those? Analan raised an eyebrow. Jin Hyeok tried to avoid using broadcaster's clairvoyance as much as possible, but he needed to use it now. Hashtag why does he want to buy those trash items? Hashtag is there any use for them? Ah, don't get me wrong. I am not buying them because they are good items. Then why? It's for my quest. You said it yourself, time is precious. I feel the same way. It's not something important, but I am willing to spend money to save some time. It would take a long time for me to acquire them myself. I'll pay generously. I have a lot of money. Just wait for a moment. Analan called another player. The hierarchy seemed to be well established as a player wearing glasses came rushing over. A level 40 demagogue. His player name was Backstabber. Hongik University's 4th-year student, Gu Jaeyal, was awakened as a demagogue. Through eloquent speech and persuasion, he successfully established the Hongdae Alliance and appointed the charismatic junior, Analan, as the leader. In reality, the leader of the alliance was Jaeyal himself. His player name was Backstabber. So he has a lot of money. Jaeyal thought. First, he decided to figure out this newcomer's identity. As a demagogue, his job was all about manipulating and controlling others, while possessing the exceptional skill called Demagogue's Eye. Backstabber used the skill Demagogue's IN/O/VEL/B/J.N.C//OM. Unfortunately, Demagogue's Eye was of a much lower grade than Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's clairvoyance. As such, Jin Hyeok could clearly see how the skill worked. It was similar to when he read the skills of Angel Girl. Several green lines seemed to scan Jin Hyeok's body. Broadcaster's clairvoyance can block Demagogue's Eye. However, Jin Hyeok decided not to block it. Jaeyal's skill displayed the manipulated identity created by the mystery, multiple lives. Level 31? His job is swordsman. Jaeyal thought as he smiled. The newcomer didn't seem all that impressive. The woman beside him seemed to be a navigator, but it was difficult to read her information. She was probably using a skill or item to block Jaeyal's skill. If she is accompanying a level 30 swordsman, she can't be that impressive of a navigator. Although level 31 couldn't be considered a very low level, there were over 10 players around level 30 in the Hongdi Alliance. If it's a good condition, it might not hurt to listen to him, leader, Jal said to Analan. Then you do the talking. Understood. Watching their conversation, Jin Hyeok smirked. Huh? Look at these two, Jin Hyeok thought. While it was quite common to appoint a figurehead as a leader of an alliance, looking at this situation while knowing their relationship was a bit amusing to Jin Hyeok. Analan isn't the type to take the lead. Weird. But Jin Hyeok did not really dwell on it. After all, everyone had their own reasons. How much have you collected so far? Jin Hyeok asked. 130 sky paints, 181 earth canvases, and 111 wind brushes. How much are you willing to pay? What about 10 times the buy-in price at the shop? Hashtag that's pretty good. Hashtag maybe he is hiding something. Hashtag am I making a mistake? Jin Hyeok was frustrated. Jal was overthinking something that could simply be a win-win situation for both parties, especially when Jal himself did not even know how to properly use the items. Think about it carefully. How long would it take to gather that many items with the participation of all Hongdi Alliance members? Probably about a week. That means the items are not that rare. As I mentioned earlier, I proposed the trade to save time, not because there is some ulterior motive. Hashtag he is right. Hashtag how much would I get if I sold everything? It was 10 times the shop's buy-in price. Since each item was worth about 800 dias, the shop's buy-in price for all the items would be around 330,000 dias. Wait, so, 3.3 million dias in total. Jal thought. Hashtag is he really going to buy all these? Hashtag these useless items? Hashtag aka rich AF. This newcomer was willing to spend a whopping 3.3 million dias to buy items that could be obtained in a week. Alliance leader, it seems like this could benefit us as well, Jal said to Analan. He was politely bowing and speaking, but his eyes were directed toward Jin Hyeok, not the leader. Hashtag he is definitely rich. Hashtag I think I can make more money out of him. Hashtag this idiot. Hashtag he should have kept himself hidden. Jin Hyeok didn't pay much attention to it. The trade with the Hongdi Alliance ended successfully. Backstabber was looking at Jin Hyeok weirdly, but Jin Hyeok didn't really care. I heard there are NPCs in this dungeon, Jin Hyeok said. That's right. There is an NPC that buys sky paints, earth canvases, and wind brushes. If you go straight down that path, you will be able to find the NPC. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. It's just that you're like a vending machine. What? Every time I ask you a question, you always seem to have an answer. This is pretty common sense for navigators. I know, right? Jin Hyeok had been feeling slightly pleased lately. As he met friends who had similar standards, he couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. He tried his best to lower his standards, yet still struggled in this world. However, after meeting people like Song Ha-young and Han Sairin, he understood something. My standards are not completely wrong. So, every navigator knows about this. Of course. Guided by Sairin, they entered a room. In the corner, there was a female NPC wearing a beret. Just like the angel he saw in the Room of Awakening, she was an AI. According to the settings of the system, her name was Nameless Painter. Just like every AI, she spoke lines that were programmed into her. Not everyone can fly into the sky. You need an invitation from an angel. Adventurer, have you received an invitation from an angel? A selection window popped up. Yes, I have received the invitation. No, I have not received the invitation. A lot of players have chosen yes here and ended up in a bad situation. If you claim to have received an invitation, you need proof, Sairin said. However, if the player did not have any proof, Nameless Painter brutally assaulted them with the brush she held in her hand. The door to this room remained firmly locked until the assault was over. That was why most players did not dare to come here. Click. The door locked. Nameless Painter asked again, not everyone can fly into the sky. You need an invitation from an angel. Adventurer, have you received an invitation from an angel? You need to choose no, for now. I don't really know what the angel's invitation is. We might come across it while exploring this dung. I have received the invitation. Hey, Sairin shouted. What are you doiha? Jin Hyeok handed something to Nameless Painter. Oh, it has been a while since I have met an adventurer who has the right qualifications, Nameless Painter said. It was the feather of Lulika that Jin Hyeok had obtained in the Soul Station dungeon a long time ago. This feather helped Jin Hyeok to create the blessed perfume oil to defeat the demonized human. The bookshelf on one side of the wall slowly started rotating. Beyond the bookshelf, stairs became visible. Move along. Troublemaker Lulika is waiting for the adventurer. Jin Hyeok was about to take the lead but glanced back for a moment. What are you doing? You need to take the lead. Oh, yeah, sorry. Let's go. Sairin was baffled. She didn't understand how Jin Hyeok met the condition for the angel's invitation. However, that was a part she did not need to understand. He was able to do it, but I couldn't. Sairin thought. It left a big scratch on her pride. He knew what the invitation was, but I didn't. Recently, Sairin had risen back to the top of the rankings, albeit by a small margin. She felt a slight sense of complacency, but quickly regained her determination. You are moving to the hidden stage Cloud Garden. As they climbed a few steps, the field changed. Sairin looked around. Are we in the sky? The place seemed to be set in the sky. The floor was made of clouds, incredibly soft and fluffy. Woof, woof, woof. They heard the sound of a barking dog. In an instant, Sairin tensed up and surveyed her surroundings once again. Hey, be careful, she said. She could sense just from the sound that what she was hearing that it was something to be reckoned with. It was an entity she could not possibly fight against. It's definitely a being that we cannot fight. We need to find a place to hide, she said. She needed to buy some time. This field was not created for fighting. If they fought, they would definitely die. Now, this was the realm of the navigator. She had to blaze the trail to find a good hiding spot. Woof, woof. The barking sound grew louder, which meant that the entity was approaching. The place was an expansive, wide-open space, yet she couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from. Perhaps it was rushing toward them from somewhere beneath the clouds. Her heart started to pound. I need to find a solution. Suddenly, something in the form of a bulldog burst through the clouds. At that moment, she had an intuition. It was a monster that they could never hope to defeat together. We're done for. In the end, she couldn't find the way. I guess I'm not fit to be a navigator. She felt a bit sorry for Jin Hyeok. She left him with a parting remark. Hey, Jin Hyeok. It was fun while it lasted. And also, you're handsome as hell. Since it was the end anyway, she decided to say everything she wanted to say. I almost fell for you at first sight. If we happen to meet again alive, I'll properly confess my love to you. 1 Hongdi, or, is shortened term for Hongik University. 2 Chuyuni is a shortened term of the Wardi Chuyunibyo, which is a Japanese slang term for the embarrassing behavior of 13 to 14-year-olds. The term literally means middle school second-year syndrome. Cha Jin Hyeok sighed in his mind. Why is she like this? She can't even distinguish between monsters and non-monsters. Of course, in a life and death situation, judgments could be clouded. But it's Han Sairin. She should be better than that? Being someone with high expectations for Sairin, Jin Hyeok could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Jin Hyeok's expression inflicted another wound on Sairin's pride. Woof, woof. The barking sound was from Bung Bung, which Jin Hyeok had encountered during the runaway dog from the Heavens mission given by Wind Wanderer. It pounced on Jin Hyeok with its big body. Wow, you've grown a lot. Jin Hyeok couldn't overcome the weight of Bung Bung and fell down. It thought that it was playing and happily wagged its tail. Hashtag play with me? Hashtag play with me? Hashtag play with me. It wagged its tail vigorously, shaking its rear end as if it were dancing. Bung Bung licked Jin Hyeok's face excitedly. This dog still thinks it is a puppy and jumped on me. It just wants to play with me. How did you not see this? After the regression, when Jin Hyeok first met Bung Bung, he didn't recognize it. Now I know it's not my fault that I couldn't recognize it. Jin Hyeok felt a slight sense of relief. The reason he did not recognize Bung Bung was not that his eye for detail was poor, but because the dog was still too young at that time. The Bung Bung he met after regression was a young puppy weighing about 10 kilograms. Its level was only 35 then. However, now, Bung Bung had grown significantly. It resembled the appearance of Bung Bung before regression. LV77/Bung Bung. Hashtag I'm so excited. Hashtag I'm so excited. Hashtag I'm so excited. Jin Hyeok gently pushed away the now 40-kilogram Bung Bung, that still considered itself as a puppy. Sairin just looked at Jin Hyeok without saying a word. I had no idea that wasn't a monster, but how did he know? Sairin said. It did not matter whether Jin Hyeok had a close relationship with that dog or not. She was frustrated at the fact that Jin Hyeok, a streamer, recognized that the dog was not a monster. When Sairin was preparing for her final moments, Jin Hyeok had other thoughts in his mind. Jin Hyeok approached her and spoke. It's disappointing to see such a rookie mistake. Sairin clenched her fist tightly. Her pride was hurt too much, and she could not accept this fact at all. She felt so embarrassed that she wanted to hide somewhere, even if it meant jumping down from the clouds. And what was that thing you said to me? Falling for me? Confess your love. WL. Don't say such creepy things to me. Jin Hyeok couldn't see Sairin as a woman. She was a comrade and a brother to him, but never a woman. Sairin bit her lips. Yeah, I showed a pathetic side of me. Since she had shown such a side, she had no words to say even if he found it creepy. She fully understood Jin Hyeok's words. His standards were so on point that she had nothing to say. Somewhere, a voice could be heard. Bung Bung, where are you? As soon as Jin Hyeok heard it, he felt a bit uneasy. It wasn't an ordinary voice. It sounded like the speaker's nose was clogged up. Some might say it was a voice filled with cuteness. Anyway, from Jin Hyeok's perspective, it wasn't a pleasant sound to hear. If he was to describe how the voice sounds in words, it would be like Bung Bung. Where is my lovely Bung Bung? Jin Hyeok knew the identity of the owner of that voice. It was Lilika, the young angel who broke Jin Hyeok's arm as soon as they met. Where is my Bung Bung hiding? It's coming from above, Sairin said. Jin Hyeok looked upward. After making a big mistake once, Sairin seemed like she was sharpening her senses. Far away, an angel with white wings fluttered and flew toward them. Lilika landed on the floor. Who are you guys? She asked. Lilika kept shifting her gaze between Jin Hyeok and Bung Bung. The dog was sitting snugly by his side. They had become quite close after Jin Hyeok showed Bung Bung some affection and gave it a sausage. Why have you stepped into my private space, you mere mortals? Don't act all high and mighty. It doesn't suit you, Jin Hyeok said. What? And adults don't act as pompous as you think they do. Lulika had a slight misunderstanding about adults. She thought that all adults spoke in a formal and lower tone. For reference, even adult angels spoke in the same way as humans. Boong Boong, come here. Boong Boong just turned its head and kept sitting beside Jin Hyok. Lulika's fingertips trembled. Hashtag how could you, hashtag do this to me, hashtag I am your guardian. Lulika, who was going through the teenage phase, started to unnecessarily bother Jin Hyok. Why don't you admire my beauty? What should I admire about you? Look at me, look at Lulika. Everything you see in front of you is the epitome of beauty. Jin Hyok couldn't help but laugh. Most angels had poor social skills, but she was particularly bad. So Jin Hyok told her the truth. I think she is more beautiful, Jin Hyok said while pointing at Sae-rin. Sae-rin always tried her best while playing. Jin Hyok always admired the way she devoted herself to playing and got happy when she achieved something. Although he was a bit disappointed in her today, those moments were beautiful enough. I now understand your poor taste. You are just like that crazy person with the family name Kim. Jin Hyok had no idea who that crazy person with the family name Kim was. They obviously got their head screwed on straight. It was clear that this Kim person knew how to handle Lulika. They just had to gently provoke and tease her. That was the way to get what they wanted from Lulika. I will ask again. Why have you stepped into my private space? The official name of the field Jin Hyok was currently standing on was Tomb of the Moon Shaman. It was literally where the Moon Shaman was buried. Jin Hyok fought the monster before, so he knew she was incredibly powerful. According to the system settings, she is considered a demigod. Among the opponents Jin Hyok had fought, she was one of the strongest, so the memory was vivid. The real Moon Shaman was said to possess a power so strong that she could bring about the destruction of the universe. By the way, the Moon Shaman he fought was not the real one, but a fake created by some faction. Even though the monster only borrowed a fraction of the real Moon Shaman's power, the monster was still incredibly strong. According to the system's settings, the Moon Shaman was defeated and killed in a 100-year war against the ruler of Twilight. How powerful must the ruler of Twilight, who killed her, be? Jin Hyok had played until he reached level 240, but he never encountered such a being. Though the Moon Shaman was an enemy, I respect her. Build a palace for her in a place untouched by the breath of the sky and bury her deep where no one can find her. A tomb-like palace was built, and the Moon Shaman was laid to rest deep within the clouds. Her tomb was filled with spiritual energy. That spiritual energy was infused with the breath of the Moon Shaman and brought about various miracles. However, over thousands of years, the power gradually faded. As a result, people's memory of the Moon Shaman faded and her grand tomb was eroded by time. However, a small part of the spiritual energy remained, causing minor phenomena. The Hongik University dungeon was one of them. This is the place where mischievous Lulika turned into her own playground. Lulika acted just like a typical Chuyuni. She was a child who avoided studying and just did whatever she wanted. Jin Hyok remembered Lulika telling him something about how she had a dream of becoming a painter, but her parents opposed it. So, Lulika would run away to this place every day and would secretly paint. My parents don't understand me at all. Although she was young, Lulika's feelings were genuine. The sincere feelings of the young angel, combined with the spiritual energy of this place, gave birth to this dungeon named Hongik University Dungeon. That was the background story behind the creation of this dungeon. Not all dungeons had such complex settings. The fact that this place had such an incredible backstory meant that it would play an important role in the future. Lulika, do you happen to know? Jin Hyok asked. What? Oh, never mind. What is it? Why did you start talking and then stop? No, wait. For what reason did you initiate verbal discourse only to abruptly discontinue it? Jin Hyok had felt this before, but it seemed like Lulika was not very good at sticking to her concept. When she got frustrated, her usual way of speaking burst out. I came here to find something. Well, you wouldn't know. Never mind. I'll find it myself, Jin Hyok said. Lulika seemed angry. Are you claiming that I don't know what you are trying to find with your narrow-mindedness and limited perspective? Why would I ask a child for help? I am not a child. If anything, Lulika seemed younger than a middle schooler. It felt like she was about 6 years old in human terms. Do you even know who the Moon Shaman is? Jin Hyok asked. Huh? If you're talking about the Moon Shaman, that's a well-known fairy tale that even little kids know about. Oh, okay, cool. Jin Hyok nodded as if he was not interested and gently patted the head of Boong Boong. Boong Boong, you want a sausage? Jin Hyok asked while ignoring Lulika. Lulika's wings turned red. She seemed extremely angry. Don't you want to know about the Moon Shaman? She said. But you wouldn't know anyway. What would you do if I told you that I do know? Ah, forget it. Don't bother. There is a tomb where the Moon Shaman was buried here. Angels can find their way even in the clouds. How do you feel about experiencing my incredible power? This is too easy. If this place was an actual place on Earth, it would be like a neglected cultural heritage site. It was minimally maintained by the angels, but in reality, it was an abandoned place. Lulika flew ahead, cutting a path through the clouds. Wow, why is she so fast? It was hard to keep up with her. Honestly, if Jin Hyok had come alone, he might have gotten lost in these clouds. It was a good thing that Sae-rin was with him. Hold my hands, she said. Sae-rin showed her incredible abilities as a top-ranked navigator. Pathfinder used the mystery tracking art. She already acquired a mystery. Jin Hyeok and Seirin flew through the clouds. Thanks to Seirin, they were able to keep up with Lulika. Humph, you mortals are pretty fast. The clouds that obstructed their vision cleared, revealing a field made entirely of clouds. In the middle of the field, there was a small tomb. Do you see it? This is the tomb that is said to be where the moon shaman is laid to rest. Jin Hyeok used broadcaster's clairvoyance to reveal the information. Tomb of the Moon Shaman. A model created to visualize the tomb where the Moon Shaman is buried. This was what Jin Hyeok had been looking for. He knew he couldn't find the real tomb at his current level anyway. He would probably be annihilated by the Guardians before even reaching the entrance. Wow, so you really knew about this place, Jin Hyeok said to Lulika. With your limited abilities, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. Thanks. You're amazing. Jin Hyeok gently patted Lulika's head. He was not sure who discovered this strategy, but patting her head after teasing and provoking her would make her open up. Humph, you think I would be pleased if you do that? Hashtag thump, thump. Hashtag I got praised. Hashtag was I that amazing? Jin Hyeok bought a pickaxe from the broadcaster's shop and started digging the tomb. What are you doing? Lulika shouted. I think what I am looking for is here. Lulika did not attack people she had a favorable impression of. What Jin Hyeok was doing wasn't particularly special. In the future, it would become a method used by all players, since the Moon Shaman's finger was a key material used in various quests and scenarios. There was a coffin inside the tomb, and when the coffin was opened, a finger would be found inside it. Moon Shaman's finger, replica. Originally, there should be a model resembling the corpse. However, some of the angels responsible for managing this place used up most of the budget and could only replicate the finger with whatever they had left. That was why Jin Hyeok could freely dig through this place. If this place had been officially and properly managed, the angels would have caught him immediately. However, in its current state, they wouldn't do anything to Jin Hyeok even if he wreaked havoc in here. It's a quite well-made replica. I got this easier than I thought. It seemed Jin Hyeok was lucky. It was also written as a replica on the enhancing manual. And in Jin Hyeok's life before regression, he had enhanced the Berklef necklace using a similar method. Now, I should go and enhance it. Returning to the Hongik University dungeon from here was not that difficult. He just needed to threaten Lulika. Do you want me to spread rumors that it was you who destroyed this place? Jin Hyeok said to Lulika. In response, the frightened middle schooler, no, the 6-year-old, Lulika would open the exit with tears in her eyes, along with a warning not to spread such baseless rumors. You are such a bad person. Lulika sniffled. Just think of it as a valuable lesson. Jin Hyeok patted her head once again. In a way, she was quite fragile. Honestly, if they were to fight, she would be the one to win. If their roles were switched, he would have just killed her and moved on. Why is he so handsome? Hashtag but he is not my type. Hashtag I hope he's not my type. Hashtag but still handsome. Hashtag wait, is he my type? Jin Hyeok didn't know why Lulika was thinking that when Jin Hyeok just had an ordinary face. Maybe she is practicing her honey trapping method for the future. It seemed like she had heard that even if someone was not good looking, she had to brainwash and control herself to effectively use the honey trapping method on them. Jin Hyeok should be cautious. However, thanks to Lulika, they were able to return to the first floor area where they were earlier. JNN. I should quickly go to Mulinus' workshop. That was his plan, but he couldn't proceed with it. Several binding skills were directed at him. They were skills used by players. It seemed like they were trying to restrain Jin Hyeok. It seemed like the players were trying to kidnap him. It had been a while since someone tried to kidnap him, so he felt a bit excited. Gu Jaeyal, player named Backstabber, was a level 40 demagogue, and he just contacted his friend, Go Bong Hyeok, someone whom he had known since high school. What's up? Gather the Sogong Alliance members and quickly come to the Hongik University dungeon. Why? We've got a rich kid on our hands. Oh, really? Nov, L.B//JNN. Backstabber was the actual leader of the Hongdi Alliance, and Bong Hyeok, player named Sinkan One Rascal, was the leader of the Sogong Alliance. He had a hidden job called Descendant of Justice Bao Tu and was a skilled debuffer specializing in binding skills. His level was 44. He heard Backstabber's voice. Why are you so late? Don't look at me. Just say hi to Analan. This was one of Jaeyal's demagogue skills called Whisper. It allowed him to secretly transmit his voice. Leader Analan, I'm sorry for being late, Bong Hyeok said. The actual conversation was with Backstabber, but he pretended to have a conversation with Analan. Backstabber whispered to Analan, let's double-check our operation. Leader of the Sogong Alliance, are you familiar with our operation? Analan asked. Of course. This isn't my first rodeo. Word is that some wealthy guys have entered there, is that correct? The Sogong Alliance had a significant number of debuffer players under the leadership of Bong Hyeok. So I am going to bind them, you guys are going to attack them, and we will take their money. It's a happy ending for everyone, Bong Hyeok said while smirking. He and his alliance members were prepared. Judging by the fact that the entrance is still closed, the people inside should be severely injured. Even the young masters of large chaebol families who entered here with optimism had all come out severely injured. The alliances would bind them and take their money and items, which had already amounted to over 200 million won. I was a bit disappointed that the rich kids had stopped coming here. After a while, clank. The sound of the door opening was heard. Sogong Alliance, get ready. Soon, the two severely injured players would appear from the other side of the door. As the door was opening, Bong Hyok heard a puzzling remark. Damn, I was expecting more. Damn, I was expecting more. Encountering skilled players from different classes was always an exciting experience. However, Cha Jin Hyok was greatly disappointed. He saw a shabby net made of mana threads flying toward him. Enemy used the skill binding rope. Enemy used the skill binding net. Enemy used the skill walk slower. In addition to these skills, a few more binding skills were added. All of these skills formed a scattered network of traps flying toward Jin Hyok. There were too many ways he could avoid these skills that he didn't know which way he should choose. Only idiots would get caught by these skills. Jin Hyok had never seen such shabby traps before. If he moved just 3 steps to the side, he would easily dodge the traps. So that was exactly what he did. What kind of idiot would get hit by nevermind? When he looked to the side, Han Sairin had been caught in the binding skill. A black arm protruded from the ground, tightly gripping Sairin's ankle. No way. How did she get caught? Sometimes, Sairin could be truly magnificent, but in moments like this, she fell short. As someone who had high hopes for Sairin's future, it was a disappointing situation. However, the most absurd thing about all of this was that crazy guy with the player name Sinkon Rascal. Ha 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 ha, this is the power of the Sogong Alliance. Jin Hyok had no idea what this Sogong Alliance was about. Now it's your turn. Attack them. Some of the players Jin Hyok saw on the first floor approached them. Sairin bit her lip. What's going on? What do you mean what's going on? We're being kidnapped, Jin Hyok said to Sairin. Then, he turned around and spoke to the enemies that were about to attack him. I will give you guys 5 seconds. If you don't want to regret what is going to happen, drop all your weapons and surrender, or just surrender and walk away. I am not in a good mood right now. What are you talking about, you idiot? Sinkon Rascal said while laughing. It seemed like he was convinced that Jin Hyok was caught in his binding skill. How? Why? Why is he so sure? I'm so confused. You just look fine on the outside, but I know you're seriously injured on the inside. Sinkon Rascal said. I'm injured? I've never felt this refreshed in my life. This guy has been talking nonsense from the start. It's so weird that every time I kindly warn people like you, they just don't listen. This was the pain Jin Hyok had to live with for not being famous. Before regression, his warnings had some weight, but Jin Hyok just guessed this was how things were now. A man yelled and approached Jin Hyok. It seemed like this guy also thought Jin Hyok was completely trapped. That was why he was rushing at Jin Hyok so recklessly. Stab. He was so reckless that Jin Hyok just poked him in the shoulder with his dagger. Arg. The members of the alliance widened their eyes. To be honest, until the very last moment, Jin Hyok had a faint hope that these guys were just acting and were just trying to catch Jin Hyok off guard. However, it seemed like they really believed that Jin Hyok was caught in a bind. Who would get caught in such weak traps? Even a 3-year-old could avoid them if they had eyes, Jin Hyok said. In the meantime, another set of binding skills flew toward him. Enemy used the skill binding rope. Enemy used the skill binding net. Enemy used the skill walk slower. Huh? They're reusing the same set of skills. These players seemed to have learned nothing. Even though their surprise attack failed earlier, now they were just blatantly reusing the same set of skills. It was frustrating to see those who lacked the basics in their abilities but were so full of themselves. If they were going to execute a kidnapping play, they should have done it properly and convincingly. Jin Hyok thought this was just wasting everyone's time. This time, he didn't dodge. We did it. We got him. 2 players holding spears from the Hongdi Alliance approached him. However, perhaps because they saw Jin Hyok stab another player before, they seemed a bit cautious. Hey, what the hell are you waiting for? Go and stab him, Sinkon Rascal said. Jin Hyok was not actually caught in the binding skills. He didn't dodge, but he blocked them with Broadcaster's Barrier. He also blocked the spears the enemies thrusted with Broadcaster's Barrier. Clang, clang. The 2 spears bounced off his Broadcaster's Barrier and landed on the ground. Then, Jin Hyok closed the distance and swung his dagger toward the shoulder of the person who tried to stab Jin Hyok. You have used the skill Sharper Spirit. Slice. Jin Hyok severed the enemy's arm. Arg. Jin Hyok picked up the severed arm and threw it at the group of players. These guys really lacked the basics. Closing your eyes while attacking? Turning your head. That was seriously crossing the line. Stab. Jin Hyok stabbed his dagger into the enemy's shoulder as well. As the tide had turned to Jin Hyok's favor, more than 10 of the guys on the other side began to falter. This was why momentum was crucial in a battle. Then, Jin Hyok heard a voice. Don't be afraid. This is just his special ability. When he feels a serious threat, he unleashes great power. Don't lose courage. We are the Hongdi Alliance and the Sogong Alliance. If we don't crumble right now, we can definitely subdue him. It was the voice of Analan, the leader of the Hongdi Alliance. However, Jin Hyok could easily tell that it was Backstabber, using the Instigate skill, and manipulating Analan to say whatever he wanted. Wow, he's just borrowing someone else's voice. Leader Analan stood before Jin Hyok, wielding a sword. I am going to fight him. His health is almost depleted, so just kill him when. Analan was relaying the words of a demagogue. This caused a delay. Humans were originally designed to do only one thing at a time. Acting like this significantly slowed down their reaction. So, Jin Hyeok quickly approached her and swung his dagger. Cook, who talks so much during a battle? Jin Hyeok said. You coward. You're the cowardly one. Initiating a surprise attack with this many players. Jin Hyeok did not know who was calling whom cowardly. When Analan lost her arm, the members of the Hongik Alliance, on the contrary, became more courageous and resolute. You must have been an impressive leader. Some of the players rushed toward Jin Hyeok, and a chaotic battle ensued. In the midst of it, Backstabber shouted loudly, we have to kill him right here, right now. If he happens to survive and come back, terrible things will happen to us. He will hire numerous players to kill us all. Even in this extreme combat situation, his instigate skill worked quite effectively. It looked like Backstabber was trying to run away after telling his fellow members to attack Jin Hyeok. I guess those who are attacking me are quite admirable. These were the guys who did not care about themselves and charged at Jin Hyeok for attacking their leader. So, Jin Hyeok only stabbed them without severing their arms. Stab, stab, stab. Jin Hyeok even avoided the vital points. Even so, they wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. You're running away, leaving behind your alliance leader and your other members. He was the actual person who orchestrated all of this, yet he was the one farthest away from Jin Hyeok. You really crossed the line. Jin Hyeok grabbed his dagger and threw it. It struck Backstabber precisely at the back of his head. He collapsed without uttering a word. The remaining players surrendered, and Jin Hyeok only cut off one finger each. If you guys go to your healer and ask for help, you are going to be good as new. These low-ranked players had their own problems. If their leader asked them to do something, they had to do it, no matter how stupid it was. They were still young and growing, so Jin Hyeok decided to have some mercy. But the leaders won't get off so easily. Jin Hyeok picked up Analan's arm and walked toward Sinkon Rascal, the leader of the Sogong Alliance. I am a good player who respects human rights. Habits were scary. Jin Hyeok maintained a composed and undisturbed demeanor, calmly stating his position. I'll cut it off without causing much pain. Give me your arm, Jin Hyeok said to Sinkon Rascal. No, please. Sinkon Rascal stumbled backward. Jin Hyeok warned him nicely, but it seemed like Sinkon Rascal didn't understand the severity. Jin Hyeok closed the distance and cut off his arm. You two should take responsibility. Analan pressed her shoulder with a pale face as she approached Jin Hyeok. I will take the responsibility, Analan said. What is she talking about? The responsibility has already been taken. Can't she see the arm I'm holding? Analan kneeled down and extended her neck. In exchange, spare the members of my alliance. They only acted under my orders. Jin Hyeok didn't understand why she naturally assumed he was going to kill her. He never said he was going to kill them. However, Jin Hyeok's thoughts were interrupted. You motherfucker. Sinkon Rascal screamed as he fled. Compared to Analan, that guy is a nobody. Jin Hyeok thought of a great idea. He took out a dagger from his pocket and threw it toward the back of Sinkon Rascal's head. Jin Hyeok was a bit confused as to why he would run away after what happened to Backstabber. That guy paid with his life. I don't have to kill you. Jin Hyeok tossed aside Analan's severed arm. Instead of taking 2 arms from the leaders, Jin Hyeok decided to take 1 life. It reminds me of the old days. When Jin Hyeok thought back, there was something romantic before regression. Sparing the leaders who loved their subordinates was a common occurrence. I've also been spared like that several times. They said they were impressed by the sight of Jin Hyeok who fought fearlessly, risking his life until the end. Do whatever you want with your arm. Just don't pull a stunt like this again. I can only forgive you once that you were manipulated by a demagogue. Analan looked at him with a shocked expression. Did she think I wouldn't know about that? Hashtag I've escaped from the manipulation. Hashtag I will never forget your favor. Hashtag I will become stronger. Hashtag and repay you. Jin Hyeok felt a sense of satisfaction. Sa-Rin, who was hiding in the shadows, covered her mouth. Holy shit, she thought. At first, she was surprised. She knew that Jin Hyeok was considered one of the strongest streamers, but she did not expect him to be this powerful. He is incredibly strong. She did not take her eyes off Jin Hyeok for even a moment. No, she could not take her eyes off him. So beautiful. The way he fought was incredibly beautiful. There was no unnecessary movement in his action. His movements were graceful as if he was dancing. After everything was settled, Sa-Rin approached Jin Hyeok as if she was possessed. That was incredible. Then she touched every part of Jin Hyeok's body like a crazy person. She gasped for breath and got lost in a trance. Jin Hyeok looked at her with a proud expression. Yes, that's the expression. Jin Hyeok thought. There was no doubt that Sa-Rin was inspired. This inspiration would soon lead to enlightenment. Jin Hyeok had no intention of interrupting her inspiration. Touch to your heart's content. Finally, it felt like Jin Hyeok was actually playing. He willingly offered his body for her enlightenment. Time passed by, and Sa-Rin suddenly snapped out of her trance, realizing that she had been resting her head on Jin Hyeok's chest. Oh, no, did you attain enlightenment? At that moment, Sa-Rin felt that Jin Hyeok understood everything about herself. He understood her better than anyone else. The urge to make excuses vanished, replaced by a sense of complete satisfaction filling her heart. It feels like I caught a glimpse of the future I need to strive for, Sa-Rin said. Well, in that case, it's all good. About getting caught in those bindings earlier, that was a bit disappointing. I was really disappointed. Those words of disappointment made Sairin incredibly happy. It was the whip that would discipline her to be stronger. I'm sorry. Really. It will never happen again. And also, thank you. Sairin's face turned red. Jin Hyeok turned on the live stream. Let's start the enhancement live stream. Luckily, I managed to get the materials. I skipped the boring parts of getting those materials. We will be arriving at Mulinus workshop soon. Before long, they arrived at Mulinus workshop. He was pleasantly surprised. You already got this. Mulinus chuckled while taking the moon shaman's finger. I didn't expect you to actually get this so soon. Mulinus examined the moon shaman's finger for a while before grabbing an old apron and a hammer. Let's begin the enhancement. Clang, clang, Mulinus started hammering. With each hit, a bright light flashed, and one of the materials was consumed and disappeared. This went on one by one until all the materials were used up. Finally, with a brilliant light, the shape of the Berklaf necklace changed. Here. The moment Jin Hyeok received the enhanced Berklaf necklace, a new notification popped up. You are the first person in the server to successfully enhance the Berklaf necklace. You have acquired the hidden achievement Record Breaker. Wonsinkon is an area in Seoul where a lot of notorious universities are located, such as Sogang University. Justice Bao, or Baozhang, was a Chinese politician in China's Song dynasty. He was known for his honesty and uprightness, hence the nickname, Justice Bao. Nerver was the largest community in the system. Some posts started appearing on the Earth server, which was considered one of the smallest communities in Nerver. Someone just broke the server level record on the Earth server. An open beta server player broke the server-wide record? Don't fuck with me. LOL. Nope, not gonna fall for that. Posts claiming to have broken the server-wide record during the open beta service had been around for a long time. Here is the link to the SSP video. Go check it out. It was real? What level is the player? Probably in the late 50s. Some even managed to uncover the previous server level record. Level 112, a super rookie named Henzer from planet Arvis set the recent record, but that was 7 years ago. After 7 years, the server-wide record was broken. Not everything that claimed to be a new record was recognized as a record by the system. The system only acknowledged a record-breaking achievement if there were sufficient reasons or evidence. The Berklaf necklace was no exception. Some also captured screenshots from the SSB video and posted the rewards Cha Jin Hyeok obtained. Record breaker. You have surpassed the system's best record. This achievement has a significant impact on enhancement effects. The record breaker effect was immediately applied to the Berklaf necklace. Reflection +1. Ability to reflect an attack that result in an instant death. Base probability, 70% plus 10%. However, an attack that result in a fatal injury may be converted into an attack that result in an instant death instead. Base probability, 30%. The base probability of reflection had increased by 10%. Isn't 80% reflection as good as a mythic grade item? No, it's not. Stop exaggerating. How can there be a mythic grade item in an open beta server? Nov, L, B /JNN. I know the Earth server has been very popular these days, but that's a bit over the line. LOL, you think mythic grade items are that easy to acquire? Many people gathered to say that the item's performance was not mythic grade. However, the community's named user, encyclopedia, appeared, and public opinion quickly changed. Their post was displayed in bold, unlike the others. In practical terms, reaching a reflection chance of 80% is indeed considered mythic grade. I have not seen an 80% calculation other than for mythic grade items. However, if it were a true mythic grade item, it wouldn't have such penalties. The reflection performance itself is mythic grade, but the penalty is too severe, making it an aberrant item. Statistically, players who use such items are unlikely to reach the top rank. As everyone knows, items with excessive gambling characteristics eventually kill their users. Written by Encyclopedia. This named user of Nerver was known for having knowledge about everything among all users, and they just proved that Cha Jin Hyeok's Berklaf necklace performance was close to a mythic grade item. Maybe there will be a new record on the moon fragment scenario as well? No way. That's just wishful thinking. Yuri going too far. LOL. Dante, you remember you set that record? You need to be more realistic. Haha. An open beta server was usually a place with little interest from people. However, with the record breaker achievement, more people started taking an interest in this open beta server. I just logged into the open beta server for the first time. Me too. More people logged into the open beta server for the first time, bringing joy to the heavy users. I told you, there is good content even in the open beta? Some were worried. I was trying to keep this place a secret. I didn't even try to promote it. Why is it already becoming famous? Without Jin Hyeok even realizing it, he was gradually becoming the most famous streamer on Earth. I just got the record breaker achievement. Cha Jin Hyeok had acquired many major achievements and first achievements before regression. However, setting a new record was a different story. It encompassed all servers. Maybe I'm becoming too successful. Jin Hyeok knew this new record was not an incredibly remarkable one. Not all records were the same. There were records for successfully enhancing a single item and records for breaking through a massive scenario involving the entire Earth. The record Jin Hyeok set would be a modest and minor one. I'm sure a lot of players could do the same. Jin Hyeok felt that while looking at Han Saerin, despite not having the merit of regression, she showed an extraordinary power that exceeded Jin Hyeok's expectations. She disappointed him in some aspects, but as a regressor, he had to take that into consideration. If he did not have the benchmark of Egan Paul, he might have thought he did things too well. However, Egan was already far ahead of him. What I am achieving right now should be about half of what Egan has accomplished. Thinking that way, Jin Hyeok did not feel like he was doing too well. He seemed to be playing at a reasonably good level. Jin Hyeok unknowingly smiled. Tomorrow is Sunday? I can keep being Kim Pyongbyum. Suddenly, he realized something strange. Wait, did I turn on my live stream on a Saturday? Weekends were his day off. He intended to only play as Kim Pyongbyum, but it seemed like Jin Hyeok wanted to show off the enhancement content. Without his knowledge, it seemed like he was transforming into a real streamer. Is this a good thing? Lately, even when there were no viewers, he felt like talking to himself as if he was live streaming. He acted as if he was live streaming even when he hadn't turned it on. It seemed like a positive change. Anyway, tomorrow, he would still be Pyongbyum. I should try out the Berklef necklace. If he had obtained a new item, it was customary to try it out. Luckily, he knew the perfect place to use this item. Will Searchin be angry? Searchin was a passionate man immersed in his work and also the GM of Yaso. He might blame Jin Hyeok for ruining the scenario he had prepared so carefully. But that did not matter to Jin Hyeok. What could be more important than testing a new item? Searchin's scenario being ruined was Searchin's concern. Jin Hyeok just hoped Searchin would understand. Jin Hyeok purchased a bus ticket bound for Yaso. The buses were operating with significant restrictions, and he had to wait for a long time to board the bus. Wow, time really doesn't seem to pass. Time always felt slower when he was looking forward to something. He was so excited just thinking about fighting against the flying toad again, but the damn bus was so slow. I miss the old days. He used to travel by helicopter or with the help of a teleportation mage. Compared to that, this journey was inefficient and exhausting. He finally arrived at Yaso. I should still contact him. Jin Hyeok tried to call the GM, but there was no response. Huh? I thought he would answer my call right away. He expected Searchin to make a fuss. He used the GM call one more time, and this time, he received a message. If you keep bothering me, I'll kill you. Sender, Hagon. It was a name Jin Hyeok did not recognize. It seemed that the GM for this city had changed. Well, this makes me feel more at ease. With an eased mind, Jin Hyeok headed toward Yaso City Hall. Along the way, he saw corpses that had died not too long ago. There are a lot of crazy people. He could tell just by looking at the corpses. They were defenseless against the flying toad and ended up dead. They should have thought about fighting monsters in their level range to get stronger. Shame on them. Just fighting strong opponents would not make players improve their skills. There needed to be a certain level of compatibility. They had to fight the strongest opponents they could handle to become stronger. I guess there's always those crazy people in any timeline. The number of corpses was more than he had thought. This was partly due to the existence of the Yasu Sword Master, Cha Jin Hyeok. The Yasu Sword Master had single-handedly annihilated the flying toad, instilling hope in numerous players that they too could do it. As a result, many players began to actively hunt the flying toad. Jin Hyeok did not deeply contemplate the cause and effect of this. Well, it's only natural to want to fight the strongest opponents. That's human instinct. And there was someone observing Jin Hyeok. Inside the building that had almost turned into ruins, there was a woman hiding behind a pillar. She was using her clairvoyance trait to scout the area near Yasu City Hall when she noticed Jin Hyeok. He is holding a sword. Seeing him alone, there was no doubt that he would meet his end soon. I wanted some good content for my live stream. Her name was Kong Miene. She was the 7th ranked streamer in the Korean region rankings. She came to Yasu with excitement. The strongest monster currently in existence was in Yasu. With that, it seemed like she could create good content. She continued her live stream. I think that's another person cosplaying as the Yasu Sword Master. There were quite a few that mimicked the Yasu Sword Master. It was amazing how ignorant some people are, not knowing the difference between the flying toad they see on the screen and the real flying toad. When they came here in teams, she managed to extract some decent L-tube material. However, if they came by themselves, like that idiot, she knew she couldn't get a single second of good content. They all died in an instant. I guess I should get a couple of clips for the teaser video. Thinking that way, she examined Jin Hyeok and was startled. What the? It felt like their eyes had just met. A strange chill went down her spine. I feel like we just met eye contact, but of course, it must be an illusion, right? Ha ha ha. But for some reason, it did not feel like an illusion. She hastily rewound the recorded footage. In the recorded video, the man was looking at her and smiling. She was shocked beyond words. He smiled at me. The distance between here and Yasu City Hall was a whopping 3 kilometers. He waved his hand. The chance of the player wielding the sword recognizing her was practically zero. It must be just a coincidence. She calmed her startled heart. She told herself again and again that this could not be true. The man suddenly disappeared from her sight. What's going on? It was the first time her clairvoyance had missed its subject. Feeling an inexplicable uneasiness, she frantically searched for the man. He's gone. It felt like she was possessed by a ghost. She even wondered if he was not a person but another monster in human form. After a short while, she heard a voice from behind. Hello, The man was waving his hand, with a very welcoming expression. The world was vast, and there were many crazy people. The fact that a streamer who had absolutely no combat power managed to sneak into Yasuo said it all. Thanks to the broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyuk was able to recognize that Miane was there. There are not many players who have the clairvoyance trait at the early stages. Also, the aura of the skill felt too familiar. That alone could not guarantee that Kong Miane was here, but still, Jin Hyuk thought it would be nice if it were her. Whether it was luck or something expected, it turned out to be Miane. She was startled when she saw him. What? How did you? I'm sorry in advance. What do you mean? Jin Hyuk struck Miane's head with an iron rod he had prepared in advance. This was the method Miane herself taught him. When you wish for the live stream not to be aired, the most certain method is to knock out the streamer. During play, there were times when players did not want to be exposed on the live stream. In such cases, it was common to ask the streamer to stop the live stream. Among streamers, we call this method bashing the head in. When a streamer lost consciousness, the live stream was automatically disconnected from the SSP, and the live stream would end. It was a method that Miane had used a lot, before regression. Come to think of it, she really is a crazy person. She had no mercy for streamers who filmed the same content as her or stole her original ideas. Streamers even called her the head basher. Anyway, Jin Hyuk struck her head using the method she taught him and waited for her to regain consciousness. If she turned on her live stream again as soon as she woke up, Jin Hyuk would have to strike her again. Maybe, that's too much. With a kind heart, valuing his former party member, Jin Hyuk bought an expensive hood from the broadcaster's shop and covered her eyes. I was being kind to her because he liked her, otherwise, he would have treated her much harsher. Before he knew it, Miane regained consciousness, and Jin Hyuk calmly explained to her as a good person. I didn't want this to be live streamed, Jin Hyuk said. Why you re insane? Get lost. It might have been because she could not see, but she was swinging her dagger randomly and the resistance was fiercer than Jin Hyuk expected. He wondered why she was like that. The Kong Miane he knew would not be flustered in such a situation and would even try to turn this into her live stream content. The Kong Miane of this time seemed to lack composure. If he had known, he would have tied her arms and legs. This is your fault. Don't blame me. Jin Hyuk had no choice but to knock her out again, tie her arms and legs and secure her to a pillar. He hoped she would feel more at ease when she woke up. After some time, Miane woke up. I'm trying to be gentle here. You just need to listen, Jin Hyuk said. What is it that you want? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, now you're calm. He made a proposal that would benefit both parties. I will let you film my battle against the flying toad. I am planning on defeating it by myself. But judging by her extremely guarded demeanor, convincing her wouldn't be easy. You will be the only one filming me, Jin Hyuk said. Deal, Appa. Miane smiled. Jin Hyuk also smiled. Now, she was more like the Kong Miane Jin Hyuk remembered. By the way, she was older than Jin Hyuk. It had always been like this for Kong Miane. She would go crazy at the mention of an exclusive filming. Regardless of what the filming was for, she would always say yes first. She would always prioritize securing exclusivity rather than reviewing what she was filming. Exclusive filming is advantageous to me, Jin Hyuk thought. Even if it was not Miane, someone would keep an eye on him. Whether it was drones or whatever other means, they would find a way to monitor him. Once Jin Hyuk entered an exclusive contract with a streamer, other streamers or technology would not be able to film him. I'll only be captured on screen through Miane's perspective. Rather than exposing himself to numerous people, it seemed better to show himself through just one person, which in this case, was Miane. It also made editing any potentially problematic footage easier. He had a brief conversation with Miane. Actually, the Yasuo Sword Master is my disciple. What? Since it killed my disciple, I must seek revenge. I will definitely defeat the monster, so make sure you capture everything. They started drafting the streaming contract. What do you think about the conditions? I like it. It's a bit disappointing that it won't be a live stream, though. Still, the edited version was better than nothing. She would be the first Korean streamer to film the flying toad being killed. Then, can I release a teaser? Miane asked. A teaser. I need to use it to attract the viewers, saying that you are going to kill the flying toad. With a short teaser, I can draw in more viewers and it will also be easier to get the video on the real-time trending list. She seemed to have adapted to the SSP much faster than Jin Hyuk thought. But what if I fail to defeat the monster? Wouldn't that be all for nothing? Jin Hyuk asked. Are you going to fail? No, that's not going to happen. You need to promise me that you will kill the flying toad. Even at this very moment, there might be players hunting the monster somewhere in the world. Being first in anything is the key. Jin Hyuk saw the madness flickering in her eyes. I don't think that the crazy person who can read my skills and track my location will be killed by the flying toad. Her madness excited Jin Hyuk. It was as if he had met the old Kong Miane, and it brought him a sense of joy. Cover my eyes again, Miane said. What? And tie my wrists and ankles. Why? For a thumbnail clickbait, of course. Miane was undoubtedly insane. After tearing her clothes here and there with her own hands, she posed like a damsel in distress who had just been kidnapped. Even to Jin Hyuk, she looked like she had been through something quite harsh. This should do. Now, listen carefully, here is the plan. I was subdued by a mysterious villain. This villain forced me to film only him, with a warning that he would kill me if he was not filmed properly. I had no choice but to sign an exclusive contract. This brings back memories. Me and A always filmed something multiple times, even if it was the same thing. Even though it looked the same to other people, she would change the directing method for something as simple as saying hello. Before regression, Jin Hyuk and his party members would get tired of it, but in the end, they always did it the way me and A wanted. And this time, we will start with a scene where we officially sign the contract as players. Do you understand the concept? She even changed her outfit right in front of him. This really brings me back. Before regression, they had been through hell together, so there was no sense of embarrassment between them. It was nice to remember those times. And the concept for this time is, people usually got tired of her, but her pure passion for playing was truly admirable. Jin Hyuk believed that this pure desire was the most beautiful thing in the world. And the setting for this time is, after filming various intros and teasers, they selected the most fitting one to stream before the main video. Jin Hyuk felt something after meeting her. I need to retire at an intermediate level. He would not be able to come up with diverse directing plans or ideas like her. He could tell at a glance that this was an area of raw talent and skill, and sword-crazy players like Jin Hyuk could never keep up. Right now, with the combination of early-stage buffs and a few strokes of luck, he was doing exceptionally well. But as his level increased, it was clear that he would be outclassed in competition with people like her. I just need to keep my sanity until then. Jin Hyuk almost lost what he was striving for just from the few small successes he had recently. He had the arrogance to do whatever he wanted and to aim for retirement on his own terms. However, the world was not that easy. There were so many talented and crazy people in the world. I should approach my play with humility. He reflected on himself. This became a catalyst for him to regain his composure. Keel, GM number 3 for Sitamungu, asked, Assistant Manager Searchin, what's wrong? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. It's not nothing. Why are you constantly fixated on Yaso? I had a scenario I wanted to finalize, and I'm worried about it. Isn't that the citywide scenario? Damn, you're so passionate. You have already received recognition for your contribution to the scenario, and you even got promoted, so why are you concerned about that? Keel could not understand Searchin. He could not grasp why Searchin worked so diligently. Searchin couldn't answer him. Kim Cholsu wouldn't go after the flying toad again, would he? Searchin thought. Searchin hoped Cholsu wouldn't. He may be crazy, but he is smart. He knows that we have taken precautions and won't try to hunt the monster again. He can't be that insane. The flying toad could not be allowed to die. Measures had been taken to ensure that it wouldn't. As an example, a lock was placed to prevent it from entering Phase 2. If it entered Phase 2, it would lose its rationality and would jump into the ocean. Also, its weakness was set as the ocean rather than the ocean water. In case the military was mobilized, captured the monster, and threw it into the ocean, a skill that enabled teleportation was created and included in the settings. You seem uneasy about something, Keel said. Hey, what if there was a monster in an open beta that could use an unblockable attack? Where would you find such a monster in an open beta server? Let's just assume there happens to be one. What if such a monster gets killed? Well, the system would have to provide tremendous rewards to the person who could kill such a monster, I suppose, Keel replied in a lazy manner, as if he found it bothersome to even think about it. How great would that be? I don't know. Why are you asking me all this? It's nothing, don't worry about it. Just in case, Searchin had even granted an ultimate attack, which was considered an unblockable attack, to the flying toad. At the time, Kim Cholsu utilized the broadcaster's barrier so well that Searchin believed that it was a different, more powerful skill. Cholsu had a level of skill surpassing that of the top tanks on Earth. Therefore, to neutralize the broadcaster's barrier, Searchin included the devouring swamp skill, an unblockable attack. Even for Searchin, this was going too far. I've gone too far from causality. When a GM exerted artificial power to prevent a certain outcome, it was necessary to have an opposing force of equal magnitude. There would be various side effects, but the rewards could become disproportionately favorable. Let's not think about unnecessary things. Besides, killing the flying toad is impossible now. However, for some reason, Searchin couldn't shake off this lingering uneasiness. This is nice, Jin Hyuk thought. A refreshing breeze blew. There was a slight stench of blood and decaying corpses, but it didn't really bother Jin Hyuk. Oh, it's set to be a female monster. LV90/flying toad, female sign, /skills/ the first step of the Yasu scenario. The flying toad that Jin Hyuk encountered last time was level 83. However, this female flying toad was level 90. The GM had brought in a stronger opponent. Wow, Searchin really went all out. Even a level 83 monster would have already far exceeded the standards of the Korean region, let alone a level 91. Jin Hyuk could sense Searchin's determination not to allow the flying toad to be killed, which made Jin Hyuk happy. The harder it was to kill a monster, the more satisfying it was when he succeeded. Breaking what the GM created to be unbreakable brought him an immense thrill. Great. I am so thrilled. There was even a new skill added. It was called Spatial Leap. Oh, is it to avoid being captured and falling into the ocean? To escape? That was not all. The media had also revealed the information that seawater was no longer the monster's weakness. Searchin had really gone all out. And I believe that's a new skill. Devouring swamp? It's too bad I can't see the details of that skill. Even Jin Hyeok could not obtain information about that skill. That means Searchin must have set it up to prevent the Flying Toad's Phase 2 from starting. That way, the possibility of the Flying Toad falling into the sea would decrease. Jin Hyeok felt even better. With that much effort put into the Flying Toad, the rewards must be incredible. It didn't matter to Jin Hyeok. This very moment of facing the Flying Toad was all Jin Hyeok could ask for. The stronger monster, the added skills through these, Jin Hyeok could understand the intention behind the creation of this monster. For a player, there was no greater joy than this. Also, it's a perfect opportunity to see how much I've improved. What used to be latent skills, sharp spirit, and sharper spirit, had now become his perfected skills. He could hear the fluttering sound of the Flying Toad's wings. Soon, she would charge toward him like a runaway locomotive. And if he collided with her, it was instant death, assuming Jin Hyeok didn't apply any achievement effects, of course. She's coming? The monster flew toward him. Jin Hyeok lunged sideways to dodge the monster's attack. Though I didn't really need to dodge that. Jin Hyeok was currently applying the repeating shortcuts and Hidden King achievement. It granted complete immunity to attacks from toad-like monsters below level 100. However, colliding head-on with such a massive creature was not exactly a wise move for a swordsman. Come at me. The Flying Toad, which was lying on the ground, rose and glared at him. Just like her male counterpart, she folded her wings and charged toward him like a wild boar. She's coming? The monster's gradually growing figure caught his sight. He followed her movements with his eyes and swiftly struck her with his sword. He avoided attacks that had to be avoided and ignored attacks that could be ignored. Thanks to the achievement effect, the monster's attack could not reach him. My attacks are leaving minor wounds on the monster. With this, Jin Hyeok could confirm that he was able to strip away her protective barrier much faster than that of her male counterpart he had previously encountered. Jin Hyeok's skills had improved significantly. He engaged in combat with the Flying Toad for 2 hours. I haven't sustained any significant injuries. It felt different from the last time he battled the Flying Toad. Back then, to sharpen his senses, Jin Hyeok reluctantly applied the all-clear, Saryaga Mart Dungeon, achievement. But now, there was no need for that anymore. With just the repeating shortcuts and Hidden King achievement, he was able to freely swing his sword and inflict wounds on the monster. It is not as satisfying as before, but still. In the previous battle, his left shoulder was dislocated, and he had a fracture on his rib. But now, he had no injuries. There was no clearer evidence that Jin Hyeok had become stronger. This is making me excited. Having successfully stripped away her protective barrier, Jin Hyeok found himself laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. And he glared at the Flying Toad. Once the protective barrier was gone, normally, the monster would emit red steam and enter Phase 2. But there is no Phase 2. In that case, Jin Hyeok was curious about what would happen. He wondered which path the monster would choose. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence. Wow, this was the feeling right before impending death. In Jin Hyeok's past life, he experienced this feeling hundreds of times, so he knew very well what was going on. He thought of this feeling as death approaching. Nov, L, B / JNN. Is it from underneath? Bubble, bubble. Something was bubbling and boiling beneath the monster's feet. Finally, Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's clairvoyance interpreted the situation and showed him what was going on. The devouring swamp was so powerful that even Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's clairvoyance was a bit slow in showing him how powerful the enemy's skill was. The Flying Toad used the special skill Devouring Swamp. A green magic circle formed beneath the crouching Flying Toad. A mixture of purple and green mana surged, and the swamp beneath the monster's feet started to bubble and boil even harder. Smoke rose from Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's barrier. Surprisingly, his broadcaster's barrier was melting away. Is that her unblockable attack? Jin Hyeok was surprised that a monster in an open beta server had this kind of attack. He could not believe that the monster had a setting that could ignore Jin Hyeok's achievement effects. Searchin was definitely a terrifying individual. If he went to such lengths with the settings, I wonder what the reward the monster would give. Jin Hyeok had already confirmed his growth. Now, he wanted to get some rewards. His body was gradually being corroded by the effect of the devouring swamp, and he had difficulties breathing. If that attack hits me, I'm dead for sure. Just as his vision was getting blurry, suddenly, everything in front of him turned pitch black. He felt a sudden mana wave. Thud. The effect of the Berklef necklace has been activated. However, it was a bit peculiar. Jin Hyeok's defense and mental resilience were greater than he had expected. This is not how it's supposed to work. Jin Hyeok assumed this attack to be an instant death attack. But it seemed like his achievement effects and physical defensive stats were far better than he anticipated. I had no idea I was this strong. No matter who it was, this attack should have killed anyone. However, it seemed like Jin Hyeok's intuition and standards were off. It was rare for him to make mistakes. An attack that was supposed to cause instant death was now considered an attack that only inflicted a fatal injury. This attack qualifies as a fatal injury attack. It will be converted into an instant death attack. Thud. An invisible sword pierced through Jin Hyeok's heart. The fatal injury attack has been converted into an instant death attack. Jin Hyeok was about to die. His consciousness started to fade. It felt like he was falling away from this world. Oddly, he felt somewhat delighted. This is interesting. He was sure that the attack was an instant death attack. He was confident from the numerous experiences he had had before. However, His expectations were pleasantly wrong, and then he was pleasantly surprised that a mere 30% probability was triggered. That was why people called playing a series of miracles. The trait Extra Life has been applied. Whew, I thought I was going to die. It was thrilling. If Jin Hyuk did not have the Extra Life trait, he would have truly died. The flying toad shot up into the sky. It seemed that she was planning to carry out an artillery attack. I need a better plan. He stopped using the broadcaster's barrier and deactivated all his applied achievements. I should not think about defending. That way, he could perfectly get hit by an instant death attack. In order for the Berklef necklace to perform its role, Jin Hyuk needed to get hit by an attack that would instantly kill him. The item could reflect attacks that qualify as instant death with an incredible 80% probability. I'll just expose my vital points. The reflection probability was 80%. This is an extremely advantageous effect for me. There was no such thing as 100% probability in playing. Anyone who claimed they had seen one was a fraud. If players were not willing to take the slightest risk, they shouldn't even play at all. If a player could not even utilize such an excellent item, they should quit playing. Here she comes. The monster grew larger and larger. This time, Jin Hyuk had a strong intuition. Getting hit by that monster means death. Bam! The monster collided with him. Just as I expected. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect Reflection +1 has been applied. Kiaok? The flying toad screamed in agony. Her belly was torn open, and she fell to the ground with foam oozing from her mouth. The protective barrier was completely gone. I've become so much stronger. With great joy, he climbed onto the monster's belly and swung his sword. In the end, Jin Hyuk succeeded in hunting another flying toad. You have leveled up. You have reached level 56. You have acquired the major achievement Early Resolution of the Flying Toad. Jin Hyuk acquired the same achievement he had returned before. Once again, there was no underline indicating a reward. Don't tell me there is no reward. It was not like he did this for the sake of a reward, but still, not receiving anything at all was a different issue. Jin Hyuk managed to kill the flying toad, and on top of that, the monster was incredibly stronger with the additional settings. It would be wrong not to get anything at all. That would be crossing the line. But then, Jin Hyuk heard a voice. Hey, you bastard. Huh. Jin Hyuk knew that voice. The recently appointed GM of Yasu, Haegon, had gotten the job through nepotism. His father was a server-level GM and held the executive managing director position in one of the servers. Haegon, there is a very high-profile scenario prepared in Yasu. If you handle it well, you will be set for the rest of your career. Just don't cause any trouble, Haegon. A competent employee over there has almost finished everything by himself. Just watch and don't do anything stupid. Since Haegon's childhood, he had been involved in numerous troubles. If his parents had any wishes for him, it was simply for him to eat less and not get into any more trouble. Why does this player keep using the GM call? Damn it. Haegon lay on the floor, caressing his big belly. With his right hand, he picked up a bag of chips and ate it. He didn't know much about anything else, but he was damn sure the Earth's snacks were quite tasty. If he calls me one more time, I'm just going to kill him. Fortunately, there were no more GM calls. From the moment he arrived in Yasu, Haegon established one rule: if someone bothered him 3 times, they would die. He almost killed one junior GM, and had already killed 6 players because of his rule. My father told me not to cause trouble. No matter how he thought about it, it was a good thing for that junior GM. The junior GM kept asking Haegon to take the GM calls, pay attention to server management, and handle the paperwork. It was so annoying that Haegon almost killed him, but in the end, he restrained himself. I'm becoming a better person. If it was in the past, Haegon would have killed the junior GM without hesitation. I should just take a nap. Although it was working hours, it didn't matter. If he just killed time, eventually the scenario set up by the predecessor would work smoothly, and then Haegon would be recognized for his contributions and get promoted. If I want to work at a higher level, I should do my best. Even if he wanted to work harder, this region was too small, and I highly doubt that someone can even defeat the flying toad. Haegon was confident that would not happen. The predecessor, GM Searchin, was known to be very meticulous and diligent, and he had never made a single mistake so far. Since the predecessor had thoroughly and carefully planned everything, there should be no issues. Haegon fell into a deep sleep. In the meantime, the intern GMS sent several messages to him. Assistant Manager Haegon, the flying toad is in the middle of a battle. The situation is a bit different from the usual. I need you to check out the situation. The intern GMS could not wake Haegon from his nap. They knew waking him up would lead to a horrifying outcome. As they hesitated and could not decide what to do, time passed by. The flying toad has been killed. At that moment, the GM's office was filled with blaring sirens. Beep, beep, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. This was a setting created by the predecessor, Searchin. What the fuck? What's going on? Startled, Haegon checked the messages he had received. Why are there so many messages? Haegon's face turned pale as he checked the messages. What the hell? These useless intern GMS. I can't count on them for anything. Several intern GMS hurriedly entered the GM's office. Haegon slapped 3 of the intern GMS one by one with the slipper he was wearing. Even so, his anger did not subside, and he scolded them fiercely. He wanted to punish them even more, but resolving the situation at hand was the top priority. If I knew this would happen, I should have learned the teleportation spell. Who here knows how to use the teleportation spell? The teleportation spell was a basic spell for GMS. With a little effort and the help of the system, one could learn to use teleportation spells rather easily. All three of the intern GMS knew how to use the teleportation spell. They all raised their hands. Haegon chose the only female intern GM among them. Let's go. Haegon and the intern GM quickly teleported somewhere else. While filming Jin Hyeok, Kong Miene was taken aback. What the hell is going on, she thought. The man on the screen seemed stronger than the Yasuo sword master. However, at the last moment, he extended his arms while laughing uncontrollably. His eyes, gazing at the falling flying toad, were filled with madness. Though Miene did not know what was going on, Jin Hyeok seemed incredibly satisfied. And then, a miracle happened. Jin Hyeok succeeded in killing the flying toad. Wow, he actually did it. He is truly insane. Jin Hyeok and Miene agreed to leave out the scene where Jin Hyeok kills the monster. So, within the agreed limits, she pondered on how to edit the video. However, the incident was not over. Hey, you bastard. Suddenly, the GM appeared. He had a human-like form, but he was huge, possibly over 2 meters tall, with one horn protruding from his forehead. He was being carried by a female GM who was much smaller than him. Why is the GM suddenly here? Though Miene could not understand, she kept filming. However, at one point, she felt a strange sensation again. She felt that Jin Hyeok was looking at her. With this, she was certain. That man can perfectly tell my position. She did not know how, but it felt as if Jin Hyeok could discern the flow and traces of her skills. He is undoubtedly insane. Crazy people recognized each other. She read the madness in Jin Hyeok's gaze and bit her lip. I don't know what's going on, but this must be a hint. Kim Pyongbyeom was conveying some messages. I am going to capture every scene. She activated the high-speed recording, an exclusive streamer skill, and then focused her entire mind on filming. A horn about the size of a finger protruding from his forehead. An arrogant expression on his face. A belly sticking out so much that it could not be concealed by his clothes. Disproportionately short arms and legs. Jin Hyeok knew this guy very well. LV65/Haegon/Yasuo GM number 1. Hashtag this bastard. Hashtag how dare you ruin my project? Hashtag should I kill him? Despite being a GM, Haegon was only level 65. He belonged to the goblin race, and from what Jin Hyeok remembered, anyone from that race was born as level 50. I remember his name as Kyrodon. Jin Hyeok knew why he changed his name to Haegon. There was a good chance that he had changed his identity after causing some trouble. The Kyrodon now called Haegon that Jin Hyeok knew was the GM number 1 for Dobonggu in Seoul. He was notorious among players. There have been many incidents involving Haegon, but the worst would probably be the arson incident that happened in the Dobong Station dungeon. Haegon set fire to the Dobong Station dungeon simply because he didn't like one player. Setting a dungeon on fire was usually done as an extermination action when the dungeon had serious issues or bugs. However, Haegon did this when there were over 100 players legitimately playing inside. The standard procedure for extermination was to guide all players outside first and then close the dungeon entrance. What he did was so wrong, and I remember many players protested. However, Haegon only received a 3-month suspension as punishment. The verdict was that there was no evidence left since everything was burned down, and that Haegon's authority as a GM had to be respected. Still, everyone was angry at the slap-on-the-wrist punishment. Jin Hyeok still had a vivid memory of this because one of his cooperative parties, Nightfall, was annihilated in that incident. And Haegon also got caught taunting the bereaved families on Nervar. Haegon taunted the families saying things like the players being grilled like the meat on a hot skewer. He also made so many other insulting posts that Jin Hyeok couldn't remember them all. If I want to expose this bastard, I need solid evidence. Luckily, Miene, who was crazy about capturing everything on video, was observing this area. Hey, return the major achievement, Haegon said. Excuse me. Haegon was even simpler and more ignorant than the guy Jin Hyeok remembered. If you return it, I will spare your life. But you have 10 seconds. 10, 9. But I worked so hard to. 4, 3. Jin Hyeok made a resentful expression. A bluish energy emanated from Haegon's fist. Bam! His fist struck Jin Hyeok's face. He was 10 levels higher than Jin Hyeok, but Jin Hyeok could not believe how weak he was. He was definitely a level grinder. Jin Hyeok deliberately jumped back to make it look like his punch sent him flying. Arg. It didn't hurt at all, but pretending to be in pain was exhausting. Bam! Bam! Haegon continued to hit him. Jin Hyeok wished Haegon would hit him more, but he eventually stopped because he got too tired. This guy is so weak. Wait a minute, Jin Hyeok said. Pant. You're dead meat. I will return it. I will return the major achievement. Oh, really? Yes. I will return it. Good. The major achievement early resolution of the flying toad has been returned. Having lost the major achievement, Jin Hyeok desperately grabbed Haegon's leg. On second thought, I don't think this is right. Please give it back, Jin Hyeok said. Do you want to die? Give it back? You took it from me. Jin Hyeok moved around while still holding Haegon's leg. He wanted Haegon to be standing in front of a sharp rock. When they got to the position Jin Hyeok wanted, he stopped. What the fuck are you talking about? Haegon said. Haegon tried to get away from him, but Jin Hyeok grabbed his leg and did not let go. He should be furious any time now. You fat pig. You're so fat that you want to eat my achievement, too. Jin Hyeok muttered softly so that it wouldn't be audible to Miane's livestream, but it was perfectly audible by Haegon. You motherless bastard. Haegon started to swear as he pulled out the horn on his forehead. The horn elongated and transformed into an axe-like shape. Holding onto his leg, Jin Hyeok intentionally showed Haegon the back of his own head. Give me back my major achievement. The back of the head was a vital point. If Haegon hit Jin Hyeok there, it should count as an instant death attack. Haegon took a deep breath, gathering his mana. Jin Hyeok patiently waited, making sure not to disturb Haegon's concentration. Oh, he's fully gathered his mana. Haegon used the skill plummeting goblin horn. Though Haegon was just another level grinder, the power of his skill was incredible. Normally, Jin Hyeok would have dodged it, but he decided to take the hit on the weak point. Haegon's axe struck the back of Jin Hyeok's head. Since Jin Hyeok had experienced how to die perfectly before, he was able to devise an even better plan this time. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect reflection +1 has been applied. Unlike when Jin Hyeok was fighting the flying toad, there was no mistake this time. Jin Hyeok had grown once more. Arg! Haegon screamed in pain, falling down on the ground. Thud! His head hit the rock that was behind him. What? A sharp rock right behind him? What are the chances? Jin Hyeok asked. What are you doing? Not treating him. Jin Hyeok said abruptly. He felt sorry for the intern GM who came with Haegon. The intern's face was full of panic, not knowing what to do. Since she doesn't have any healing skills, she won't be able to treat him. However, Jin Hyeok still told her to try to treat the GM anyway. The trial was going to start soon, and he wanted to appeal that he did his best to provide the best medical aid for Haegon. Jin Hyeok opened the lid of a healing potion and poured it over Haegon's head. Jin Hyeok knew it would only partially heal Haegon's injuries as Haegon was suffering from the reflections effect, and it wouldn't be of much use. As expected, Haegon ended up dying. A GM has been killed. Jin Hyeok's surroundings started to darken. A black barrier seemed to rise from the ground and covered the area around him. The field had changed. It's been a while since I've been here. This place was the judgment room, which automatically activated when someone committed a significant crime. 3 people dressed in legal robes appeared in the sky. Overall, the field looked like a courtroom, but next to him were beings in the form of small dinosaurs from the Dragonian race. They were born at level 140. You cannot have weapons. You cannot use skills. You cannot use traits. You cannot use mysteries. With all of Jin Hyeok's abilities restricted, it was challenging to determine the exact level of these Dragonians, but Jin Hyeok didn't really care. As long as he did not engage in any violent actions, they would not bother him either. The judge sitting in the middle spoke. The GM has been murdered. Do you acknowledge this? The judge was an AI implemented by the system. It was not intentional, but I do acknowledge it, Jin Hyeok said. Murdering a GM is a serious crime. Many players who came here on the charge of killing a GM received unjust punishment. Those judges were ace working for the system. Their sole purpose was the stability of the system, and the deprivation of players' rights was not much of a concern in the process. I request a witness. There was a streamer who was recording everything at the scene. Your request has been granted. Shortly after, an invitation was sent to Kong Miane. Miane had a strong intuition that this was a great opportunity for her. I will reveal the video of the flying toad later, she thought. She was bound by the contract anyway. She could only upload it with Kim Pyongbyum's permission. I'll just sneakily show my viewers the aftermath first. She deliberately framed the shot to show half of the flying toad's corpse. And what happens afterward is not within the scope of our contract. She started her live stream. Shocking aftermath of a hunt, and a suspicious behavior of the GM that followed. Is this just a coincidence? Viewers flocked in faster than usual. The fact that she partially exposed the flying toad's corpse quickly became trending. With her initial strategy of securing the viewer's attention, she angled the camera to avoid fully revealing the corpse. As a result, among the viewers, debates arose about whether the flying toad was truly dead or not. However, with Haegon's appearance afterward, the truth of the flying toad's death was revealed and became an established fact. Was he trying to take away the major achievement? LOL, I would be so pissed off if I were Pyongbyum. Even if this is an open beta server, isn't that too much? Do they have no dignity? Haha. Miane silently celebrated her clever move. The chat was much more active than usual. The SSP is really amazing. People from each server used different languages, but all of it was automatically translated, and it sounded very natural. This was called the Transcendental Translation, which was one of the system settings that provided the best translations to the viewers. Wait a minute, Haegon died? Are you serious? A GM died? When Haegon met his demise, Miane's livestream reached its maximum viewership, which was the first time it had happened. What an idiot? Ha ha ha, I bet my life that Haegon got his job because of his dad. After that, Miane almost screamed. What the hell? Why did Pyongbyum disappear? A strange black barrier appeared, and Pyongbyum vanished. Looks like he was moved to the judgment room. He's done for. LOL. Bye. The number of viewers started to drop rapidly. Wait a moment. Miane said urgently. I've received an invitation. The first ever journey into the judgment room? Let's see what's in there. The viewer count surged again. It was an accident. I did nothing but only received attacks from Hagon. I will submit evidence regarding that, Jin Hyuk said. Mia submitted the video. The video was displayed on the screen, and 3 judges examined it. Jin Hyuk continued to speak. After the incident, I made efforts to remedy the situation. I believed that the GMS had the basic healing skills, so I asked another GM who was nearby to provide treatment. What Jin Hyuk said was captured in the video. One of the judges questioned the intern GM, Marie. Is everything Kim Pyongbyeom said true? Why yes. It is all true, Marie replied. In the end, Jin Hyuk was declared innocent with strong evidence. However, from the judges' perspectives, it was not a particularly enjoyable outcome. For them, the stability of the system was the top priority, and punishing the player who killed a GM would have been better for them. However, Jin Hyuk presented such irrefutable evidence that they had no choice. Does the witness have any objections? No, sir. Hagon's colleague, Marie, did not seem to have any issues with the ruling either. Everything went smoothly for Jin Hyuk. We will render a verdict. The incident was initially set as the first step of the ASU scenario. If the scenario had gone as planned, it would have been a significant and impressive scenario. However, it went terribly wrong, and it became evident that the managing GM lacked the necessary abilities and was negligent in their duties. Therefore, the system orders the abandonment of the ASU scenario. The intern GM, Marie, looked pleased for some reason. Furthermore, we will grant the final reward of this scenario to Kim Pyongbyeom, the player who was unfairly deprived of a major achievement in this incident. Considering that player Kim Pyongbyeom was almost killed under the unjust tyranny of a GM, we deem this reward to be just. Jin Hyuk gulped. Really, he thought. If he successfully completed the ASU scenario, he would ultimately obtain the genius trait. Alongside the Sword Emperor trait, this was the trait that elevated Jin Hyuk to be a top-ranked player in his previous life. They're really giving it to me. He was delighted, but at the same time, he felt suspicious. They are being too kind. Of course, the judges were fair since they were a part of the system's AI. If presented with good evidence, they would render a corresponding verdict. But in the end, they are not on my side. They were not on anyone's side. Their priority was the smooth functioning of the system. Do you agree? One of the judges asked. Yes, I agree. However, please be aware that this reward needs to consider the current level of the Earth server, the judge who was sitting on the left said. This time, the judge sitting on the right spoke. Hence, I recommend setting a level requirement of 110 for acquiring the genius trait. The judge in the middle closed his eyes, seeming to ponder for a moment before speaking. The verdict was confirmed. This case will, therefore, recognizing the necessity of the level requirement, a probationary period will be required. Therefore, we will, accordingly, bang, 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 he struck the gravel. The verdict of the judgment room has been confirmed. You have acquired the final reward of the ASU scenario, the trait genius. However, the acquisition of the genius trait is deferred until level 110. Mia tightly held onto Jin Hyuk's wrist. Hey, do you want to date me? She asked. Are you crazy? He never expected to hear such words from Mia. Before regression, she was his comrade and was like a brother to him. Hearing this from his former party member gave him the chills. Then, how about a kiss? She stepped forward and tried to hug him. He knew the reason why she was acting like this. She possessed a trait that could bind her and another person's souls through a kiss. Supposedly, it allowed her to track the subject. It did not necessarily have to be a kiss. The more intimate the physical contact, the stronger the effect was. Get lost, seriously, Jin Hyuk said. Then, how about we sleep together? Jin Hyuk was genuinely creeped out. He was outraged that Mia was seducing him. Seeing his former party member, whom he shared life and death moments with before his regression, doing this to him made him want to throw up. Okay, I will compromise. How about just giving me your number? Mia's eyes showed desperation. It seemed like she would do anything to not let him slip away, which actually made him feel somewhat pleased. Good. This is the way you should play. It will be hard to see each other for a while, Jin Hyuk said. Why? Are you thinking about quitting playing just because you killed a GM? What? Is it because you're feeling guilty about killing a GM? Jin Hyuk did not say anything, but she suddenly raised her voice. She was so desperate that she was even making outrageous assumptions. Hey, it's okay. Players kill people when they're playing. It's not like you massacred 3,000 people. Why are you acting all timid like this? If a swordsman doesn't kill people, can we really call him a swordsman? Get a grip. The fact that you drew that conclusion from my short answer astounds me. She subtly stopped using honorifics with him, but he didn't really pay attention. Anyway, she seemed to be growing well on her own. I'm not going to let go. No, I can't let go. Give me your number. Play with me? If not, I'm just going to kill myself, Mia said. Kill yourself? You? And not be able to play. She was lying through her teeth. Still, it was nice meeting you, Jin Hyuk said. I won't let you go. Thwack. Jin Hyuk hit her neck and knocked her unconscious. Her body slumped. I don't see any real danger nearby. Jin Hyuk looked around to see if there was any immediate threat that could harm Mia when he left. Just to be sure, he concealed himself nearby to observe her waking up. Even after regaining consciousness, her eyes still flickered with madness. I need to sleep with that bastard. She muttered to herself repeatedly. From her expression, she seemed more resolute than when they entered the banyan tree dungeon. I'm definitely going to find him. I am going to find him, and sleep with him. Should I just kill her now? When he returned home, the Cha Jin Hyok avatar he had summoned was still sleeping peacefully on the bed. He had left the live stream on while his avatar was sleeping, so he had the perfect alibi. But why are so many people watching this? It's just me sleeping. Moreover, it was in first-person view, so there was nothing particularly interesting to see, yet thousands of people were watching it. Looking at the massive donations coming in, it was a world full of surprises, even for Jin Hyok. He sat on the bed and started meditating. Something's off n/o/bell/b/n.c//om. They gave him the genius trait way too easily. Even if this was an open beta server and was still on a low-level stage, Jin Hyok wondered why they would just hand over the trait for the scenario like that. There had to be some tricks behind all this. And there's the level requirement. Jin Hyok closed his eyes and observed his inner self, his skills, traits, and mysteries. Not a lot of players could do this. They would always complain that they could not do this, but to Jin Hyok, they were not just trying hard enough. Players who had gone back and forth between life and death would naturally come to realize this observation technique. Those who could not do this meant they had not experienced such intense play. All the top rankers he had encountered could do this. Genius trait. Inside his inner universe, bright lights were shining. That must be the genius trait. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be sealed with chains. So it unlocks when I reach the level requirement. Jin Hyok could not figure out exactly what kind of trick the system set up. Thus, he decided to wake up. This is not working. He felt like there was no answer here. He immediately headed to the Saryaga Mart dungeon. It was only a 10-minute walk from here. You have entered the Saryaga Mart dungeon. Ah, even the air is different. This was the dungeon where Jin Hyok achieved an all-clear, and because of that, his abilities skyrocketed when he was inside the dungeon. He activated the hidden stage, which was on the 3rd floor, and sat in the corridor. Here, he would not be disturbed by other players. He closed his eyes and started meditating. I see something. The bright stars in his inner universe. Inside one of those stars, he saw something nibbling away at it. With his enhanced broadcaster's clairvoyance, he closely examined the light emitted by the genius trait. He saw a small bug-like being devouring the genius trait. His broadcaster's clairvoyance interpreted it and told Jin Hyok what it was. Holy shit. This could have been bad. Nobody should ever underestimate the system. If Jin Hyok were just a newbie, he would have fallen for it. After finishing his meditation, Cha Jin Hyok stood up and opened the broadcaster's shop. Let's see. His current wealth amounted to around 700 million dias. When he first received his first 100 dias, it was surreal, but he was now getting used to it. He was receiving much more donations than he anticipated. It seemed like Mystery Box's concept was really catching on. Bahara's singing bowl. A resonating bowl. It contains the energy of Bahara, aiding in meditation. Duration, 1 minute. Price, 10 million dias. It was a well-known fact that Bahara's singing bowl had better effects than regular singing bowls. But the price difference was a whopping 10 times. I should buy it, right? With only the effect of the all-clear in the dungeon, it would be challenging to fully utilize the unleashing technique. If he touched the genius trait carelessly, it could lead to an explosive disaster. If that happened, his mental world would be completely destroyed, and there was a high possibility he would become crippled. However, waiting until the level requirement was reached on the genius trait would mean that poison would have already spread throughout it. The unlocked genius trait would undoubtedly cause a huge clash with his almighty jack of all trades trait. This is so fucked up. What can I do? That was why Jin Hyok felt excited. Judging by how reluctant the system was to give this to him, it had to bring about a tremendous effect. There was no need to curse the system, it was just like the dungeons. Easy to break meant the reward was nothing special, but difficult to break meant it brought a fantastic reward. When Jin Hyok thought about it that way, it made him calm. You have purchased Bahara's singing bowl. From his extensive experience in meditation, this was probably going to take a very long time. You have purchased Bahara's singing bowl. You have purchased Bahara's singing bowl. Jin Hyok emptied his entire wealth and bought 70 Bahara's singing bowls. Then, he went back home and waited for his sister, Cha Jin-sol. He thought about going to Paju to find her, but he did not want to risk the two of them missing each other, so he decided to wait instead. She should be coming home soon. However, Jin Hyok was wrong. Jin-sol, who had gone on a monster hunt to the Heirai Art Valley in Paju, did not return until 5 a.m. What were you doing that made you come home so late? Jin Hyok asked. My god, were you waiting for me? It seemed like she was not in her right mind. It didn't seem like she was drunk, but she appeared to be intoxicated by the monster hunting. It happens sometimes. But only those with the potential to become top-ranked players showed such signs of intoxication. Should I let her take a break for a while? Jin Hyok knew his sister would become more exhausted if she became a top-ranked player. He believed she did not have the potential to become one, but he was still concerned. For now, let's just focus on the matter at hand. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Luckily, it didn't take long for Jin-sol to regain her composure. When they entered the 3rd floor of the Saryaga Mart dungeon, she seemed to be wide awake and lucid, or even more so than usual. Are we doing this secretly? There must be something more hidden, right? That's it, isn't it? Jin-sol asked. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Her appearance reminded Jin Hyeok of Angel Girl or Han Sae-rin, making him feel weird. The madness of others might have been entertaining, but the madness of his family members was a bit unsettling. Take this. He handed her the 70 Baharas singing bowls. Time it precisely and use this singing bowl every 1 minute, no, every 59 seconds. Honestly, Jin Hyeok wanted to tell her to use it every 60 seconds, but he was afraid she might make a mistake. What is this for? It's a tool to help with my meditation. You're going to meditate now? Here. Yeah. If you don't use it accurately, my head might explode and I could die. Jinsol was surprised. You're kidding, right? I'm dead serious. Are you crazy? I can't do it. I won't do it. If it's not you, there is no one else I can trust. Jin Hyeok was literally trusting her with his life. And trusting this to others would bring too much risk. I'm trusting you to do it, Jin Hyeok said. Why? You're the person I trust the most. Do you think that kind of sweet talk is gonna work? It seemed like it worked just fine. If you really don't want to do it, I can ask someone else. Jinsol nodded in the end. Just one of these every 59 seconds, right? If possible, every minute would be even better, right? Jin Hyeok took his seat and got ready. Ding! Bahara's singing bowl effect has been activated. He began meditating, just like before, becoming an observer of his inner universe. A small cosmos unfolded before his eyes, and many things started to become visible. He approached the twinkling stars and reached out his hand. This is the virus that consumes the genius trait. He focused his mind. If he used the unleashing technique recklessly, his head would explode. This is interesting. This was even more thrilling than when he first encountered the flying toad. He cautiously touched the shining genius trait, and each time he did, his hand bounced off, nearly breaking his concentration. Without the effect of the all-clear and Bahara's singing bowl, his meditation would have been disrupted numerous times. I need to use the unleashing technique after grasping and observing the genius trait as accurately as possible. Knowing the opponent and knowing oneself ensured victory in all battles. It was a universal truth. Jin Hyeok had to examine and re-examine both the trait and the bug-like creature that was in the middle of consuming it accurately. He had no idea how much time had passed. Now, I can draw the genius trait in my mind even without looking at it. This includes even the movements of the bug-like creature that was consuming the trait from the inside. Jin Hyeok had reached a level where he could visualize everything in his mind. All preparations were complete. I need to finish this in one go. Inside his conscious world, he took a deep breath. He could feel his heart racing. Relax my body. Tension would cause the body to become stiff. This was an incredibly delicate and careful process, and any mistake would result in his head exploding. Now, you have used the mystery unleashing technique. Sweat dripped down Jinsol's forehead. Her body was already soaked in sweat, and she had exhausted most of the Bahara's singing bowls in her possession during this extreme state of tension. Now, there is only one left, she thought. She had used 69 Bahara's singing bowls, trying her best to use them exactly once every minute, in order to give Jin Hyeok as much time as possible under its effect. It had been over an hour. I'm not sure, but it seemed like an intense battle was raging within Jin Hyeok's body. Just like Jinsol, he was also drenched in sweat. Appa, please. Images of Jin Hyeok's head exploding kept flashing in her mind. Her heartbeat increased, and fear overwhelmed her. This is the last one. She used the last Bahara's singing bowl. After a moment, a golden ray of mana began to emanate from Jin Hyeok's body. He opened his eyes. Heal me? With those words, Jin Hyeok lost consciousness. Appa. Jinsol used her healing skills on Jin Hyeok, but ended up fainting herself. A day passed, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that Jin Hyeok was already awake. Appa, are you okay? How can you not be able to control your own healing skills? I asked if you were okay. I'm fine, that's why I'm scolding you right now. Jinsol bit her lip. If you ask me to do something like this again, I will be the one who is going to make your head explode. Hashtag do you know how worried I was? Hashtag I thought your head was going to explode? Hashtag why was your head throbbing so much? Jinsol continued to speak. So, why did you do something like this? What did you risk your life for? To gain something. What is it? You don't need to know. It would be exhausting if this became known to the world. So, you're going to keep it a secret from me too? You don't trust me. I do trust you. Then why are you keeping it a secret from me? There are crazy bastards out there who can pry open your mind and extract memories and information. It's better not to know about this. Jin Hyeok examined the changes in his body. Fortunately, using the unleashing technique was a complete success. Let's go home and rest for a bit. For the next few days, it seemed like taking a break from live streaming would be necessary. I am all out of energy. His entire body had been drained of energy. Jin Hyeok lay down on the bed and opened the traits window. Traits. 1 Broadcaster's Barrier. 2 Allrounder. 3 Extra Life. 4 Imperial Resilience. Jin Hyeok recalled the moment when the unleashing technique succeeded in unlocking the Genius trait. You have acquired the trait Genius. It was just like when the Almighty Jack of all trades trait had devoured the Sword Emperor trait. This time, the Almighty Jack of all trades trait had consumed the Genius trait. And there was a significant change. The trait Almighty Jack of all trades has been upgraded to Allrounder. The Almighty Jack of all trades and Allrounder were essentially the same. Allrounder. An advanced trait that surpasses the Almighty Jack of all trades. It draws out all potential to its limit, emitting a unique brilliance. Conditions for activation. 1. Almighty Jack of all trades. 2. Assimilation of king or higher level trait. 3. Assimilation of prodigy or higher level trait. This was not just a passive trait that was applied to the body. Some traits held another set of skills within them. These skills were called inherent trait skills, or shortened to inherent skills. Inherent trait skills. 1. Reach the sky increases experience gained by 10%. 2. See the future temporarily accelerates the revealing of job skills by 30 levels. 3. Persevering genius significantly reduces mental strength consumption when using all traits and skills. From Jin Hyeok's standpoint, each of these skills seemed overpowered. A 10% increase in experience gain rate. As if he was not already a fast leveling streamer, adding an extra 10% on top of that was surreal. In the future, a ring that added 5% to the experience gain rate would go for around 30 billion dios. Jin Hyeok had never seen an item that increased by 10%, and if it even existed, it would likely be worth hundreds of billions of dios, making them implausible. And I can temporarily accelerate the revealing of the job-specific skills by 30 levels. Jin Hyeok confirmed that his own skills from when he was the Sword King were inherent in his soul. If he could convert them from latent skills to his regular skills, it meant he could use skills much higher level than his current self. The downside is that those skills would consume a lot of mental energy. If he used a skill that was too high in level, it would consume too much mental energy too quickly. However, imperial resilience and persevering genius would prevent that from happening. If people found out about these skills, it's going to be devastating. These skills were so overpowered that those who hunted other players would do anything to obtain them. It was a good thing that Jin Hyeok had multiple lives. As soon as he obtained the all-rounder trait, he changed the name back to Almighty Jack of all trades as it was originally. Once I surpass level 200, I won't be able to fully hide the trait even with multiple lives. At that point, some truly terrifying and dangerous individuals will target me. That would put my family in danger too. Though he was delighted to gain such an ability, he regained his composure. I must retire before reaching level 200. If he continued to be active until then, his ability would be exposed. That would lead to the complete loss of his current happiness and tranquility. His everyday life might crumble once again. Maybe I should quit playing at level 150, just to be sure. Without realizing it, his maximum level before retiring had shifted from 100 to 150. I must give my best and play until level 150. By then, I will have built a solid foundation for retirement. There were many short-term players that were famous for only a short period of time. The recently deceased player, Shadow Man, was one of them. Backstabber was just a nobody in the future that I was in, but here he was ranked first in the chi manipulating class. That provided Jin Hyeok with a good excuse, the excuse of allowing Jin Hyeok to be able to be an active player until he reached level 150. These short-term players received some attention in the early stages but were soon forgotten. Jin Hyeok thought it would be safe for him to gain that much fame, just to level 150. If I become more ambitious, I won't forgive myself. After taking a 3-day break, Jin Hyeok decided to return to live streaming. The integration between the SSP and LTube is almost complete. This meant that people on Earth could now access the live stream of the streamer Kim Chulsu through LTube. Huh? What the hell is this? Just before starting the live stream, Jin Hyeok noticed something strange. Why has the capacity for the viewers increased so much? Originally, the capacity increased by 300 per level. Currently, Jin Hyeok was level 56. The number of viewers allowed in his live stream was limited to around 16,000. Why did it suddenly triple? The capacity for viewers had increased significantly to 50,000. He had a hunch that this phenomenon was due to all-rounder. I guess this trait has a characteristic that greatly affects both my body and abilities. It undoubtedly had a significant impact on his job as well. I should hide this. Regardless of his determination to play with ambition, this rapid increase was too irrational. Although there might not be any players who targeted him yet, it was still wise to be cautious. I'll keep the all-rounder trait as the Almighty Jack of all trades, just like before. But how can I adjust the viewer capacity? Jin Hyeok could change the name and the description of traits with multiple lives, but he could not alter the viewer capacity. However, there seemed to be a way to limit the number of viewers, which he found after exploring the interface. Let's see. Right now, Egan Paul has around 50,000 viewers. So, Jin Hyeok decided to set the capacity limit back to the original number for now and gradually increase the number of viewers allowed. Now that I looked at Egan's numbers, he's pretty insane. Egan's live stream had already surpassed 50,000 viewers. When Jin Hyeok checked the ranking board, Egan had a higher level than him. Egan had already reached level 60. Still, I feel good about this. Comparing Jin Hyeok's abilities to Egan's, he realized that they were quite similar. Having a similar viewer capacity meant they were on a similar level as streamers. See, I told you, Jin Sol. In the past, Jin Sol had praised Egan, saying that his number of viewers was overwhelmingly high and that he was an amazing streamer. This is how good your brother is. Jin Hyeok was not planning to reveal his true power on the ranking board anyway. Officially, Egan would remain at the top, but this was a matter of personal satisfaction. I might even be able to catch up to him. As the saying went, ambition grew as one got closer. When something seemed too far away, he did not feel greedy, but as it came within reach, he started to yearn for it. I want to be number one. An uncontrollable desire welled up within Jin Hyeok. Joseph came to see Jin Hyeok. Then, suddenly, he knelt down in front of Jin Hyeok. I have temporarily parted ways with Egan Paul, Joseph said. Jin Hyeok didn't know what Joseph was talking about. Even right before Jin Hyeok's regression, Joseph was a star maker and the closest aide to Egan. I simply cannot forget you. You are destined to be a star. I will make you a star, the most famous person on the earth, no, on all servers. With my help, even the impossible can become possible. It was a tempting offer, but Jin Hyeok declined. I am planning on retiring at level 150, so, I hope you don't bother me anymore. Egan, who was known to value his colleagues, would be furious if his colleague joined Jin Hyeok's side, especially if it was Joseph. Egan would surely put a target on Jin Hyeok's back. Wow, even just thinking about it makes me tired. Honestly, Jin Hyeok believed he could reach unofficial rank 1 until level 150, even without Joseph's help. I am going to devote my life to you, Mr. Kim. Don't do that. Just go away. You know what they say, the tall poppies are the ones that get cut down. A shining star like you will undoubtedly attract dark forces like a magnet. I want that brilliant light to shine even brighter, like the radiant glow of the sun. I will protect that light. Make it shine more brilliantly, more dazzlingly. What the hell is he talking about? Jin Hyeok had no idea what he said in English, but the translation was very melodramatic. I should have known since his player name is love, memories, longing. But, he is not completely wrong. Joseph spoke as if he had experienced the high-level stages. His eyes for predicting the future seemed quite outstanding. No wonder he became such a famous star maker in the future. Mediocre light is bound to be devoured by darkness. But the sun is different. If the darkness tries to devour the sun, it will just shine brighter to get rid of the darkness. Are you saying I'm just a mediocre light? Jin Hyeok asked. Yes, I am saying that. Jin Hyeok became somewhat interested in what Joseph was saying. Just think about it. Everyone covets gems that emit a mediocre but beautiful light. However, the sun is different. No one covets or dares to touch the sun. I will make you into the sun, Mr. Kim. Jin Hyeok knew he should not entertain such thoughts, but he could not help feeling drawn into it. When he thought back to the time before his regression, he supposed he was just a mediocre light. He was considered strong enough on the Earth server, but not across all the servers. If there had been a server-level ranking, he would probably have been barely in the top 100. Jin Hyeok could not help but think about what if he became powerful enough to overpower everyone and how that would make things easier for him. I should get a hold of myself. Jin Hyeok seemed to have a tendency to only hear what he wanted to hear. In this world, no one could be an all-powerful being. Despite experiencing that fact rather painfully, Jin Hyeok found himself swayed by such sweet talk. It seemed he still had a lot to learn on how to control himself. There are no all-powerful beings in this world. I am going to retire at level 150, and you should just go back to Egan. Joseph remained on his knees and did not stand up. I know better than anyone that you are not even considering retiring. What the hell are you talking about? I said I would retire. It is absolutely impossible. Jin Hyeok could not make sense of what Joseph was saying. Jin Hyeok wondered if his lack of social skills prevented him from understanding Joseph, so he activated his broadcaster's clairvoyance. You're lying. Nothing can deceive me. My intuition can touch the sky. It did not seem like Joseph had any tricks or ulterior motives. He genuinely believed what he was saying. Seeing how he confidently trusted his intuition just reminded Jin Hyeok that Joseph was just a big fish in a small pond. I will take that to mean I am not right for you, yet, Joseph said. That is not what I meant. I will come back to you when you reach level 150, but until then, I am going to get some hands-on experience with Egan's Avengers army to help myself grow. When the time comes, please accept my proposal. You are not going to retire. No, you can't. Someone visited Choi Gap-su's alchemist's workshop. It was Michelle Jang, a slender woman in her mid-30s and a successful and prominent overseas Korean entrepreneur. Look at this old man's face. I heard that you're using the name Choi Gap-su here, am I right? Michelle said. I never invited you here. I thought we were close. Do I need to be invited to come here and chat? I'm saddened by the imaginary wall that you're putting in between us. In the Earth server, her name was Michelle Jang, but her real name was Moneyshot. She was the rising tycoon and a famous user of the SSP, challenging the throne currently held by Money Shower. She crossed her legs as she sat down. I guess you don't know what's going on, Michelle said. Don't know what? Why Kim Chul-soo is not live streaming these days. I know it. Michelle's eyes narrowed. See, you don't know anything, she said. I told you, I know. If you knew, you would have boasted about it already. You would say something like, Kim Chul-soo is taking a break from live stream because of this and that, blah blah. Recently, the two of them had been interested in Kim Chul-soo. Chul-soo's presence overshadowed both of them. You wasted so much money, but you don't even get the VIP treatment. You're just like me. An average viewer, Michelle said. Shut up. If I wanted to know what was going on, I could have found out easily, but I just didn't bother. That's all. I mean, Chul-soo could have given you a quick text or something, but I guess he didn't even do that. Michelle chuckled softly. Gap-su's face turned red with anger, but at that moment, his succubus secretary, Lilia, knocked on the door. Director, Kim Chul-soo is here to see you. Tell him to come in. Gapsu's shoulders broadened, and he raised his chin while crossing his legs. Gapsu looked at Michelle and whispered softly, "Do you see who I am?" Gapsu then shifted his attention to Cholsu and spoke to him, "Come in, and let's hear what you have to say, streamer Kim Cholsu." As soon as Jin Hyuk saw her, he knew. Michelle Zhang. They did not have a deep connection, but she was a prominent entrepreneur who had made a big impact in the United States. Seeing that she had the same face as the one Jin Hyuk remembered, it seemed that this woman was also related to Gapsu, the old man. Jin Hyuk had a gut feeling. Is she also part of that Trinity Club or something? But today, the old man was acting unusually friendly toward him. "So, I heard that you have enhanced the Berklef necklace, correct?" Gapsu asked. "Yes. Thanks to your help, it has been completed. When are you going to use it?" "I am planning to do it soon. I've been studying how to use it and conducting various tests, so I couldn't start my live stream. If you're planning on doing that, at least post a notice on your channel. Don't you know how much the viewers were waiting?" "I see." Jin Hyuk realized that he had not paid attention to that detail. It was a basic thing for a streamer. It was his mistake not to have done that. "I am sorry. I got too carried away in understanding the new item's abilities. I'll make sure to post timely notices from now on." Ha ha ha. Gapsu looked at Jin Hyuk with an understanding gaze and laughed. Jin Hyuk had no idea why the old man was being so nice to him. "Ah, what am I doing? This friend is Michelle Zhang, who runs a business in the United States. She is a distant relative of mine," Gapsu said. Michelle extended her hand toward Jin Hyuk. "Nice to meet you. I'm Michelle Zhang. My name is Kim Cholsu. Nice to meet you too. There seems to be something you want to ask, so just tell us straightforwardly. Why beat around the bush? Tell us." Huh. Jin Hyuk had heard that she had the ability to see through people's minds, and it seemed like her ability was genuine. Well, if you came here to ask me for a favor, you should look at me and talk, not look elsewhere. Speak up. What brings you here?" Gapsu asked. Jin Hyuk wasn't quite sure, but there seemed to be a strange tension between them. They seemed close, but at the same time, not that close. It felt like they both wanted Jin Hyuk to ask them for the favor. "There's a dungeon that requires an entrance fee." "Entrance fee?" "Yes. It's for the Gangnam Shinsegae department store dungeon. I heard that there are monsters over level 50 roaming around there. If the regular monsters are at that level, there might be even stronger boss monsters." While the old man was stroking his chin, Michelle spoke up, "I'll help." "Excuse me." A faint smile of a winner appeared on Michelle's face as she said that. Jin Hyuk had not even explained the entrance fee yet, but she still offered to help. "I don't nitpick about what and how things should be done like some people. If there is a target I want to invest in, I support and invest in it wholeheartedly. So, about the Gangnam Shinsegae department store dungeon. How much is the entrance fee there?" "It is 1 million dios per person," Lilia, who was standing beside her, answered. "Good. Jin Hyuk did not come here to receive 1 million dios per person as an investment. But the thing is, along with the entrance fee, this dungeon also has a resurrection setting," Jin Hyuk said. "Is that so? Having both the entrance fee and a resurrection setting means that the dungeon is challenging and dangerous, don't you think?" "I suppose so. It seems like it will take several attempts to clear it. Jin Hyuk and his team would have to try many times. He believed he would need to attempt it more than 10 times. He wanted to make this into his live stream content, but for some reason, Michelle was overly friendly to him. "Of course. You can try as many times as you want, even 100 times. I will give you an upfront payment for 10 attempts. In return, give me a VIP invitation," Michelle said. "Wait," Gapsu said while making a displeased expression. "I will double it. Are you going to be this bad-mannered by interrupting? Cholsu came here to ask me for help, so technically, you are the one interrupting and not me, Michelle." These two people's gazes clashed in the air. The alchemist's workshop vibrated. It felt like a small earthquake had occurred. Jin Hyuk could not exactly understand why they were acting this way, but soon enough, he was the one receiving their uncomfortable gazes. "All right, Cholsu, what do you think? What do you believe is right?" Nov. L. B //JNN. "Yes, I want to know from you, Cholsu. Surely, you were here to get help from me, so it's only natural that you receive my support, right? Did I mention that I am going to double the amount?" Jin Hyuk could feel a considerable sense of pressure. If he did not have imperial resilience, he might have been overwhelmed by that force. But, after gaining the all-rounder trait, Jin Hyuk began to see things differently. In the past, he would have simply said that he would take it from whoever paid the most. However, now he saw other things beyond that. What is this? An invisible multitude of calculations flashed through his mind. You have activated the latent skill Wide Vision. The skill, Wide Vision, which ruler class players acquired at level 40, was activated once again. Additionally, a series of notifications followed. You have activated the latent skill Wider Vision. This, too, was a skill of ruler class players. It was a level 50 skill that enhanced the previous skill received from level 40. Soon after, another notification followed. You have activated the latent skill Diplomacy. A world Jin Hyuk had never experienced before began to unfold before him. Diplomacy was a skill that players of the ruler class acquired at level 60. Above the heads of Choi Gapsu and Michelle Zhang, a unique window called Favorability appeared. Hostile, unfriendly, play button, neutral, reverse button, friendly, very friendly. Cha Jin-hyuk was not unfamiliar with this skill. Currently, it showed as neutral, but he knew it could change in real time. Right now, it was a simple window, but top-ranked ruler class players could see all sorts of elements in it. So, this is how it feels. The difference between simply knowing what it was and actually seeing it with his own eyes was monumental, and experiencing it firsthand opened a whole new world for Jin-hyuk. Information that Jin-hyuk had not considered important until now became meaningful and redefined. It felt like he was becoming smarter. The old man seems to place a significant emphasis on the trust and goodwill between people. As a result, once a player gained favor and built a friendly relationship with Gapsu, they could have a very positive and long-lasting relationship. There was a reason why Gapsu was famous for being a sucker. I appreciate your proposal, old man. I am puzzled as to what you see in me that makes you spare no effort in investing in me, Jin-hyuk said. Hostile, unfriendly, neutral, play button, friendly, reverse button, very friendly. What are you trying to say with all this sweet talk? While I am grateful for your offer, I don't want to become a foolish person who only seeks immediate benefits. At least for this matter, Michelle was the first one to show me unconditional favor and trust. Therefore, I believe it is only right to repay that. Hostile, unfriendly, neutral, play button, friendly, reverse button, very friendly. Oh, there is a reaction. The line between play button, friendly, reverse button and very friendly was shaking quite vigorously. Therefore, on this occasion, I think it is only appropriate to forego my material gains and take the hand that Michelle Zhang extended to me. Jin-hyuk stood up and bowed to Michelle Zhang. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and investing in me, who still has nothing to show. In response, Michelle extended the back of her hand to him. Jin-hyuk was unsure why she was doing that, but still, he kissed the back of her hand lightly. Jin-hyuk didn't have much information, but he assumed this to be some kind of custom from where she lived. Diplomacy caught Jin-hyuk's action, and the skill judged it as a gesture that could win her favor. Hostile, unfriendly, neutral, friendly, very friendly, play button, reverse button. Michelle smiled brightly. Your every word, your every move, they touched me. You described yourself as someone who has nothing to show, right? Huh? Did I say that? That means that there would be a lot more to see from you in the future, right? After saying that, Michelle shifted her gaze to the old man. To be honest, I started paying attention to Chulsu to win against the old man. You think you can win against me? Gapsu said. But after meeting Chulsu, I understand. How did you discover such a gem? I have to admit that you have a good insight, at least for this time. Gapsu seemed a bit sensitive to praise. Jin-hyuk noticed Gapsu's ears turning slightly red. And you are also my type, Michelle said to the old man while smiling. She seemed to find the old man attractive. Her taste is quite unique. As soon as Jin-hyuk started his live stream, he began with an apology. Due to recent personal circumstances, I could not post any notices for my viewers. I apologize to the viewers who waited for my live stream. As a still inexperienced streamer, there is much to learn. Please forgive me. If I have to take a break due to unavoidable circumstances, I will make sure to announce it on my channel. After the apology, Jin-hyuk entered the Gangnam Shinsegae department store dungeon with his party. JNN. The entrance fee was supported by the generous sponsor, Michelle Zhang, who is a successful entrepreneur in the United States. Our party might die several times here, but Michelle promised to cover the entrance fee every time. Thanks to that, we can proceed with today's live stream content more freely. I just want to say thank you. There was one change in this live stream. Jin-hyuk created something resembling the Hall of Fame for supporters who had given great help with creating the content for his live stream. On the right side of the screen, Jin-hyuk put the name Michelle under the title Contributors. Additionally, he granted them a very slight privilege. Contributor Moneyshot is satisfied. This was it. Jin-hyuk added a feature that allowed the contributors to express their feelings using specific predefined sentences. It was limited to simple expressions such as likes it, dislikes it, and is satisfied. So Michelle is Moneyshot. Even before Jin-hyuk's regression, he didn't know this. He wondered how many more things he didn't know about in this world. Only level 45 and above can enter the dungeon. You have entered the Gangnam Shinsegae department store dungeon. When they entered, there were hardly any people compared to other dungeons. To be precise, there were none. The dungeon looks similar to the department store. Except for the fact that humanoid monsters were walking around instead of people, the first floor looked almost identical to the department store. LV52/decayed mummy /dash. The first floor seemed to be the habitat for the decayed mummies. They wandered around slowly, wrapped in dirty bandages from head to toe. It seems bad here. It's probably the scent coming from these monsters. At that moment, some players entered the dungeon. Judging from the relatively large number entering at once, they seemed to be a party. Jin-hyuk saw a familiar face. Han Sae no, Pathfinder. So, you remember me. How dare you come here without me? No, I didn't leave you behind. Jin-hyuk excluded Han Sae from this dungeon play. She complained and questioned Jin-hyuk if she had done something wrong and claimed that this was unfair. However, that was not the issue. The reason he came here was to properly show the Burklef necklace to the viewers. And if he could clear the dungeon in the process, that would be a plus. I thought it would be too easy to clear the dungeon if you were in my party. This dungeon did not have any hidden achievements or items. There were just some strong monsters around his level, but other than that, it was a pretty straightforward dungeon. If Jin Hyuk had a capable navigator in his party, they could clear it with ease, especially by avoiding fighting the boss monster, the Decayed Pharaoh. However, Jin Hyuk planned to fight the Decayed Pharaoh. He wanted to show off his Berklef necklace in the most dramatic moment, and having Sairin here would disrupt his plan. Watch closely. I will show you how capable of a navigator I am. I told you, I don't need you to be capable. Behind Sairin, a few more players entered. Lee Hyein-song. He was once Jin Hyuk's rival for the top position in the blade-wielding class. Now, Hyein-song appeared as part of the government party, which Jin Hyuk was part of before his regression. He smiled warmly and acted like he and Jin Hyuk were close. Ah, are you Kim Chol-soo? Do you know me? Of course. You are very famous. I've heard about your remarkable achievements. If this were before Jin Hyuk's regression, Hyein-song wouldn't say these things. It was quite intriguing to see it now. No matter how he looked at it, Jin Hyuk was much stronger than him, but back then, Hyein-song kept talking about how he was much stronger than Jin Hyuk. Now that Hyein-song was no longer Jin Hyuk's competitor, he seemed to be at ease. What an idiot. I'm famous? I know that I'm not that famous. Wow, you are even humble. So I guess that's why you didn't even bother to register on the ranking board. Haha. A few more players entered behind Hyein-song, and some of them looked familiar to Jin Hyuk while others were unfamiliar. I've heard that the country was organizing a party under the government's name. It seems like they're here. Actually, it was quite common to encounter other players like this. The hunting grounds for top-ranked players were limited, after all. The last person who entered spoke to Jin Hyuk in an aggressive tone. So you're the unofficial top ranker, Kim Chol-soo. Kang Miene? I guess she has also joined the party. Seeing Sairin and Miene, who used to be Jin Hyuk's teammates, in the same place like this made his heart ache for some reason. I will show you that I am a better streamer than you, Miene said. Who are you? You don't know who I am. Miene seemed a bit overconfident. I am the undisputed top ranker in the streamer class, the extraordinary streamer who exclusively live-streamed the recent flying toad hunt and the GM assassination incident. You still don't know who I am. I thought the undisputed top ranker was Bonjour TV, isn't it? What nonsense are you talking about? I made the top rank recently. Right, I am in first place. Certainly, it seemed like Miene had a strong sense of rivalry toward Jin Hyuk because they were in the same class. Jin Hyuk originally aimed for third place, but if she kept provoking him like this, he could not help but want to be first. So Jin Hyuk provoked her back. I've never heard someone claim to be the undisputed number one in the streamer class, Jin Hyuk said. You've never heard of that term? No, really. This is the first time I've heard that. So you don't know who the undisputed top ranker is? Is it Bonjour TV? Jin Hyuk wondered why she was acting like this. She just claimed to be the undisputed top ranker herself. It seemed like she wanted him to say it. Sigh. Miene sighed while smiling as if she could not believe what was happening. Her gaze was fierce, and it seemed like she even harbored a grudge against him. Now I see that you're just messing with me. What is she talking about? So you've never heard of the term undisputed top ranker? No, I haven't. Are you really sure? Miene glared at Jin Hyuk as if she were about to kill him. He didn't know why she was acting like this. Whatever. Today is the last day you will be messing with me. I will definitely show you who the undisputed top ranker is. This time, Sairin spoke up. She also seemed to have a score to settle. We will be the first to clear this dungeon. I hope you don't get in our way. I will show you who the best navigator is. The other party led by Sairin moved away from Jin Hyuk's party. It seemed they took the escalator and went up to the second floor. Let's just focus on what we have to do. Jin Hyuk's party could not compete with the other party in terms of speed. If they had a navigator like Sairin, maybe they could find shortcuts to clear the dungeon. However, they could never clear it in a straightforward approach faster than the other team. You have defeated a decayed mummy. Jin Hyuk used a straightforward approach, taking down the monsters in front of them one by one and heading to the next checkpoint. Huh? The decayed mummy dropped a special key. Jin Hyuk picked up the key. The name of the key itself was Special Key, but there was no further explanation. It was nothing special, it was just one of the keys that led to the boss room. Our party members fought better than expected. They didn't die even once to the decayed mummies. Jin Hyuk had set the standard quite low in his mind, but now he felt like he could raise that standard a little bit. His party members were certainly not a bunch of level grinders. We will now head to the second floor. The escalator moved slowly. Appa, aren't you angry? Cha Jin-sol asked her brother. About what? That party that we met earlier. What if they clear the dungeon faster than us? Jin-sol looked quite anxious. Come to think of it, the expressions of the other members were similar, except for Mok Jae-hyen. In the first place, our goal isn't to clear it quickly, Jin Hyuk said calmly. But still, there is the top-ranked streamer on the other party. I bet many people are watching, and if they clear first. She's right. We can't lose. No, we won't lose, right guys? Seo Jisoo chimed in. Don't get carried away. This is about our progression in the advanced dungeon, and to see what my new Berklef necklace can do. Whether the other party clears it fast or not has nothing to do with us, Jin Hyuk said. It was impossible to clear the dungeon faster than them. You seem the most anxious, Seo Jia mumbled quietly behind Jin Hyuk. Who are you talking about? Jia poked Jin Hyeok's back, telling him that he seemed the most anxious. Me? Anxious? What is she talking about? Wait a minute. Someone came running toward them in a fluster. Jin Hyeok wondered who was crazy enough to dare to come to this dungeon alone, but that crazy person turned out to be someone he knew. He was previously the top-ranked navigator but now was ranked second behind Han Sae-rin. Mole Man. If he was here, they might be able to clear this place really quickly. My name is Mole Man, the top-ranked navigator class player. I saw your live stream and rushed over here. Hashtag I'm here to help. Hashtag enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hashtag regaining my throne. Hashtag I will show you the true greatness. You mean second ranked? I was first place until recently. Jin Hyeok wondered if someone could use the term 3 days ago interchangeably with the term recently. Jia poked his back again. You seem excited. Not really. I'm not excited at all. Smirk. Jin Hyeok could not help but smile. Can we trust that person? Seo Jisoo asked Cha Jin Hyeok. He does seem suspicious. Honestly, Mole Man's appearance looked suspicious to anyone. His player name was Mole Man, but he seemed more like a raccoon man. He was wearing a raccoon-like costume. It was quite strange. It looked like an animal costume, but in reality, it just looked like he was covered in dirty rags. And, weirdly, his frown paws were like the paws of a mole. I think he might be a cross between a raccoon and a mole. I'm not sure if we can trust him. Of course, Jin Hyeok firmly believed in the abilities of Mole Man. He would become one of the leading navigators in Korea. I am not some kind of a weird person, Mole Man said while waving his paws. He waved his chubby front paws, and the claws were quite sharp. Jin Hyeok wondered if moles did have paws that sharp. Anyway, thanks to Jin Hyeok's party members raising doubts and asking whether they could trust Mole Man, Jin Hyeok's live stream was smoothly progressing. When various opinions arose, it allowed for a more dynamic production for the live stream. We don't have time to care about that right now. We're falling behind. Cha Jin-sol raised her voice a little. Upon hearing her words, Jisoo's gaze wavered. Appa, do you trust him? Seo Jia asked. I think we can trust that person's skills. Then I'll trust him too. Although Jia did not express it outwardly, she also didn't want to lose to Han Sae-rin's party. Jin Hyeok's party members had an intense competitive spirit. He felt proud. Kim Jong-hyeon, what do you think? Jin Hyeok asked. I think it's high risk, high return situation. If we are expected to lose in the standard way, then we need to use another approach. You could have just said that you agree. You didn't need to say an entire paragraph to explain it. I will try to fix it. However, Mok Jae-hyeon didn't seem pleased. Hyung, our goal was to test out your new item. That's right. But suddenly playing with a navigator who just joined our party without any plan feels too abrupt. Jisoo lightly hit the back of Jae-hyeon's head. Hey, dungeons are naturally unexpected places. Why you also said that you find that person suspicious. Upon second glance, I think he looks kind of cute. Upon hearing the word cute, Mole Man shifted his gaze and scratched his cheek with his index finger. Jin Hyeok remembered that Mole Man was weak to being called cute. He seemed like a guy with a screw loose somewhere in his head. I guess our party's opinion has come together. Hyung? I didn't agree yet. Even if Jae-hyeon didn't agree, Jin Hyeok knew Jae-hyeon was happy. Jin Hyeok prided himself on having become quite perceptive lately. He did not need to check using broadcaster's clairvoyance. Jin Hyeok was sure that Jae-hyeon was also happy that Mole Man joined their party. Jae-hyeon just wanted to be that person who said no when everyone else shouted yes. Sounds good. Mole Man, let's play together, Jin Hyeok said. Hyung. Jae-hyeon shouted. They unanimously decided to team up with Mole Man. Mole Man was definitely not normal. Make way for Mole Man. Holy moly. Once they started to play, Mole Man kept saying holy moly. Jin Hyeok remembered Mole Man saying that even before his regression. It didn't make sense back then, and it still didn't make sense now. Jin Hyeok had no idea what concept Mole Man was going for. Sprinkle, moly. Mole Man skillfully avoided the wraps of the decayed mummies and sprayed blue paint on the bodies of specific decayed mummies. Jin Hyeok continued to live stream. Mole Man uses a spray-like item to write numbers on the monsters. He marked them from 1 to 7 with the blue spray. It seemed like the other party members didn't quite understand what Mole Man was doing. It seems like he is probably writing down the order they should be killed. Jin Hyeok knew this strategy. By exterminating all the decayed mummies in the Gangnam Shinsegae department store, he could obtain the keys for each floor. It was a slow but surefire strategy. However, if they kill specific decayed mummies in a certain order, they could generate the keys without having to kill all the monsters. Now we are going to try and kill them in that order. Hearing Jin Hyeok's words, the party members dispersed on their own. They showed a certain level of active movement without Jin Hyeok having to point out everything. It's a bit disappointing, though. Back when Jin Hyeok played the role of a ruler, it was truly enjoyable. But he realized he needed someone much stronger than him to take on that role now. For now, he had entrusted everything to the party. Now there is only one monster left. Jin Hyeok admired the party members. He thought some of them might die a few times. But it seemed they trained hard in Pajo. It was either that or they were unleashing superhuman strength driven by a sense of responsibility. We succeeded in killing the 7th monster. Meanwhile, Mole Man flapped his strange outfit and started running somewhere. Shung. Seeing how Mole Man is saying onomatopoeic words out loud, it is making me question if he is normal or not. Mole Man, who had disappeared somewhere, came running back with a key in his right hand. I found the key, Molly. The key worked like an aggro for the monsters. All of the decayed mummies on this floor started rushing toward them at once. Everyone, run to the escalator, Molly. I am going to give the key to the strongest person in the party, Molly. Jin Hyeok reached out his hand to grab the key, but Mole Man passed by him and handed the key to Zhang Haiyan. Huh? He passed me and gave the key to Zhang Haiyan. What are you doing? Run, Molly. Mole Man grabbed Jin Hyeok's shirt, telling him to run. We need to run fast, Molly. Those angry decayed mummies are much faster than the regular ones, Molly. Don't grab me. It's making the camera shaky. I know the live stream is important to you, Molly. But your life comes first, Molly. Mole Man ignored what Jin Hyeok was saying and kept pulling him. If Jin Hyeok had filmed the decayed mummies rushing toward him like in those zombie movies, it would have been a much better clip for his LTube channel. But it got ruined because of him. If Mole Man were the enemy, Jin Hyeok would have already cut off that hand, but he was still an ally. I'll just talk to him later. We got on the escalator. The decayed mummies are not chasing us anymore. The escalator to the 3rd floor is quite long, and it will take some time. I think we need some time to reorganize, so I am going to take a short break from the live stream. Hey, Mole Man, come here for a second, Jin Hyeok said while clenching his fist. After putting the live stream on pause, it seemed like right now was not part of Mole Man's playing time. His tone had returned to normal. Haha, you can say thank you later. I also consider protecting streamers as one of the navigator's duties, Mole Man said. He continued to speak with arrogance. It took a total of 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds to clear the 2nd floor. Let me see. Pathfinder's team took 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 4 seconds. There was supposed to be about an hour's difference, but now we have reduced it to within 30 minutes. Huh? Why do you look angry? How dare you ruin my live stream? You've just crossed the line. The Korean Region Minor Gallery, or the KRMG for short, was flooded with users at the moment. They were gathered there to communicate since any form of communication was impossible on Jin Hyeok's live stream. Han Sae-rin is officially ranked 1st in the Navigator class ranking board. And her start was much faster. You can say that Chulsu had already lost. Didn't you see that Chulsu reduced the time by almost 30 minutes after clearing the 2nd floor? Well, on the 2nd floor, there are only decayed mummies, which are much weaker. If you watch MiaNA TV, you can see that there are actual mummies starting on the 3rd floor. Even if it was possible to kill the monster that fast and clear the 2nd floor, that method would not work on the 3rd floor. The time gap that had been reduced on the 2nd floor will surely widen again. Even if Chulsu's party was doing. Does anyone know what the hell this guy is saying? LOL. I've never seen someone write an entire essay on here. I can't believe this guy couldn't finish his essay due to the word limit. Haha. The users were almost certain that Sae-rin's party would win. In the clearing strategies of both parties, there are inherent limitations. As many of you may already know, the motif of the Gangnam Shinsegae department store dungeon in the Earth server has already appeared on numerous servers, and many people believe that Kim Chul-su's party is using the standard strategy, while Pathfinder's party is using the shortcut strategy. In conclusion, it is inevitable that Pathfinder's team is going to be the faster party to clear the dungeon. Written by Encyclopedia. Wow, the almighty Encyclopedia has arrived. I actually was rooting for Chul-su's team, but it seems like there is no way they could win. Some of the users felt this was unfair. What the hell? That guy's post is so much longer than mine? Why isn't he getting ridiculed? We're literally talking about the same thing. Even your complaining is boring. How is that possible? Yuri just a nobody, but that guy is the almighty Encyclopedia, you understand? Meanwhile, Sae-rin was determined. She had to be the first one, no matter what. I need to find a faster route. On the 3rd floor, there were regular mummies instead of decayed mummies. They were much faster than the decayed mummies, and each of their attacks was deadly. We need to minimize the fights. As they progressed, there were unavoidable sacrifices that had to be made. Let's break through by sacrificing one tank. Who is willing to do it? I have a skill called Death Immunity. Good. A tank from her party stepped forward and sacrificed himself. The mummies rushed toward the tank and tore him apart while he was still alive. Arg. No matter how used to death the tank was, the pain was still there. Minad's Kong Miene quickly put a 19+ age restriction on her live stream. Wow, that's really brutal. If she had just broadcasted it without the restriction, the video would have definitely been demonetized. Sae-rin lightly tapped Miane's back. Follow me. Unless you want to be eaten by the mummies. Wait, he sacrificed himself for us, we should at least capture his moment for a bit longer. The party proceeded to the 4th floor. Sae-rin checked the timer while on the escalator. 3 hours and 8 minutes. It did not matter that Mole Man joined the other party. Sae-rin was confident that they could not catch up with her. We won. I'm so sorry. Some people only listened to orders when they were beaten up. Mole Man was exactly that. Even after receiving multiple explanations, Mole Man still did not listen, or at least not until he received a few punches from Jin Hyeok, and then he immediately became submissive. Ah, damn it. I can't believe that I couldn't film that perfect angle before. What a waste. If you ruin my live stream one more time, I will cut off one of your hands. Of course. I'm sorry. Jin Sol, I need you to heal that guy. He looks too beaten up. It's not good to go on the live stream in that state. Oh, okay. When Jin Sol's hand touched Mole Man, his face returned to normal. All of this happened in just about 30 seconds since they got on the escalator. Appa, why haven't you started the live stream? It will probably go in the same way as before anyway. Jin Hyuk shifted his gaze to Mole Man. How many floors do you think there are here? According to my preliminary research, I estimate there will be 5 floors, Molly. Man, that Molly thing is really pissing me off. However, Jin Hyuk was a teammate who respected other party members' play style, so he decided to let it go. Still, he is really talented. There's no doubt about that. Just like Mole Man said, this dungeon went up to the 5th floor. If they took the shortcut route, the dungeon would be acknowledged as cleared as soon as they exited the 5th floor. However, if they followed the standard route, they needed to defeat the hidden boss in order to be recognized as having cleared the dungeon. The approach will be the same, I guess. Mole Man, you will mark the monsters with your spray again. It's called Mole Man's Holy Moly Guacamole Spray, Molly. I will know for sure when we reach the 3rd floor, Molly. Sigh. How much of his ridiculous concept will I have to tolerate? They arrived at the 3rd floor. I was right. It should be the same as the 2nd floor, Molly. Jin Hyuk still had not started the live stream. There was no one on the 3rd floor. He drew his sword. I will fight alongside you, Jin Hyuk said. Really? Are you actually going to? The expressions on his party members' faces brightened. Yes. But don't get me wrong. It's just that this is a truly unavoidable situation and that's why I am fighting with you. Everyone enthusiastically agreed with Jin Hyuk. The determination not to lose to Sairin's party was shared by all. Looking at Jae Hyein, who was also smiling, Jin Hyuk knew he was right. You've gone crazy, Molly. A streamer wielding a sword. The world is coming to an end, Molly, Mole Man muttered to himself. Hehe. I feel thrilled. But wait. Didn't I say that I would only do this on the weekends? Come to think of it, there was no need to restrict himself to only the weekends. Streaming was his main job, and as long as he gave his best during the live stream, it should be enough. It's not like I'm just playing around, right? Jin Hyuk swung his sword with all his might. This was truly an unavoidable situation where he had to wield the sword himself. Jin Hyuk, too, did not want to lose to Sairin's party. He beheaded one of the mummies. Luckily, it went down with one swing. The feeling in his hands was exhilarating. The key? I found the key, Molly. Nov, L, B //JNN. They headed to the 4th floor. The 4th floor did not have a significantly different difficulty level. There were just more of the same monsters. I want to take down a few more of them. However, the sheer number of them swarming in made it impossible to keep slashing. No matter how strong Jin Hyuk was, it was a bit embarrassing that he could not defeat them all by himself. I found another key, Molly. They arrived at the 5th floor. There was nothing on the 5th floor. I'm going to change my clothes. Hold on. Jin Hyuk had brought new clothes with him, just in case. He thought he should always look tidy on the screen. Even though it was a first-person perspective, it might be a bit off-putting for the viewers if Jin Hyuk had blood stains on his sleeves. There were no monsters on the 5th floor. He restarted the live stream. Progression on the 3rd and 4th floors was the same, so there was not much to show you. We have reached the 5th floor. Looking around, there are no monsters on this floor. It's rather calm. Instead, there was a large coffin placed ahead. It was tied with thick iron chains and secured with 4 locks, and something inside was shaking violently. I can feel something dangerous coming from that coffin, Jin Hyuk said. Mole Man plopped down on the ground. We are in trouble, Molly. I sneaked in here without buying the entrance ticket, Molly. Mole Man fell down on the floor. Jin Hyuk's party each paid 1 million dios to enter the Gangnam Shinseki department store dungeon. Most players entering this place did the same. That way, even if they died, they would be resurrected. We can't defeat that monster. Just by looking, it is level 80 or higher. It is not a monster created for us to kill. Damn it. I think I made a mistake because I was too obsessed with beating Pathfinder, Molly. Why on earth did you enter without buying a ticket? It's not like you don't have 1 million dios at your disposal, right? Mock Jae Hyein muttered as if he could not understand Mole Man. For Jae Hyein, this was the worst situation. According to Jin Hyuk's strategy, if someone had to die first among the party members, it was always the tank. And if someone had to be saved, the navigator and the healer were the priority. I really thought I wouldn't die today, Jae Hyein thought. Even if he had the death immunity trait, the experience of dying was always painful. Jae Hyein hated pain so much that he was scared of getting paper cuts on his fingers and hitting the doorstep with his toes. Of course, he hated dying even more. Having a plan B is for pussies, Molly. Jae Hyein was at a loss for words. You shouldn't have a safety net. You should always play by risking your life, Molly. Having your back against the wall will always bring out your full potential, Molly. Jae Hyein found it so absurd that he started to laugh. He could not believe there really was someone crazy enough not to use 1 million dios to save their life. Do you see how everyone is silent right now? Jae Hyein said. He wanted to say that Mole Man was out of his mind, but Jin Hyuk suddenly stepped forward. You're a true player, Jin Hyuk said to Mole Man. His face became serious. I should really reflect on myself, Jin Hyuk thought. For the safety of his party members, Jin Hyuk proceeded to play with the help of Jang Michelle. Upon reflection, he realized that this was too boring and mundane of a play.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I've lost my touch. If it had been the old Cha Jin Hyok, he would not have bought tickets like this. Having such advantages made one lose their edge. Tension would be reduced, and skill improvement would be slowed down. If it were an unknown dungeon, it might be understandable, but this was one of the dungeons that Jin Hyok knew all too well. Mole Man's words seemed correct no matter how Jin Hyok thought about it. Mole Man lay on the floor and cried softly. I'm frustrated, Molly. I don't want to die, Molly. He was not afraid of impending death. Dying was not scary at all. Now I will be remembered as the one who was defeated by Pathfinder. That title is going to haunt me forever, Molly. Tears, like chicken droppings, fell from Mole Man's eyes. He was angry about being recorded as someone who lost to Han Sairin. Jin Hyok patted Mole Man's back. I know that feeling. Jin Hyok was deeply impressed by Mole Man constantly saying Molly after every sentence was annoying as hell, but he was someone Jin Hyok could learn from. People should not lose their edge. Mole Man was a mentor to whom Jin Hyok was grateful to, and also made Jin Hyok realize this. Wait a minute. Now that he thought about it again, it seemed like a good choice to have bought the tickets and distributed them to his party members. I'm not alone anymore. The old Jin Hyok and the current Jin Hyok were quite different. He almost forgot his current self, swayed by Mole Man's charm. I have a family to protect and a daily life to live. Jin Hyok knew very well that he kept going back and forth between his old self and the current self, and sometimes his words from yesterday were different from the day after. In truth, he was in a state of indecision. Sometimes it seemed like one thing was right, and at other times, it felt completely wrong. I don't even know what's right anymore. What mattered right now was that Jin Hyok was on the air. He decided to focus on the live streaming. It seems like we need to unlock the seal of that coffin with the keys we've obtained from the previous floors. Jin Hyok approached the coffin. Why are you just standing there, Jae Hyein? Come here. Huh. Who do you think needs to die first in this situation? Me. Jae Hyein's face turned red, but it did not matter much. He might be timid, but he was truly skillful and capable. Judging by the shape of the coffin, it seems the entity inside is not in the form of a human. The size is approximately 2 meters, I suppose. Since we have hunted monsters related to mummies, I am assuming what's inside is going to be similar to that? Jin Hyok positioned the party members one by one. He pointed with his laser pointer. As their leader, a sense of excitement welled up within him. I need the CO sisters to use their combination attacks right here, and Jin Sol to stand behind that pillar over there. Kim Jong Hyein, I need you to protect me from the front while we're moving. Jin Hyok already knew what was going to come out of the coffin. He knew the monster's habits and attack patterns. The battle strategy against it had already been visualized in Jin Hyok's head. It felt like he had glimpsed into the future. Damn, this is going to be amazing. It felt like Jin Hyok was stepping into a forbidden area again, even though he promised himself not to. You have activated the latent skill Wide Vision. You have activated the latent skill Battle Foresight. One by one, the ruler class skills had been unlocked. Well then, let's start the battle. Since his live stream was in the first-person perspective, it would be thrilling to pick the lock himself. I need to do it slowly to maintain the tension for the viewers. Click, click. Jin Hyok intentionally took his time to unlock the locks, trying to drag out the suspense. The lid of the coffin trembled as if it would explode. Click, click. The boss monster of the Gangnam Shinseki department store, Decayed Pharaoh, has been revealed. As the lid broke, a purple toxin spread heavily on the ground. Jae Hyein instantly deployed a fence-like wood fortress and trapped the toxin within the fence. And then he died. A golden light seemed to be imbued into Jae Hyen's now purple-colored corpse, and when the light suddenly burst out, his body disappeared along with it. Thanks to the resurrection setting, it looks like he is back to life. He must have been thrown out of the dungeon. Thanks to Jae Hyen's sacrifice, Jin Hyok could see the power of the toxin. Yop. Hey-ya. The CO sisters could not execute proper attacks. It was because bandages suddenly came out from both sides, restraining them. What the hell is this? From above the CO sisters' heads, a purple sticky liquid poured down like a waterfall. The CO sisters also died instantly from the monster's attack. That Decayed Pharaoh is definitely a level 80 monster. Mole Man stood beside Jin Hyok. Are you really able to see the level of monsters, Molly? Jin Hyok could sense Mole Man's determination to resolve his curiosity, even if it meant dying. Jin Hyok liked that attitude. That was how the play should be. I can see it. I can see the level and the name, Decayed Pharaoh. I can even see the names of some of its skills. That's impressive, Molly. Mole Man looked at him with admiring eyes. Jin Hyok did not mind the gaze at all. Meanwhile, Jin Sol got entangled in the bandages. Kya, tisk. You should have taken better cover. Our healer died too. That means that Kim Jong Hyein will die soon. The Decayed Pharaoh was a giant mummy wearing a golden mask. However, for some reason, that golden mask looked familiar to Jin Hyok. Have I faced that monster before? The monster jumped high. Thump. It stood in front of Zhong Hyein and grabbed his wrist. I just heard the sound of Zhong Hyen's forearm bone breaking. That's going to hurt a lot. Yet, Zhong Hyen did not scream. Instead, he punched with his other arm toward the golden mask. Clang! It sounded like metals colliding with each other. That's not good. It looks like the mask is made of metal, and punching it with your fist doesn't seem like a wise choice. It looked like his fist was broken. The decayed pharaoh cocked its head back. It seems like it is trying to use a headbutt. Boom! The decayed pharaoh's forehead struck Zhang Haiyan's face with great force. That has to hurt a lot. Zhang Haiyan's neck was completely twisted. The destructive power of the headbutt was evident, as his neck was almost torn apart. Zhang Haiyan died instantly. Thanks to that, Jin Hyeok could make up his mind. I need to get hit by that headbutt. Upon calculation, the boss monster's other skills seemed a bit weak to activate the instant death effect. Jin Hyeok needed one good blow for his live stream. That way, it was easier to get clips for his LTube channel. It was nice knowing you, Molly. Mole Man stepped forward. I need you to capture my final moment, Molly. Even if I am going to die, I want to die in a cool way, Molly. This weakling seems to be just all talk. I am going to knock him out for the time being. If Mole Man stayed conscious and kept moving around, it was going to disrupt Jin Hyeok's plan. So, he hit Mole Man's neck to make him lose consciousness. Jin Hyeok hit him gently, but it almost broke his neck. Holy! I almost killed him. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Purple breath came out from the decayed pharaoh's mask. It saw me. It came toward him with a thumping sound. I've already memorized his patterns. Soon, the toxin was going to be released. Jin Hyeok distanced himself as much as possible from Mole Man. He was too weak, and just a touch of that purple toxin meant death. The decayed pharaoh exhaled. I will step on the wall and jump into the air. Thanks to Jae Hyeon's sacrifice, I learned how to avoid its attack. The toxin was spread on the ground. Its range and duration were predetermined. It disappeared on its own after 2 seconds. Good. I was able to avoid it quite easily. You can say that I was lucky. The toxin dispersed. He approached the boss monster with a dagger, just as the Seo sisters did. Now, I'm assuming the bandages that are going to bind me will come out from the sides, right? Anytime now. 3, 2, 1. Humph. He threw himself forward and rolled once. And once more. He threw himself forward again and rolled one more time. I've dodged the attacks. Lucky again. Jin Hyeok approached the pharaoh. And then, just like Zhang Haiyan, he punched the mask. Thunk. The decayed pharaoh grabbed his wrist. As I expected, it's the same pattern. Ouch. This one hurts a little. Its strength was quite powerful, and his wrist bone broke. Since my right wrist is broken, I will try to hit it with my left hand. Jin Hyeok swung his left hand. He didn't make the mistake of imbuing his fist with broadcaster's barrier. He didn't want to kill the monster, just in case he was stronger than he thought. Clang! The sound, similar to what happened to Zhang Haiyan, echoed in the place. My left hand is also broken. Here comes the headbutt. The pharaoh cocked his head back again, and its neck stretched. The pressure is tremendous. Just in case, Jin Hyeok did not apply any achievements. It was highly unlikely, but not dying instantly to the monster's attack would disrupt his entire plan. Good thing I practiced with the flying toad. Jin Hyeok felt a sense of improvement once again. It was like being able to look at himself a little more objectively. Understanding himself accurately was the first step to growth. Boom! He felt as if his head was breaking. This was definitely an instant death attack. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect reflection +1 has not been applied. Cook. Damn it. The trait extra life has been applied. Jin Hyeok touched his neck. The probability of the reflection effect is 80%? How did it not work? Unlucky. I will try again. Jin Hyeok did the same thing again. The pharaoh's pattern was completely standardized, so repeating the same actions was not too difficult. Enduring the pain was a bit challenging, but Jin Hyeok managed to bear it. Here comes the headbutt. Seriously, if it doesn't work this time, it's ridiculous. It's 80%. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect reflection +1 has been applied. There you go. The pharaoh's neck was torn open and swayed loosely. Jin Hyeok drew his sword and struck that neck several times. Now I am going to kill the monster. But that swaying neck was sturdier than he thought. Jin Hyeok was having a hard time cutting it. I think I am not that powerful because I'm just a streamer, but I will try my best to cut the head. Nevertheless, the boss monster was already on the brink of death. It took some time, but Jin Hyeok finally killed the decayed pharaoh. You have defeated the decayed pharaoh. You have leveled up. You have reached level 58. Smirk. Jin Hyeok smiled. Just to be sure, I will attack it several more times to see if it really died. Jin Hyeok continued to slash. It was not that he wanted to enjoy the feeling of slashing, but it was for safety. Really? You have acquired Pharaoh's golden mask. When he got the item and examined it, he realized where he had seen the mask. It was a bit inferior to the mask that he knew of, but it was undoubtedly very similar to the mask worn by the masked sage. That guy was ridiculously strong. You have acquired Pharaoh's failed herb of immortality. Jin Hyeok struck the decayed Pharaoh's neck again. Just to emphasize, it was not that he wanted to enjoy the slashing. I think the boss monster is dead. After a few more slashes, Jin Hyeok suddenly came to his senses. Wait, something feels strange. It was only because of Jin Hyeok's own experience that he enhanced the Berklef necklace with reflection. The probability was close to 100%. The reflection effect was supposed to work most of the time. A 70% probability was considered very high. I never experienced any penalty before my regression. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had never faced the penalty where a fatal injury attack instantly turned into an instant death attack. Of course, he knew all this revolved around luck and coincidence, but it was still a significant difference compared to his current life after his regression. Perhaps I used up all my luck during the regression. He knew he had to do something. I need to obtain mysteries related to luck. However, Jin Hyuk did not know how to obtain such mysteries. It was not like mysteries were easy to find. A mystery related to luck. As far as he knew one person that possessed such mystery. And thanks to that mystery, that person managed to escape death several times. Jian Namgil, the serial killer. The serial killer who murdered his family had a mystery related to luck. Because of that, Namgil was able to block Jin Hyuk's attacks. Even when he swung a random stick at Jin Hyuk, it miraculously blocked Jin Hyuk's sword. There was also that time when a flower pot fell on me while I was trying to capture him. A kid unrelated to Namgil supposedly threw the flower pot as a prank, but it ended up benefiting the serial killer. Jin Hyuk didn't know how, but he knew he had to take that mystery away from Namgil. Meanwhile, Mole Man rushed toward him and hugged him tightly. You really did it, Molly. Mole Man was extremely excited, pointing ahead and jumping around. The gate has been opened, Molly. Jin Hyuk considered pushing him away, but it seemed like a good clip for his video, so he just let him be. Mole Man's expression looked genuinely thrilled, making it perfect for his live stream. Let's go, Molly. Mole Man held Jin Hyuk's hand firmly, and then they walked briskly toward the gate. The gate was locked with a padlock. I knew this was going to happen, so I obtained one more key, Molly. Mole Man was prepared. No wonder he was the number 2 navigator. Jin Hyuk brushed off Mole Man's grip and continued the live stream. It seems like the dungeon has been cleared. I wonder if Pathfinder's team has cleared it. Click. The gate opened. You have cleared the Gangnam Shinsegae Department Store dungeon. You have acquired the achievement Conqueror of Gangnam Shinsegae Department Store dungeon. It was not a particularly special achievement. Some dungeons would give players an achievement just for clearing them, and Jin Hyuk was familiar with this one. It made finding the hidden achievement inside this dungeon easier and had a probability of increasing the rewards received from the Gangnam Shinsegae Department Store dungeon. But at that moment, Mole Man held his head and got on the ground. No, what's going on? It's too late, Molly. The ears on Mole Man's hat, which was of a raccoon's for some reason, drooped sadly. He sure was a player who stayed true to his concept. Then, he started to cry loudly, like a baby. I think this guy needs some comforting. I will mute the live stream for a moment. I don't need comforting, Molly. I lost, Molly. With the mute mode on, Jin Hyuk placed his hand on Mole Man's shoulder and whispered into his ear, if you ever try to hold my hand again, I will cut off your wrist. Mole Man flinched. As someone who was sensitive to bloodlust, he fully understood what was going on. If you understand, smile at the camera. Mole Man's sobbing stopped abruptly. Jin Hyuk released mute mode. I've comforted him enough. Luckily, it seems like my encouragement worked well. Thanks to Jin Hyuk's rather forceful encouragement, Mole Man stopped crying. Although he had managed to calm down, Mole Man was still upset. They cleared it 7 minutes faster than us. Mole Man said while gritting his teeth in anger. They took the achievement for the first clear away from us, Molly. Just then, on the pedestrian crossing across the street, Han Sae-rin and Kang Mi-na were standing. When the light turned green, they started to walk toward Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk continued the live stream. We will have a talk as to who won this time. Jin Hyuk's party members, who were also waiting outside, joined him, and Sae-rin and Mi-na's members were waiting across the street at a coffee shop. Everyone is sitting down as if they have won. Some are even foolishly smiling like victors. They sat facing each other around a long table. On the opposite side of Jin Hyuk was Lee Hyein-sung. Hyein-sung spoke first. We were 7 minutes faster, so I think we can call it our victory. Jin Hyuk felt a bit annoyed. Honestly, if someone else had said it, he wouldn't have been this bothered. Hyein-sung always boasts like this, whether it is now or before. Even though Jin Hyuk was clearly much stronger, Hyein-sung still had this typical swordsman-like attitude, claiming he won. Hyein-sung had always done that before Jin Hyuk's regression, and he was still doing it. Jin Hyuk was going to let them claim victory because it was not a high-level achievement or anything, but seeing Hyein-sung acting like this changed everything. Do you seriously think that you won? Jin Hyuk asked. Claiming victory while taking a shortcut and not even fighting the boss monster? And you call yourself a swordsman? Our mission was to clear the dungeon as fast as we can. Seeing how easily Hyein-sung stopped using honorifics, it looked like his true nature was about to come out. Of course, Jin Hyuk was the first to stop using the honorifics, but he decided not to mind it. Why do you even have a sword? It's embarrassing, Jin Hyuk provoked. You ran away from a boss monster that even a streamer like me could easily defeat. Then, Sae-rin, who was the navigator for Hyein-sung, chimed in, it's not like we couldn't defeat the boss monster. We just chose a more efficient strategy. Our goal was to clear the dungeon. And I'm wondering if you can even call that a legitimate clear. Of course it's a legitimate clear. That's from a navigator's perspective. Navigators always pursued more efficient and safe routes. From Sae-rin's perspective, they did everything perfectly. How about you, Lee Hyein-sung? Jin Hyuk asked. How the hell do you know my name? One search on the KRMG or the SSP and everything about you pops up. A well-prepared streamer should know who the top-ranked swordsman is. And stop beating around the bush and answer my question. You. Jin Hyeok pointed his finger at each member of their team. From your perspective, do you really think that was a legitimate clear? And finally, he pointed at Miane. Did you get better clips for your LTube channel than me? Oh, of course. Maybe she was telling the truth. She had the ability to produce great content even from mundane events like snow falling from the sky. How many viewers did you have? It was not really a question. Jin Hyeok could check that on LTube. Her viewer count was probably around 10,000. A streamer's ability is determined by the number of viewers. Am I wrong? Jin Hyeok said. Simply saying that streamer's ability is based solely on viewer numbers is not correct. It is more complicated than that. What other objective metrics are there then? For now, Jin Hyeok's viewer count was much higher than hers. For streamers, having a large number of viewers was the most important thing. Is your level higher than mine? Jin Hyeok asked. So, not only do you have fewer viewers than me, your level is also lower than mine. It sure sounds like a loss to me. Miane bit her lip. She seemed quite frustrated. So I guess the only one who can claim victory from your team is Pathfinder, right? We only lost 2 members. That means we didn't clear by using our colleagues' sacrifices as stepping stones, Hyeon Song said. Just then, Cha Jin-sol chimed in, sacrifice? What sacrifice? I know some of you died in the dungeon. Even though there's the resurrection setting in the dungeon, the pain and fear of death are still real. Why would that be considered a sacrifice? Jin-sol looked toward the Seo sisters and asked them, do you guys think it was a sacrifice? The Seo sisters both shook their heads at the same time. They genuinely could not understand why this was considered a sacrifice. It was a good death. Seo Jia spoke first. Experiencing death through the boss monster's attack was a valuable learning experience. I really learned a lot, Seo Jisoo said. Well done. Well done. They had such a desirable way of thinking. Furthermore, Kim Jong-hyeon added more to it. The feeling of my neck breaking and my head getting crushed were very unfamiliar sensations. I think it is something every martial artist should experience, at least once. Jin Hyeok spoke up. Our party learned a lot from this dungeon. Thanks to Mole Man, he regained his original mindset. They had learned a lot from this place. Then what about you guys? Besides just being 7 minutes faster, were there any other aspects where you were better than us? Of course, in the competition between navigators, you guys won. Mole Man seemed like he wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth after locking his eyes with Jin Hyeok. So what I'm saying is, in the competition between Mole Man and Pathfinder, it's a win for Pathfinder. In all other aspects, it's a victory for us. After looking at the facts, why are you still trying to argue? Jin Hyeok said. The other team seemed eager to say something, but they could not bring themselves to speak. Miane was the first to stand up. Fine. She glared at each of Jin Hyeok's party members. If I find Kim Pyongbyeom, you guys are all done for. Miane walked away. Despite her attitude, it seemed like she was admitting to her defeat. Mok Jae-hyeon could not understand the situation at all. What does it matter who wins? Jae-hyeon thought. Looking at the people on the other side, they seemed to have lost everything. Looking at his members, they seemed to have gained everything. Am I the weird one? He couldn't comprehend why everyone was fixated on such trivial matters. It was not like someone would pay them for being recognized as having the dungeon's first clear. Of course, that was Jae-hyeon's misconception. I knew Kim Chol-soo was not going to let us down. Choi Gap-soo donated 10 million dios to Cha Jin Hyeok, and Jang Michelle also donated 10 million dios to him. Who would have thought we could see such a high-quality live stream on the Earth server? Gap-soo said. Solo clear by a streamer, huh? Michelle said. Chol-soo showed off his skills, and every move he made was exceptional. When Chol-soo moved, he was agile like an assassin, and his attacks were powerful like a martial artist. His use of extra life and Berklef necklace was also remarkable. I admit he was excellent, but I wonder how long he could play like that. I guess we will have to wait and see. Money Shower and Money Shot had been watching the SSB for a long time. There have been many streamers who tackled various jobs in low-level stages for a long time. However, very few became high-level streamers. For some reason, I have a feeling that Chol-soo will show incredible skills even in the high-level stages. You're just saying that because you want that to happen, old man. Ha ha ha. Perhaps. It might be my wishful thinking. Anyway, Jin Hyeok received 20 million dios in total from just those two, and the nearly 20,000 viewers also donated around 10 million dios in total. Jin Hyeok had obtained 30 million dios, and he proceeded to distribute among his party members their share of it in the form of 1 million dios each. The party members trembled with excitement. Fantastic rewards. Amazing. If I combine it with my sister, that's 2 million dios. 1 million dios in a day. Awesome. Hehe. I guess I'm at an amazing appa. So if I win, I get money. Everyone was extremely satisfied. The fact that they won the competition made everyone, except for Jae-hyeon, happy. Meanwhile, when Jin Hyeok returned from clearing the Gangnam Shinseki department store dungeon, he examined his rewards. Pharaoh's Golden Mask. Pharaoh's Failed Herb of Immortality. Where do I use these? Jin Hyeok couldn't recall. Since he did not know when or where these items could be useful, he decided to keep them for now. Just then, his phone started to ring. Who could it be? The caller was Angel Girl. I found him. Who? The person you wanted me to find. Jian Namgil. Angel girl found where Namgil was. But, something is a bit off. What do you mean? Take a look. I'll send you the link on Kakao Talk. Ding! A link was sent to Jin Hyok's phone.nov, l/b//jnn. It was a link to an LTube live stream. It had around 100 viewers, and Cha Jin Hyok knew who it was. Isn't that Freak King TV? It was the first time Jin Hyok actually watched Freak King's live stream. That was because, before his regression and when he was an active player, Freak King was already dead. From his recollection, Freak King died at quite a low level, around 30 or 40. The reason why Jin Hyok remembered him was one thing. He was the first victim killed by Jian Namgil. Freak King was a streamer who mainly focused on bizarre or freaky content. Jin Hyok remembered him filming content like dissecting small monsters or torturing them. Then one day, Freak King suggested to Namgil, how about we kill one of the players? That's still considered playing, right? And ended up being murdered by him. That was the information Jin Hyok came across while gathering data on the serial killer. They're already playing together. Did you check the link that I sent you? Yes, I don't really want to see it, though. In the live stream, Namgil and Freak King were torturing a cat-type small monster. Freak King zoomed in on the struggling creature. The world has become a better place, guys. Freak King seemed incredibly excited, shouting in such a high-pitched voice that it was annoying to listen to. It was freaking tough because of those animal rights and animal protection laws, but now, thanks to the monsters, the world of gore has opened. Can you guys see its pupils dilating? Oh my god. Thank you for the 5,000 dia donation. Thank you. Bing bong. Freak King moved his hand as if he was begging while shaking his butt side to side. Now, this is for the donation? I will poke the monster's eyes? Ha ha ha. He picked up an awl. Jin Hyok didn't want to watch any further, so he turned the live stream off. I found him just as you said. So, can I have some free time now? Did you locate their position? Well, I did. But what? I'm a little busy right now. How can you be busy and still be on this call? Angel girl still had not come to her senses. If she was talking on the phone, clearly, it meant that she was not busy. Jin Hyok didn't know why she was lying. Well, it's my sibling's birthday. Do you want me to use the tight fillet spell? It's customary to celebrate a sibling's birthday a little late. Jin Hyok took a cab and arrived at Hungjae-dong, which was in Sitamungu. It was about a 10-minute drive from Yunhui-dong, which was really close to Yunpaiyanggu, which was very close to where he used to live. Come to think of it, it's pretty obvious. Before the regression, Jin Hyok's family lived in Yunpaiyanggu, and they were all killed by Namgil. This meant that Jin Hyok's family was within Namgil's activity radius. After waiting in front of the Hungjae station for a bit, Jin Hyok spotted Song Ha-young looking around. Jin Hyok sent her a text. I am wearing a black hoodie, black cap, jeans, and black shoes. Height around 175 centimeters. Ha-young approached Jin Hyok. Excuse me. It looked like she was here to buy something from him. See? I told you, you weren't busy, Jin Hyok said. If she were really busy, she wouldn't be here even if he used the tight fillet spell. If you were late, I would have acknowledged that you were busy. Really? You would do that? And not use the spell? Of course I would have used the spell. I would have acknowledged that you were busy, but using the spell is a different story. Alright, let's go over there, Jin Hyok said. But why are we looking for them? It can't be to rescue those small monsters, right? Why the hell would I rescue them? No matter how small or cute the monsters might be, they were still monsters. Those born as monsters inherently held animosity toward humans. The small monsters they were torturing were still dangerous to children. Monsters and humans could never coexist. Then why bother going after those scumbags? Just because. After all, Jin Hyok did not even turn on his live stream. There was no need to worry about plausibility. Ha-young seemed curious about something and kept asking questions. But how did you change your appearance so perfectly? Was the deceiver's mask that flawless? Let's just keep quiet and go. Sounds like you're going to use the tight fillet spell if I say one more word. Jin Hyok didn't know if it was because she was a thief, but she seemed to have accurately read his mind. Jin Hyok was already counting the words. So, now I can only say one more word, right? Yeah, go ahead and try me. I won't do it now. Ha-young was definitely perceptive. They entered a narrow alley in Hanye-dong. There. It was a dim alleyway with old buildings awaiting redevelopment, and among them was a dilapidated house with broken windows. They're live streaming from inside there. Good. I'll take it from here. Take this. Jin Hyok handed over 100,000 won. What's this? It's your sibling's birthday today. No, I don't need it. From the perspective of someone with a sibling, this was the least Jin Hyok could do. But Jin Hyok would have been disappointed if she had taken the money willingly. Fortunately, she attempted to pickpocket him. Angel girl has used sleight of hand. Inside Jin Hyok's pocket was an envelope containing 1 million won. With his broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyok saw exactly how her skill was used. He decided to just let it slide because he thought it was a clever move. Thanks, I didn't know you cared about me this much, Ha-young said. Yeah, make good use of the 1 million won. You knew. If you didn't even try, I would have been greatly disappointed. Why would you be disappointed? If a thief does not attempt theft, it would be disappointing. What, you want me to praise them? Ha-young shook her head. I can never understand you. After coming out of the alley in Hongjaedong, Ha Young was astounded. What just happened? Suddenly, she remembered what Jin Hyeok said. Yeah, make good use of the 1 million won. There was a specific reason why he mentioned the amount. When did he take back the 100,000 won? The 100,000 won that Jin Hyeok had initially given her was missing. In other words, while he simply gave Ha Young the 1 million won by letting her steal it, he stole back the 100,000 won at the same time. I just lost a battle of theft against him. It didn't seem like he had any thieving skills, but Ha Young still had no idea when he stole it. Damn it. This is gonna hurt my pride. She was careless, but she never expected to be deceived like this. Despite saying her pride was hurt, she smiled slyly. Is he provoking me? Ha Young thought. I'll definitely strip you down to your panties, Ha Young vowed. She hid in an abandoned house. Curious about what Jin Hyeok was up to, she turned on Freya King's live stream. In the live stream, Freak King was poking the eye of a monster while laughing maniacally. His eyes were soaked with considerable madness, and she swore she had seen those eyes somewhere before. That's the same eyes as Kim Chulsu. They were definitely the eyes of a lunatic. The body of the struggling monster finally went limp after resisting until its death. In the live stream, Freak King started to talk. Now it's your turn, S-Mania. I have no interest in dealing with a dead one. S-Mania, Ji and Namgil, painted all the claws of the dead monster with red nail polish. It seemed to be some kind of ritual for S-Mania. Next time, it'd be nice if you hand them over while they are still alive. I promise. He. Freak King, who was taking a short break, continued to speak. But, isn't killing these small creatures getting a bit less fun now? The world has become so much better. How long are we going to keep fixating on the little guys? Nov, L, B /JNN. Do you have any good ideas then? Let's kill people. People. We can kill other players. There is no legal responsibility for what happens during play. Freak King got excited, wrapping his arms around himself. How exhilarating would it be? They would beg for their lives, and we would cut off the tongues of those who plead for mercy. The live stream was suddenly cut off. According to the system settings, the age restriction has been automatically applied. This live stream is not suitable for youth viewing. Age verification is required. Damn it. Ha Young quickly completed the age verification and re-entered the live stream. The situation on the screen had taken a sudden turn. Fuck. Ha Young doubted her own eyes. Freak King was covered in his own blood for some reason. You crazy bastard. Those eyes, I really like them. S-Mania was licking his lips while looking at Freak King. How is it? How does it feel getting stabbed? S-Mania looked genuinely curious. Okay, stop fucking around, you crazy bastard. This is not funny. Liar. You're having fun. You can beg for your life if you want. S-Mania stabbed Freak King in the chest. Arg? Ha Young frowned. It seemed like a total mess of a live stream, but when she looked at the chat, it was even more of a mess. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill up, kill up, kill up. Hundreds of people in the chat were soaked in madness. The viewers who questioned what was happening or called it too extreme, even for a staged live stream, were automatically banned by the settings Freak King had prepared. Ban the trolls, ban all the pretentious viewers. The remaining viewers were all fans of Freak King's bizarre live stream. LOL, this staged content is particularly awesome. Freak King shouted for help. Please, help me, report this to the police. I'm begging you. Anonymous has donated 50,000 dias. Anonymous, hey, Freak King, remember to put the live stream on delay, so you don't turn it off accidentally. Help me, arg. In the end, Freak King was killed by S-Mania. However, the live stream didn't end because the delay setting for the live stream was activated. That's so damn funny. Ha, that was amazing. LOL, I'm laughing so hard right now, but did he really die? No way, for real? Did he die? Are you guys stupid? This is all acting. You are a true streamer, Freak King. LOL. On the screen, S-Mania painted red nail polish on the fingers and toes of the deceased Freak King. When the nail polish was almost finished, the screen went black and the live stream was cut off. Now, what should I watch? Recommend me some channels, you noobs. The viewer number quickly dried up. Jin Hyeok frowned. Why the hell do you use nail polish on the dead? Jin Hyeok approached Namgil closely, and Namgil turned around. His mouth was covered in blood. Wait, what are you doing? Namgil hurriedly shoved something into his mouth, like a dog not wanting to lose its snack. What the hell? Why would you eat another person's heart? Actually, this was not an unusual case. Surprisingly, there were perverts who did such things quite often in dungeons, a perfect place for people to go crazy. There was a higher probability than people might think of encountering such behavior. Namgil wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Who are you? Would you know who I am if I said my name? Today, I'm in a very good mood, so I would prefer it if you just go your way. This was true. According to Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's clairvoyance, only one word was describing Namgil. #clarity. Jin Hyeok approached the dead Freak King. I can somewhat understand eating the heart, but I can never understand why you're putting nail polish on the dead man. Why the hell are you doing that? Jin Hyeok had met numerous villains, but Namgil was the only one with such a bizarre ritual. Something was caught by broadcaster's clairvoyance. A green mana line was emanating from Freak King's corpse. To be precise, from the tips of his fingers and toes. What is this? This feeling was familiar. This feels like a mystery. Keel, GM number 3 for Sitamungu, was feeling good for the first time in a while. No overtime today, Keel thought. The work to integrate Earth's existing network with the SSP was nearly complete. Especially in Korea, where scientific civilization and internet infrastructure were well developed, the integration of the SSP was smoother than expected. Is it okay if I leave early, Toda? Oh, wait for a second. An administrator notification popped up. Just check that out for me, will you? I really don't want to do that. However, seeing Searchin's twitching muscles, it was hard to refuse. The mystery, wishing good luck, has been created. Creation location, Hongjaedong, Sitamungu. Keel raised an eyebrow. Did you insert a mystery by any chance? What mystery? Wishing good luck? That's the name of it. Yes, that one. It's probably the mystery forcibly inserted by the higher UPS. I heard that it is going to be used for a scenario. I dunno. Is it an important mystery? Can you put up the screen with the administrator's prerogative? Yes, I can. Then it must be important. What are the conditions for the mystery creation? Well, the player must be below level 50, and the conditions were a bit weird. They need to paint red nail polish on the fingers and toes of a corpse that has not been dead for more than 10 minutes and eat the heart. There are some other minor conditions, but it seems they are mostly satisfied. Someone satisfied those weird conditions. I guess so. Who in the hell? Open the screen and check. I see two people on the screen. One is named S-Mania, and the other one is someone I've never seen before. Let's see. His player name is ASDF. Although ASDF was Kim Chol-soo with a different identity, Keel didn't know that. Keel let out a relieved sigh, knowing it wasn't Kim Chol-soo. Fortunately, it's not Kim Chol-soo. It seems S-Mania has consumed the mystery. Keel was right. Namgil had absorbed the mystery. A feeling of something pleasant filled his body. S-Mania has acquired the mystery, wishing good luck. Suddenly, the ceiling collapsed, and bundles of money poured down. Jin Hyeok smiled. Wow, it's raining luck. The passionate GM, Searchin, tilted his head. I guess Keel has a date with his girlfriend. Otherwise, Keel would never ask to leave early. Wait, didn't Keel say that there were two people over there? Searchin immediately called Keel. However, Keel did not pick up the phone. I guess he really went to meet his girlfriend. That was the only explanation as to why Keel would not pick up his senior's call. Thus, Searchin left instructions via Kakao Talk. About the wishing good luck mystery, I've thought of something. 1. Wishing good luck was a mystery that brought luck to the owner of the mystery. Luck was something that could not be concretized or standardized, it was inherently mysterious. Mysteries of this kind generally had their own will to bring luck to their owners. I hope the person nearby wouldn't suddenly steal the mystery. I need you to confirm that. That mystery has its own will. Could you imagine what would happen if someone who obtained the luck mystery suddenly dies or gets seriously injured? The mystery would fall into self-contradiction. Then its power will likely amplify on its own. I know that this scenario has significant influence in the Sitamungu scenario, and even further in the Seoul scenario, so please make sure to check. After texting the work instructions, Searchin put down his phone and started focusing on his own tasks, firmly believing that diligent Keel would handle everything today. Of course, Keel did not read the texts, and, in fact, he had been single for the past 3 years. There were two main ways to obtain a mystery: one could acquire it directly, or one could steal it from someone who just acquired it. Cha Jin Hyeok found stealing to be easier. I think stealing is a lot easier. From the perspective of Song Ha-young, who had her second identity stolen, it might feel a bit unfair, but that was life. Now Jin Hyeok had to make another choice. He could knock out the opponent, or just straight up kill him. He didn't really hesitate much. Time for you to die. What? Jin Hyeok raised his dagger. Knocking the opponent unconscious was one way, but killing him was better. You're going to stab me with that dagger. Jian Namgil chuckled and raised his sword, but Jin Hyeok knew that was all for the show. Namgil was not a swordsman. He was an ability class player. He had the ability to attack opponents using needles launched with mana. S-Mania has used the skill Silver Needle. Jin Hyeok didn't avoid the attack and went straight toward him. Jin Hyeok saw a smile spreading on Namgil's face. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Jin Hyeok blocked the Silver Needle with his Broadcaster's Barrier. He tried to avoid using Broadcaster's Barrier as much as possible when fighting nowadays, but in this situation, it was okay because this was not a fight. It was a hunt. Jin Hyeok approached him closely and stabbed his dagger into his neck. You have used the skill Sharper Spirit. Thud. Namgil's defense was pathetic. Even before his regression, it was only Namgil's skill, Silver Needle, that was troublesome, but his defense was nothing special. Arg. Namgil screamed and started stumbling backward. Who the hell are you? Me? I'm Astfsidv. Or was it ASDF? Jin Hyeok could not remember it well since he had made up the name on the spot. Jin Hyeok got even closer to him. Why are you doing this to me? Jin Hyeok glanced back for a moment. Why did you do that to him then? Jin Hyeok asked. That's. Namgil's back hit the wall. There was no way out for him anymore. Still, you're lucky. Jin Hyeok could not give him too much time. As time passed, the mystery would completely permeate itself throughout his body. You should consider yourself fortunate to have met me now. When Ji Hyeok used to kill people before, he made them suffer a lot. I'll make sure you die without pain. What the? What the hell are you saying? He stabbed the dagger into Namgil's heart. He thought he hit the heart perfectly, but Namgil twisted his body at the last minute, causing the dagger to only graze his heart. It seemed like it wasn't something personally done by Namgil, but instead, it was the mystery helping him. However, Jin Hyok was not sure if missing the heart was a lucky thing for Namgil. I was actually going to kill you without any pain. Arg. Namgil screamed in pain again. I guess stabbing someone doesn't hurt, but getting stabbed hurts like hell. What an ungrateful mystery, Jin Hyok said. Dust and dirt rose from the ground as Namgil struggled. Due to the obstruction in Jin Hyok's field of view, he couldn't attempt another stab to his heart. He didn't know if he should consider that lucky or unlucky. It was just a matter of time before Namgil died. Eventually, he collapsed, and a green pattern emerged from his body. Should I try to consume it? Jin Hyok tried to touch the pattern, but sparks flew out. This was something new. It felt like the mystery was rejecting him. He knew that some mysteries had their own will, but it was the first time he encountered a mystery that rejected him. In such cases, it was wise to just give up on acquiring the mystery. There was no point in trying to obtain something that would only cause conflicts in the mental realm. It's a shame. Where else can I find a luck-related mystery? Jin Hyok examined the mystery with his broadcaster's clairvoyance. However, it was challenging to understand the reasons or principles behind the mystery rejecting him. The green light continued to emit from the pattern, almost as if it was growing stronger. It felt like the mystery was mocking him. That bastard! If you're mocking me, I can't let this slide. Jin Hyok immediately activated the inherent trait skill from his all-rounder trait. You used the trait skill to see the future. You have temporarily accelerated the revealing of job skills by 30 levels. Jin Hyok activated exclusive in-depth interview, a streamer exclusive skill. This was a skill streamers learned at level 80. You used the skill exclusive in-depth interview. While broadcaster's clairvoyance was a skill that read the overall situation and flow, exclusive in-depth interview was a skill that focused on one subject only. It was kind of like an ability that could let streamers see the individual tree instead of the forest. As he used the skill, the threads of mana surrounding the mystery became more visible. They were densely intertwined like tightly wound threads. Maybe it's because the mystery is a high-level skill, my mental strength is lacking. He decided to rely more on the all-rounder trait. You used the trait skill Persevering Genius. He cautiously stood in front of the mystery. Using exclusive in-depth interview, he could feel even stronger hostility emanating from the mystery. This made it more fun. Play should be challenging to be enjoyable. You used the mystery unleashing technique. Now he could see it. You have failed to unlock the mystery. Unleashing technique could unlock a lock set by the GM, yet this mystery managed to block it. This made Jin Hyok even more excited. How powerful is this mystery? You used the mystery unleashing technique. You have failed to unlock the mystery. Sweat started pouring down his back. Through exclusive in-depth interview, Jin Hyok applied what he grasped with his eyes to the mystery. It was physically and mentally demanding, but he had no choice. Unlocking was impossible by simply using the unleashing technique. You used the mystery unleashing technique. Jin Hyok knew constantly trying would unlock the mystery. You have unlocked the mystery. I did it. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. This was why he loved playing. The threads of mana surrounding the mystery unraveled at once, revealing the clear green pattern. In an instant, Jin Hyok felt dizzy. Wow, I almost fainted. And if he had fainted, it would have been a big problem. Jin Hyok didn't know how he got there, but he had walked up to the unglazed window. It seemed like while Jin Hyok was engrossed in unlocking the mystery had lured him to this area. If he had fainted, he could have fallen out of the window. You have acquired the mystery wishing good luck. However, that was not the end. The ability of the mystery, wishing good luck, has been amplified. What's going on? The mystery, as if trying to enter his body, suddenly exploded. It felt like it was going on a rampage. Green mana lines burst out randomly. You have acquired the mystery pure luck. After that, Jin Hyok didn't remember anything. Jin Hyok opened his eyes. What the hell just happened? His head was throbbing painfully. He looked around. It's not just feeling like my head will split, but it almost did. Based on the situation, it seemed like he fell from the 5th floor. Fortunately, he landed on a flower bed with a lot of soil, so he wasn't severely injured. Thankfully, I didn't fall down head first. It was nighttime, as his surroundings were completely dark. What kind of mystery would resist this much? His entire body was drenched in sweat. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. However, thanks to that, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Being this exhausted feels so good. The fact that his body was exhausted was proof that he gave his all. In the end, the sense of accomplishment from obtaining the mystery made him happy. Jin Hyok closed his eyes to savor the moment. However, an uninvited guest appeared. Why didn't you answer my call? Song Ha-young came running toward Jin Hyok. Your head. Are you okay? What about my head? Jin Hyok's head was covered in blood. He tilted his head in confusion. He thought he didn't fall down head first, but apparently, he did. There were signs of bleeding when he touched his head. Ha-young's eyes widened. How are you not dead? That sounds awfully like you were wishing me to be dead. Hehe. Was that too obvious? Ha-young said while scratching the back of her head. Jin Hyok shrugged his shoulders. I got lucky. I'm not sure being lucky can explain what happened here. You're a calmly insane guy. How can you be calm and insane at the same time? I thought that was impossible too, but seeing you, it seems fairly possible. Didn't you almost die just now? I'm alive, that's all that matters. Jin Hyuk pointed upward with his finger. There. I've left you a gift. Take it. It's on the 5th floor. A gift. Ha-young swiftly climbed up the wall to the 5th floor at the mention of a gift. Jin Hyuk could hear a joyful cheer from above. Oh my goodness. There was a pile of money. Ha-young immersed herself in ecstasy as she smelled the money. I was planning on betraying you, Ha-young thought. Thinking back to the moments with Jin Hyuk, he did not seem like such a bad person. Why are you giving this to me? Those are stolen money. The money was not exactly clean. Leaving to a thief was the best option. Any unclaimed money is yours, Jin Hyuk said. Really? You are really giving this to me? It suits you more than me. And it's your sibling's birthday, right? Get a lot of presents and stuff. Swordsmen wielded their swords. Streamers did their live streams. And thieves took the loot. From Jin Hyuk's standards, this was the right thing to do. However, it was different for Ha-young. He's insane, but he's a good kind of insane. I will be your loyal servant from now on. I love you. You can leave now. Okay, see you. Ha-young left the place, very pleased. Jin Hyuk got up and chugged a potion in one gulp. He was surprised again when he saw the amount of blood around him. I can't believe I didn't die with this much bleeding. I guess I was lucky. Was it because of the mystery? Jin Hyuk thought. He tried to see the description for pure luck, but it was impossible. There was no description. That's how mysteries are, I guess. There were more mysteries without description than those with them. That was because mysteries were the realm of the unknown. Players could only understand them by trying them out. You used the mystery pure luck. Suddenly, a flash, like a lightning strike, seemed to illuminate the area. What was that? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Smoke was rising from a distance far away, and in a moment, the smoke vanished like illusions. Jin Hyuk tried to use the mystery again, but further usage was no longer possible. This mystery is a bit tricky. The cooldown for this must be quite long. He had to figure it out by using the mystery multiple times. But what the hell was that flash just now? It felt like an opportunity of great fortune had passed by. Jin Hyuk moved to find the area where the lightning had struck. I think it was here. Like most houses in the area, it was an extremely old and worn-down house, more resembling a shack than a proper house. It was a house made of bricks, on the verge of collapsing. Jin Hyuk opened the creaking door and went inside. In the yard, there was a black gate that had suddenly appeared. Hope rising from the ruins. It was the entrance to a dungeon, and it had just been generated by chance. Hope rising from the ruins. Search for a glimmer of hope amidst the crumbling ruins. For hope is the most sublime value. Entrance limit, 1 person. It was a dungeon with a name he had never heard before. However, the entrance gate started to become hazy. Wait, could this be an event dungeon? There were dungeons that randomly appeared from time to time in various parts of the world and then disappeared. These were referred to as event dungeons. They were quite rare, and there was limited data on their clears, making them less known than hidden dungeons, which were hidden in specific places. The entrance is limited to 1 person. Jin Hyuk quickened his pace. It was a solo dungeon. If I don't go in there, I wouldn't call myself a player. You have entered the dungeon Hope rising from the ruins. 1 I guess smaller-sized fonts indicates that they are messages sent on Kakeo-tak. 2 maybe inherent skill might make more sense here, but we also thought that the author might be trying to say that it's a skill that came inherently from a trait. Keel threw his constantly buzzing phone onto the sofa. No matter what happens, I am not going to look at my phone today. He could not even count how many times he left work only to be called back again. He was so exhausted from those calls that he bought a new personal phone in addition to his work phone. How many emergencies can there be? But whenever he went to check, there was never a real emergency. Even now, he received messages that were urgent, but he didn't bother checking. However, the messages weren't from Searchin's Kakeo-tak. Emergency. The Soul Scenario, Revered 1, has begun. Remove variables for a stable progress of the scenario. Emergency. The Soul Scenario, Revered 1, has begun. Remove variables for a stable progress of the scenario. Why does it keep on buzzing? Keel, who grabbed a can of cold beer from the fridge, hesitated dozens of times about whether to check the incessantly buzzing phone. He wondered if it was really urgent with that much buzzing. No, I'm not going to be fooled this time, Keel said to himself as he shook his head. I noticed that the actual emergencies come as system notifications. If something really urgent happened, something of a system level, it would come as a system notification, just like how players would receive them. His phone kept buzzing. System intervention is not possible. Upon confirming this message, please discreetly remove the variables. Keel decided to turn off the phone altogether. He thought if he let the phone keep on buzzing, he would eventually check it. I heard that Net Plus on Earth has a lot of interesting content. Meanwhile, the phone of the passionate Searchin also kept buzzing endlessly. It was the same messages sent to Keel, but Searchin also couldn't check them. These dim reports. Searchin thought. It was lucky for Searchin to have left the ASU scenario behind. However, the fact that an incompetent GM had taken his spot was very unlucky for him. All he needed to do was to manage what I had left behind. If he had just calmed down the player, the flying toad wouldn't have died. The incompetent GM died on the scene, and the ASU scenario was discarded. Searchin was already on his umpteenth page of the report related to that. System intervention is not possible. Upon confirming this message, please discreetly remove the variables. Searchin's entire attention was focused on the report, so he could not check the messages at all. This was perfect content for Cha Jin Hyeok's LTube channel. I got really lucky and found a dungeon. Jin Hyeok wondered whether he was allowed to tell his viewers that this was an event dungeon or if he should just describe it as a randomly generated dungeon. Since he could not come up with an appropriate term, he didn't mention it at all. I came in here by sheer accident, and suddenly, I received a notification that the scenario has started. Actually, Jin Hyeok didn't turn on the live stream at the moment. He was not sure whether he should reveal the video of him playing. If this was a dungeon he could clear with his abilities as a streamer, he was going to post the video. If it was a place where he had to utilize other skills, then he wasn't going to post it. Let me show you the notification that I got. The fourth soul scenario, Revered One, has begun. I am not sure what a scenario is, but I'm guessing it's more significant in scale than simple quests. Large and small quests would come together to create a massive flow and create one complete story. That was what a scenario was. Although Jin Hyeok knew that, he pretended to be clueless as he looked around. Currently, I am in a place that looks like a ruin. It feels like the whole place has been bombed. It seemed like he entered a very large abandoned house. I don't see any monsters and traps that are threatening. Event dungeons were known to be challenging. Jin Hyeok was well aware of that, and thanks to it, he was delighted. I never thought I would enter an event dungeon in an open beta server, especially one related to a scenario. This might be the first of its kind in the world. Event dungeons usually occurred after the open beta. There is a giant hole in the ceiling. Jin Hyeok could see the night sky from the hole. It feels like something enormous came through that ceiling. Jin Hyeok's intuition was telling him that something would appear from there later. It could be a regular monster or a boss monster. Jin Hyeok felt like he had been to a similar place before. I'll walk along the corridor. It's so quiet that I'm getting more tense. The corridor became darker and darker. The dust made it hard to see ahead. Oh, there's a door over there. Jin Hyeok approached it. Simply opening the door, without having any information whatsoever, could be dangerous. If he opened the door without precautions, he might encounter unexpected threats, like a metal arm suddenly popping out or boiling molten iron pouring down. Nevertheless, there was no other choice. Since I don't have a navigator with me, I have to open it myself. Just in case, I'll prepare to use my broadcaster's barrier. He opened the door. Activate broadcaster's barrier. Although he prepared for potential threats, there was nothing out of the ordinary. That's strange. If something dangerous was going to come out, it should have come out by now. The situation inside the event dungeon was quite different from what he had experienced before. Inside, a human-like figure appeared. Jesus, that scared me. It was not a human but a skeleton. Judging by the clothes she is wearing, she was probably an old woman. I'll get closer to see if there are any clues. Oddly, there were no traps. Jin Hyeok carefully examined the area around the skeleton. It seemed like the owner of this skeleton had met her demise while knitting. I feel like I've seen this skeleton from somewhere before. Since a while ago, this place felt strangely familiar. Perhaps he had seen too many skeletons in this form. Just then, a gust of wind blew in. Boom! The door closed with a loud sound. Jin Hyeok tried opening the door, but it wouldn't budge. It seems like I'm trapped. There must be some clues inside. Jin Hyeok searched the skeleton's clothes and found a note inside her pocket. This place is filled with the aura of death. Everything I desire to live for has knelt before the authority of death, and even my beloved sons have been devoured by evil spirits. Ah, the pain. How can I convey this anger? If only my voice could be heard by someone. It was not a particularly special note. Playing in dungeons, one would come across countless similar content. I feel like we should extract more information from the skeleton. God, I miss Han Sae Rin n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If she had been here, Jin Hyeok could have found the right path even faster. Then, I think it wouldn't hurt to temporarily revive this skeleton. I can use the item I obtained from the Gangnam Shinsegi department store dungeon. Pharaoh's failed herb of immortality. The pharaoh sought immortality and created the herb of immortality through numerous studies. Though it failed to grant immortality, it possesses the power to call forth the souls of the deceased. I am definitely in a scenario. The notification explicitly mentioned it as the Soul scenario. That meant things obtained from various places in Seoul could be used here. Fortunately, Jin Hyeok could use the item he got in the previous dungeon. I am going to use the Pharaoh's failed herb of immortality. The herb of immortality had red petals. When he put it into the skeleton's mouth, she started trembling. Blue light emerged from her eyes and she began to speak. The army of death invaded and engulfed everything in death. I don't think I can have a proper conversation with her, Jin Hyeok said to the screen. She seemed to be in an NPC-like form, spitting out preset phrases. You can no longer find the light of hope in this land. Only through death can the flower of hope bloom. The flower needs to grow by itself. Ah, how white and beautiful the flower was. It seemed to embody a pure life. Remember, only flowers can drive away death. The withered winter has passed, and the abundant spring. The Pharaoh's failed herb of immortality, which had fulfilled its role, disappeared. I guess the dialogue was interrupted. If Jin Hyeok could meet all the conditions, and not just the herb of immortality, he could fully revive that skeleton and obtain much more valuable information. However, hoping for that much was too greedy. But, those lines sound familiar to me. Jin Hyuk had heard many similar lines, but still, this dialogue felt eerie. The level of familiarity could only mean that he had experienced this before. Anyway, activating this dialogue was the key to escaping from this room. Click. The locked door opened. I will now leave this room. As he stepped outside, he noticed a faint light seeping in from the distance. It looks like starlight is seeping through that hole in the ceiling. Jin Hyuk walked in that direction. Suddenly, something sprang up from under his feet. A spear. He quickly turned his body to avoid the spear. But it didn't end there. As the walls crumbled, 6 red spears shot out at him. Activate broadcaster's barrier. He managed to dodge some and block the others. Stab. I couldn't block this one. One of the red spears pierced his thigh. Still, Jin Hyuk thought he made a good decision in that short moment. I still got it. I had to choose between my heart and my thigh. If I survive this, I will edit the video with my time-lapse recording and show it to you guys. Jin Hyuk smiled. I've been here before. Until just now, Jin Hyuk was unsure, but after getting stabbed, he was certain. Even if the mind had forgotten, the body would remember. This is the scenario I faced on the Oculus server, right? The name of the scenario was not Revered One, but the content was the same. By the way, the Oculus server opened later than the Earth server, and Jin Hyuk encountered this scenario there. Of course, there were a few differences. At that time, I was around level 150. The skeleton was actually an old woman and was even capable of conversations. I believe other players had entered the dungeon before me and attempted to clear it. By doing so, the skeleton had gained life. This would mean that the monsters here are the Headless Knights. The average level of the Headless Knights was around 100. They were tough opponents for Jin Hyuk at the moment. LV101/Headless Knight/ LV102/Headless Knight/ LV100/Headless Knight/. Their level seems to be around 100, and they are called the Headless Knights. They emitted a sinister black aura while wearing black armor and wielding black swords. Just looking at them, I know I can't defeat them. Indeed, event dungeons were different from the other dungeons. To create an army with an average level of 100 on a server that was merely in open beta was absurd. This dungeon was not designed for players to clear, it was designed for players to die. Before Jin Hyuk's regression, he did succeed in killing all those Headless Knights. The real problem was the bodiless one that popped up after the Headless Knights were all dead. The Headless Knights had no head, and the bodiless one was just one giant face. And that gaping hole in the ceiling is where that thing came and went. The bodiless one was around level 160, and Jin Hyuk fought with it for 3 days before finally killing it. He nearly died multiple times. Beautiful memories from that time filled Jin Hyuk's mind. Now, I am going to start the live stream. For those curious about what happened before, please check this recorded video. It will be uploaded as soon as possible. Jin Hyuk started the live stream. This might be my last live stream, who knows? Dozens of Headless Knights were approaching him. Some are holding spears, and others are wielding swords. It's quite alarming for them to come at me with their weapons drawn. Jin Hyuk raised his dagger and suddenly realized, I really love live streaming. That moment when he was being overly dramatic by saying this might be his last live stream, he realized his genuine desire to enjoy live streaming more. Before Jin Hyuk knew it, he had grown to fully love live streaming. The Headless Knights were now right in front of him. This is going to be such amazing content. Joseph could not take his eyes off the screen. Even if it's Kim Chul-soo, this is going to be impossible, Joseph thought. He felt the brilliant rookie was about to meet his demise. That was the thing about playing. No matter how exceptional a player was, once they died, it was over. Kim Chul-soo seemed to have been overly greedy. Please, don't die. In the first-person view, Chul-soo was barely evading the attacks of the Headless Knights. His powerful broadcaster's barrier and agile movements were all failing to nullify the attacks from the monsters. He got stabbed in his thigh 3 times already. For players with weak mental strength, such injuries were enough to make them give up already. In the Korean region minor gallery, posts claiming that Chul-soo's journey had come to an end were rapidly appearing. Looks like Kim Chul-soo is done for, lol. He was too greedy and got punished for that. Haha. He thought he was invincible? And that dungeon is limited to one person, so no one can go in to save him, lol. Bye. You pissing me off. If Chul-soo dies, I'm gonna stop using the KRMG. Without Chul-soo, what else is there to watch on this tiny-ass Earth server? Nobody is stopping you. Go back to your planet. You piece of shit. You wanna fight? Cry more please. I am gonna find you. Sure, buddy. My house is on Mars. As if things weren't bad enough, a stronger monster than the Headless Knight appeared. What was that monster called again? Bodiless Knight? That guy's head is ginormous? Look at that hideous face. So damn ugly.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. A giant monster with only its massive face came into view. Its eye sockets were hollowed out as there were no eyeballs. Its mouth was slit on both sides, and large teeth protruded from it. The teeth wriggled like living creatures. Why are its teeth moving around? Disgusting. I think those are snakes. Each tooth was actually a white snake monster. Its appearance was so grotesque that it instinctively evoked feelings of disgust from anyone who looked at it. Wait, are those hares or centipedes? I was watching on the SSP, but had to turn it off. So gross. I almost threw up for real. Cholsu's live streams were always in first-person view, which added a realistic aspect to the live stream. Many viewers from Earth who were not accustomed to such perspectives stopped watching the live stream. However, Joseph could not take his eyes off the screen. If Cholsu were to die here, he had to remember the moment. I don't know when I'll encounter another star like him. Among the gems Joseph had seen, this one shone the brightest. He focused even more on the screen. Cha Jin-hyuk was almost out of breath. No matter how overtly he focused on defense and evasion, the Headless Knights were formidable monsters for Jin-hyuk to face. How many more of these monsters are there? After a certain amount of time, the boss monster, Bodiless One, would reveal itself. Jin-hyuk barely managed to dodge a spear thrust toward his side. When he was nearing his limit, finally, something enormous started to appear from the hole in the ceiling. It's finally here. Bodiless One. A massive face was descending slowly from the ceiling. This was where the real battle started. I'll go in one shot. Jin-hyuk raised his dagger. I'm going to attempt suicide. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk stabbed himself in the heart. Instantly dying was crucial. Even a slight hesitation could make it difficult to trigger the instant death condition. Good. This is perfect. His vision darkened. For a moment, he felt dizzy, but soon he opened his eyes again. The KRMG was in chaos. People were astonished by Cholsu's suicide attempt, followed immediately by his resurrection. Who the hell executes a suicide so perfectly? Joseph was also witnessing Jin-hyuk's madness in real time. The first-person view made it even more captivating. Cholsu had stabbed his own heart without any hesitation. That's true madness, Joseph thought. The screen darkened. Joseph murmured with a solemn expression, Kim Cholsu's era. It's over. Wait. Suddenly, the screen brightened again. Oh, I'm alive. I guess I'm lucky, Jin-hyuk said. The Headless Knights and the Bodiless One were all gone. The dagger was still lodged in Jin-hyuk's heart, and he pulled it out. I need to stop the bleeding. Please wait for a second. Jin-hyuk's attitude was remarkably calm. The hole in my chest has been patched up. Luckily, my gamble had paid off. I will explain why I played like this. I paid close attention to what the skeleton said earlier. Jin-hyuk smirked. He was eager to tell what happened, and his heart pounded with excitement. Live streaming is so much fun. Jin-hyuk played a portion of the video that he had recorded earlier. Only through death can the flower of hope bloom. The flower needs to grow by itself. How white and beautiful the flower was. It seemed to embody a pure life. Remember, only flowers can drive away death. Smoothly executing the ideas he had planned in his mind was as satisfying as killing monsters. I got the idea from the skeleton blatantly telling me that I had to die. After analyzing what she said, it was basically a suggestion to commit suicide. There is no way I can win the battle anyway, and surprisingly, this worked. Of course, Jin-hyuk did not just try this on a whim. In fact, this method was the clearing method discovered by Amanri-kun, who later became known as the new server adventurer. I was lucky. As Jin-hyuk had experienced in a different server before the regression, the Soul scenario was a common system scenario shared by most servers. Although the names and details might be slightly different, the overall progression and rewards were very similar. Oh, a white flower is blooming on my chest. It's where the hole was. It was a white flower. As the flower bloomed, white petals began to flutter down from the hole in the ceiling. Then, as the sunlight shined through, the grass started to grow on the floor. As the warm spring breeze blew, the fluttering petals flew toward where the skeleton was earlier. In an instant, the creaking of a door opening was heard, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. The old woman, who had previously appeared as a skeleton, revealed her human form. Now she looked completely like a human. Holding a staff, she approached Jin-hyuk and knelt before him. You are the one who bloomed the white flower. The flower fell on its own. It is flying toward the old woman's hand, Jin-hyuk said to the viewers. The white flower touched the old woman's hand. You have driven away death and bloomed the flower willingly. Then the old woman continued speaking. It was quite a long speech, but for Jin-hyuk, it sounded meaningless. To the one worthy of reverence, may the light's protection be with you, the old woman said. She crawled closer to Jin-hyuk and kissed his feet with deep respect. You have cleared the event dungeon Hope Rising from the ruins. Soon, everything disappeared. Jin-hyuk stood in an empty dark space with nothing left. Then, 3 chests appeared, emitting golden dust. You will receive a reward for clearing the event dungeon Hope Rising from the ruins. Choose one of the 3 chests. You have 20 seconds. Numbers appeared in front of Jin-hyuk. 2000 hours. 1822. As the number rapidly decreased, Jin-hyuk heard a voice. Whatever you choose, you will be rightfully revered. Now, the flower petals of your beginning will flutter. Take the first step toward the reverence of your future. Even with broadcaster's clairvoyance, it was impossible to know the details about the chests, and he could not use exclusive in-depth interview as that would take too much time. Jin-hyuk did not hesitate. You used the mystery pure luck. Fortunately, the mystery was off cooldown. Thud. Jin-hyuk felt a huge shock in his head. It was the side effect of consecutively using the pure luck. My head feels like it's going to explode. In that brief moment, he saw a lightning strike. It was the first chest. He reached out his hand toward that chest. You have chosen chest 1 as your reward. The lid of the chest opened, and an item popped out. That's. Jin-hyuk recognized the item. Rule breaker. Rule breaker. This was a mythic grade item. Mythic grade was not a classification of the system, but of users. It was a grade usually given to extremely rare items, even among server-level items, and their number was extremely small. Holy crap. This is actually the rule breaker. Among the players from the Earth server, no one had possessed the rule breaker. There were rumors that some absolute beings on planet Arvas had it, and the Sword Master Zoro from the Audal server, who had handed Jin Hyeok a defeat, had the rule breaker. But it looks a bit less impressive than what I know. It was an item that looked like a small hammer. The rule breaker he knew had much more intricate designs with various decorations and runic inscriptions, but the rule breaker he was holding was just a plain golden hammer. Rule breaker, upgradable, bound. A weapon that can destroy the laws. Wait, this item is upgradable. It was an item that grew alongside the owner's growth. That was what an upgradable item was. It claims it can destroy the laws. I will have to find out more about what it can destroy. Since there was no detailed description, Jin Hyeok had no choice but to see it for himself. Suddenly, sparks flew. The rule breaker was resisting Jin Hyeok. It also seemed to have a slight will of its own, like mysteries. It's resisting me? Me? How dare you? It hurt Jin Hyeok's pride a little bit. He thought of using unleashing technique to try and unlock it, thinking it might be some kind of barrier or magical effect. However, he stopped himself, fearing that unlocking the full power of the rule breaker could cause trouble. Zap, zap, sparks continued to shock him. It felt like his hand was burning, but he endured it with his superhuman mental strength. How can I tame this item? The answer was not difficult to find. You have unlocked the achievement All Clear, Hope Rising from the Ruins. After the Saryaga Mart dungeon, Jin Hyeok unlocked another All Clear achievement. Another All Clear mark appeared on the back of his right hand. Unknowingly, his body trembled. The effect of the All Clear is nothing special. Among all the All Clear effects Jin Hyeok knew, this was the least versatile one. It allowed him to subdue any item related to the fourth soul scenario. It's not like tons of items with this much resistance will appear in this dungeon. Items with some kind of resistance were already rare, and it was unlikely to encounter many of them in one dungeon. Nevertheless, it is good that I can use the achievement right here. I will try to subdue the rule breaker. Jin Hyeok immediately applied the All Clear, Hope Rising from the Ruins, effect. The rule breaker, which had been resisting, finally became his. Several pieces of information were inputted into his mind. Oh, with the current rule breaker, there were not many things he could do. However, one thing was certain. I can break the class restrictions on items. As players went higher in level, the boundaries of classes became clearer. One of the reasons for this was the restrictions on items. A high-level swordsman's sword could not be used by a high-level archer. And with the rule breaker, I can ignore that restriction. In other words, he just became a streamer who could use high-level swords exclusive to swordsmen. Wow, I never even thought of this. So, even if I become a high-level streamer, I can still use swords. Jin Hyeok could not believe it. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Moreover, it is a bound item, which means there is no risk of it being stolen or taken. Bound items disappeared when their owner died. This meant Jin Hyeok could show this on his live stream without worry. I shouldn't be this excited, but I can't help it. Jin Hyeok tried his best to stay calm and continued the live stream. But I don't understand why I'm still inside the dungeon. From Jin Hyeok's recollection, there was no setting that required finding a separate exit. Do I need to find the exit myself? As he wondered, the space in front of him started to distort and something appeared. Why is that guy here all of a sudden? A person in black clothing revealed their presence. They were wearing a mask, so Jin Hyeok could not see their face. However, one red eye was visible. The ominously shining red eye was unsettling. The shadow of the secret chamber. They were an assassin group directly operated by the system, also known as the System Guardians. They were the cleaners mobilized to remove elements that caused harm to the system. What's going on? I have a bad feeling about this. It seemed like they were here to kill Jin Hyeok. Damn it. Keel couldn't just ignore his phone forever. Eventually, he checked the phone he had turned off. Fuck. Why today of all days? It wasn't messages from Searchin, but direct messages from the system. Why not send them as system notifications? Cold sweat ran down Keel's back. Wait, is it because the system doesn't want to leave any record of this? From the system's perspective, this was a crucial matter. However, it seemed the system only attempted to contact through personal contacts to avoid leaving a record. The phone kept buzzing. Do you wish to deploy the System Guardian? Y/N. But I still don't know what the situation is. However, it was already quite late. Even though he didn't know what was going on, the system seemed to hope for the deployment of the System Guardian. To at least confirm the situation, Keel rushed back to the office. The passionate Searchin was so engrossed in some other work that he did not notice Keel's return. That kind of concentration was truly intimidating. The phone buzzed again. We cannot delay any longer. Deploying the System Guardian. Regardless of Keel's intentions, the System Guardian was deployed. Keel examined the monitor and got a rough idea of what was going on. The fourth soul scenario. It was a scenario the system was most diligently working on in the open beta server. The GM's interventions were limited, and it was a system scenario that was self-generated and operated by the system itself. Because of this, there were numerous restrictions in place, making it impossible to fully read the situation inside the dungeon. All I can tell right now is that a player from Earth entered here. That's everything. Keel frowned. This scenario was originally for players from other servers. Which in Earth's perspective, were invaders of the planet. By letting invaders come and play the Soul scenario, it would give formidable power to unite the players on the Earth server against the common enemies. Creating the concept of public enemies from Earth server's viewpoint was the role of this fourth Soul scenario. However, it seems they are close to clearing it or having already cleared it. So, it seemed the system was trying to get rid of that Earth player inside the dungeon for system stabilization purposes. In that case, as long as they are not a streamer, we are in the clear. Actually, it did not matter even if they were a streamer. As long as they were not live streaming at the moment, it wouldn't be an issue. They just needed to be killed without a trace. However, a trace of anxiety brushed past Keel. He immediately searched for the SSP livestream on LTube. Search, Kim CH. The livestream was already among the recommended videos. The streamer from Earth with an overwhelmingly large number of viewers, Kim Chulsu, was live streaming. As always, the title was very straightforward. Fourth Soul scenario. In-game. Damn it. Chulsu was live streaming everything. Chulsu was speaking calmly on the screen. An unidentified and strange person has appeared. It doesn't seem to be a player or an NPC. I can't figure out their identity. I'll try to interview them. Keel's heart raced. I need to stop this. The system didn't want to leave any records of human intervention. That was why, even for GMS, the system had only contacted them through phones instead of system messages. If a player gets attacked by the system guardian, I can't imagine the uproar. It would lead to severe criticism from users who strongly disliked fabricated interventions. Public opinion would turn very negative, and that would undoubtedly result in a massive workload for Keel. He urgently used his administrator's prerogative to send himself inside the dungeon. The shadow of the secret chamber was one that wielded a sickle attached to a chain, making them somewhat of an assassin type. Activate broadcaster's barrier. Chains flew toward Cha Jin Hyeok's back. The end of the chain had a sharp sickle attached to it. Ugh. From just one attack, Jin Hyeok knew. That guy is powerful. Even though he concentrated the broadcaster's barrier in one spot to block it, the attack broke through the defense, and the sickle pierced Jin Hyeok's back. That really hurts. Their attack power is on another level. From the upper right side of Jin Hyeok, another chain targeted him. Jin Hyeok threw a dagger to slightly alter the trajectory of the chain and then dodged the attack. The sickle hit the ground with a loud thud. It would have been instant death if that hit him. What an incredible attack. I guess today's live stream will be the last one. Of course, Jin Hyeok knew it would not be the last. Jin Hyeok needed to hold on for just a few more seconds. He knew when and why the system guardian revealed themselves. It was the last resort deployed when something did not go as planned by the system, to correct the abnormality. The fortunate thing is that I am a streamer. Jin Hyeok was broadcasting the evidence to the entire universe in real time. The system was persecuting him for playing by its rules. It was certain that the GMS would take action to correct what was going on. I just need to survive until then. Jin Hyeok believed he could manage that much. His eyes and instincts were already capable of reading the trajectory of the attacks. Good thing I can see where the attack is coming from. Knowing that fact made him happy, but it was disappointing that even with that knowledge, he couldn't fully avoid the attacks. I seemed to be forced into a corner with these consecutive chain attacks. Jin Hyeok switched his weapon to a sword and continuously parried the incoming chains. Of course, he was able to parry those attacks because they were just illusions without the actual power of the system guardian. By continuously throwing weak attacks, it seems like they are preparing to use a finishing move on me. Despite knowing all this, Jin Hyeok could only block the chain attacks. The enemy was gradually pushing him into a corner. Now there is no way out. I think the ultimate attack is going to come after 3 attacks. Cling, clang, clang. He deflected 3 chains. Then, a thick iron chain rushed toward him in an irregular pattern. I hope you enjoyed my live stream. I think this is the end. Goodbye, all. Suddenly, someone revealed himself. Stab. It was an insane person who took the blow instead of Jin Hyeok. The sickle pierced through that insane person and gave Jin Hyeok only minor injuries in his abdomen. It's not a crazy person, it's Keel. The GM revealed himself. I have no idea what's going on. Let's try and have an interview. First, Jin Hyeok applied a potion to Keel's wounds. He seemed to be on the verge of losing consciousness, so Jin Hyeok even poured the potion into Keel's mouth. The potion absorption was quite effective, probably because he was a GM. Can I do an interview? Jin Hyeok asked. Do you not see the injuries? I do see it. There was a hole in Keel's stomach, and blood was gushing out. Jin Hyeok didn't know why Keel was acting so hostile. For Jin Hyeok, interviewing was very important. So, who is that? Why did they attack me? Well. Jin Hyeok also didn't understand why Keel was hesitating. He knew Keel was going to say something like it is a system error. It is a system error. A system error. I made a mistake and activated the system guardian. I see. So you made a mistake, and that mistake almost killed me. Hey, can you turn off the live stream? Keel whispered softly. Nope. Not gonna happen. Jin Hyeok now roughly understood what was going on. From Keel's perspective, this was the best option. Keel intentionally created a dramatic situation, even though he could have stopped the system guardian earlier. I learned a thing or two, Keel. Good job. It was a valuable lesson for Jin Hyeok. To minimize the criticism about the system and GMS, Keel deliberately appeared at perfect timing and took the attack on Jin Hyeok's behalf, emphasizing that all of this was an unintentional accident. This is so much fun. Jin Hyeok just learned a new way of staging, and the process of acquiring this knowledge was very fun for him. Next time, Jin Hyeok wanted to try something similar. Anyway, Keel kept repeating similar statements. He said that this was all because of a temporary error and that the cleaner system, which was the system guardian, was activated as a bug. As for the compensation related to this incident, we will discuss it at a later time. For now, I think I need some treatment, Keel said. Let's discuss it now. I've lost too much blood. I feel dizzy, and we can't have a normal negotiation if I'm this dizzy. Honestly, Jin Hyeok didn't buy it. How can someone feel dizzy after losing only that much blood? But looking at his pale face, he does seem like he's telling the truth. I can create more content with the negotiation for my LTube channel. Jin Hyeok decided to talk about the compensation later. He finally exited the Hope Rising from the Ruins dungeon. The number of likes on his live stream was over 10,000. Jin Hyeok's body trembled with excitement. I never knew live streaming was this much fun. It was not just swinging the sword that was entertaining. Jin Hyeok almost unlocked the communication restriction and was on the verge of interacting with the viewers. The desire to talk to the viewers slowly emerged. He didn't even know he had such a desire. The number of likes is increasing rapidly, and there are many viewers. Compared to Egan Paul, his number of viewers was still small, but this was still quite impressive. Jin Hyeok was also manipulating his view count to make it lower, so essentially his view count was on par with Egan Paul. I hope the number of viewers increases. Jin Hyeok initially aimed for 3rd place, but now, he wondered if aiming for 2nd place would be better. Should I just go for the 2nd place? He decided not to pursue the goal of being in the 1st place. I wouldn't do that to myself. I'm not a monster. Having returned home, Jin Hyeok fiddled with the rule breaker and became lost in thought. So, it always comes down to who has more overpowered items, huh? Before his regression, Jin Hyeok had overlooked the importance of items. One of his beliefs was that true experts did not rely on their tools, they focused on enhancing their own abilities without relying on items. However, as time passed, he came to realize that what remained significant among skilled players was their adeptness with items. I need to equip myself with more specialized items. Since he now had Rule Breaker, this allowed him to use items exclusive to swordsmen. I guess the first thing I should obtain is the Greatsword of Lagon, right? It was one of the most useful items Jin Hyeok used when he was below level 150. It was a massive two-handed sword that played a crucial role in his growth to become the Sword King. I heard you can obtain this item somewhere in Yangpyeong. The Greatsword of Lagon was not something he personally acquired. The government gave it to him. The first discovery of the item was somewhere in Yangpyeong, but Jin Hyeok didn't know the exact location. I should thoroughly search that area first. Jin Hyeok decided to explore the dungeons around Yangpyeong with his party members. About 2 weeks had passed. Jin Hyeok's navigator, Han Saerin, who was currently ranked 2nd after Mole Man managed to take her 1st place, could not hide her disappointment. Why are we wandering around these worthless dungeons? Although she was not the current top-ranked navigator, she still showed exceptional skills as a navigator. Don't you think you are wasting your party's talents by doing this? Saerin said. What's wrong with our play? All we're doing is some amateurish stuff. I know I'm here to help you, but I dropped my ranking because of you. If you don't want to be here, you can leave. I can just call Mole Man anyway. I'm sure he would be thrilled to be here. I don't want that either. Why? If I play with Mole Man, wouldn't that be a good thing for you? You can rank up again. If I leave now, Mole Man is gonna sweep in and take the reward. I can't let that happen. Saerin frowned. Maybe this is the power that I possess as player Kim Chulsu. A vague sense of anticipation and the expectation that someday he would bring something significant to the table. Because of these hopes, Saerin continued to accompany Jin Hyeok. Meanwhile, Joseph also could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Is he in a slump? Joseph thought. Though Chulsu seemed to be playing diligently around Yangpyeong, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy about his performance. There was no difference from what the other streamers could do. It is just a very ordinary play. There is no differentiating factor. Did he run out of contents? Joseph wondered if Chulsu's previous content, the appearance of the System Guardian, was too intense. Even releasing content needed some sort of timeline. If streamers released excessively powerful content upfront, there would not be much excitement left for what came after. He must have hit his limit. The viewer count had dropped by around 3,000. He is going to need me. If it were up to me, I could turn Chulsu into a superstar. In the meantime, Jin Hyeok reached level 60, and Saerin exploded with anger. I can't do this anymore. I can't stand this anymore. I quit. Then should I call Mole Man? Do whatever the hell you want. Saerin had fallen to 3rd place in the rankings. The difference between 2nd and 3rd place was massive. She felt as if she had fallen into a pit of despair. Jin Hyeok, not sure if he understood her feelings or not, spoke to her. I reached level 60. So what? Everyone knows that streamers level up really quickly. Just bear with me for one more day. I actually learned a new skill. It was a streamer exclusive skill that could be learned at level 90. Jin Hyeok could now use a skill called Preview. What skill is it? And what does that have to do with me? Saerin asked. Hear me out. Sa Rin gulped as she listened to what Jin Hyeok had to say. Her eyes widened. Really? Is that even possible? Apparently so. Sa Rin became more desperate. Show me, please. You don't seem desperate enough. Sa Rin grabbed Jin Hyeok's hand eagerly. I'm begging you to show me. I'll do whatever you ask. It's a streamer exclusive skill that you can obtain at level 90. The name of the skill is Preview, Cha Jin Hyeok said. A level 90 skill? You're already using that. Han Sa Rin said while her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her mouth fell open, and a bit of drool trickled down. She let out a sigh as if she was jealous of Jin Hyeok for being able to experience level 90 in advance. So, you can have the ability to see what's inside a dungeon without entering one? Is that really possible? Sa Rin asked. Yes. It's a power that gives me a rough idea of the rewards or how the dungeon should be cleared. And I can share it with one of my party's navigators. Please share it with me. Please. Mok Jae Hyeok could not quite understand the somewhat crazy-looking Sa Rin. Why is she acting so crazy? Well, isn't that kind of power what navigators always dream of? Cha Jin-sol answered on Jin Hyeok's behalf. What do you mean? Do I really have to explain this to you? Jin-sol couldn't understand Jae Hyeon either. She turned her head toward Seo Jia and Seo Jisoo and asked them, you guys don't get it either. No, we get it. Of course, we know what you're talking about. How many chances do navigators get to have that kind of ability? Jin-sol looked at Jae Hyeon as if she was saying, I told you so. Jae Hyeon felt a bit confused, wondering if he was the strange one. Hyung, do you think the same way? Jae Hyeon asked Kim Jong Hyeon. Experiencing high-level skills. That's the dream of all players. Jong Hyeon's eyes were also filled with envy. It was a look that said he was dying of jealousy. Jae Hyeon clenched his fist. No, I am not the strange one. They're the ones that are weird, Jae Hyeon thought. He kept thinking about that, but even if he was confident about it, he could not help but get confused when everyone around him said the opposite thing. Maybe I'm the weird one. As Jae Hyeon's entire principle was being shaken to its core, Sa Rin received the preview from Jin Hyeok. I see it. Sa Rin thought. She examined the dungeon she had just cleared through the preview. Her experience inside the dungeon and the content she saw through the preview was not significantly different. She was infatuated with how remarkable this skill was. Nov, L, B //JNN. It seems like places I have already cleared are shown more clearly, Jin Hyeok said. Ha. Sa Rin chuckled. She was so excited that she couldn't properly hear Jin Hyeok's words. Show me other dungeons too, please. Sa Rin looked so desperate that she almost looked like she was about to cry. Jin Hyeok smiled with satisfaction. He knew that to become a top-ranking player, they had to be a bit crazy like her. He was pleased to see the real Han Sa Rin that he knew of. They roamed around Yangpyeong, examining the dungeons. Sa Rin embraced herself in excitement, looking like she was about to go crazy. A herd of monsters that look like black cows appear in this dungeon. They are around level 40, but some of them have berserk abilities, making monsters around them more powerful. The path splits into 3, and after passing through several traps, you eventually reach the clear spot. This is a spot where you unlock the final password with clues collected along the way, and that is where the exit is. But if you make a mistake, a boss monster will spawn, and everyone will be wiped out, she muttered. It was as if she was experiencing the dungeon, even though she had not set foot inside. Of course, there were things that could not be seen by the preview skill. She was aware of the traps, but she could not see what kind of traps they were. She knew there would be a boss monster, but she could not tell what type of monster it was. Just like the name, it was a preview of the dungeon. However, for Sa Rin, this alone was a whole new world. I can see it. I can see it. She even shed tears. With eyes blazing, she looked for new dungeons. Perhaps she was addicted to the taste of the preview as she found and activated dungeons at an alarming rate. Let's go in. Let's go in. Let's go in. She roamed around Yangpyeong like a mad person, pushing herself to the point where Jin-sol, who had relatively weak stamina, was almost reaching her limit. Before she knew it, the sun had set. Lost in her thoughts, they found themselves in the middle of a hilly area. Tired, Jin-sol spoke. Uni, that's enough for now. Can't we rest a bit now? I'm almost at my limit. Just this one. They were in Bimi Mountain, which was a small mountain located about 1 kilometer away from the Yangpyeong station. They weren't using a hiking trail, but just going up the mountain on rough terrain, making it quite demanding for Jin-sol. Here, Sa Rin started to dig the ground like a mad person. Although it seemed like she was out of her mind, she was actually using an advanced navigator skill to dig the ground. She was much faster than ordinary people using shovels. Before long, a large pit had been dug, and beneath it, a small gate was revealed. Tomb of the Greatsword of Logon. Jin Hyeok smiled. I found it, he thought. The name of Jin Hyeok's beloved sword was the Greatsword of Logon. A heated debate erupted in the Korean region minor gallery over a topic. It was about whether Jin Hyeok's recently acquired preview skill was a cheat or not. No level 90 player can figure out that much about a dungeon just from the preview skill. This is definitely a cheat. The synergy between the skill and his physical ability is insane. There were also opposing views. How is that a cheat? It's all thanks to time mileage. Time mileage referred to the accumulated time from playing in a field for a long time. It was known to have a significant impact on the preview. He's right. It's all because of the time mileage. I know a streamer who could do the same. LOL. But Cholsu is only level 60. You're such an SI. SI was an acronym for system illiterate. The term was normally used when undermining other users, saying that they did not know anything about how the system worked. The gallery was filled with users who called each other system illiterate. Nope, you're the SI. The fact that Cholsu can use a level 90 skill means that he is as powerful as a level 90 player. So that skill is a level 90 skill accumulated with enough time mileage. I don't know why you guys are making such a big fuss. Can you use a level 90 skill when you're only level 60? Do you think it's easy? You're just a nobody sitting in your room just tapping on your keyboard. You have lost all sense of reality. The opinions were roughly divided into a 7-to-3 ratio. 7 out of 10 believed that Cholsu's ability was excessively outstanding, and the remaining 3 argued that his ability was just on par with a normal level 90 player. While the gallery was chaotic with heated discussions, the infamous encyclopedia appeared on the scene. Using a level 90 skill at level 60 is not such a surprising feat. There are many abilities that allow players to use skills from the future. However, the question is whether he can handle that skill as if he were an actual level 90 player. Moreover, Cholsu used that skill consecutively. Encyclopedia, who was a named user, attached several screenshots throughout the post. They captured images of Jinso looking exhausted, although her face was not revealed, thanks to the deceiver's mask. What is remarkable is that Cholsu, who used preview countless times, is physically much more stable than a healer who did not use any healing skills. From the limited information from the first-person perspective livestream, such as footsteps, breathing, and skill usage frequency, it can be speculated that Cholsu is in a completely non-exhausted state. Encyclopedia pondered for a long time about whether to include the following content. After all, their writing needed to carry credibility. They hesitated, wondering if they were too hasty in judging one player, but eventually, they made up their mind. I have studied numerous cases of streamers and have vast amounts of data on them, not only for streamers but also for other jobs. And dare I say that Kim Cholsu's preview skill is not at level 90. It might be even higher than that, perhaps over level 100. Cholsu's current level was 60. However, he was showing much more impressive results than an actual level 90 streamer's preview. I can safely say that Kim Cholsu's talent as a streamer is at a level never seen before. Even if using the same skill, the effect could vary depending on who was using it. In the system, this was usually referred to as talent. But what is interesting is that Cholsu himself seems to lack enthusiasm for how talented he is, Encyclopedia thought. Cholsu's nonchalant attitude was also a factor that sparked debates among the users. To Encyclopedia, who possessed all sorts of data, Cholsu had a remarkably exceptional talent, but when it came to the person himself, Cholsu, he used it as if it were nothing special. As a result, those who saw this could not help but feel as if it wasn't a big deal. I'm sure there is an overwhelming difference between him and Egan Paul, known as the top-ranked streamer on the Earth server. My analysis will be confirmed when Egan reaches level 90. Then, we can make a proper comparison. Written by Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia couldn't take their eyes off the SSP terminal. It looks like he found another new dungeon. After using the preview to examine the dungeon, Jin Hyeok continued with the live stream. It looks like a special type of dungeon where only one monster appears. A gigantic monster with a huge body came into view. It was wearing a golden helmet, hiding its face, but it was a humanoid monster. It held an enormous sword that could not be seen clearly with the preview. The overall space seems to be rectangular, filled with fire and lava. Flash! Jin Hyeok's eyes started to hurt. As I shifted my gaze toward the edge of the rectangular space, the preview ended on its own. It's the kind of field that burns you in the lava if you are pushed out of that space, Sae-rin chimed in. Sounds like a dangerous place. I need to ask my navigator's opinion. Are you sure we should go in there? Sae-rin rubbed her chin for a moment. Jin Hyeok was going to trust her word on this one. Of course, we should go in, Sae-rin said while looking around at everyone. Jin Hyeok expected that response. The navigator has spoken. After everyone recovers their stamina, we will enter the dungeon. No one in the party opposed Jin Hyeok. They seemed eager to clear the dungeon. It was understandable since all they had been doing was following Jin Hyeok around while using the preview on dungeons. It was only natural that they were this eager. Just looking at Jae Hyeon's unenthusiastic face, it was obvious that he was bored. Now that things were going to be interesting, Jin Hyeok wondered if Jae Hyeon's spirits would lift soon. Wait. Before entering the dungeon, I will perform a few tasks as a precaution. I think I can create an escape route, Sae-rin said. An escape route? That is going to decrease the thrill of entering the dungeon. But I guess safety comes first, Jin Hyeok thought. Jin Hyeok was no longer the crazy guy he used to be, so he did not object to Sae-rin creating an escape route. Jin Hyeok took a quick glance at Jae Hyeon and saw his spirit being lifted. It seemed like he was excited about entering the dungeon. We're ready to enter. Do you wish to enter the dungeon Tomb of the Great Sword of Lagon? They entered the dungeon. It's quite hot in here. The overall space had a reddish atmosphere. Just like the preview had shown, the dungeon was rectangular. It looked like a stage floating on lava. There are flames shooting up here and there. It seems like some sort of a trap. Let me lightly put my hand in to test it. It doesn't shoot up from random places, but from small holes in the floor. Alright, Jae Hyeon, try putting your hand on it. When the flame comes out, just try to touch it. Me. Jin Hyuk was sure that Jae Hyein was worried that he might monopolize all the fun. You're the tank. Of course I will let you go first. No need to thank me. I'll put my hand on it. Good. Jae Hyein stood in front of the hole, looking quite nervous. Roar! Flames shot up and Jae Hyein put his hand in. Ouch. So he got burned to that extent. It's not going to be fatal, but it will severely restrict your movements if you get hit. There were several other devices in the field as well. The center of the field is the safe zone. It seems to be set up to prevent the monster we saw with the preview from entering. Knowing that there was a safe zone made Jin Hyuk even more excited. In a dungeon like this, where there was an obvious safe zone, it was almost certain to be a highly challenging dungeon. It meant that without the safe zone, it would be impossible to clear. And we were given enough time to look around the field. All the clues indicated that this dungeon was going to be difficult to clear. Jin Hyuk's heart kept pounding. At each corner of the field, there seemed to be special devices. Jin Hyuk moved toward one of the four edges of the rectangular field. Oh, entering the corners teleports you back to the safe zone in the center. There doesn't seem to be any limitation on the number of attempts. If a dangerous situation arises, we can escape to this area. However, we should be careful about. This dungeon was like an island floating on the lava. Jin Hyuk glanced at the side. It was clear how dangerous it would be if he fell into the lava. He didn't need to try to know that. If we accidentally slip and fall into the lava, that would mean death. Soon, a notification popped up, indicating that the boss monster, Swordmaster Logon, was summoned. 10. 9. The party entered the safe zone. From a distance, Jin Hyuk could see the lava beginning to boil, and then something shot up. Thud. A gigantic creature landed on the floor. It was the monster Jin Hyuk saw with the preview. LV83/Swordmaster Logon/skills. It's an enormously huge monster. Looks like it is about 5 meters tall. It is a monster in a humanoid form, wielding a massive sword. Jin Hyuk was drawn to that great sword without even realizing it. That looks amazing. Droop. Wait, did I just drool? Thankfully, the livestream was in first-person perspective. If it were in the third person, Jin Hyuk might have looked pathetic to the viewers. A sword should always look that amazing. Jin Hyuk wanted to quickly snatch that sword that Logon was wielding and make it his. A stronger urge than ever boiled up within him. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk heard Cha Jin-sol's urgent voice. Appa? That guy is getting closer. Let it come. Although Jin Hyuk felt tremendous pressure from the approaching monster, Jin Hyuk knew nothing bad was going to happen while he was inside the safe zone. The monster swung its great sword with a menacing force. Boom! The barrier that protected the safe zone was hit by the attack. The feeling of threat was real, and Jin Hyuk could see that the others were also afraid. Jin Hyuk wondered if this was because they were not accustomed to experiences like this. He didn't blame them. Even watching horror movies could make people shiver. Jin Hyuk could understand feeling nervous when there was a huge and powerful monster swinging its massive sword in front of them. Whoosh! It continued to swing the sword. Boom! There was an explosion, and sparks flew as the great sword clashed with the barrier of the safe zone. Even so, the safe zone remained intact. For the barrier to be broken, it needed to be a dungeon that was at least level 150. Even that was very uncommon, so Jin Hyuk's party was safe. Mock Jae Hyein, how is it? Can you withstand an attack? I don't think I can take it head on. If I deflect it, I might be able to withstand it a couple of times. Good. Jin Hyuk patted Jae Hyen's shoulder. It was alright to feel tense and scared. But if that were it, Jin Hyuk would have been disappointed. There was a reason why the safe zone was conspicuously placed here. It was the system's intention to have players analyze the enemy's attack more accurately. I'll try to analyze the enemy's attack patterns a bit more, and then I will designate your position. Got it, Jae Hyein said. N/O/val/B/in.C//OM. With an expression full of tension, Jae Hyein observed as the monster swung its great sword. Unknowingly, Jin Hyuk started to feel a little excited. Damn it. Not this again. Lately, there had been so much fun in his life. His weekends were filled with excitement, and streaming had become very interesting as well. Also, acting like the party's ruler was immensely enjoyable. Playing as a ruler provided a peculiar sense of satisfaction that was hard to feel while playing directly. The ability to swing such a massive sword so effortlessly might have a reason behind it. Do you guys have any ideas, CO sisters? The initially frightened CO sisters had now approached Logon and were closely observing its attacks. Soon, CO Jia spoke up, that monster is a demonic swordsman. I think so too, Jisoo said. Jin Hyuk continued with the livestream. It seems like it might be using a gravity-related magic spell. We need to confirm whether this magic only affects the sword, or if it can be applied to the entire field. Jin Hyuk shifted his gaze to Han Seirin. I'm pretty sure Pathfinder might be able to confirm what I just said is true. How about it, Seirin? I think I can figure it out. The role of a ruler was to position party members strategically to maximize their capabilities. The thrill when he succeeded in doing that was indescribable. How are you going to do that? Jin Hyuk asked. There are bursts of flames coming up from the small holes from time to time. Those represent terrain that threatens the players and at the same time help us understand Logon's abilities. The focal point of the gravity magic is Logon. Compare the height of the flames shooting up from the holes closer to Logon with those from the holes further away. You will notice a significant difference. Sairin was right. Jin Hyeok nodded and conveyed the information to the viewers. It appears to be a gravitational field expanding around the monster. The farther away you are from it, the weaker its force becomes. This time Jin Hyeok looked at Kim Jong-hyeon. Kim Jong-hyeon. This monster apparently manipulates gravity. If we get too close to it, our speed will drastically slow down. Jae-hyeon can block only up to 2 attacks at most. How should we defeat it? I think we need to fight it first to know, but Jong-hyeon's eyes were flashing with a competitive spirit. In the end, it comes down to 2 options. First, Seo Jisoo seemed frustrated by Jong-hyeon's slow response and cut in, we need to stab faster than we usually do, or we need to deliver a powerful enough blow to kill it with one shot. Ugh, can't you talk any faster? That was a valid point as well. But looking at the monster's armor, it doesn't seem like attacking faster would have much of an impact. Its protective barrier also looks really solid. It might be better if my sister, Jia, and I distract its attention while Jong-hyeon lands a strong attack. Luring it and pushing it into the lava could also be a viable approach. Everyone was making valid points. The Seo sisters' attacks involved stabbing and slashing, while Jong-hyeon's attack involved delivering significant blows in each of his attacks. For this type of monster, Jong-hyeon's attack would be more effective. Alright then, let's begin the battle. Wood Fortress. Jae-hyeon deliberately shouted loudly. He did this to precisely convey the timing of his skill to the party members. At the same time, Jia and Jisoo spread apart and dashed forward. Whoosh! The great sword hit the wood fortress. Ugh! With just one regular attack, the wood fortress was shattered into pieces. After shattering the wood fortress, the greatsword was about to hit Jae-hyeon in the head. He rolled to the side to narrowly avoid it. Meanwhile, Jia and Jisoo approached. I've slowed down. My movement is slower, the Seo sisters thought. If they had gone in without knowing it, they might have been greatly startled. However, through the conversation with Jin Hyeok, they had already anticipated this level of difficulty and proceeded to attack without panicking. Jin Hyeok pointed at an area with his laser pointer. Jong-hyeon, go over there. While the tank and damage dealers attracted its attention, Jong-hyeon moved to the back of Logon, who was wielding the greatsword. Jong-hyeon, you are in the gravitational field. You can't move quickly anyway. Minimize your presence and approach slowly. Focus on your breathing. Jin Hyeok said. Now was the time to trust his party members. Jong-hyeon was not the type to overwhelm opponents with speed. If the monster turned its attention to Jong-hyeon, he could be taken down with just one attack. I trust you, Jin Hyeok, Jong-hyeon thought. Jong-hyeon had experienced that his abilities were maximized when playing with Jin Hyeok compared to playing alone, and he had experienced this many times. Thus, he trusted Jin Hyeok's orders. Logon's back was getting closer. I need to target the back of the knee first. Because Logon was so large, attacking the vital points from the start seemed difficult. Following Jin Hyeok's instructions, Jong-hyeon moved slowly, approaching. Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong activated the skill-crushing fist. Jong-hyeon punched the side of Logon's knee. Thud. The attack was a success, but for a moment, Logon's attention bounced toward Jong-hyeon. Suddenly, he heard Jin Hyeok shouting, now. Following the laser point, Jong-hyeon threw himself forward. In an instant, flames surged up from the hole and engulfed him. Roar! Jong-hyeon was hidden by the flames, making it impossible to see him. Whoosh! He suddenly felt chills on his back. Though the flames obscured the view, Logon's first almost struck the back of his head. That was close. If the flames had not hidden him, his skull would have been shattered by that punch. Despite suffering severe burns all over his body, it was still better than taking a blow from that fist. Logon roared in anger. Gyuyu. Meanwhile, Jin-sol desperately applied heals to Jae-hyeon and Jong-hyeon. She was a blood priest, using her own blood as a medium, and as time passed, her face grew increasingly pale. I feel so dizzy, Jin-sol thought. However, she could not fall down here. Swordmaster Logon was more powerful than any monster she had faced so far. If the healer goes down now, we're all done for. At that moment, Jin Hyeok asked, why aren't you using blood drain? Can't you realize that you can't do this with only the blood packs? I know, but blood priests unleashed their true power when they combined blood drain with their abilities. But, Jin-sol said, what's taking so long? Use the blood drain. Are you telling me to suck your blood, Appa? Who else is here beside me? Jin-sol unwillingly pulled up the sleeve of Jin Hyeok's arm. What the hell are you doing? Jin Hyeok said. I'm trying to use blood drain. Don't you know that sucking on the neck is the most effective? Jin-sol bit her lip. The idea of biting her brother's neck to suck his blood didn't sit well with her. The target of the blood drain would lose a significant amount of blood. It could pose physical issues, and in unlucky cases, it could also inflict a psychological impact. Hurry up! Can't you see the members are struggling? Jin-sol momentarily met Jin Hyeok's eyes. They were eyes filled with profound disappointment. In that instant, she napped back to reality. Okay. Jin Hyeok subtly bent his knee to make it easier for Jin-sol. Her teeth became like fangs. Baby Shark activated the skill blood drain. Chomp! The target, Kim Chulsu, experiences significant bleeding and pain. The system message clearly indicated that, but there was no indication that Jin Hyeok was in pain. Instead, he continued the livestream calmly and comfortably. As confirmed last time, my blood and her job are quite compatible. I am already looking forward to seeing what kind of power this blood priest who's consumed my blood will display. Gulp, gulp. Jinsoul's eyes turned red as she drank her brother's blood. Unconsciously, she thought to herself, this is delicious. The grade of blood consumed during the blood drain also affected the blood priest's abilities. As she bit Jin Hyeok's neck and drank his blood, she could feel her heart start to race. It was an electrifying sensation beyond what could be expressed as euphoria, sending tingles throughout her spine and body. It was as if a massive tidal wave had surged into her body, turning her whole being upside down. At that moment, Jae Hyein was once again hit by one of Lagan's attacks. Arg! Jae Hyein narrowly avoided the great sword, but he was hit by its left fist. His right arm contorted as if it had been crushed in a compactor. It was so grotesquely distorted that it was hard even to recognize it as a human arm anymore. Lost in ecstasy, Jinsoul halted her blood drain and shouted loudly, heal. Simultaneously, a miracle occurred. With just one healing, Jae Hyein's shattered right arm was instantly restored. Jin Hyeok calmly continued the live stream. It is an incredible healing power. Since Jae Hyein was healed many times before by the blood priest, his body seems to have evolved to receive the blood priest's heals more effectively. However, Jinsoul knew the real reason. No, that's not it. It's all because of Appa's blood. To Jinsoul, her brother's blood was like a treasure. It was an elixir that maximized the abilities of the blood priest. Honestly, even Jinsoul herself was surprised by how adeptly she had used her healing skill. After that, she sucked Jin Hyeok's blood several times, fulfilling her role as a healer. Even though they're fighting well, the power difference between my party and the monster is too extreme. It seems hard to defeat it. CO sisters, let's try to use what we've saved up. It was a special move of their own. Gahn and Jisoo used the shadow movement. Uni Shadow activated the skill shadow movement. Dongsang Shadow activated the skill shadow movement. It was a skill that allowed movements through shadows. After that, the two of them cooperated to execute their cooperative skill called Shadow Fusion. Emerging from Lagan's shadow, Jia and Jisoo attacked the designated points on both sides of its hamstring that Jin Hyeok had indicated. Gyuyu. They seemed to have dealt a substantial amount of damage, as Lagan turned and swung its sword. Jae Hyein unfolded his wood fortress and blocked the attack. Thankfully, only Jisoo's wrist was severed by its attack. Jia took her sister's severed right hand and returned to the safe zone. After receiving healing from Jinsoul, Jisoo was fully restored. Later, Zhang Hyein and Jae Hyein, who could not hold on any longer, also returned to the safe zone. Jin Hyeok said, although everyone has made significant progress in their abilities, it is still far from enough. We will have to aim for the next opportunity. The battle continued in the second round, third round, fourth round, fifth round. As time passed, Jin Hyeok's party members became more skilled in facing off against Swordmaster Lagan. Sixth round. In the sixth round, Jin Hyeok turned off the live stream and personally joined the battle. I'm doing this to find better strategies by engaging directly. There is no ulterior motive, Jin Hyeok said. Although it seemed to others that there might be an ulterior motive, the members did not oppose him. Even though her ranking dropped to third place, Sairin, who had been with them until the sixth round, was in shock. That crazy bastard. Sairin thought. While playing as a direct participant, Jin Hyeok managed to block Lagan's left fist, the same fist that had shattered the tank's arm in one blow. However, something was a bit strange. Wait, how is he unharmed? Jin Hyeok calmly spoke, even though he was no longer live streaming. However, he seemed like someone engrossed in a live stream, as if a person consumed by the game could not distinguish reality from the game. I can't get a sense of it in just one attempt, Jin Hyeok said. He looked like he was disappointed. I will try once more. I think I need to clash my fist against the monster's fist one more time to truly understand its power. Sairin could see that Jin Hyeok was smiling softly. It was undoubtedly a manifestation of madness. Lagan extended its massive fist. In response, Jin Hyeok extended his own much smaller fist toward Lagan's fist. Their fists collided. In an instant, its gravitational magic was cancelled, causing flames to burst high from all the holes. It was columns of flames of a height never seen before. What's happening? Soon, the flames subsided. Sairin rubbed her eyes and looked ahead. An unbelievable event was unfolding before her eyes. The categorization of stages such as novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert varied slightly from region to region. The terms used to refer to each stage also differed. For instance, in the case of the Chinese region, instead of terms like advanced or expert, they used words like profound realm and enlightenment realm. This classification was not a system-based one but rather based on people's convenience in each region, resulting in slight differences. However, there was one thing that was unified. They regarded reaching level 60 as a significant milestone. Taking the Korean region as an example, level 60 marked the beginning of the intermediate stage. This was because upon achieving level 60, players received several perks. All skills and abilities were slightly upgraded, and the player's physical attributes significantly improved. The difference between level 59 and level 60 was said to be like night and day. Cha Jin Hyeok muttered as if he were live streaming. I just reached level 60 and many of my abilities got enhanced. Boom! Fists collided together. Jin Hyok took a few steps back, and Swordmaster Lagan also flinched. A moment of stalemate followed. Jin Hyok gritted his teeth and fixed his dislocated shoulders, making a cracking sound. My shoulder seems to be dislocated from the attack, but I can manage this much. Jin Hyok was very excited. He had parried such a devastating attack, an attack that even the tank could not withstand head-on. If he could parry this, he could withstand even more. It would be much easier with a sword, too. The opportunity to experience the power of reaching level 60 was incredibly enjoyable. Jin Hyok continued to speak. As I reached level 60, I even gained the opportunity to combine some achievements. He completely forgot that he had turned off the live stream. He continued speaking as if he were still live streaming. So I combined the all-clear achievement from the Saryaga Mart dungeon and the repeating shortcuts and Hidden King achievement. The main achievement was the former, and the consumed achievement was the latter. Jin Hyok explained while comparing each line with the previous achievement descriptions. He had already captured the descriptions of the achievements before combining them. All clear, Saryaga Mart dungeon. An achievement that is given to those that all clear Saryaga Mart dungeon. This was the previous description. 1. Mark of the all clearer, on activation, appears on right wrist. The achievement bearer will not be attacked by the monsters of Saryaga Mart dungeon. The achievement bearer receives a significant boost in all experience gained in Saryaga Mart dungeon. The achievement effect that used to apply only within the Saryaga Mart dungeon has changed to this. 1. Mark of the all clearer, on activation, appears on right wrist. The achievement bearer will not be attacked by monsters within a radius of 1000 meters from the Saryaga Mart dungeon. This effect applies inside dungeons that are within a radius of 1000 meters from the Saryaga Mart dungeon. The achievement bearer receives a significant boost in all experience again within a radius of 1000 meters from the Saryaga Mart dungeon. The achievement effect was now applied not only inside the dungeon but also within a radius of 1000 meters from the Saryaga Mart dungeon. However, what was important today is the following. Jin Hyok moved to the safe zone for the live stream, though the live stream was still off. His party members started fighting against Swordmaster Lagan as before, ensuring a stable environment for his live stream. Take a look at this. This was the original achievement effect. 2. +1 to defensive attributes. The achievement bearer may boost the attributes of one of their defensive abilities. The attributes of the defensive ability that are boosted will differ depending on the ability. Thanks to upgrading my defensive attributes, I was completely immune to all physical attacks below level 50. And by combining the repeating shortcuts and Hidden King achievement, it is now changed like this. 2. +1 to defensive attributes. The achievement bearer may boost the attributes of one of their defensive abilities. When using defensive skills/traits. Complete immunity to physical attacks below level 80. Partial immunity to physical attacks below level 100. I am currently using this all clear achievement, and I am in a state of partial immunity to all physical attacks below level 100. Thanks to this, I was able to withstand attacks from Swordmaster Lagan to the extent of just my shoulder getting dislocated. As Jin Hyok finished speaking, he felt a mix of various kinds of pride and suddenly snapped back to his senses. What the hell am I doing right now? He had turned off the live stream, and he was not even recording. There were no plans to put this content on his channel either. Yet, he had acted as if he were actually live streaming. This is a symptom of insanity, and he was happy about that. First, I should join the fight and take down that monster. Jin Hyok actively joined the battle against the Swordmaster Lagan. With Jin Hyok's participation, the party finally succeeded in hunting down Lagan on the 7th attempt. For the next few days, they continued to challenge the Tomb of the Greatsword of Lagan and kept defeating the monster. Thanks to this, the levels of the party members gradually increased, and Han Seirin also reclaimed second place in the ranking board. Seirin was not so much happy as astonished. Her amazement toward Jin Hyok was beyond imagination. The more she observed, the stranger Jin Hyok seemed. Is he a streamer, a damage dealer, a tanker, or a ruler? Seirin thought. His true identity was utterly confusing. She should have noticed when he killed Go Du Hyen's party back then. He just seems like a streamer, but in reality, he is an all-rounder, isn't he? Moreover, even the party's soul healer, Cha Jin-sol, needed Jin Hyok's assistance, which was his blood, to fully display her abilities. This is a unique party where top-tier players from each class are gathered. And even then, Jin Hyok, a non-ranker, stood out in this unique party. Seirin was beginning to have doubts about the ranking system. What's the point of rankings if it's like this? Under Jin Hyok, everyone else seemed to be on an equal footing. Furthermore, as time passed, Jin Hyok seemed to lose some of his rationality. While he had initially held back his strength intentionally, now it seemed like he was rampaging recklessly. However, the more he did so, the shorter the time it took to defeat Lagan. The initial awe gradually faded for Seirin as she became accustomed to Jin Hyok's power. When are we going to stop killing the same monster? Seirin wanted to go to more challenging dungeons. Her desire for extremely difficult challenges was growing. I really want that great sword, but it's not dropping as a reward, Jin Hyok said. The fact that we killed the monster so many times, and it still didn't drop, could it be an item that cannot be dropped? No. How do you know that? I can see it with my broadcaster's clairvoyance. Actually, not everything was visible, but Jin Hyok didn't say that part. After several more attempts, they eventually gave up for the time being. I need a better plan, Jin Hyeok thought. When Jin Hyeok returned home, he summoned Angel Girl, Song Ha-young. He had been separately recording videos since the 7th attempt and showed Angel Girl the footage. At first, Ha-young was irritated, feeling her time had been taken away, but she gradually got engrossed in the videos. Is there anything strange about the videos? Jin Hyeok asked. Of course there is. Why wouldn't it be there? What is it? Why aren't you stealing that great sword the monster is holding? Jin Hyeok barely suppressed his excitement. He had never mentioned wanting that great sword, but Ha-young had figured it out herself. As expected, she is an expert. He had been frustrated by her in the past when she was his enemy, but now that she was on his side, he could not feel so dependable. How do you steal that? Jin Hyeok asked. I only know that it's possible to steal the great sword. But to be more certain, I think I need to see it firsthand. Ha-young decided to join the party as well. You two know each other, Jin Hyeok said. Angel Girl, Song Ha-young, and Pathfinder, Han Saerin, had met each other before. To be precise, it was more like they were enemies. It was something about Saerin having her wallet stolen by Ha-young. My wallet? Did I steal your wallet? Give it back, you thief. What kind of bad thief gives back what they've stolen? That's tarnishing the honor of thieves. They were both arguing so intensely that Jin Hyeok had to mediate the situation. Hey, how can a navigator get things stolen by a thief? The navigator's role was to protect and guide the party through the dungeons. It was also the navigator's role to anticipate and prepare for threats from assassins and thieves. Saerin had failed at that. You should be ashamed of yourself, Jin Hyeok said. His logical intervention fortunately worked well. He's right. But to have the audacity to ask for the wallet back? Can a navigator really do that? Ha-young said. I want your apology, navigator. I'm sorry. Fine. I'm a big-hearted person, so I will accept your apology. Both Ha-young and Saerin were convinced and they were able to strengthen their teamwork. Anyway, the party re-entered the Tomb of the Greatsword of Lagon dungeon. On the 5th attempt after Ha-young joined, she discovered something. Why didn't I notice this before? Ha-young said. What is it? The dungeon's name is the Tomb of the Greatsword of Lagon, right? That giant monster is not the main target, it's the greatsword itself. When the giant monster died, the great sword also lost its life and disappeared, but regardless, the main target should have been the great sword. I think we need to take that sword away from that monster. Just like what Ha-young had said, the party made several attempts and eventually succeeded in cutting off Lagon's wrist. Ha-young moved swiftly to grab the great sword. Compared to her swift movements, she was barely able to drag the great sword. She stuck the great sword into the hole where the pillar of flames was shooting up. It's only this hole that the flame keeps shooting up to the same height, right? Ha-young asked. Yes, Saerin replied. The thief and the navigator were collaborating properly. It seemed Jin Hyeok's intervention worked well. Suddenly, the flames shot up. A much larger flame than usual engulfed the great sword. Ha-young leaped into the pillar of flames. It's your time to shine, healer. Ha-young seemed quite happy as she leaped into the flames. Flames like these could not possibly quench her passion for thievery. Jin Sol did her best as a healer to heal Ha-young, and eventually, Ha-young retrieved a sparkling orb from within the flames. It looked like a core of something. Here. I was able to retrieve this. I managed to get this far, but from now on, Ha-young could not continue her words any further. Her body was suddenly cut in half horizontally. For a moment, everyone was silent. Ha-young tilted her head. What's going on? Why am I lying down? She seemed as if she did not even feel the pain of her body being cut in half. After a momentary pause, the eyes of Swordmaster Lagon, having struck down Ha-young, lost its light, and it fell to the ground. I guess I'm dying, Ha-young said while she smiled. Still, I'm probably the only one in the world who has stolen. She lost consciousness. She looked as though she were dead. The orb that she had been holding turned to dust and disappeared. Jin Hyeok approached her and murmured softly, that could have been great content for my channel. Jin Hyeok called Ha-young when he returned home. The phone rang several times, but no one answered the call. So this is how it's going to be. Do you wish to activate the tight fillet spell? Jin Hyeok activated the spell. In less than 30 seconds, his phone started ringing. Song Ha-young. I knew it would be like this. How dare she ignore my call? Do you wish to activate the tight fillet spell? Activate. His phone kept ringing, but he decided not to answer. Do you wish to activate the tight fillet spell? Activate. 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 Since she ignored his call for 30 seconds, he decided to annoy her for 30 minutes. His Keiko talk went crazy, buzzing incessantly. Please, save me. I'm sorry. I was completely wrong. I'm on my way now. Please forgive me. Jin Hyeok answered the call and said, if you don't come within 10 minutes, I will keep using the tight fillet spell. 10 minutes passed. Activate. Ha-young was probably suffering and having seizures while coming here, but that was not Jin Hyeok's fault. I'm on my way. Please. Another 10 minutes had passed. Activate. Despite facing some significant difficulties along the way, Ha-young somehow managed to arrive at Jin Hyeok's house. She collapsed in front of the front door, panting heavily. Her appearance was not the most dignified, but that was not his concern. Using a clone to pretend you died was a pretty clever move. Turning the orb into dust to feign not stealing it was also a good attempt. All in all, you've portrayed the role of a thief quite impressively. I am genuinely surprised, Jin Hyeok said. Pretending to die using a clone was indeed a decent strategy. After all, a good thief should always pursue freedom. She had to keep running away from Jin Hyuk. Settling down was not an option. If you hadn't tried these tactics, I would have been disappointed in you, Jin Hyuk said, and her act of dying looked genuinely real. If staged well, it might be suitable for an LTube video. Your attempts were truly amazing, Jin Hyuk said. But why on earth did you? Well, you got caught. What's the point if you get caught? You should have not gotten caught. Ha Young looked at him as if she realized something. So, trying to escape, secretly swiping the core, none of that was wrong. A thief should always try their best to steal and run away. If you don't steal, can you even call yourself a thief? Ha Young could not argue with his logical and sensible comment. It was hard to counter something that made so much sense. All right, hand it over, Jin Hyuk said. In what scenario would a thief give back what they've stolen? Well, in a scenario where they're getting robbed. Being a thief did not mean they didn't get robbed from time to time. Give it to me, now. This is going to tarnish my reputation as a thief. You're getting robbed, so it's okay. Are you sure? Yes, your reputation isn't tarnished n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Thank you. Don't sweat it. In the end, Jin Hyuk obtained the core from Ha Young. Core of the Great Sword of Logon. But how can I make this into the form of a sword? No matter how much he thought about it, he could not figure out the method. Could that method work? It seemed like Jin Hyuk needed help from the GMS. When the system guardian appeared and attacked him, Keel said at the time, as for the compensation related to this incident, we will discuss it at a later time. If Keel was apologetic, he should have spoken up first to discuss what the compensation was going to be and how it would proceed. However, it seemed Keel wasn't apologetic enough, so Jin Hyuk decided to call him instead. If I ask him how to transform this core into a sword, he would show me the ways, right? Jin Hyuk pondered for a moment. It was fine to call the GM and learn about the crafting process, but it would also be good to provide some plausibility about how he obtained the core in the first place. He also needed to persuade his viewers. It seems like no matter what I do, I am always thinking about my viewers first. He felt accomplished as a streamer. Jin Hyuk called Han Sairin. Holy, what kind of place is this? Sairin, who was visiting his house for the first time, was amazed and asked for a tour of the house. You have a house in downtown Seoul? Were you born with a silver spoon? Sairin asked. That's not important right now. Then what is? I'm thinking about giving a narrative to the whole situation. What do you think? A narrative. Jin Hyuk knew who Sairin was. If he were to describe her, she always pretended not to be an attention seeker, yet she was. So here's the thing. Saying that I acquired this item ultimately means I hunted down Swordmaster Logon. But I don't really want to tell people that I actively participated in the hunt, Jin Hyuk said. So, I was thinking about saying that you, our great navigator, acquired the core with your secret ability. But that's lying. You don't like my plan. It's not like I dislike it, but I'm just a bit reluctant. Do you really need to hide that you were involved? I just think it's better this way. For my conscience. I don't think this can affect you in a bad way. My value can be overestimated. Underestimating my value is disheartening, but overestimating could put me in danger. But Mole Man is going to see this too. The narrative sounds good. Sairin agreed immediately. She confirmed once again. I found a way to clear the dungeon through my secret abilities, and I did my best as a navigator. That's the narrative, correct? And to avoid exposing my full power, you had to turn off the live stream. That's what you're going to say on your live stream, right? Sairin's body trembled with joy. And Mole Man is definitely going to see this. A few days ago, Mole Man had been monitoring Han Sairin through LTube. Coincidentally, she was with Kim Chulsu. Pathfinder? Even though she dropped to 3rd place in the rankings, this woman still makes me anxious. It was hard to explain, but it was like she was hunching over momentarily to get more momentum to soar into the sky. There is no reason for me to be anxious. Mole Man had no interest in the player was currently ranked 2nd. His only interest was Sairin. Kim Chulsu's party was in the process of clearing an unknown dungeon called the Tomb of the Great Sword of Logon. They had tried several times but failed. After that, Chulsu's live stream was turned off for a while, and a surprising fact was revealed a few days later. As a result, I was able to obtain the core of the Great Sword of Logon. According to the information I obtained during the acquisition, it is possible to restore this core into the Great Sword through proper crafting. However, I haven't found the method yet. Anyway, I want to express my deep gratitude to the best navigator, Pathfinder, who helped me clear the dungeon. Mole Man's body trembled. He quickly checked the ranking board. Navigator class. 1 Pathfinder, LV 57. 2 Mole Man, LV 56. No. In no time, Pathfinder had reclaimed the 1st place. What secret abilities and strategies did she use? Mole Man had watched the videos that had been released so far multiple times, but he could not see how she did it. As a navigator, he couldn't figure out how they cleared that dungeon. There were limitations to learning from the videos. He had to go see it for himself. Where is that dungeon, Molly? He couldn't let himself fall behind like this. Analyzing the videos had given him a rough idea of the location. He clenched his fist tightly. If Pathfinder could do it, Mole Man can do it too, Molly. On an afternoon of his day off, he began to search for the Tomb of the Great Sword of Logon. After the live stream, Jin Hyuk used the GM call. I knew this was going to happen. None of the GMS answered his call. The expected wait time was 8 hours, which meant the GMS were extremely busy. 8 hours was a precious time, and Jin Hyuk could not stand waiting. He headed straight to Cheongdam-dong. The succubus, Lilia, welcomed him. I heard you did something amazing recently, Lilia said. The sweet scent of peaches lingered. She was trying to seduce Jin Hyuk again. Every time she did this, Jin Hyuk realized how fortunate he was to have broadcaster's barrier and imperial resilience. Lilia approached him while shaking her head. I think I might have failed in seducing you again, she said. Why would you seduce me in the first place? My boss said he would offer a big reward if I succeeded. Like some kind of a bounty. Is it okay that you're telling me all this? Well, it seems like I can't seduce you with my skills, so why not? Jin Hyuk had no idea what she was talking about. Lilia took another step closer to him. She sneakily put her arm into his without him realizing. Her movement was quite discreet and swift. It might not work with my skills, but I was wondering if I could seduce you with my heart. I really like you, you know, Lilia said. Succubus is naturally drawn to strong men. She just put her arm in Jin Hyuk's arm without him knowing. This meant that if she really wanted to, she could have easily stabbed him without him knowing. How can someone that powerful call me a strong man? Does she not realize how nonsensical she sounds? She looked at him with a beautiful smile. Unintentionally, Jin Hyuk saw how pretty she was. She's dangerous. Jin Hyuk had encountered many instances of honey trapping before. If he was not careful from the beginning and didn't fend them off, he might end up in a troublesome situation later. Jin Hyuk drew out a dagger. I'm gonna count to 3. And you're going to let go of my arm, or I am going to stab you. Lilia smiled mischievously and moved away to the side. Did you just think about how pretty I am? Well, I can't deny that you are pretty. Jin Hyuk couldn't disagree with her on that one. He hadn't seen the honey trapping strategy being used by people who couldn't be described as, at the very least, attractive. In fact, the more beautiful they were, the more dangerous they could be. But you're still pushing me away like this, Lilia said. She murmured things like aside from being sexy, what do you do for a living, and so on. Thanks to that, Jin Hyuk could regain his composure. It seemed like she didn't get rid of her corny pickup lines. I guess it's okay for now, Lilia said. She smiled playfully and kept sneaking a peek at him. If you want to look at my face, then just look. Why are you sneaking peeks? For now, I will guide you to the chairman. Lilia took the lead and started to walk in a graceful manner, or at least, that was how she perceived it. Why is she moving her butt like that? It's annoying. You did something amazing recently, Choi Gap-soo said. That was his name for the Korean region. His real username was Money Shower. Did you watch it? Jin Hyuk asked. I saw that you obtained the core of the Great Sword of Lagon. Are you here to show it to me? Gap-soo seemed oddly satisfied. He genuinely looked quite pleased. It felt like he had become a viewer who received special treatment from a streamer. Yes, do you want to see it? So this is how you manage your viewers now? Ha ha ha. Gap-soo was very content. With just this, he had something to brag about to his friend, Money Shot. Jin Hyuk, acting as if he had suddenly remembered something, asked Gap-soo, oh, by the way, can I use the GM call to Sidamungu? GM call to Sidamungu? But we're in Gangnam-gu. Normally, to use the GM call to Sidamungu, a player had to be in Sidamungu. I'm sure you can make it happen, Jin Hyuk said. I know it's possible, but why should I do that? That is a form of abusing my privileges. Nov, L, B /JNN. I'm not asking you to abuse your privileges. I'm doing this so that I can invite you to my live stream which is limited to 1 viewer. A system message was sent to Gap-soo. You have received an invitation for the live stream regarding the restoration of the Great Sword of Lagon. Viewers, 0/1. Within 10 seconds, Keel appeared in front of them. Hello, GM Keel, I was almost killed by the system guardian. Do you remember? Jin Hyuk said. Are you live streaming right now? There is only 1 viewer. Keel could roughly sense what was going on. This live stream was solely for Gap-soo. Seeing Gap-soo watching Eltobe with such a proud expression, there was no doubt about it. Damn it, Keel thought. He didn't know what was different between watching with his own eyes and watching through a live stream. He couldn't really understand Gap-soo. In any case, Gap-soo was wearing a very satisfied expression. You said we would discuss the compensation later, but you haven't said anything for days, so I had to use the GM call, Jin Hyuk said. This bastard used one of the members of the Trinity Club for the GM call, and it was a call from Gangnam-gu to Sidamungu. Keel wanted to question Jin Hyuk, but couldn't. Gap-soo looked too happy for Keel to even think about disrupting the atmosphere of the room. I'm sorry. I was too injured to do anything, Keel said. Let's cut to the chase. I obtained this recently. I'm not sure if you saw it through my live stream or not. Jin Hyuk presented the core of the Great Sword of Lagon. Keel's face twitched. He obtained that? How? Keel had monitored until the 3rd attempt. Eventually, he concluded that Jin Hyuk's party could not clear the dungeon with their current abilities and turned off the screen. But now suddenly, Jin Hyuk was presenting this core in front of him. You can find the details in my videos. I've uploaded all the content. Keel couldn't press further. Jin Hyuk was saying that there were videos on Eltobe that could support his plausibility. There was nothing more for Keel to say. I'm not asking for much. How can I craft this into a sword? I'm not even asking you to do it for me. Just tell me how to do it. Considering you tried to kill me by mistake, I think we can agree on this compensation. After receiving the information for Kiel, Jin Hyeok headed to Jongno-gu. Right now, Jin Hyeok was doing a special live stream just for the old man, Choi Gapsu. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. Of course, I should have talked to blacksmith Mulinus about this. Even though there was only one viewer, Jin Hyeok received 10 million dios in donations. Gapsu said something about how it was nice to see a player manipulate a GM that well to get what he wanted. One-Eye Giant, Mulinus, who enhanced the Berklef necklace, was already on good terms with Jin Hyeok. I was wondering why you didn't come to visit me, Mulinus said. Did you see my live stream? Of course I did. You've been using the Berklef necklace quite effectively. Well done. Mulinus looked quite pleased. There was a sense of fulfillment for the blacksmith when items he enhanced were used well. Anyway, the rapport between Jin Hyeok and Mulinus was still holding strong. The method to restore the Great Sword of Logon? Yeah, I know it. Then let me make a formal request. First, 100 million dios. What? Why is it so expensive? I didn't set the price. It's the standard price set by the system. The system has set prices. Yes, there was only one reason why the system would do that. This item had a connection with a scenario that the system itself created. And you will need a lot of gold. Go see Katrina. He should have a considerable amount of gold bars left from when you sold them. Thankfully, Katrina was quite friendly toward Jin Hyeok as a merchant, and Jin Hyeok managed to obtain the gold bars at a reasonable price. He said he would sell them even cheaper if Jin Hyeok gave him a kiss, so he just bought them at the standard price. There is no problem crafting the great sword, but there might be an issue for you, Mulinus said. What kind of issue? The great sword of Logon contains a bit of ego, so it's going to be a weapon that will choose its owner. The great sword of Logon from before the regression had acknowledged Jin Hyeok as its owner without any problem. Come tomorrow. I can craft it pretty easily. A day later, Mulinus did indeed restore the great sword of Logon. Take it. I wonder if the sword will acknowledge a mere level 60 player as its owner, Mulinus said. Jin Hyeok turned on the live stream. The sword is about to choose its owner. When Jin Hyeok gripped the great sword of Logon, he almost dropped it. TSSS. Crack. Intense sparks flew from the sword's hilt. The resistance was so strong that even Jin Hyeok's shoulder tingled. The flesh from my palm is being torn off, and blood is coming out. It was true that blood was dripping down from Jin Hyeok's hand. He had received significant burns up to his forearm. The pain is considerable. How can you say that with that nonchalant face? Mulinus asked. How should I subdue it? Do you have any tips, Mulinus? I wouldn't know, but seriously, it looks really dangerous. The burn has reached your shoulder. Well, I guess I need to think of a way to handle this. Hey, your flesh is melting. It's getting all gooey. When playing, various things would happen. Jin Hyeok did not understand why Mulinus was making such a big deal. Just put it down for now. Let's think about it together. Oh, I just thought of a great idea. Jin Hyeok decided to give it a try. Watching Jin Hyeok, Mulinus flinched. What did you just do? How did you manage to subdue it in one go? Oh, wait, are you okay? Your arm is all mangled. Jin Hyeok provided a brief explanation to the viewers. Among many factors, the most important thing was definitely the experience and the feeling left in my body. The rule breaker resisted me in exactly the same way. Things that were learned through memorization were usually quickly forgotten. But what was learned through the body and experience wasn't easily forgotten. Jin Hyeok didn't know if others were the same, but for him, this was especially true. I felt the same way about the rule breaker's resistance. The rule breaker was an item related to the fourth soul scenario. Through various circumstances, the Great Sword of Logon also seemed to be related to that scenario in some way. That's why I changed my achievement. He displayed a screenshot for the viewers. All clear, hope rising from the ruins. In a place where there was no hope, a white flower bloomed. Now, one can dream. Achievement effect, subdue all items related to the fourth soul scenario. The achievement was somewhat disappointing because it lacked versatility, but I didn't expect it to be useful again like this. I guess I was lucky. Jin Hyeok raised the Great Sword of Logon. His prediction was correct. This sword was an item related to the fourth soul scenario, and he could subdue it in one try. It's light. Although its size was tremendously huge, it was quite light due to its very own gravity magic being cast on it. With a little exaggeration, it was similar in weight to his dagger. The weight seems similar to that of my dagger, but the destructive power is beyond comparison. Mulinus, who had run off, came back and poured a potion onto Jin Hyeok's arm. He said it was good for burns. The effect of the potion seemed remarkable. The burn healed quickly, and new skin grew. Ah, now it looks less dramatic to the viewers. Why do I feel like you're not grateful at all? Mulinus said. Oh, no. Thank you very much. Your face doesn't show any sign of gratitude. Jin Hyeok felt like his arms needed to stay burned in order to have better content for his live stream, so it was a bit disappointing. Thanks again, Mulinus. Do you think I can use the Great Sword of Logon properly? Are you serious? Did you even read the description? Jin Hyeok immediately displayed the reference material. Exclusive to swordman-related jobs. Then, can I change the item a bit so that I can use it? Jin Hyeok asked. Blacksmiths did not really like it when someone messed with the weapons they had crafted. Jin Hyuk would have still done it whether Mulinus agreed or not, but he still asked. It was a preliminary step to maintain a good relationship with Mulinus. Despite Mulinus' large appearance, he was a bit timid. You're going to manipulate it? Yeah, I don't mind. After all, it's not even my own creation. It was like Mulinus saying this item was just a fake created by the system. Since the Greatsword of Lagon did not have Mulinus' craftsmanship or affection, it seemed like he didn't have any connection with the item. Jin Hyuk could fully understand that statement. Then I will try manipulating it right here. Jin Hyuk took out the rule breaker. He swung the rule breaker onto the Greatsword of Lagon. Clang! With a loud noise, the rule breaker's ability was applied. Exclusive to swordman-related jobs, exclusive to the owner of the rule breaker. I've acquired a new item. Unfortunately, it's already Friday. I will rest well over the weekend and try out its actual use on Monday. Thank you all for watching. Jin Hyuk ended his live stream. Saturday was near. Jin Hyuk headed toward Yangpyeong. I know it's somewhere here. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Han Sairin's absence felt particularly pronounced today. Even though Jin Hyuk had entered the dungeon dozens of times, finding it was not easy. It felt like he had become directionally challenged. It took a bit longer than usual. It was hard to find the entrance. His live stream was turned off, but he played as if he were live streaming. After all, he was a streamer. Just like a swordsman practicing his swings in the air, a streamer should always be ready. And it was quite enjoyable. I am going to enter the dungeon. Going by myself. I already feel excited. You have entered the dungeon tomb of the Greatsword of Lagon. Even though he had been here before, it felt quite different entering alone compared to being with his party members. But someone is inside already. Someone was in the safe zone. Swordmaster Lagon had already been summoned. Jin Hyuk quickly moved and entered the safe zone. Mole Man. As soon as he saw Mole Man, he knew what was going on. It looked like Mole Man was provoked by Sairin's performance. To the public, it was all thanks to Sairin's secret and amazing abilities that they were able to clear the dungeon. I guess he is here thinking that if Sairin can do it, so can he. Since Jin Hyuk had revealed that the dungeon could be cleared using the navigator's power, it seemed like Mole Man came here to achieve the same thing. Unfortunate player. I can't see a way to clear it at all, Mole Man said. Mole Man. That's right, Mole. I'm Mole Man. Why are you here? My rival cleared this place using her power. Thus, if she can do it, I should be able to do it too, Mole. Jin Hyuk used multiple lives to change his identity, so on the outside, they were just two strangers meeting for the first time. However, for some reason, Mole Man didn't use honorifics, so Jin Hyuk also decided to do the same. So you came here all alone? Jin Hyuk asked. That's right, Mole. Mole Man was definitely crazy. No matter what, coming here alone was quite something. What if you die? Sometimes, there is something more valuable than life, Mole. Jin Hyuk knew what Mole Man was talking about. However, since Jin Hyuk was a streamer, he decided to ask, as if he was conducting an interview. What is that? Jin Hyuk asked. It's about proving one's greatness, Mole. But don't you have to be alive for that to have any meaning? Not really. A world where I can't achieve what Pathfinder has achieved? In that world, I am nothing more than worthless trash who isn't even worth taking a breath. It's better to die than live like that, Mole. Jin Hyuk was deeply impressed. If his party members had such desperate and resolute minds, they could become even stronger. Quite moving, Jin Hyuk said. Do you understand me, Mole? Of course. An exceptional player with great potential. What is your job? Are you a streamer, Mole? He almost said yes. No, I'm a swordsman. Jin Hyuk took out the Greatsword of Lagon. That sword. Yup, it's the same one as what that guy's holding. Jin Hyuk whispered to Mole Man clearing the dungeon with a partner would be much more valuable than clearing as a party, right? Mole. Let's try clearing it together, just the two of us. As Jin Hyuk was deeply impressed, he decided to give Mole Man a gift. He stepped out of the safe zone and began to fight with Swordmaster Lagon. Jin Hyuk knew this already. If I fight that guy head-on, I'm going to lose no matter what. Fighting the Swordmaster Lagon head-on would lead to defeat. The level difference was too significant and Jin Hyuk's basic physical attributes were too weak. However, determining the outcome of a battle was never solely based on simple physical prowess. The power of our weapons is the same. They were both wielding the same weapon, but one of the weapons was being used by someone with a more exceptional physique. But its attacks are rather straightforward, and its attack patterns are repetitive. The great swords clashed with each other. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded in his ears. And the entity that controls the monster is actually the sword. Defeating the body was meaningless. Attacking the greatsword yielded much more meaningful results. Clang! Clang! The swords clashed continuously. With each clash, Jin Hyuk's body was pushed back. At a glance, he was at a disadvantage. Even if two identical cars collide, one might be totaled while the other remains intact. It's because of the difference in collision angles. Jin Hyuk was not simply blocking the monster's attacks. He was striking the center of the monster's greatsword. You have activated the skill Sharper Spirit. Because the monster's destructive power and speed far surpass mine, it's difficult to use powerful swordsman class skills. This was where the foundation of swordsmanship shined. All I can do is sharpen the edge of my blade and focus on striking the surface of its greatsword. Jin Hyuk had already learned its attack pattern. He would definitely die if he was hit by one of its attacks, but as long as he didn't get hit, he would be fine. Jin Hyuk faced Swordmaster Lagan alone for quite a long time. The monster's great sword was starting to crack, and eventually, it shattered completely. You have defeated Swordmaster Lagan. You have leveled up. You have reached level 61. Jin Hyuk's body trembled. Did this really work? He thought it would work, but actually achieving it made his heart race. He had soloed a boss monster with a level difference of almost 20. An exhilarating feeling surged throughout his body. I missed this feeling. A sense of ecstasy engulfed his entire being. It felt like surrendering to the exhilarating current of a pleasure-filled river. Mole Man, who had witnessed it all, shed tears. That was amazing, Molly. Mole Man embraced Jin Hyuk and was overjoyed. Even though he had not personally played a significant role, he still witnessed the miracle of a solo clear. It brought significant inspiration to Mole Man. You have been credited with solo clearing the dungeon. You have unlocked the hidden quest Another Death of the Greatsword. Thud. The body controlled by the Greatsword of Lagan collapsed. Flames surged high from every hole. I didn't know there was a hidden quest here. It seemed like succeeding in the solo clear of the dungeon activated the hidden quest. The flames that shot up high engulfed the fallen body of the monster before flaring up brightly. It was gradually turning into ashes. Mole Man lifted his head. I cannot let that go away, Molly. Mole Man dashed toward the burning corpse. I'll put on the gloves, Molly. Wearing gloves resistant to flames, he began to rummage through Lagan's body. He pulled out a few small mana orbs and then started running around. Is it here? He inserted the orbs into the holes. From where the flames had surged, beams of radiant iridescent light began to flow out. It's complete, Molly. Just like the pillars of flames that had shot up earlier, 7 beams of light surged high. These beams twisted around, resembling the flames, and this time, they covered the shattered pieces of the greatsword. The fragments of the greatsword floated up like dust in the air. When they touched the radiant iridescent light, they disintegrated like sand. And in their place, a small gate was formed. You have unlocked the hidden dungeon, the one who buried the greatsword. Mole Man was about to cry. I did it. I found what Pathfinder couldn't, Molly. Jin Hyuk also looked at Mole Man with deeply moved eyes. Mole Man's movements were determined. The resolution to not let the hidden quest disappear right in front of him astonished Jin Hyuk. His genuine dedication to the play was truly beautiful. Mole Man approached Jin Hyuk and asked, It's a hidden dungeon. Will you join me, Molly? Of course. The two of them felt a kind of camaraderie. Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk entered the hidden dungeon with Mole Man. You have entered the hidden dungeon, the one who buried the greatsword. Meanwhile, Pathfinder, aka Han Seirin, was conducting interviews with various media outlets. Yes, of course. I successfully cleared the tomb of the greatsword of Lagan, a feat that even Mole Man could not achieve. It's all thanks to my power as a navigator. It proves the stark difference between Mole Man and me. Well, who knows? I think it will be challenging for Mole Man to show better performance than me for a while. Unless, of course, there are hidden quests or dungeons in the tomb of the greatsword of Lagan that I couldn't find. Seirin smiled contentedly. Oh, one more thing. If Mole Man proves that he can clear the dungeon with significantly fewer party members than our party, he might be able to claim he is the better navigator than me. However, that is a really unlikely scenario. I have Jin Hyuk in my party. Hehe. However, she didn't say that last part out loud. Yes, of course. I don't pay any attention to Mole Man. Not at all. But I have a feeling that Mole Man might care about me. A few hours later, a rebuttal post appeared on Mole Man's social media. There is a hidden dungeon in the tomb of the greatsword of Lagan. I'm posting this right after clearing it, Molly. Moreover, I did it with only one other member. The two of us cleared the dungeon together. I achieved everything you mentioned. Check the ranking board, Molly. He even attached a screenshot of the ranking board. The top rank of the navigator class was once again claimed by Mole Man. You would be surprised if you knew what I obtained from here, Molly. I acquired something tremendous, Molly. I will reveal it in an hour. People were curious about the reward, but the real uproar was among the GMS. The GMS overseeing Yangpyeonggun in Gyeonggi-do enjoyed quite peaceful days. Keel, who was a firm believer in work-life balance, was particularly envious of the GMS of Yangpyeong. Although it was located in Gyeonggi-do, which could be considered the core area of the Korean region, there were not many events taking place in Yangpyeong despite its relatively large population. There were a total of 4 GMS in Yangpyeong, and GM number 1 was Cuddly, who was nearing his retirement age. Cuddly belonged to the sheep tribe, characterized by the horns of a sheep on his head and white wool growing all over his body. He had recently neglected grooming, so he was completely covered in fur. This place is like heaven. He didn't really work on any of the ongoing operations. All he needed to do was to enjoy snacks and have peaceful days. After all, the subordinates would handle the actual tasks. By spending his days this way, he hoped to enjoy a comfortable retirement with a generous pension. But one day, he got a call from the GM of Sidamungu. I don't really know. Talk to the GM no 4. His favorite excuse when he felt bothered was to claim ignorance. However, that did not work today. What? There was something related to the soul level scenario hidden in Yangpyeong. Cuddly quickly stood up from his seat. The Korean region in the open beta server, Earth, was a significant one. It was also the first region of the server where the SSP was made available and integrated. Just wait. Let me check. However, due to having poor eyesight, he first had to spend quite some time looking for his glasses. The whole situation was exacerbated when, as it had been quite a long time since he last used it to do work, he was not familiar with the interface, and thus had to spend even more time fumbling through it. Okay, there is a record. Yes. It clearly states that the Guardian Ring was acquired. It looks like the top reward in Yangpaiyang. How is this related to that soul level scenario? Keel gave up on explaining any further and immediately reported to Searchin. They have acquired the Guardian Ring. They seem to be planning to reveal it in an hour. Verify their identity and prepare to contact them. Also, share this information with Maria from the Korean National Intelligence Service, Searchin said. The GMS of Seoul became busy, especially the GMS from Sidamungu, who, unfortunately, were deeply connected to the fourth Seoul scenario. Then, Keel found Mole Man. He was with an unidentified player named Boiling Comradeship. Hey, you obtained the Guardian Ring, right? Cha Jin Hyeok was taken by surprise. There was a hidden dungeon in the tomb of the Great Sword of Lagon, and of course, it was quite encouraging and delightful for him to have cleared it. However, he was not sure if this was important enough for Keel to show himself like this. Besides, today is Saturday. Keel, the work-life balance addict, showed up on the weekend. Alright, I'll explain briefly. That item was allocated for someone in the Earth server by the system, Keel quickly spoke. The item Jin Hyeok acquired was the Guardian Ring, and Jin Hyeok knew well about this ring. This ring was an item used by the top-ranked tank of his party, Choi Gangbaeok, before regression. There is the fourth scenario in Seoul. Some crazy guy broadcasted it on his livestream. Do you know about that? Keel asked. I know. I saw it on Kim Chul-soo's livestream. Mole Man said. Yeah, that one. It seemed like Keel didn't recognize the person standing in front of him was Kim Chul-soo. In fact, that scenario wasn't for the people on Earth. It was a scenario for invaders who were planning to invade Earth. The fourth Seoul scenario was ultimately about creating a public enemy. It was a scenario that provided Earthlings with a platform to feel threatened, unite, and grow. Keel just said that some lunatic had messed it all up. Conversely, the dungeon that you just cleared was for the heroes on Earth that were supposed to protect the Earth server. That was the original setting. The fourth Seoul scenario had two themes. One, a setup for invaders, attackers. Two, a setup for heroes, defenders, to block the invaders. However, Jin Hyeok took what was meant for the invaders, which was the Great Sword. The GMS had to work overtime and slightly adjust the settings. We worked hard to adjust the two setups. In a reversed manner, Keel said, Jin Hyeok took what the players from other servers should have taken. So, the GMS adjusted the details so that what the heroes should have taken was taken by the players from other servers. But the sad fact is that an Earth player took that item too. It seemed like the whole scenario would fall apart. Keel sighed. How on earth did he get this? Keel thought. Even for Kim Chul-soo, it would have been difficult. To his knowledge, Chul-soo was just lying around in his room right now. Chul-soo is also a guy who values work-life balance. Keel's head already hurt because of Chul-soo, but now another crazy guy named Boiling Comradeship appeared out of nowhere. Despite the raging headache, Keel had to address the situation. So, I suggest selling the Guardian Ring you obtained, Keel said. Boiling Comradeship, who was actually Jin Hyeok, replied, No. What? Do you think if you spoke in a stoic manner, I'm just going to sell the item? Nope, not selling. You can go back now. Do I sound like I'm making a suggestion? You did say the word suggest. It was a suggestion until you said no, Keel said while looking around. There were no witnesses around. I need to retrieve it even if I have to kill him. Suddenly, an annoying voice could be heard. I finally found him, Mole Man. I believe we've met. Nice to see you. Phew, I finally found you. It was Kong Miena from Miena TV, and she was live streaming. See, I told you I'd find him. Hehe, thank you for the donations. Yes, thank you. Let's see what he has obtained. Keel couldn't kill Jin Hyeok. Hehehe. Jin Hyeok found himself laughing unexpectedly. His mother, seated across the dining table, tilted her head in confusion. Why are you laughing? Good things keep happening. Upon hearing this, his mother smiled brightly. She seemed truly happy that he had something to rejoice about. I'm done eating. Thanks for the food. Jin Hyeok returned to his room and sat on his chair, but he kept chuckling. So I've obtained both the offensive item and the defensive item. The offensive item was for the invaders and the defensive item was for the heroes. And Jin Hyeok had acquired both. Thanks to Keel, I now fully understand the fourth Seoul scenario. The fourth scenario, called the Revered One, was the same scenario Jin Hyeok experienced in the UCLA server in the past. So, back then, I was in the position of an invader. He recalled not being able to clear it properly and then failing to become an actual invader of the UCLA server. In the end, I was defeated and had to leave the UCLA server. Ultimately, Jin Hyeok's party, before regression, failed to conquer the UCLA server. It was because the hero of UCLA, Xenon, had appeared. That was the general storyline of the scenario. An invader would appear and attack the server, and a hero would rise to stop them. Similarly, a comparable scenario unfolded on Earth. Jin Hyeok remembered himself fighting against the invaders. And that was when the Guardian Ring was obtained by Choi Gangbaeok. At that time, the invaders were engaged in the Revered One scenario, and Jin Hyeok and his party were the defense force opposing them. The hero back then was the Shield King, Choi Gang-byeok. So that's how it was. So, I acquired the item that Gang-byeok was supposed to get. Jin Hyeok chuckled slyly. He had no remorse about taking something intended for Gang-byeok. He should have done better. It was only natural for the player with the best performance to get the best items. Since Jin Hyeok performed better than Gang-byeok, acquiring the Guardian Ring was a matter of course. I hope he gets stronger soon. The competition between Cha Jin Hyeok, the Sword King, and Choi Gang-byeok, the Shield King. This paradoxical competition was always a topic of debate. Before regression, there were some who claimed Gang-byeok had won the battle between the two when Jin Hyeok clearly had won. In this life, it seemed like Jin Hyeok might win by a bigger margin. He started to feel giddy, like a young girl smitten with her first love. Keel returned without any good news. Sigh. Why is the Earth server scenario so hard to manage? Just with Kim Chol-soo, it was headache-inducing, but now there was another factor called boiling comradeship. There's the Yasu Sword Master, ASDF something, and now boiling comradeship. Players of calibers that should not be in an open beta server were now emerging one after another. This was way beyond what the GMS had anticipated. Searchin patted Keel's back. There's nothing we can do. Let's just be grateful that the Guardian Ring did not end up with Kim Chol-soo. That's true, but isn't the fourth soul scenario something the system considers quite important? The system would surely modify the fourth scenario in some way and proceed with it. If that happened, the GMS would be the ones suffering in the middle. Numerous variables would arise, leading to more overtime work. Isn't that exciting? Searchin said. You find this exciting. Experiences like this are rare. If we handle it well, our capabilities as GMS will be recognized. He really doesn't match my vibe, Keel thought. He walked with a heavy step and sat on a chair. Even though it was Saturday, it looked like work was inevitable today. Jin Hyeok felt he was wasting time. I can't spend my precious weekend like this. There were only 4 hours left on Saturday. He had to make good use of it. First, he gathered Song Ha-young, Han Saerin, and Kang Miene in one place. Introduce yourselves. Saerin and Miene probably know each other, but it's your first time meeting Ha-young, right? Jin Hyeok figured with this trio, he could gather more information about the fourth soul scenario. This scenario seems like it was prepared just for me n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Keel would surely swear at Jin Hyeok if he heard that, but that was how Jin Hyeok felt. Invaders and Heroes. Jin Hyeok was already excited thinking about how much fun it would be if he took on all the quests for both sides. I need you three to work together and gather some information. But why do we need a streamer for this task? Ha-young asked. Because it is an important scenario where GMS might intervene even at the slightest mistake. They might even try to kill you if you are not live streaming. It might be a tough job. At the mention of its difficulty, all three of them began to show interest. Jin Hyeok knew that feeling all too well. It's always more satisfying to conquer something challenging. He then entrusted the three with the task of researching the fourth soul scenario and headed straight to Mokdong. He had heard rumors that a powerful monster had appeared there. How annoying. There was no powerful monster in Mokdong. At most, there were monsters of levels 40 to 50. He felt like he had just wasted his time. Sigh. On his way home, he got a call from Cha Jin-sol. Appa, I feel so wronged. What happened? We got chased out of the Heirai Art Valley. As always, Jin Hyeok's party members were training and building teamwork in Heirai Art Valley in Paju. They had progressed to the point where they could now easily hunt the once challenging field boss monster, Black Brown Bear. Now they were exploring hidden dungeons instead of fields. Some crazy guys said they would monopolize the Heirai Art Valley and then they ambushed us. And then, we were outnumbered. We had just cleared a dungeon, so we were at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. Kim Jong-hyeon suffered a severe injury with a broken neck, and Mok Jae-hyeon had one of his arms cut off. We nearly died. Seo Jia and Seo Jisoo managed to get them out, desperately escaping but severely injuring their legs in the process. Treating those injuries, Jin Sol passed out 3 times. So, are you telling me that you guys lost? Jin Hyeok was very upset. After hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, it's still the weekend. He quickly headed to Paju. Boiling comradeship had arrived at Heirai Art Valley. 3 weeks of planning, that was what it took for the Silver Spoon Alliance to launch their attack. Using their well-connected network, they discovered that Kim Chol-soo and his party frequented the Heirai Art Valley for weekend playing. The limitation of the Deceiver's mask was evident. While one could disguise their face and voice, one could not change their party's structure and playstyle. Thus, the Alliance managed to locate and track Chol-soo's party. Now, just as Chol-soo's party finished clearing a dungeon, looking nearly defeated and exhausted, the Alliance struck. Despite their fatigue, Chol-soo's party fought back with surprising resilience. The Alliance's streamer, Choi Jae-jaeum, who went by the player name JG and channel name JGTV, passionately livestreamed the action. Despite being the so-called ace of the Korean region, their reputation may have been exaggerated. We are overwhelming them? Oh, thank you for the donation. As the battle raged, members of Chol-soo's party found themselves surrounded. The leader of the Silver Spoon Alliance, Kang Song-wook, sneered. Any last words? The idea to ask for the last words was Jae-jaeum's. Showing this climactic scene was sure to boost his views and popularity. For him, there was nothing more thrilling than the fall of the legendary Kim Chol-soo's party. However, just when the end seemed near, the assassins from Chol-soo's party made a surprising counter-move. They broke through the encirclement and managed to escape. All of them got away. This is bad, Song Wook said. Jjim approached Song Wook. Even though Song Wook was the leader in title, everyone knew that Jjim was the real power behind the Silver Spoon Alliance. Switching to mute mode, Jjim whispered furiously, "What were you thinking? Letting them escape? You idiot. I'm sorry. We'll catch them next time," Song Wook replied. "You better. You are getting paid for this after all." Jjim's instruction had been clear: kill all the men, and capture all the women. Switching off mute mode, Jjim resumed his live stream. "What a shame. Next time, we will show you a complete victory. As a bonus, I promise strip show content. Oh, thank you for the donation. You like the twins? We will make sure to deliver. Ah yes, we will also unmask the deceivers' masks. I've heard the girls are quite attractive. We will definitely show you. Their healer is also said to be a beauty. Stay tuned." Lost in the thrill of his live stream, Jjim's face lit up with excitement. "You have entered the Heirai Art Valley field." As soon as the notification appeared, a bolt whizzed through the air, aimed straight at Cha Jin-hyeok's forehead. The precision and skill spoke volumes. This attacker was no amateur assassin. An ambush. Facing an expert attacker was strangely thrilling. But, wait. Jin-hyeok activated his broadcaster's barrier, and an odd realization hit him. This isn't an item-based attack. His initial excitement quickly turned to annoyance. Using a physical crossbow in this sacred field rather than an item did not sit well with Jin-hyeok. It was worth noting that most attacks stemming from real-world physics, like the crossbow, barely registered on broadcaster's barrier, except for nuclear bombs, which Jin-hyeok had never experienced firsthand. A large number of figures lay hidden around him. Some were players, and some weren't. It looked like some wealthy individuals had hired people to serve as guards. Isn't this a strategy usually used by some rich kids? Using his broadcaster's barrier to deflect minor attacks, he used broadcaster's clairvoyance to pinpoint the enemy's locations. After defeating a few, the tide turned in his favor. Please? I just did what I was told. Don't kill me," one of the guards pleaded. "Even if you're just the pawn, you don't just shoot at someone with real crossbows simply because you were told." Had the target been anyone less adept, like Jin-hyeok's sister, Cha Jin-sol, she might have already met her doom. Jin-hyeok still had the bolt that was shot at him earlier. Did you even consider that this could kill someone? I didn't think. If you didn't know, let me educate you. With that, Jin-hyeok thrust the bolt into the man's throat. The guard fell to the ground, lifeless. "See how dangerous this is? And you say that you didn't think about it." The guard's excuse saying that he was just following orders was laughable. Only one left now. The last one, a player, abandoned his weapon and started running away. A combatant player discarding his weapon? I can't let this pass. Also, why is this archer so slow? Jin-hyeok didn't know if he was fast, or the archer was slow. Either way, he effortlessly caught up to the fleeing player and quickly defeated him. From a distance, the presence of many players was felt. As Jin-hyeok walked toward them, he heard someone talking nonsense. What a shame. Next time, we will show you a complete victory. As a bonus, I promise strip show content. Oh, thank you for the donation. You like the twins? We will make sure to deliver. Ah yes, we will also unmask the deceivers' masks. I've heard the girls are quite attractive. We will definitely show you. Their healer is also said to be a beauty. Stay tuned. Strip show content? This guy is spewing nonsense. Jin-hyeok approached the guy who was talking. LV44/JG/initially awakened streamer/skills/provocative content. Without hesitation, Jin-hyeok swung his sword, slashing the player beside the guy. LV52/Silver Spoon Theorist/2ND Demonic Swordsman/skills/faithful to money. This one seemed to be the strongest player around. Arg. Jin-hyeok seized the opportunity and slashed across the man's chest. Capitalizing on the momentary imbalance, Jin-hyeok swiftly threw a dagger that landed squarely in the man's heart. I need to kill him cleanly. The number of enemies was overwhelming, at least 30. If there were a powerful ruler in their party that could maximize their strength, Jin-hyeok would be the one dying, not them. In a one versus many situation, momentum was vital. Jin-hyeok needed to seize the initiative from the get-go, ensuring they could not fully harness their collective strength. He then approached JG. Hey, repeat that. A strip show? Did you really say that? Jin-hyeok said. Who the hell are you? Me. What was my name again? Ah, right. My name is Boiling Comradeship. This is the first time I've seen someone as skilled as you. JG was audacious, stepping forward without retreating, gazing at Jin-hyeok with a mix of arrogance and curiosity. A signing bonus for 100 million won, and a yearly salary of 1 billion won. This is my offer. Huh. And I will forgive your rudeness, just this once. Rudeness. You don't know who I am. Of course, that's why you're acting so foolish. Who are you again? I am Choi Jae-jaeim. Who the hell is Choi Jae-jaeim? Ah, wait. I think I might know of him. Jin-hyeok barely remembered because Jae-jaeim died in the early stages, but he believed Jae-jaeim was the third generation of a chaebol family. He was a streamer who led a group called Silver Spoon Alliance. He mainly dealt with very stimulating and provocative content such as murder and rape. How outrageous does his content have to be to have an achievement called provocative content? If Jin Hyuk remembered correctly, Kim Jong-hyeon would smash this guy's head in the future. Jin Hyuk remembered now that that guy's name was Choi Jae-jaeim. Do you now know who I am? Jae-jaeim asked. I think so. It's a good thing that you did. Suddenly, he became very arrogant. Let me say it again. A signing bonus of 100 million won and an annual salary of 1 billion won. Let's do 1 billion won for the signing bonus, and an annual salary of 10 billion won. What? It means I'll never take your offer, you bastard. Jin Hyuk immediately cut the guy's throat. He died instantly. What? Jin Hyuk didn't think he would die so easily. How can this happen, when he also has broadcaster's barrier? He has the same kind of broadcaster's barrier, but it doesn't do anything. It was shocking. A magic attack this time. A magic attack flew toward Jin Hyuk. It was a powerful fire magic. Die. A blazing fireball descended toward Jin Hyuk as if shot from a catapult. I could probably handle it with my broadcaster's barrier. Jin Hyuk realized again after looking at what happened to Jae-ji, the same skill could have different powers depending on who used it. The same went for items. In the end, relentless effort and repeated learning were the only ways to survive. I must diligently practice using the Guardian Ring. Guardian Ring, exclusive to tank class, exclusive to the owner of the rule breaker. The word Guardian means to protect and defend. This ring contains a strong will to protect and guard its owner, allowing the use of the skill Star Shield. Star Shield was the name of the skill of the item, i.e. the item skill. It was the top contributing skill that allowed Choi Gang-byok, the strongest tank in Korea, to dominate the server before his regression. It was a ridiculously overpowered skill that neutralized all attacks for a very short time. I remember the skill as being able to completely neutralize all attacks from the same or lower level. And Jin Hyuk was a streamer, which was a job that was known for fast level UPS. It seemed like the skill suited Jin Hyuk more than Gang-byok. Just before the fireball hit him, Jin Hyuk heard the hopeful voice of a mage. It worked. Worked my ass. I purposefully took the hit. You have activated the item skill Star Shield. A very thin barrier formed. The duration of the barrier is only half a second. I remember it lasted about 3 seconds when Gang-byok used it. Still, half a second is still very good. Jin Hyuk had broadcaster's barrier, which could block most attacks. The real problems were the opponent's ultimate attack and bombardment spells from numerous enemies. But now, Jin Hyuk believed he could block them all if he used Star Shield effectively. The cooldown on this skill is incredibly short, about 1 second. The fact that it didn't consume any of his mental energy was very impressive. If used in conjunction with Broadcaster's Barrier, it could produce incredible synergy. It would be hard to use both skills one after the other, but if he couldn't even learn how to do that, he wouldn't consider himself a player. Wow, so this is the power of the Guardian Ring? That bastard, Gang-byok. He was only strong because of this item. No wonder he was so obsessed with enhancing the ring. Minor attacks followed, but using Star Shield along with Broadcaster's Barrier, Jin Hyuk could easily block them all. He approached the mage, who shot the fireball at him and slit his throat. The tides had already turned in his favor. Let's see. So you are a martial artist. The enemy was level 49. At a glance, he seemed like the guy who broke Zhong Haiyan's neck. He probably wasn't alone. Several had to have ganged up on Zhong Haiyan. I don't even lay my hands on Zhong Haiyan. How dare you hit him? As a gift, Jin Hyuk also slit his throat. Usually, people run away at this point. However, these players were fighting Jin Hyuk with all their might. Thankfully, due to them shooting dozens of arrows and bullets at Jin Hyuk, he was able to practice controlling Broadcaster's Barrier and Star Shield without any issues. From the fact that they are not running away, it seems something scarier is preventing them, or someone is blackmailing them. It was better this way. Jin Hyuk had no intention of sparing them anyway. Fighting a battle half-heartedly was worse than not fighting at all. Jin Hyuk had to show the enemies how strong he was and warn them, so they wouldn't come back and bite him in the ass. After wrapping everything up, Jin Hyuk sat on a nearby bench. You have acquired the achievement Blood-Soaked Slayer. This was an achievement a player acquired when they killed a certain number of people within a specific time frame. From what Jin Hyuk knew, the serial killer, Jian Namgil, also had a similar achievement. Jin Hyuk didn't really check the achievement because it was not the type of achievement he particularly liked. Why isn't my party coming? If they were beaten up that much, they should come back for revenge. It would be quite disappointing if they didn't come back. Cha Jin-sol felt angry no matter how she thought about it. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. We can't go home embarrassed like this. We need to take revenge. We were just exhausted. It's not like we lacked skills, right? Nuna, take a look in the mirror. You are completely pale, Mok Jae-hyeon replied with a gloomy face. Thanks to Jin-sol, everyone recovered well, but Jin-sol herself was on the verge of collapsing. Aren't you guys upset that we lost to such losers? Everyone felt the same way. However, Seo Jisoo checked out a livestream on LTube and saw something surprising. Wait, someone went there and fought them. And that someone took down the alliance leader, who was also the ruler of the alliance. After that, he took down the streamer of the alliance, and the livestream ended. We have an exhausted healer, and they don't have a ruler. Aren't we at an advantage right now? They might be many, but honestly, their skills weren't that impressive. We need to go back to restore our honor, Zhang Haiyan said while standing up from his seat. Everyone returned to Heirai Art Valley. Although Jie Haiyan swore he would never return, he found himself with the party before he knew it. When they arrived, they witnessed something astonishing. The Seo sisters stood frozen in their tracks. Annihilation. Really? They're all dead. A voice could be heard from a distance. Hey, you're just getting here now. The voice sounded familiar. Jin Hyeok raised her head abruptly. Appa. Jin Hyeok approached his party. You're telling me that you guys lost to these idiots. That's. But how did you get here? Is that what's important? The fact that you lost is. Well actually. So, you did lose. Yeah. Jin Hyeok let out a heavy sigh. With your skills, even if you guys were tired, you shouldn't have lost to these idiots. If you fought efficiently, you would have surely won. But. Don't make excuses. I fought them myself. I know what I'm talking about. Jin Sol felt unfairly treated. Earlier, she and the other members fought with all their might. Zhang Haiyan and Jie Haiyan almost died. Whatever. I am still disappointed in you all, but what's done is done, Jin Hyeok said. He then changed the topic. Alright, each of you, take your positions and pretend that you fought hard. Jie Haiyan tilted his head in confusion. Do you mean that we should act like we fought them and defeated them? Yes. I'm going to start my live stream now. But why? You did everything, right? Do you think it makes sense for a streamer to have killed them all? But you did do it though. Jie Haiyan wanted to say that, but he decided not to. We need to show the world what happens when they mess with us. Do you actually think this is going to be the last time they're going to attack us? Such incidents happened countless times in the early stages of play. There was going to be a transition period when players would incessantly kill other players until order was established. Jin Hyeok uploaded a short clip. Our Kim Chul-su alliance will not avoid battles that come our way, but if you do decide to attack us, you must be prepared to die. But then, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. Something resembling a magnet started forming in the sky, and before long, weapons like crossbows, guns, and knives began to be drawn toward it. Soon, even corpses started being pulled up, forming a giant mass. It was clear that something ominous was forming. A haunting wind started blowing, putting Jin Hyeok's party on edge. That damp wind was heavily laden with the scent of blood. Jin Hyeok looked up at the sky. Could it be? Swallowing hard, Jin Hyeok thought, another content for my channel. A monster that appeared out of nowhere when certain conditions were met. Such creatures do exist, and that creature probably had a high chance of being one of them. The monster, seemingly crafted from a mix of dirt mounds, weapons, and corpses, was named the Muddled Spectre. It was roughly 7 meters in size. LV62/Muddled Spectre/skills. Its level was merely 62, yet it was marked in orange. It was likely much stronger than its level indicated. Thud. It landed on the ground with a loud noise. With a face dripping with goo, it looked around until it spotted Cha Jin Hyeok's party. The Muddled Spectre has noticed us. It's hard to predict its next move. Its movements are slow, most likely due to its size. The monster raised both of its arms. It held a gun in each hand. Take cover. The other members, sensing the threat, hid behind cars and trees. A monster wielding guns. It's quite unusual. Its movements are slow, but its attacks with the guns are incredibly fast. Jin Hyeok thought it was a ghost-type monster because of the name Spectre, but it seemed more like a mechanical monster. Is everyone okay? Jin Hyeok asked. Except for a minor injury on Seo Jia's arm, everyone was relatively unharmed. Its attack is quite powerful. It didn't possess the destructive power to explode a tree, but the attack had enough damage to penetrate a human. Thud. Thud. The monster, though slow, took heavy steps as it searched for the party. Mock Jie Haiyan. We need to join forces on this, Jin Hyeok said. What should we do? What do you think would be the best? A passive player who listened to orders was always better than a player who was proactive but didn't listen. However, the best player was one who listened well and was also proactive. Up until now, Jin Hyeok had been somewhat satisfied with Jie Haiyan's play, but after today, his opinion changed. Jie Haiyan was still lacking. I'm just gonna do what you tell me to do. That's why you guys lost. Jie Haiyan had to realize how embarrassing it was to lose to the Silver Spoon Alliance, and hopefully learn a lot from the incident. Just think. Why would I, a streamer, volunteer to be the tank? Because the monster has 2 primary weapons, right? Jie Haiyan was right. The Muddled Spectre wielded 2 submachine guns. Jin Hyeok's party had to block each of their attacks separately. So, which side do you want to tank? This won't work. They did not have much time. Jin Hyeok would have to give him special training later. Come here. Swap places with me. WY. The attack from its right hand is stronger. That monster is right-handed. You handle that. Does it matter when the monster is shooting with guns? Can't you see it? Jin Hyeok was frustrated. If the impact marks made by the bullets were analyzed, anyone could easily tell that the shots fired from the right hand were stronger. It seemed that Jie Haiyan finally realized. Fortunately, even if he didn't figure things out on his own, he got it when given clues. Jie Haiyan, you're our main tank. Do not forget. And Cha Jin Sol, stand beside me. You are going to move with me. Time it well and suck my blood. Got it. Jie Haiyan, I will handle the aggro. Seo sisters, what do you think you should do? Well, for one thing, that looks rather suspicious, Jia said while raising her hand to point, still hiding behind a car. Jin Hyuk pointed to a spot with the laser pointer. It was the monster's tail. Are you talking about this? Yes. She was right on the mark. What looked like a tail was not actually a tail. It seemed like a power cord connecting the monster to the ground. Good call. It seems the muddled specter draws its mana from that. I'll try cutting it. Jia showed commendable judgment. She was definitely qualified as a damage dealer. What about you, Kim Zhonghaiyan? Jin Hyuk was most excited about Zhonghaiyan's answer. He was a colleague of Jin Hyuk before regression. Except for his excessive sense of justice, Zhonghaiyan always showed exceptional play. I will wait in standby. Why? My clumsy attack might draw its attention. Deciding to leave the attack to the CO sisters and stay on standby was a brilliant move. When the monster's attention is diverted, I will go in and get its aggro. Everyone seemed to grasp their roles quite accurately. With this level of tactical understanding, Jin Hyuk wondered how they lost to the Silver Spoon Alliance. Jae Hyein, start moving. Jae Hyein began rushing forward while using Wood Fortress. Jin Hyuk grinned. Focus on its attack patterns and rhythm. It may seem like the monster is just firing randomly, but there is definitely a pattern. Jin Hyuk became used to the muddled specter's attacks much faster than Jae Hyein, the main tank. I just need to block most of its attacks with my broadcaster's barrier. And Jin Hyuk blocked the occasional lethal attacks, i.e. attacks that targeted his vital points, with Star Shield, the Guardian Ring's item skill. This synergy is insane. Jin Hyuk modified the name of Star Shield to broadcaster's barrier using the multiple lives. Thanks to that, it appeared as though he blocked all of the specter's attacks just using broadcaster's barrier. The attacks from its left hand are definitely weaker. I can block them easily. It was more about the synergy between broadcaster's barrier and Star Shield being extremely efficient, but Jin Hyuk didn't think that way. It was because the standard was his friend, Choi Gangbyok. Shit, I got hit in the arm. If it had been Gangbyok, he would not have been hit. This was a blow to Jin Hyuk's pride. Just in case Jinsol intervened, Jin Hyuk told his sister, I'm fine. Don't heal me. I know. The one Jinsol needed to focus her healing on was not her brother but Jae Hyein. Jae Hyein was in a worse condition than Jin Hyuk. Hey, dodge when you need to, and block when you can. And if it's necessary, you take the damn hit. Jin Hyuk yelled. Tanks could not block every attack. There were no tanks in the world where they didn't get hit at least once. Jae Hyein was only struggling because he was trying so hard not to get hit. Just trust your healer and take the hits when you have to. But that's... How can you call it a play if you don't get hurt? Jae Hyein bit his lip. He's right, Jae Hyein thought. Jin Hyuk was right. Out of fear, Jae Hyein had been trying to minimize damage, which was the wrong approach. I can't block every attack. It felt as though a barrier in his heart had shattered. He felt his own growth. It's much easier now. Blocking attacks now felt much more effortless than before. And I'll take this hit. There was pain, but soon Jinsol's healing came at the perfect moment. Jae Hyein once again used Wood Fortress, setting up a more stable defense. Let's show them what we've got. Let's show them what we've got. Jia and Jisoo were in sync. The monster's attention was definitely drawn to the other members. The CO sisters did not care about their defense at all and moved solely for offensive purposes. You have used the skill Shadow Fusion. You have used the skill Shadow Fusion. It was a skill in which the Show Executioner, left, and Shadow Executioner, right, worked together to maximize their damage. Black mist rose from the bodies of the two Shadow Executioners, who were moving as fast as rays of light. The two leaped high into the sky, crossing over each other in an X formation. Their after-images remained in midair. Then, Zhong Hyein loudly called out his skill. Body Slam. Zhong Hyein rushed toward the specter. The moment Shadow Fusion was used, there was a sign of aggro being diverted, and that was when Zhong Hyein intervened. Boom! Zhong Hyein collided with the monster and crashed violently, making a loud noise, and took 4 bullet hits. Thanks to him, Jia and Jisoo perfectly executed their fusion skill. A mark in the shape of an X seemed to be carved on the power cord, and then it was swiftly cut. Uni, we did it. Jia gave a short nod. It was a high-level monster of level 62, but they managed to hunt it down easier than expected. You have defeated Muddled Spectre. Jia blankly watched the falling body of the Muddled Spectre. Now I understand, Jia said. What do you mean? What Jin Hyuk said. Jia seemed to have received quite a shock on her own. He was right. Right about what? Jia bit her lip and looked down at the ground. The fact that they defeated a level 62 monster so easily was not very satisfying. We shouldn't have lost to them. Having played alongside Jin Hyuk, she felt she now understood. If they had moved as efficiently as Jin Hyuk had suggested, she felt like they would not have lost to the Silver Spoon Alliance. It felt like she had only used half of her actual power when battling the Alliance. And it was not just Jia who felt this way. Everyone from the party felt a similar emotion. Especially Jae Hyein. He looked at Jin Hyuk with trembling eyes. This is the play we can achieve, Jae Hyein thought. The difference between having Jin Hyuk and not having him in a fight was too vast. Jae Hyein stared blankly at Jin Hyuk and muttered, You told me that it's not a play if one doesn't get hurt. Jin Hyuk was not harmed at all. Though he had sustained a minor injury earlier from a bullet graze, he had already recovered. Upon hearing that, Jin Hyeok scowled. I'm a streamer, after all. Witnessing that audacious demeanor, Jae Hyeon realized a new truth. It's not a play if one doesn't get hurt, but if one transcends to a higher level, one can avoid getting hurt. And you're physically demonstrating that to me now, Jae Hyeon said to Jin Hyeok. Jae Hyeon felt like he had just witnessed firsthand a play beyond this world. Today, Jae Hyeon, who broke through his potential, couldn't take his eyes off of Jin Hyeok. Maybe I could. Somewhere deep within Jae Hyeon's heart, the desire to become stronger began to sprout. Jin Hyeok felt proud in many ways. You have leveled up. You have reached level 63. I leveled up already. It seems like the monster gave a lot of experience points instead of any significant rewards. After all, today was a day for his hobby, and having leveled up, nothing felt wrong. It seemed the party members had gained some insights, minor or major. Our play was pretty perfect too. There were some disappointing points, but this level of performance was quite satisfactory to him. The party members utilized their full abilities in the fight. This is why I play as a ruler, no, as a streamer. Whew, that was dangerous. Lately, Jin Hyeok had been feeling restless. Swinging a sword went without saying. Playing the role of a ruler was fun, and streaming was also way too enjoyable. It was hard enough to achieve greatness in one field, and he kept wanting to dip his toes in various classes. He knew if he continued like this, he would end up accomplishing nothing. But I'm only going to play up to level 150, so does it really matter? Upon reflection, trying various things did not seem like an issue. Anyway, Jin Hyeok returned home in a pretty satisfied state. There were a few things to sort out. In the past life, Zhang Hyeon killed Choi Jae-jaeum. Jin Hyeok remembered getting entangled in a very tiresome matter because of that. Jae-ji was the grandson of the leading domestic conglomerate, the Shinal Group. If I remember correctly, the chairman of the Shinal Group said something along the lines that it can't be helped that his worthless grandson died, but whoever dared to harm his bloodline must bear responsibility. Jin Hyeok was sure that this happened. After overcoming so many adversities and hardships, he ended up forgetting these minor incidents. Bang, bang, someone was banging on his door. Appa, Appa, look at this. This is big news. Jin Sol rushed into his room with her phone. The content was roughly what Jin Hyeok had anticipated. The head of the Shinal Group publicly announced something. He promised to bring to justice the one who murdered his grandson. If the law can't help him, he said he will personally deliver justice. He doesn't care about the means. Did we just get ourselves into a big mess? Jin Sol said. Judging from Jin Hyeok's vague memory, it seemed his party easily overcame this crisis, before the regression. It probably was not a significant incident. The only difference was that back then, he had support at the national level or from the system led by Maria, which he didn't have now. Are you scared? No, it's getting interesting, Jin Sol said in a cute voice. Get lost. It's not like I can hit her for real. Jin Hyeok organized his thoughts after shooing Jin Sol away. This is something we have to face sooner or later. If the opponent is the Shinal Group, it couldn't be better. During the transitional period of the stages, Jin Hyeok's party had to fight countless players. After suppressing the Shinal Group, the number of those who would challenge them would decrease significantly. It would be best to crush the Shinal Group overwhelmingly. While thinking, Jin Hyeok recalled the Guardian Tree dungeon. Yes, that's it. Speaking of which, isn't the Guardian Tree dungeon about to open? Within the open beta service, the Guardian Tree dungeon was the most influential dungeon. It was a dungeon where the gate constantly changed, and it started somewhere in Yinhuidong when certain conditions were met. It would be great if we could find it. It was 1 in the morning and Jin Hyeok stepped outside. What were the conditions for the Guardian Tree dungeon to open? Were they ever disclosed? No matter how hard he tried to recall, nothing came to mind. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok sensed something peculiar. The intuition he had acquired through countless experiences was warning him of danger. You have activated the trait Broadcaster's Barrier. He felt a light impact near his head. Something had fallen to the ground. Mana bullet. The mana bullet on the ground made a hissing sound and vanished. He had anticipated the Shinal Group making a move, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. A sniper. From what he could sense, it seemed like the sniper was highly skilled. Jin Hyeok took a deep breath. It's been a while. That feeling of being targeted by a skilled sniper, a sensation he had forgotten, being so accustomed to peace, felt like it was surging from the tip of his toes. From his feet, calves, knees, and up to the spine to the brain, this ominous yet electrifying sensation filled his body. N/O/bell/B/in.C//OM. I really shouldn't be feeling this way. Why am I feeling so excited? The world had entered an era of great upheaval. Various nations were nurturing players, led by their intelligence agencies, and a handful of corporations were also sparing no support in raising their own players. The Shinal Group's Milky Way Alliance was no exception. By leveraging its vast capital, the Shinal Group had gathered promising talents from all over Korea and was in the process of nurturing them with full-fledged support. Among the players the Shinal Group was most ardently cultivating were assassin-class players, especially those in the long-range sniping-class players. This was the will of the Shinal Group's chairman, Choi Ik-won. I shall assign the first official mission. Ik-won called together the 5 who could be considered the leaders of the Milky Way Alliance. Within the Milky Way Alliance, they were known as the Pentagram. 3 of them were snipers from the Special Forces, and the other 2 were members of the National Shooting Team. We are going to annihilate Kim Chul-soo and his party completely. The pentagram stood at attention before Ikwon, listening intently to his words. Start with the leader, Kim Chul-soo. No, Cha Jin Hyeok first. Shall we kill them one by one? N/O/vel/B/N/C/om. The pentagram thought that it would be efficient to wipe out Chul-soo's entire party at once. That way, they would not be able to defend themselves properly. However, Ikwon's thoughts were slightly different. Make sure to kill them one by one, slowly. Ikwon exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke. That way, they will realize who they dared to touch. Ikwon wanted them to die slowly, one by one. They had to sense the impending death and tremble in fear. That feeling of powerlessness and terror that they can't escape, no matter how much they struggle. That's what we must bestow upon them. The first target was Cha Jin Hyeok. Cha Jin Hyeok smiled. It seemed like the grandfather was much smarter than his grandson. The grandson had even mobilized non-players to attack Jin Hyeok, but the grandfather had brought in skilled snipers. Yes, now I remember. Among the alliances that had made a name for themselves in the early stages of play, there were these guys called the Milky Way Alliance. It was an alliance under the Shinal Group. The ones leading the Milky Way Alliance were called the Pentagram or something like that. He remembered them all being snipers. And that's why the Milky Way Alliance disbanded. He could only conclude that the Shinal Group's chairman, Choi Ikwon, had failed to read the current trends properly. While snipers certainly performed exceptional roles, it was hard to see them possessing the abilities that fit a leader. Leaders should naturally be set as rulers. The Milky Way Alliance failed to adhere to even this fundamental aspect, meaning that they were shaking from the very basics. They could never last long if the foundation were not solid. I will start the live stream. It is going to be an exciting show. I almost got a hole in my head just now. Perhaps for the sake of his LTube content, his cell phone started to ring loudly. I have a feeling that the person calling me right now is the head of the faction that's trying to kill me. He hoped that would be the case. How was my gift? Did you like it? It was okay. It was undoubtedly Choi Ikwon, the chairman of the Shinal Group. Unconsciously, Jin Hyeok's tone rose a bit. He was thrilled because this could spice up his live stream. Do you happen to like blowfish? Blowfish? No, I haven't tried it yet. Blowfish can't swim fast due to its round body and small fins. When a predator approaches, it swallows water to inflate itself. Jin Hyeok covered his cell phone slightly and explained what was going on to the viewers. I have no idea what he's talking about, but let's just listen to him. Not only that, but it also makes a crackling sound to threaten its predator. What are you trying to say? It means that you can't fool me. I can hear the deep fear behind your contrived voice. Jin Hyeok sincerely tilted his head in confusion. Me? Deep fear within me? What part of me made him think that? Let's think from the viewer's perspective. Though Ikwon was not his viewer, he was close to a viewer in this situation. There had to be a clear reason Ikwon felt that way after hearing Jin Hyeok's voice. This is going to be your last night. Really? Jin Hyeok kept feeling more excited. Remember, you cannot hide your fear, even with your exaggerated voice. You're right. I'm scared. Jin Hyeok forcibly held back a laugh, showing a scared and fearful expression on his face. I think I have gained inspiration from this old man. Pretending to be scared. Pretending to be fearful. Pretending to be overwhelmed by terror. This could become a part of his act, too. As a streamer, he maintained his expression well and spoke solemnly, I will do my best to survive. Jin Hyeok was talking to the viewers, but Ikwon misunderstood. That is not going to be possible. The call was disconnected. However, it felt a bit strange. If he could send an assassin, Jin Hyeok wondered why he seemed unaware that Jin Hyeok could also send an assassin. Does he really think he's the only one who can use assassins? Come on. He wouldn't be that dumb. Jin Hyeok disapproved of his theory. Anyone with a smidge of common sense would not think like that. Jin Hyeok hid behind a utility pole and continued the live stream. This is kind of exciting. There was a saying that a situation could change a person. Hiding behind the pole and pretending to scan the surroundings, he felt an unexpected sense of tension. He hoped that this tension, the uncertainty of when and where a bullet might fly, would be conveyed well through the screen. I shouldn't block the attack too easily. Earlier, he blocked too easily. Having been harassed by assassins so often, the sensation had become second nature to him. I guess I've grown again. He felt proud that he seemed to be putting on a better production as a streamer. He moved cautiously, like the protagonist in a spy movie. Bang! A mana bullet grazed the pole as he slightly leaned out his head. He spoke in a hushed, tense voice. If he were a truly excellent sniper, he wouldn't attack me like this. Truthfully, Yinhuidong isn't a great place for sniping. There aren't many hiding spots for the snipers. This was a quiet residential area. Most houses were at most 2 stories high, and there were very few places for cover. There aren't many hiding spots. I can guess where the enemy is hiding. The direction from which the bullet came, and the angle at which it hit the pole, all led Jin Hyeok to a few possible spots. He used broadcaster's clairvoyance to look in that direction. LV58/Shin So Ryong 1/Jeet Kun Do Striker/Skills/108 Combo Strikes. Now I know why the sniper didn't run away. Jin Hyeok threw himself toward the next utility pole. He's got someone to protect him. Just like before, he once again hid behind the pole. Playing like this was really fun. It felt like playing hide-and-seek as a child and had a unique charm. However, in my opinion, this is a very wrong decision. Having a guard like that by his side lowered the sniper's stealthiness, and an excellent sniper would have packed up and fled as soon as the first shot missed. But this one kept trying to snipe, trusting that the guard was by his side. He lacks the basics. The sniping skills themselves seemed outstanding, as did his stealth abilities. He was not visible through broadcaster's clairvoyance, perhaps because of the distance. But without the basics, it's meaningless. Jin Hyeok slowly closed the distance. Eventually, he climbed onto the roof of a house. Right now Jin Hyeok was level 63. Although he didn't possess the physical attributes of a thief, nor was he a competent class player, he had enough physical abilities to climb fences and roofs. I've finally found him. Just as Jin Hyeok had anticipated, there were two of them. As he closed the distance, he caught sight of the sniper's description. LV-59/Steel Sniper/Sniper King/Skills/All Target Clear. It had been a while since Jin Hyeok had seen a 9-star job, and the level was quite high. Steel Sniper slowly rose from his position. He's quite fatigued, Steel Sniper said. A chill ran down his spine. Wow, I've grown. Though the opponent was not tired at all, the fact that Jin Hyeok allowed himself to believe that he was tired, meant Jin Hyeok's production skill was outstanding as a streamer. He felt pleased as if his ability had been acknowledged. Shin So-ryong, who had been standing beside Steel Sniper, walked toward Jin Hyeok. She was a slender and small-statured woman, seemingly in her late 20s. Player name Shin So-ryong. She possesses the impressive achievement called the 108 Combo Strikes, Jin Hyeok said. He wasn't usually interested in others' achievements, but this one piqued his curiosity. The name seemed to ignite a fire in a man's heart, so Jin Hyeok took a closer look. 108 Combo Strikes. I have successfully attacked 108 times. The attacks move like wushu. Smooth yet strong, heavy yet fast. Achievement effects. Plus 2% stacking damage on successful strikes. Plus 1% attack speed on successful strikes. It's an effect where if you succeed in a combo attack, the damage continues to stack, and the attack speed also increases. Quite good, don't you think? Such an achievement was valuable because of its compounding effect. It continuously added 2% due to compounding. Theoretically, if the attacks were successful 108 times and with the compounding 2% keep being applied. Let's see. Anyway, So-ryong's attacks become really strong. Kim Jong-hyeon had something similar, and he could even unleash tenfold destructive power. I will take out a calculator and check the numbers. He pulled out his phone and started doing the calculations with the calculator app, all the while ignoring So-ryong's best attempts to attack Jin Hyeok. For those who may be new to my livestream, let me explain that I am currently using this. Jin Hyeok displayed an explanation on the side of the screen. Complete immunity to physical attacks below level 80. Partial immunity to physical attacks below level 100. So-ryong amassed roughly 18 hits so far, but the impact on Jin Hyeok had been minimal. Steel Sniper yelled in frustration, So-ryong, what are you doing? Stop messing around. To Jin Hyeok, Steel Sniper was the one who was more frustrating. He should be leaving this place to find another sniping spot. Jin Hyeok didn't know what Steel Sniper was doing over there. Theoretically, if she succeeds in about 100 combo attacks, she can unleash a whopping 8-fold destructive force. The attack speed will increase by roughly 2.8 times. I think she has succeeded in about 30 hits so far, but there is still no significant damage. Since it was compounded, Jin Hyeok imagined the first part of her attacks could be weak. Jin Hyeok had been gathering data on his own. A basic attack from an 8-star martial artist who is lower level than me is not hurting me at all. My body seems pretty strong. With broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyeok closely read So-ryong's movements. Jin Hyeok began to feel a little confident. Maybe I should take some hits before the attacks get any stronger. This kind of experience was not common, an experience of fighting a martial artist trying to kill him, and an experience of taking the fists of an 8-star martial artist with his body. Once I cross level 150, this will be difficult. The pleasure that could be enjoyed now had to be enjoyed at this very moment. Jin Hyeok switched the applied achievement to remove the defensive attributes. Jin Hyeok blocked the fist flying toward his cheek. Thump. It was a rather dull sensation. She's pretty strong. Jin Hyeok created some distance between him and So-ryong, and she agilely closed the gap once again. She kicked toward his head. Shin So-ryong used the skill 6 combo strikes. For a moment, it looked like she had 3 legs. The attack came in an instant. She's quite fast. It was difficult to react by just watching with his eyes. The voice of Steel Sniper came through. That's enough playing? Just finish him quickly. It seemed he thought Jin Hyeok was on the losing side. Jin Hyeok felt proud again, thinking that he was acting so well for his livestream. The consecutive attacks are too fast. There is no time for me to even breathe. Jin Hyeok continued to fend off So-ryong's attacks. His body was gradually pushed back, reaching the rooftop railing. Before he knew it, her attacks were nearing the 80th attack. At this point, it became quite burdensome to take the hits without using appropriate achievements. I see. So around the 80th attack, it becomes hard to block. Jin Hyeok was in a good mood, thinking that he was gathering useful data. Simply blocking is practically impossible. From here on, he had to utilize Broadcaster's Barrier intermittently. Using Broadcaster's Barrier made blocking much more manageable. But look at her eyes. The look in her eyes said she had something up her sleeve. It was an expression so transparent that Jin Hyuk could see right through her. Doesn't she know that she should thoroughly hide such expressions when fighting? Seeing this kind of thing made him a little angry. I know she's trained hard, and she is not even a level grinder. People like her kept overlooking the basics, despite having decent skills. She finally managed to hit Jin Hyuk 100 times. It was an impressive display of consecutive attacks. By now, fending them off with only Jin Hyuk's body had become almost impossible. Activate Star Shield. At one point, Jin Hyuk had to use Star Shield to protect his jaw. That was all well and good, but that fierce look in her eyes, hiding her ace in the hole, was really getting on his nerves. It's over. Really now? Showing your intention through your expression and then kindly warning me on top of that? Do you think playing is easy? This is crossing the line, Jin Hyuk said. He might tolerate her trying to kill him, but this, he could not stand. One So-ryong, or, is the Korean name for Bruce Lee. Assassins began targeting Jin Hyuk around level 200, as he recalled. There had been some minor assassination attempts before that, but things truly got real from level 200. Looking back, Jin Hyuk realized that he had spared many of the assassins during that time. Around level 200, Jin Hyuk thoroughly enjoyed the thrill and tension. Memories of fighting skilled assassins and honing his combat senses came to mind. He was happy that he was able to fight another skilled assassin, but those feelings were instantly gone when Shin So-ryong said that this was the end. Shin So-ryong activated the skill Soaring Dragon. With broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyuk could see what she was about to do, what skill she was using, and how mana was used on the skill. Jin Hyuk even saw where she was aiming. She's aiming for my philtrum. Anyone who had fought knew that the philtrum was a difficult spot to hit. It was also hard to kill a person by striking there. This was something anyone could learn from watching the news. People often heard of deaths from blunt force to the head, but rarely from a hit to the philtrum. Yet, So-ryong was targeting this difficult spot. This isn't good. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. Jin Hyuk slightly slowed her speed. Meanwhile, he deactivated all achievement effects and exposed the back of his head. If you're going to hit me here. Having taken many blows from So-ryong's fist, Jin Hyuk could feel instinctively that a hit to the back of the head would be instant death. Just in case, Jin Hyuk took precautions. Though the timing was difficult, if this worked, it would have a great effect. You have activated the mystery Pure Luck. Thwack. A strong impact resonated on the back of his head. Subconsciously, he smiled a sly grin. Perfect timing. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect Reflection +1 has been applied. The Berklef necklace did not betray him. Arg. The attack that qualified as an instant death attack was reflected back to So-ryong. Along with a brief scream, she fell to the ground. A pretty nasty injury was left on the back of her head. It felt excessively brutal, so Jin Hyuk quickly blurred out her face. Thanks to the Berklef necklace, I barely survived. Huh? But what is that? Something was floating above So-ryong's body. It had a mana pattern, similar to a mystery, but it felt different from mysteries. As Jin Hyuk was about to touch it, the mana pattern swirled around and became a scroll. Let's see what this is. Achievement 108 Combo Strikes of the Soaring Dragon. The name sounded impressive. An achievement popped out. Jin Hyuk had heard that achievements could be dropped as a reward, but seeing one with his own eyes was a first. As far as he knew, only top-ranked thieves, especially those above level 200, could do this. You have acquired the achievement 108 Combo Strikes of the Soaring Dragon. Moreover, it was in a scroll form. This meant that it could be transferred to other players. Wait, this is Kim Zhonghyian's. Zhong Haiyan had used something similar like this before Jin Hyuk's regression, and Zhong Haiyan's application of it had been nothing short of brilliant. Ah, I missed the Kim Zhonghyian of that time. I'm quite lucky. Oh, but the sniper is escaping. I'm going to chase him. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. Jin Hyuk slowed down the assassin's movement and quickly closed the gap. #how? #why is the streamer so fast? He seemed to be utterly shocked that Jin Hyuk was catching up. On the other hand, Jin Hyuk couldn't believe the sniper was stunned by something so simple. It was frustrating for Jin Hyuk. Running alongside him at the same speed, Jin Hyuk asked, "A quick interview, if you don't mind." "I interview." Fortunately, the sniper was not as dumb as Jin Hyuk thought. Perhaps realizing that escape was futile, he gave up on running away. "All right, you can sit here," Jin Hyuk said. As a well-prepared streamer, he always carried a small chair in his inventory. Steel Sniper sat down, looking quite tense. "First off, I'm assuming you guys are players who have gone through harsh training, with quite impressive skills. So tell me, who are you? Why hide it? I even received a call from the chairman of the Shinal Group. Shall I explain on your behalf? This person is one of the leaders of the Milky Way Alliance, affiliated with the Shinal Group. His name is Steel Sniper, one of the pentagram. Am I right?" Steel Sniper's eyes wavered greatly. Who is this guy? How much does he know? But I am really disappointed. I understand that you guys are different from the level grinders. It's not just about having high levels, but you've undergone rigorous training too, haven't you? But why didn't you study me before you attacked me? If you were going to ambush me, you should have done it right. You should have attacked me with all you got. It just didn't make sense no matter how Jin Hyuk thought about it. I already showed the Berklef necklace through my previous live streams. And I showed you how I use broadcaster's barrier. I even revealed time-lapse recording. Talking about it made Jin Hyeok raise his voice in anger. I shouldn't be like this. Jin Hyeok was conducting an interview as a streamer, so he had to regain his composure. I've also revealed that I become much stronger once I surpass level 60. And not only that, thanks to the effect of my achievements, all my abilities are greatly enhanced in the vicinity of Yanhuidong. I revealed everything. You should have prepared strategies accordingly. Can you call yourself an assassin if you rely solely on your sniping ability, without any information about your opponent? Jin Hyeok was really furious. It seemed Steel Sniper had to reflect on his actions a lot. However, looking at his attitude, a proper interview seemed difficult. Jin Hyeok thought about binding him with handcuffs and ropes but just left him alone. He seemed so weak that Jin Hyeok thought it would be fine just to take him without any binds. For now, I am going to take him to my house. It was 3 in the morning and Cha Jin-sol stood at the front door, continuously biting her nails. Please come back soon. Please. Although she was watching the live stream, she could not help but worry. Soon, the front door opened. Worried that her sleeping parents might wake up, Jin-sol spoke in a hushed tone. Appa, are you okay? You're fine, right? You're not hurt, are you? What are you doing up so late? How could I sleep? You were ambushed. Ah, so you watched my live stream too? Jin Hyeok shrugged his shoulders. Of course. Since she was my avid viewer, Baby Shark, it wouldn't be strange for her to keep watching my live stream. With that thought, Jin Hyeok walked toward the living room. Did you really bring that person here? Jin-sol couldn't understand her brother's actions. He's the one who was trying to kill you? Why are you keeping him alive? You say such cruel things so nonchalantly, Jin-sol. That's. I'm praising you for talking like an actual player. Her face turned slightly red. But Appa, shouldn't we hide somewhere for a while? Hide? Why? You said the Shinal group is targeting us. We should at least hide for the time being. Jin Hyeok tilted his head. You too? Huh? What are you talking about? Even you can't think of this. I have no idea what you're talking about. Jin Hyeok sighed. It's really strange. Why does everyone think only they can send assassins? If they can send assassins, it's only natural that we can send them too. Soon after, Jin Hyeok's phone began to ring. It was Seo Jia. Mission, success. Jin Hyeok could also hear Seo Jisu's voice. We captured this bastard, Choi Kwon, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Chills ran down Kong Miane's back. I never thought I would be broadcasting something like this in my lifetime. Miane thought. She never expected to be broadcasting the live capture of Choi Kwon, the reigning chaebol of South Korea. And they actually managed to kidnap him. Science and technology failed to cause any harm to Jia and Jisoo. They had really captured Ikwon as a hostage, and the scene was vividly conveyed. But, why are you here? Bong King of Bonjour TV, the current top-ranked streamer, also joined in. He was 28 years old. He was a bit chubby, but to the eye, a very ordinary man. He began live streaming the situation to the viewers with witty commentary. You didn't sign an exclusive contract, did you? Anyone can stream it. Not only him, but reporters started to flood in. The chairman's office was filled with people. It was 4 in the morning and South Korea was experiencing its noisiest dawn. Jin Hyeok's party members, including Jin Hyeok himself, arrived one after another. Jin Hyeok walked toward Ikwon, feeling a pleasant thrill. Ah, the sweet smell of amazing content. Why did you only think of sending gifts and not receiving them? Jin Hyeok asked Ikwon. I acknowledge my defeat. Wow, you admit it so candidly. I didn't understand the ecosystem of the players well enough. Even with Jia's blade at his throat, Ikwon did not seem particularly afraid. Jin Hyeok liked that spirit. If I knew, I wouldn't have made such a careless mistake, Ikwon said. I suppose so. Even I thought it was too sloppy. What do you want? Well, right now, I'm considering whether to kill you or not. The reporters seemed uneasy when Jin Hyeok said that, murmuring in disbelief, wondering if Jin Hyeok would really kill Ikwon. Jin Hyeok stroked his chin, as if in deep thought. If it were the old days, I would have definitely killed him. If it had been Jin Hyeok, the Sword King, he would have done so. However, now he was no longer the Sword King. Although his swordsmanship might be lacking compared to the days before regression, he now saw a broader picture and thought more profoundly. I'm a streamer now. A streamer had to be able to capture the hearts of the public. Only then could they succeed as a streamer. Jin Hyeok's experience with diplomacy, which was a skill of a ruler, had also been a great help. There was a significant difference between something he had experienced, even a little, and something he had not. If I kill him now, it would work as a warning, but it would also instill fear in the public. Even without using the diplomacy skill, many factors flitted through his mind. I will forgive you this time, Jin Hyeok said. Forgive me. Of course, it's not for free. Compensation of 10 billion won. Quite cheap for the price of your life, isn't it? Ikwon nodded. Okay, and since you tried to take my head, I suppose I am going to have to cut a finger off of each of the pentagram. I won't stop you from treating them. Actually, we'll take care of the treatment. There won't be any after effects, though the pain will be excruciating. Do you really have to go that far? I'm sparing your life instead of killing you. This footage was being broadcasted live. It was a warning to other players, a warning not to mess with Jin Hyeok's party. Jia, you do it, Jin Hyeok said. Jia nodded. The reporters were highly tense. Are they really going to chop the fingers off? Nah, they must be just scaring them. Huh, what? In the end, Cha Jin-hyeok's party did cut off the index fingers of Ikwan and all the members of the pentagram. He really did it. He's crazy. A few reporters even screamed. The sight caused significant chaos as it was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. Jin-sol immediately used a healing spell to reattach the fingers, unintentionally showcasing her overwhelming healing ability. Jin-hyeok shrugged his shoulders. We'll let it slide this time since it's your first offense. The reporters seemed afraid. Jin-hyeok smiled. The reporters of this era still seem to have an innocent side. In the future, reporters would not even blink an eye at something as minor as fingers being chopped off. Next, our party leader, Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong, will speak. Huh. Kim Jong-hyeon thought. He nearly tilted his head out of confusion. When did I become the leader? Jong-hyeon wasn't sure. At that moment, a note had been placed in his hand. It was a note that Jisoo had given him in the midst of the confusion. Just warn them threateningly. You seem to be the strongest in the eyes of the people. Jin-hyeok smiled slyly. Not long ago, the fact that Jong-hyeon appeared to be the strongest had hurt his pride. But now it was different. As time passed, Jin-hyeok realized this was a good thing. It was good for hyping up his LTube channel and various other production aspects. Jin-hyeok felt that he had grown again as a streamer. Jong-hyeon spoke to the camera, if there is another attack, we will annihilate all of you. There will be only one warning. Jong-hyeon's face was stiff as he spoke words that did not match his usual temperament, but outwardly, he looked incredibly grim and dangerous. Visually, he fulfilled everything Jin-hyeok wanted. The tumultuous dawn passed, and Sunday morning dawned upon them. Cha Jin-sol seemed very excited as she entered her brother's room and began reading aloud a few posts. A relatively peaceful and democratic method. Tolerance and virtue shown by the winner, yet a thorough and firm warning. By seizing both practical and rational aspects of the situation, he had accomplished everything that could have been accomplished, and the public cheered. Flaming Fist's party showed the best play possible. Oh, Flaming First is just a short form for Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong. What are you doing? It's from a post written by someone called Encyclopedia on the Korean Region Minor Gallery. Apparently, they're pretty famous. I didn't know much about it, but what you did was no joke. What happened yesterday seems to have been a huge deal. The internet and TV networks are all in chaos. The trending keywords from rank 1 to 10 are all related to us. Cha Jin-hyeok shook his head dismissively. He wondered why people were making such a fuss about something so trivial. The second round will be coming soon, Jin-hyeok said. Second round. I read Choi Ikwan's true intentions. At the moment when Seo Jia cut off his finger, Ikwan had vowed revenge. Why? Is he going to take revenge on us? Isn't that obvious? That's obvious. When you've been humiliated in front of so many people, you're not human if you just accept what happened. He will seek revenge, of course. Ah, I see. Jin-hyeok spoke with a slightly serious expression. This time, Ikwan is going to study hard and prepare to take us down. It might be a little dangerous. Those players were definitely not level grinders. Jin-sol thought it was strange that her brother seemed a little excited. But why do I feel a little excited too? Jin-sol thought. She denied the feeling. No, it must be the feeling of my heart racing because I drank too much coffee earlier. Afterward, Jin-hyeok went outside. When he used pure luck, it wasn't just an achievement that popped up. He had clearly felt something else. It was a feeling similar to when lightning struck in Hongjae-dong. He felt he would have to go and investigate to know for sure. I have a really good feeling about this. After changing his appearance and player name to Boiling Comradeship, he began to walk down the alleys of Yunhui-dong, heading toward the place where he fought with Shin So-ryong yesterday. Even though Jin-hyeok changed his appearance to a mysterious swordsman, Boiling Comradeship, and not streamer Kim Chol-soo, he still continued to speak as if he was live-streaming. He lived as though he was live-streaming every moment, and acted like he was live-streaming although he didn't turn it on. Jin-hyeok thought this was a given for a streamer. This is the spot where Shin So-ryong died yesterday. However, something was slightly off. But there is a tombstone erected here. Tombstone that consumes achievement. There is an option to see the detailed description. Let's open it. An achievement will show a new path. The opportunity given to you is only once. Consumed achievement, _________. Remaining time, 16 hours 44 minutes and 21 seconds. Soon, a notification popped up. Please select the achievement to be consumed. I see. It seems like a setting that requires offering an achievement as a sacrifice. Jin-hyeok had never seen anything like this before. The remaining time was 16 hours. Judging by the description, he only had one chance to do this. I'm not sure which achievement to offer. Jin-hyeok first tried to use the Pure Luck mystery, but it failed. Ah, damn it. A mystery did not have a precise cooldown like a skill, but there was nothing as unstable as a mystery. I guess I can't use the mystery. Jin-hyeok tried to find clues using broadcaster's clairvoyance and exclusive in-depth interview, but he could not find any hints. But I'm in Yunhui-dong. In Yunhui-dong, Jin-hyeok's stats significantly increased. Despite that, he could not figure it out. Ah, this is hurting my pride. No, wait, I shouldn't think like that. Finding such clues was the navigator's domain, so there was no reason for him to feel like this. By changing his attitude, his mind became much more at ease. Do I need to bring in a competent navigator to figure this out? Han Sae-rin was busy, so he wondered if he should call Mole Man. While he was contemplating a bit, his phone started to ring. Ding! Someone sent me a video. The sender was Jang Michelle, Moneyshot. I thought it would be fun if you knew, so I'm sending you this video. Hope you find what you're looking for. There were 4 people present in the video: Choi Gapsu, Jang Michelle, Sidamungu GM, Keel, and Gangnamgu GM, Omer. They were having various conversations, talking about the incident that occurred yesterday. Gapsu and Michelle looked quite amused, while Keel and Omer seemed somewhat serious. So, what's this tombstone about? Gapsu asked. Well, it's a bit difficult to explain. After some hesitation, Keel and Omer finally spoke. The background and conditions of how the tombstone came into existence were quite intriguing. It was partly related to the 4th soul scenario, the Revered One. To be more precise, it was connected to the defenders, who could be considered the enemies of the Revered One, the attacker. In other words, it was a tombstone related to the heroes protecting the server. So the scenario got tangled up when Earthborn Kim Chul-soo consumed the rewards meant for the attacker, and the entire system of the scenario was reversed. That's what you're saying. Why yes, that's right. Originally, this tombstone was an item related to the defenders. However, because of Jin Hyeok, everything began to reverse. Things intended for the attackers, or invaders, went to the defenders, and vice versa. Omer said in the video, to properly activate the tombstone, you must possess achievements related to the attacker, like achievements related to being a slayer of some sort. Is that all? Subsequent achievements or traits related to desperate survival were designed to be required, but we don't know anything more specific. The video ended there. Jin Hyeok immediately sent a reply. Thanks for the video. I'll put it to good use. I'll repay you with great content. Michelle had sent a smiling emoticon as a reply, an achievement related to Slayer. Jin Hyeok stood in front of the tombstone. Please select the achievement to be consumed. You have selected the achievement Blood-Soaked Slayer. It wasn't an achievement he liked anyway, so it worked out. The tombstone that consumes achievements has devoured your achievement. A green mana line spewed forth from Jin Hyeok, then transformed into a symbol that contained mana. The tombstone began to grow. A red mouth appeared, stretching sideways, and then swallowed the mana symbol. Gulp. The tombstone trembled, and a gate appeared where the mouth had been. Do you wish to enter the Dungeon Guardian Tree? It had been a while since Jin Hyeok had seen such a radiant and warm dungeon. The sun shines down on an open field. There, in the distance, stands a towering tree, glowing golden. A refreshing breeze gently rustled. Reeds as tall as a person brushed against each other, creating a pleasant friction sound. Far away, a tree emanated a majestic presence. That's the Guardian Tree. It was a giant golden tree. Its hundreds of branches stretched out in all directions, with lush leaves. What was peculiar was that the trunk and stems were made of gold.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It's different from what I remember. The Guardian Tree that he had experienced was grand and majestic, but it did not gleam with a golden light. As he approached, he could even read its name with his skill. Golden Guardian Tree. It was much larger up close than it appeared from a distance. It was the first time he had seen a tree so big since his regression. There is a gate in the central part of the tree trunk. About 10 meters up the tree, there was a gate. I believe that is the exit. An exit was already in place, and no dangerous monsters were in sight. Unlike typical dungeons, the atmosphere here was utterly peaceful and warm. Usually, a place like this is dangerous. However, no matter how much he looked, he could not find any danger. I will climb toward the exit for now. Under normal circumstances, he could have just cut notches in the tree with his dagger and then used the notches to climb up. However, this tree was too hard. He could not cut the tree with his dagger. Thus, Jin Hyeok purchased a rope and a whirling arrow from the broadcaster's shop. The whirling arrow was not a remarkable item. By attaching the rope to the whirling arrow, it would then wrap around tree branches with a rotational force. It was a basic item available to anyone over level 20. I will shoot the whirling arrow and hang the rope on one of the branches. Jin Hyeok thought it would not be easy since he had never tried it before, but he succeeded in one go. I guess I'm lucky. He pulled the rope tight, secured it, and began to climb. You cannot exit the dungeon. A fruit from the Golden Guardian Tree is needed. It seems I need to pick a fruit to leave. He continued to climb higher on the rope. The Guardian Tree was incredibly tall. Regardless, he climbed and perched on a branch where he spotted a fruit that glowed gold. It looks like a bowling ball made of gold. He reached out to grab it, then hesitated. It's clearly a venerable treasure, don't you think? If Jin Hyeok was right, taking this outside and planting it would grow a guardian tree. The existence of the guardian tree made Yinhuidong the most expensive neighborhood in Korea. It was that of a tremendous treasure. Normally, when you touch something like this, a guard appears to protect it. Jin Hyeok looked around. The surroundings were still excessively peaceful and beautiful. That means the guard will definitely appear. Jin Hyeok could slowly begin to see what was going on. And the exit is placed right in front of me. This was very ominous. Moreover, the condition for leaving the dungeon was acquiring the fruit, which was an extremely simple and easy condition. If the condition was this easy, it meant that the guard had to be outrageously strong. But if there is a guard strong enough to protect this, what kind of creature will it be? Even the old and crazy Cha Jin Hyeok from before the regression would not have been entirely happy with this situation. Of course, he was obsessed with becoming stronger, but he had his own rules and limits. He had always clenched his teeth and challenged anything with a 0.0001% chance, but he had boldly given up on things with a 0% chance. This seems like a total no-win situation. The best option would be to pick the fruit of the guardian tree and then immediately hurl himself toward the exit to escape. Jin Hyuk ran the simulation in his head several times, but due to the branches blocking his way, it seemed it wouldn't be easy. I'll try running at full speed. However, he would probably fail. So, in the end, it meant he would have to face the guard that would inevitably appear. Winning through battle won't be the answer. A guardian tree had grown in Yanhuidong before regression. Jin Hyuk was not sure who brought the fruit of the guardian tree, but that time was not too far from the current timeline. No player from that era could defeat the guard that was going to appear. I'm sure the guard is somewhat an intellectual being. Mere fighting won't be the solution. Sigh. He felt tense for the first time in a while. Still, he couldn't find the answer. He boldly gave up on what had a 0% chance, but when there was no way to avoid it, confronting it quickly was the more comfortable way. You have harvested the fruit of the golden guardian tree. Now, I just need to run. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect Reflection +1 has been applied. Jin Hyuk didn't even know what flew toward him, but somehow the Reflection +1 was applied. He didn't fully understand, but it meant something had struck him that could kill him in one blow. But he could feel it. Despite the reflection effect, his opponent was unharmed. An invisible, tremendous pressure was felt on the wind. Someone blocked the effect of the Berklef necklace. It was clear that his current level was no match for his opponent. He couldn't see where or what was coming at him. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect Reflection +1 has been applied. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect Reflection +1 has been applied. After being attacked so many times, he roughly understood what kind of attack it was. A barrage of light, composed of pure light, pierced his body. This is hopeless. The attack was so fierce that he could not even take a step forward. In other words, spears of light continuously pierced through him. In the end, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The rope was also cut. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. Ultimately, Berklef necklace failed to apply the Reflection +1 effect. It was understandable since the effect was only 80% probability, not 100%. This feels rather unfair. He was not upset about dying because he was weak. That was part of playing. If a player was weak, it was only natural to die. However, it felt a bit unjust to die when he was just beginning to discover new hobbies. But that opponent is really strong, I'm not gonna lie. Regardless of the unfairness, the enemy's attack was strong enough to kill him instantly. The trait Extra Life has been applied. When Jichiak opened his eyes again, someone was looking down at him. Holy shit. Jin Hyuk knew who this person was. Even during the days before Jin Hyuk regressed, the world was filled with many mysteries that remained unsolved. Among them were matters related to the masked sage. He was a wizard that wore a mask that was strikingly similar to the pharaoh's golden mask that Jin Hyuk had obtained. Nothing was known about the masked sage's identity. All that was known was that he was a wizard who sometimes got rid of Earth's calamities that were too difficult for the players to deal with. Worldwide, the masked sage had revealed himself only 7 times, and Jin Hyuk had met him in person. I remember him saving my party when we were fighting Shin Uri, player name, Schwer Gustav. Shin Uri was one of the most notorious villains in Korean history. She led a villain alliance called the Demigod Alliance, and Jin Hyuk's party battled with her in his previous life. We underestimated Uri's power, and we almost got wiped out. The one who helped them then was the masked sage. Even though that person was not wearing a mask right now, Jin Hyuk could recognize him instantly. It was undoubtedly the masked sage. His face is severely burnt. The masked sage's face was distorted beyond recognition. That had to have been why he wore the mask. The masked sage looked down at Jin Hyuk and said, "The price has been paid." His voice was not pleasant to hear. Rather, it was so husky it seemed to grate like metal. Just hearing his voice seemed to drain Jin Hyuk's energy. Before Jin Hyuk knew it, the fruit he had plucked was in the masked sage's hand. Jin Hyuk didn't even know when he had taken it. Go back. How? Jin Hyuk needed the fruit to pass through the exit gate. The masked sage's eyes were on Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk clearly understood what those eyes were trying to say. They implied that Jin Hyuk's problems had nothing to do with the masked sage. Since the masked sage had taken Jin Hyuk's life once and received the price for the fruit, the masked sage's stance was that he had done his part. Whether Jin Hyuk was trapped and died here, or starved to death, was none of his concern. It was so rational and self-evident that Jin Hyuk had no choice but to accept it. I apologize. I asked a pointless question, Jin Hyuk said. He asked something far more productive. I need the fruit to exit through that gate. I want to pay a fair price to obtain the fruit. The price is for you to propose. It seemed Jin Hyuk was on the right track. Rather than trying to steal or seize the fruit from the masked sage, he instead needed to properly negotiate with him. Trade with? You must propose a trade condition that will find acceptable. However, you have only one chance, and if you propose an unsuitable condition, you may be killed by. The thought of being killed by the masked sage did not particularly bother him. If Jin Hyuk could not properly obtain the fruit, he would die anyway. I have almost nothing that would satisfy him. Logically speaking, that was the case. Jin Hyok did not know the masked sage's exact level, but it was at least over 250. There was no way that Jin Hyok, whose level was that much lower, could possibly possess something that would please him. Even the items that could be considered as his best items, such as the Berklef necklace, the Guardian ring, or the Greatsword of Logon, would be junk in the masked sage's eyes. I really can't fulfill his needs. Thus Jin Hyok had to approach it differently. The answer had already been decided from the moment he showed up. The masked sage did not wait long for Jin Hyok's answer. Show me your offer. All right. Jin Hyok pulled an item from his inventory. Pharaoh's golden mask. This was the only thing Jin Hyok could offer. Even before his regression, the masked sage wore a mask similar to this one. What is this? What should I reply to make the item seem impressive? Jin Hyok quickly thought of an answer. It is a mask of the one who dreamed of eternity. If Jin Hyok couldn't sell the item on practicality, he needed to sell it on style. The Pharaoh's golden mask that was in his hand had vanished. When Jin Hyok looked to see where it had gone, the masked sage was already wearing it. The masked sage lightly touched the item with his own hand. Wow, how's that possible? The comparatively worn-out Pharaoh's golden mask had transformed into the detailed and magnificent golden mask that Jin Hyok was familiar with. It was as if a junk item had morphed into a mythic-grade item. The price has been paid, the masked sage said. The fact that this mask was worth more than Jin Hyok's life was a bitter pill to swallow, but it seemed to have satisfied the masked sage nonetheless. By the time Jin Hyok had come to his senses, the masked sage had long vanished. With his current skills, Jin Hyok could not even perceive the masked sage's movements. I knew it before, but that guy is truly formidable. Jin Hyok's heart inexplicably pounded. Someday, if I truly become strong, could I become even stronger than the masked sage? Just merely envisioning that made him feel incredibly excited and happy. It was like the happiness he felt in the past when he imagined winning the lottery. First, let's go get that fruit. Jin Hyok bought another rope. Using the whirling arrow, Jin Hyok climbed onto the tree branch in the same way as before. Wait, are these fruits all the same? That was highly unlikely. Even apples from the same tree tasted different. Since I can only take one, I should choose very carefully. The masked sage had not given Jin Hyok a time limit, so he decided to take his time and think. Simply picking the prettiest one based on appearance seemed pointless. It would be nice if I could use pure luck. By the way, when I can use this Dem Mystery Agio, now I can use it. Jin Hyok didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing, but somehow pure luck had once again become available for use. Since it had become available for use, there was no point in thinking and reasoning about it in his head. You have activated the mystery pure luck. After the masked sage disappeared, Jin Hyok felt a bit more at ease. I just used the mystery. At the same time, Jin Hyok reflected on himself. When faced with a truly urgent situation, he could not proceed with his play as if he was live streaming. All his attention had been focused on figuring out how to get out of the aforementioned situation. If this keeps happening, I can't really call myself a true streamer. A real professional should be able to maintain a consistent quality of live stream in any situation. However, with the appearance of the masked sage, Jin Hyok had forgotten what he was supposed to do. It was fortunate that his live stream was not actually on, since Jin Hyok would have died of embarrassment if it had been the real live stream. Jin Hyok regained his composure and continued to speak. Among the numerous fruits, I see one that shines particularly bright. Jin Hyok began to climb the tree as if enchanted by something. Using the whirling arrow and rope, he moved around like Tarzan. This must be the one. He reached out to pick the fruit, but it suddenly warped. Looking around, he saw the shining fruit in the distance. I need to pick it before the light disappears. Jin Hyok bought a spray from the broadcaster's shop. He approached and marked the fruit with the spray, and what followed was a continuous grind. It warped again. It's incredibly fast. Jin Hyok smiled. What kind of fruit warps this fast? He continued to chase after the fruit. Gasp! Despite moving carefully, he almost touched a different fruit. It was a close shave. He sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This task requires substantial physical stamina and precise mental focus. He might not look like it from the outside, but he was in a highly tense state. If he were to accidentally touch two fruits, he would die as the masked sage had only permitted him to take one. And not getting that fruit I want would also be a terrible outcome. Dying during play was a common occurrence, but failing to obtain what he had aimed for was even more dreadful than death. I'm definitely going to obtain it. He smiled again. How long has it been since I felt this level of tension? This is what playing is all about. He had not felt this kind of tension recently. This thrilling sensation that even a slight mistake could cost his life was making him smile. I feel so alive. This primal sensation that made him feel alive seemed to awaken every dormant cell in his body. The fruit warped again. The fruit was too fast. That was why it was so enjoyable. He could enjoy this time even more because of it. I will catch it no matter what. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like roughly 10 hours had gone by. I've got it. Heaven always helped those who helped themselves. In the end, he was able to get the fruit that he wanted. Fearing it might warp again, he quickly put it in his inventory and immediately ran toward the exit. The fruit has been identified. You have escaped the Guardian Tree dungeon. Normally, the term, clear, would be used in the notification, but this time, the word, escaped, was used. Perhaps the concept of clearing did not even exist in this place. There was no significant reward given. The wriggling fruit inside his inventory seemed to be the reward. It's already evening. He looked at his inventory again. It felt kind of weird. Jin Hyuk had no way of describing the feeling. It sort of feels like my inventory will explode if I leave it in there. He had never heard of an inventory exploding, but he had a feeling that something would go wrong if he left the fruit as is. I think I need to plant this fruit in the ground. He knew nothing in regards to what were the conditions that needed to be met, or what he needed to do, but he did know exactly where the guardian tree in his previous life used to grow. N/O/vel/B/n/C//OM. He began to run with all his might. He felt significantly lighter. Just yesterday, he had the nighttime run with Steel Sniper, so he could precisely sense the difference. I've grown. A thrilling chill ran down his spine. It seemed that maintaining a state of extreme tension while leaping between tree branches had led him to grow in some way. This sensation was not represented by any numbers, like levels, or skills. This subtlety, which level grinders could never know, could only be gained through practice and training. This growth made him happy once again. Today was a happy day in many ways for Jin Hyuk. Damn it. I need to calm down. A sense of crisis that his inventory might burst washed over him. It felt like his life as a player would be over if his inventory exploded. It felt like running with a time bomb inside him. A more accurate description would be the sensation of needing to relieve oneself urgently. Please? Not now. Jin Hyuk arrived at the Yanhui intersection. It was an intersection with two roads that were about 4 lanes wide. In Jin Hyuk's past life, someone had grown a guardian tree here in the middle of the intersection. It's really going to explode. A second felt like a minute. It seemed like the fruit was going to explode any second. Hurry up. Jin Hyuk called Mok Jae-hyen, thinking that he might handle it better than Jin Hyuk. Fortunately, Jae-hyen was nearby, watching over Cha Jin-sol or something, and he said he was coming on a bike. He's coming. Jin Hyuk explained the situation on the phone as he was on his way. Jae-hyen arrived and hurriedly got off his bike. I'm going to set up a barricade first, Jae-hyen said. Using the wood fortress, Jae-hyen pulled stems from the ground. Honk, honk. The sudden appearance of Jae-hyen's wood fortress created a massive traffic jam on the road. Jae-hyen, you've grown too. Jin Hyuk was quite happy with how Jae-hyen took care of everything effortlessly without being told what to do. On the other hand, Jin Hyuk's fruit was about to explode. Hey, hurry up. Jae-hyen used the stems to dig at the ground, forming a about 3-meter deep pit. Jin Hyuk threw the guardian tree's fruit into the newly dug pit. The fruit made contact with the earth. Rumble. An earthquake occurred in the area. The tremor was strong enough to cause nearby shop signs to fall to the ground. Then, a notification for the entire server popped up. The seed of the golden guardian tree has been planted. From the area where Jin Hyuk had thrown the fruit, a magnificent beam of golden light shot up, soaring high enough to touch the clouds, standing like a pillar. I didn't see anything like this happen before the regression. Something had changed. This beam of light, it must be. He had never seen it on the Earth server, but he had seen it on other servers. It was known that such a pillar of light would rise when a golden guardian tree, not an ordinary one, was planted. 72 hours. The pit had mysteriously covered itself, and instead, a number was floating above it. It was a 72-hour timer. 71 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds. In 72 hours, the golden guardian tree would grow from the pit. If I remember correctly, there were only about 6 golden guardian trees across all the servers. Jin Hyuk had never seen one on a small server like Earth. He remembered that 3 of them were on planet Arvis, the strongest server, and the remaining 3 were on other powerful servers. Not much was known about the golden guardian tree. Since the servers where they were located did not disclose much information about them, they were rumored to have much greater power than ordinary guardian trees. This is incredible. Underneath the timer, faint letters could be seen. Planter, Kim Chulsu. It seemed like these characters were visible only to him. Planter. It indicated that Jin Hyuk was the one who planted it, but he was not sure why this was being recorded. Jin Hyuk would probably know more after 72 hours. Soon, golden dust began to rise from the spot where the golden guardian tree's fruit was buried, and another global notification followed. A safe zone will be set within a radius of 1,000 m. The safe zone was already set, even though the guardian tree hadn't grown yet. It seemed to be because this was a golden guardian tree, not an ordinary one. The seed itself was quite extraordinary. The boundary of the safe zone is clearly drawn in my mind. It felt as if a small map had unfolded in his mind. It seemed that various benefits were given to the planter. I wish the 72 hours would pass quickly. He did not realize it, but a smile crept across his face. As he returned home with a beaming smile, he found that the secretary of Chairman Choi Ik-won of Shinal Group was at the front door. The reason for the secretary of Choi Ik-won to seek Cha Jin Hyuk out was simple. Here's a cashier's check. You're welcome to check it. It was a cashier's check for 10 billion won, as promised. It looks good. Please send my regards, Jin Hyuk said. Jin Hyuk had just come into possession of 10 billion won. It seemed like he might finally be able to realize his long-held dream. Wait, why are all the real estate companies closed? By his standards, Jin Hyuk could not understand why the companies were closed on Sundays. How can they all take a break just because it's the weekend? Jin Hyuk just thought there were no real estate agents who wanted to become the best. Fortunately, he met with the agent who brokered his current house, and the contract was quickly finalized. He decided to purchase a building at the Yanhui intersection, the very spot where the guardian seed was sprouting, albeit at a slightly inflated price. I won't sell it even for 7 billion won. Stop bothering me, the building owner said. How about 8 billion? When the building owner said he would not sell for 7 billion won, Jin Hyok offered 1 billion won more, and the building owner agreed. The owner said something about how he had never seen such a young man with that much money, but honestly, Jin Hyok was so intoxicated with the joy of fulfilling his long-held dream that he hardly recalled the conversation. When Jin Hyok was asked about his occupation, he said he was a streamer. It used to be a bit embarrassing, telling people that I am a streamer. It wasn't that Jin Hyok disliked being a streamer, but his pride as a swordsman was overwhelming. He had accomplished a lot as a swordsman, but as a streamer, there was so much left undone. It had been a bit embarrassing to introduce himself as a streamer, but now, it didn't feel shameful at all. That dawn, Jin Hyok went back to the Yanhui intersection. 53 hours 33 minutes and 31 seconds. I can't believe I've achieved my dream. And I'm not even level 100 yet. Becoming the building owner where the guardian tree grew was his dream. Now that he had fulfilled this dream, he felt incredibly happy. Wait a minute. Does that mean I have to retire now? He raced toward this day since his regression. Now he had a home where he could live happily with his family, and he even owned this building. Becoming the building owner in Yanhui-dong and retiring quietly, almost invisibly, while living happily, that was Jin Hyok's goal, his ideal. Although the dream of his had now become a reality, he somehow did not feel particularly joyous. Standing there, he recalled the vows and promises he made to himself. I must not live the life I once did. It was indeed thrilling and entertaining, but that was the perspective of a madman. From the viewpoint of a sane person, it was a life fraught with excessive danger and uncertainty. I shouldn't live like that. Jin Hyok had prepared the foundation to live differently. But why am I not happy? Somehow, life suddenly felt dull, even empty, to the point that it made him depressed. He sensed something peculiar. The rustling and shuffling movement gave him the feeling of assassins nearby. Activate broadcaster's clairvoyance. Looking around, he saw assassins hastily moving near the building he had purchased. Oh, it seemed like they were installing something in the building. Bombs. Some were real bombs, while others were items. Oh, apparently, they wanted to demolish the building he had bought. He was not sure, but it looked like a warning sent to him by the Shinal group. This is amazing. If that building got destroyed, he would have to rebuild another one. To do that, he would need construction fees. If he was going to build a new one, he might as well make it the most magnificent building in the area. That would require a lot of money. I guess I don't have to retire. He felt like he would get in the way of the bombing if he stayed there. What if they couldn't detonate it because they were scared of me? Ha ha ha. Jin Hyok hummed a tune as he turned away to make an exit. A moment later, a massive explosion resounded. Boom, boom. After concluding a contract with Cha Jin Hyok, Lee Deokjae returned home, wrapping his head in deep thought. He bought it for 1 billion won more than the market price in this area, Deokjae thought. Deokjae wondered why Jin Hyok would do that. Could it be that the young man had some kind of secret information? His mind became tangled. From Jin Hyok's point of view, he just quickly threw out an offer of 8 billion won to get the building as soon as possible, but this had instead confused Deokjae's mind. Should I cancel the contract? In truth, the Yanhui-dong building was a minor asset in his portfolio. Though it was merely a small-scale building not exceeding 10 billion won, what mattered was not the size. What mattered to him was his pride as an investor. He had never once made a loss in his investments. His assets had grown on the basis of his meticulous calculations and analysis, one of the driving forces of his life. No matter how I think about it, there is no reason for him to buy it for 1 billion won more. This had to mean that Jin Hyok bought the place with the certainty that it would yield more profits later on. I can't let this happen. Deokjae had already received a down payment of 800 million won. Yet, he felt a strong urge that he should cancel the contract. Even if I have to pay back double the down payment, I must cancel the contract. Deokjae refused to make a losing investment, especially when it came to being duped by a kid. But then he saw the shocking news. Wait, the building collapsed. It was dawn, and fortunately, there were no casualties. Although the cause was suspected to be an explosion, the exact reason remained unknown. It had completely crumbled. Things had become complicated. The contract had been made, but it was not yet complete. Deokjae had offered the land and the building, and now that building was destroyed. This was an unprecedented situation, and he didn't know what to do. The next day, as he met with Jin Hyok, Deokjae hesitantly spoke, about our contract. It seemed that Deokjae had to force the contract through, no matter what. Only by selling it somehow could he minimize his loss. Well, I guess I have no choice but to honor the contract. Since I decided to buy it, I decided to just go with it, Jin Hyok said. Strangely, Jin Hyok seemed to be in a very good mood. The news continually reported the explosion incident at the Yanhui-dong building. Ikwon lightly stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Surely the warning is clear enough, Ikwon thought. The war had already started. No one could back down now. He no longer underestimated Jin Hyok. I was caught off guard in our first encounter. Who would have expected someone to send a pair of assassins into the chairman's office? But now Ikwon meticulously prepared for everything. Given the situation, he was sure Jin Hyeok was a dead man. Let's slowly corner him to his demise. He gathered information about Jin Hyeok and ordered research institutes in various fields to analyze and research how to neutralize and suppress Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok doesn't seem to care much about the collapsed building, sir. Of course. He probably already knows it's me, Ikwon said. A true warrior would not be bothered with such trifles. It looked like Jin Hyeok had accepted the war in his mind. Any other movements? None so far, sir. Do you think he's scared? He didn't seem like the type to be scared, though. He is live streaming with his party as usual. There aren't any unusual movements. The assassins are with him too. Then it seemed Jin Hyeok had no intentions of infiltrating Ikwon's side. Do you think all of this makes any sense? Ikwon said while laughing. Pardon, sir. A building he had just bought collapsed yesterday. It's like a toy you wanted so badly has broken right in front of your eyes. Even children cry and throw tantrums when their toys break. However, Jin Hyeok's behavior was too far beyond reason. He acted as if the building's collapse meant nothing, merely continuing his play as usual. Ikwon could only think of one answer. He's bluffing. He's showing that he cannot be shaken by such matters. But that show of strength is evidence that he's actually shaken. He's still too young, overestimating himself. The reporter remained silent. He had just watched Chulsu's play on LTube. Chulsu seemed to be enjoying his play too much to be considered shaken, the reporter thought. The reporter thought it was because his view differed from the chairman's. Of course, that thought was wrong. Jin Hyeok was genuinely enjoying live streaming. Let's move on to the next challenge. Jin Hyeok said. People often indulge in hobbies to clear their minds. For Jin Hyeok, live streaming was just that. Suddenly, he forgot everything else and focused solely on his live stream. Thus, the 72-hour timer of the Guardian Tree finally started racing towards zero. It's somehow been 72 hours already. At first, Jin Hyeok thought he would die of boredom, feeling as if time wouldn't pass. Just like I thought, having hobbies can have good effects on people's minds. Jin Hyeok waited at the Yanhui intersection for the Guardian Tree to grow. Soon, the ground began to shake. The golden light seeping from the earth deepened. Something began to protrude bit by bit from the ground. It's growing. Jin Hyeok began recording right away. Live streaming was the most vivid and enjoyable, but there were some precautions to take. Jin Hyeok always conducted his live streams from a first-person perspective, and it was possible that he could be revealed as the planter of the Guardian Tree. If that were to be discovered, his other identity, boiling comradeship, would also be exposed. Keeping it a secret forever would be difficult, but for now, he had decided that recording was the best way to go. Something is growing. A tree trunk shot up in an instant. It grew at an incredible speed. It was the Guardian Tree, shining in golden light. In less than 3 minutes, it grew to a size almost equal to the surrounding street trees, with its branches extending out. Golden and green leaves sprouted abundantly. It was a mini version of the giant golden guardian tree Jin Hyeok had seen in the Guardian Tree dungeon. Young golden guardian tree. Brilliant colorful dust is falling on the ground. It looks mystical and magnificent. Jin Hyeok received a notification that the safe zone setting was still effective. However, that was not all. The protection of the golden guardian tree is bestowed upon the planter Kim Chulsu. Unfortunately, this part won't make it to the video. Editing for his video would require quite a bit of work. Anyway, what's this protection of the golden guardian tree? Within the golden guardian tree's domain, the planter is set to non-attackable. This encompasses attacks from all living and non-living beings such as monsters, NPCs, and players that are below level 150. Non-attackable. Jin Hyeok had never seen this setting before. You have acquired the planter's record journal. A small book slowly fell from the young golden guardian tree. Planter's record journal. A journal that automatically records the birth and growth of the golden guardian tree. 2022/7/26, seed was sown. 2022/7/29, the young golden guardian tree has grown. Wondering what this was, Jin Hyeok opened the journal. Several pieces of information were transferred into his mind. It was not just this. The planter's record journal also allowed the planter to name up to 10 co-growers who could help raise the guardian tree. These 10 people would also receive the protection of the guardian tree, just like the planter. Jin Hyeok wrote down the names of all his family members for now. The setting was applied to his mom, dad, and Cha Jin-sol. Wow, I can't believe this works. At least around Yanhui-dong, it seemed that his family would not be attacked. Although there was no need for this uninteresting setting to apply to Jin Hyeok as well, it was not a big issue since he could simply go outside Yanhui-dong if he wanted to be attacked. And my party members. Seo Jia, Seo Jisoo, Mok Jae Hyein, Kim Jong Hyein. Jin Hyeok wrote down their names as well. As the magnificent tree grew here, people began to flock. Wow, a lot of people are coming to see the guardian tree. Among them, he could sense the presence of the assassins who had blown up his building a few days ago. You have activated broadcaster's clairvoyance. The assassins were distributed here and here. Some were on top of buildings, and others were hiding behind windows, aiming to snipe Jin Hyeok. About dozens seemed to have found their hiding spots, attempting to surround Jin Hyeok. Amid this slight commotion, someone whispered in his ear, "Follow me quietly n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You are already surrounded." The voice was chillingly stern. Jin Hyeok could feel bloodlust around him. They seemed to have prepared quite thoroughly this time. From their seamless movements, they appeared to have even recruited a fairly competent ruler. I'll say it one more time. Follow me quietly. Is it not allowed to follow noisily? I need to record videos. Jin Hyeok smiled mischievously. Truthfully, in the past 72 hours, although Jin Hyeok had personally found it enjoyable, he didn't think it was a great play from a livestream perspective. From the viewer's standpoint, it was probably just another mediocre livestream. Jin Hyeok was about to think about other content to film, but thanks to the assassins, he had found the content he was looking for. Sweet. As always, Joseph had been keeping up with Jin Hyeok's livestream. Every day, he diligently recorded the fluctuations in likes and the increase and decrease in the number of viewers, studying and analyzing Jin Hyeok. Joseph thought this was necessary to accurately grasp Kim Chol-soo's needs and be able to work with him. He must absolutely become a star, Joseph thought. Kim Chol-soo was someone born for this. Joseph felt he was born to help him with that, and even began to assemble a party for Chol-soo. It was a party created to make Chol-soo a star, and Joseph was currently coordinating efforts with Wang Yumi. Anyway, Joseph continued to monitor Chol-soo's livestream trend with an unwavering sense of purpose. The past 3 days, the number of viewers continues to decrease. Of course, even with the decline, the number of viewers was high. It was an overwhelming number, comparable to Egan Paul on the Earth server. Considering that Egan is using special abilities to inflate his viewer count artificially, Chol-soo is effectively the #1 streamer on the Earth server. However, what was important to Joseph was not just the numbers. In his eyes, Jin Hyeok had the natural quality of a true star. And a star of that caliber should not compete with others, but instead compete with one's yesterday self and future self. The quality of the content is inconsistent. Right now, it's too boring. Chol-soo's unique characteristic has been completely missing in the live streams for nearly 3 days. What's important is not the absolute number of viewers, but the decreasing trend. However, Chol-soo, in the live stream, did not seem to recognize the problem. This was good for Joseph. If the content quality fluctuated, Jin Hyeok would eventually have to recognize his own limitations. But the situation had changed slightly. The situation itself is producing content for Jin Hyeok. Since Joseph was viewing from a first-person perspective, he almost entirely knew what Chol-soo was seeing. Many assassins were caught by broadcasters' clairvoyance. Suddenly, the content became interesting. And it's not just assassins. There were other supporting players and even a tank-class player was approaching Jin Hyeok. There are just too many of them. Even Joseph, who was viewing the situation through the screen, felt tense. Someone was speaking quietly to Jin Hyeok. Follow me quietly. You are already surrounded. In an instant, the viewer count began to skyrocket. The channel's maximum capacity of 20,000 viewers was filled to the brim. A cold sweat trickled down Joseph's back. If Chol-soo can overcome this, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. The content was rolling in without Jin Hyeok even having to try. Joseph considered this luck to be part of Jin Hyeok's abilities. Just as I thought. He is undeniably a star sent from heaven. With eyes half filled with adoration, Joseph began to focus on Chol-soo's live stream. Feeling cheerful, Jin Hyeok grinned and spoke, I guess Chairman Choi Ik-won must have sent you guys, right? Are you guys in the Milky Way Alliance? Jin Hyeok glanced around. Some flinched, while others pretended not to know what Jin Hyeok was talking about. I have a feeling that a big battle is about to take place here. I advise non-players to please take the utmost care of your safety. If possible, please move away from this area, Jin Hyeok said. It was scary how habits persisted. Even though Jin Hyeok was no longer a public official, nor did he have a duty to warn the public, Jin Hyeok found himself kindly addressing the citizens without even thinking. Some heeded his words, searching for cover, while most just stood still, gawking at him. Nothing's changed. As usual. In truth, people never really obeyed Jin Hyeok's orders in his past life, either. Even when big incidents happened, they tended to think they wouldn't get hurt. And when injuries or fatalities occurred, they always blamed Jin Hyeok, the public official. However, out of courtesy, he warned the citizens again, I will say it again. It looks like a big battle is about to happen. Jin Hyeok couldn't speak any further. You have activated the trait Broadcaster's Barrier. Someone, he didn't know who, had sniped Jin Hyeok. He quickly picked up the fallen mana bullet. See, this is a dangerous area. Please leave the premises. I warned you. Even after showing evidence and speaking, people merely gazed vacantly. They always listened well when a nefarious villain warned them, but for some reason, they tended not to listen to government officials. Jin Hyeok continued with his live stream. But if I fight here, a lot of innocent civilians will get hurt. In the meantime, several more sniping attempts followed, and Jin Hyeok blocked them all using the Broadcaster's Barrier. There was a reason why Jin Hyeok was using Broadcaster's Barrier despite being in the vicinity to be protected by the Guardian Tree. Firstly, he still had not decided whether to reveal that he was the planter of the Golden Guardian Tree, and secondly, he just felt uneasy. There's no crazy person who willingly gets shot just because they're wearing a bulletproof vest. Jin Hyeok was willing to get slashed, but a bullet was different. The sensation of being slashed by a blade and getting shot by a gun differed vastly. Jin Hyeok never liked getting shot at. That's why I told you to move. Or you could just not attack me. Don't try to justify yourself after striking first, Jin Hyeok said while shaking his head. He then started to speak to the viewers. If things escalate here, these guys will definitely manipulate the media to portray me as the bad guy. Don't move. Damn, this is giving me PTSD. Back in the day, Jin Hyuk really worked hard as a public official, but some journalists and citizens treated him like a terrible villain. They accused him of killing a villain who could have been apprehended alive, or that innocent civilians died during his battles with monsters. It pisses me off even thinking about it again. Why don't they try it themselves? People had no idea how much Jin Hyuk suffered because of those who, without knowing the actual situation, cried out about human rights. Of course, there were political issues behind the media portraying Jin Hyuk as a bad guy, but explaining that would take too much time. Anyway, Jin Hyuk often ended up as a victim of media warfare. So far, about 12 bullets have targeted my head, coming from 5 directions, Jin Hyuk said. I'm warning you. Do not move. Dude, I'm live streaming right now. Just give me a second. Jin Hyuk looked at the 5 directions they were shooting from. Thanks to the protection of the Guardian Tree and the all-clear achievement effect, Jin Hyuk's instincts were amplified beyond words. With his broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyuk could see everywhere and how and where the opponents were hiding. I'm sure you viewers can see it too, right? Oh, there is even Steel Sniper whom we had met before. Judging by the orange and red colored jobs, it seems those 5 are from the pentagram. Their levels are mostly in the late 50s. If there were a competent ruler on their side, they would be spying on Jin Hyuk's live stream. Sure enough, the pentagram members began to rise from their positions one by one. It was a significant advancement compared to the last time when they were just standing idly by. The distance is too far to kill them right now. I will deal with the enemies surrounding me first. Then, Jin Hyuk stabbed the man who was standing next to him. The dagger that the man had hidden fell onto the ground. If you wanted to attempt an assassination, you should have approached without that bloodlust. If that's too difficult, at least hide the weapon without giving yourself away. Chairman Choi Kwon seemed to have chosen to kill Jin Hyuk with overwhelming power and strength. Honestly, it wouldn't be easy if they went all out on Jin Hyuk. After all, having a lot of manpower was considered an asset, and Jin Hyuk was lacking in that aspect. Hey, healer, you need to treat this man. Otherwise, he's going to die soon. In truth, Jin Hyuk had intended to kill him because that man had tried to kill Jin Hyuk first. It was only natural for a person to be prepared to be stabbed when they were about to stab another person. But then, a voice brushed past his mind. I wish no life was taken in my domain. It was the desperate voice of a child. Jin Hyuk reflexively looked toward the young golden guardian tree. As if the words he had just heard were an illusion, no more voices were heard. Jin Hyuk could have dismissed it as a hallucination, but he chose not to. There was no doubt that the guardian tree had spoken to Jin Hyuk. Also, Jin Hyuk was accustomed to capturing enemies without killing them, so he was willing to fulfill the voice's wish. At this point, my party's healer still hasn't come. She had to have seen my live stream, Jin Hyuk said. This place was not far from Jin Hyuk's home. Since he confirmed that Jinsul was at home, she would have rushed here or called if she had seen the live stream. It seems the enemies have moved quite strategically this time. They had to have taken Jinsul hostage or attacked her. There was a high probability that Ikwon had sent other players to Jin Hyuk's party members. Jin Hyuk walked among the crowd. Now they're starting to run away. The people didn't run when he kindly warned them earlier, but they began to flee only after he stabbed a person. The members of the Milky Way Alliance, disguised as the crowd, are eagerly targeting me, and it's a bit intimidating. Oh wait, I shouldn't get too excited about live streaming. Let's pretend to be scared and intimidated. Jin Hyuk had learned it last time about pretending to be scared even if he wasn't and pretending to be in a crisis even if it was not one. This would enhance the quality and entertainment aspect of his live stream. I'm quite afraid, but I will fight until I fall. Thanks to broadcaster's clairvoyance, I can clearly distinguish who is an enemy and who isn't. Jin Hyuk was now a pro. His name was Lee Jin-sung and his player name was Moist Liu Bei-won. Jin-sung was a skilled player, ranked 7th in the ruler class in the Korean region. He was also a talent scouted by the Milky Way Alliance of the Shinal Group. Despite possessing remarkable skills, he was unable to join the pentagram due to Ikwon's unusual love for snipers. However, with the failure of the recent attack on Jin Hyuk, the importance of a ruler was highlighted, and Jin-sung was able to rise rapidly as an essential figure of the alliance. My strategy is perfect, Jin-sung thought. He expected some casualties, for he never underestimated Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk has mastered the effective usage of Broadcaster's Barrier. Jin Hyuk's Broadcaster's Barrier was an ability on a completely different level from other streamers. Jin-sung thought it was appropriate to give it an entirely different name. If Jin Hyuk's stamina is good, it's reasonable to consider the skill as an invincible barrier that blocks all attacks. Jin-sung decided that thinking this way was the only way he could capture Jin Hyuk. Overall, his actual level is at least 80. Jin-sung followed his plan as conservatively as possible. It's better to assume he's a player with all abilities overwhelming the top-ranked player in every class. This was especially true when it came to Jin Hyuk's use of his sword and his use of Broadcaster's Barrier. They were exceptional. However, human stamina is not infinite. No matter how resilient a person might be, they eventually tire. Through the screen, Jin-sung could hear Jin Hyuk's breathing becoming faster and faster as time went by. Jin Hyuk values justice and public reputation. That was why Jin Hyeok was not killing people. In fact, restraining them was much harder than killing them. Thanks to this, Jin Hyeok seemed to tire more quickly than expected. Jin Song reported back to Ikwon. Jin Hyeok will soon realize that he's running out of stamina and will retreat. The expected retreat routes are these two. Either follow this main road to retreat or bypass this side road. The destination is his house where the healer, Cha Jin-sol, is at, or perhaps the Saryaga Mart dungeon, where he can exert greater power. Ikwon nodded approvingly. The pentagram has moved to the location I designated earlier, pretending to leave their positions. They will hunt the tired Cha Jin Hyeok there. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Jin Song wanted to tell Jin Hyeok that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything alone. Jin Song was confident that ultimately, this fight would be the ruler's victory. In fact, Jin Hyeok was actually becoming exhausted. It's harder than I thought when I'm outnumbered like this, Jin Hyeok thought. In a disorderly brawl, it might have been different, but Jin Hyeok could feel that someone had diligently planned this. Little by little, following the main road, Jin Hyeok retreated as Jin Song had orchestrated. Jin Song's plan was meticulous, and the intermittently placed traps and players greatly disrupted Jin Hyeok's concentration. Continuous use of Broadcaster's Barrier and Star Shield had significantly dulled Jin Hyeok's senses. Steel Sniper sensed the moment of opportunity. It's time to seek revenge, Steel Sniper thought. Jin Hyeok's head was visible. This happened occasionally when the target appeared so large. In such cases, it was always a direct hit. Steel Sniper used his most lethal skill, Hypersonic Mana Bullet. You have used the skill Hypersonic Mana Bullet. He knew as soon as he pulled the trigger. It's a hit. Just as he expected, Jin Hyeok couldn't dodge it. Even his prided Broadcaster's Barrier seemed to have failed. His head must be gone by now. Steel Sniper lowered the barrel of his rifle, filled with a sense of achievement and relief. Various complex emotions welled up within him. Pant. He was supposed to be the hunter, yet he was also exhausted. But then, a voice came from behind. No, I'm disappointed in you again. It was Jin Hyeok, wielding the greatsword of Lagon. Why you are? You should have confirmed that the target was dead. What are you doing not confirming the kill? Jin Hyeok didn't know why Steel Sniper kept ignoring these basics. It was true that Jin Hyeok was a bit tired, but it was by no means a condition where he couldn't use Star Shield. Jin Hyeok easily blocked the attack with STSR Shield at the right timing. Jin Hyeok sighed and swung his greatsword with an indifferent face. Slash! The greatsword rushed past the sniper's head. A few strands of hair were cut off, and Steel Sniper fell on the floor. Steel Sniper thought. Jin Hyeok had disappeared from his sight. It seems like he still hasn't learned that in a situation like this, you must run away to gain distance, Jin Hyeok said to his viewers. Steel Sniper felt someone grabbing his wrist, followed by a sense of emptiness. Blood spurted out. Arg! Steel Sniper no longer had his right hand. His life as a sniper came to an end. Meanwhile, Jin Song, hiding his bubbling anger, said, the situation is unfolding exactly as I have designed. With the small sacrifice of Steel Sniper, we will be able to kill him. Unaware of what was going on Jin Hyeok's livestream, Jin Song continued briefing Chairman Choi Ik-wan with a sly smile. Liu Bei was a warlord and the founding emperor of the state of Shuhan. He is most known for his role in the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He was portrayed as a virtuous and compassionate leader. This location is an ideal spot for an attack by the rest of the pentagram members, excluding Steel Sniper, Lee Jin Song said. He displayed a map of the terrain that he had prepared beforehand. As you can see, 3 sides out of 4 of Cha Jin Hyeok's location is without any cover, and he is at a lower position than the pentagram. I have already positioned the 4 men, and an odorless and colorless nerve paralysis gas, which is heavier than air, has been sprayed around the area. By now, Cha Jin Hyeok, or rather, Kim Chul-soo, would be feeling that his body is heavier than usual. He won't be able to use his Broadcaster's Barrier properly either. Choi Ik-wan nodded his head with a quite satisfied expression. He felt that he had been ignorant about the play so far. Times have changed, Ik-wan thought. He thought about the play too traditionally. He thought that all he needed was to utilize the snipers well. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. I will assassinate Chul-soo at your command, sir. Everything is ready. You have done well, Jin Song. Shall I proceed? You are the one who planned all this, so you should know the answer. Jin Song nodded. Wow, he's never going to say kill Jin Hyeok with his own words, Jin Song thought. He ultimately made his judgment and gave the order, kill him. The 4 who were already on standby used their respective assassin skills toward Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok, who had spread his arms as if he had given up, said, I believe that honestly recognizing one's own limitations is the first step toward growth. He then let out a cry, as if he had been hit by an attack, and fell to his knees. Soon, a cloud of dust rose around Jin Hyeok. It was the style difference of the members of the pentagram. 3 of them had the style of a skilled sniper, while the remaining one had a wide-area rapid-fire style. Jin Hyeok, who was now crouching, had a bright idea. Oh, Jin Hyeok shook the camera. It was to make the screen shake like a gunfight in a movie. This should make it more realistic, right? Next, he increased the volume. The dust was rising quickly, and his livestream was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire from a submachine gun type weapon. This looks pretty good. Jin Hyuk deliberately did not speak and just lay down, biding his time. The feeling that he was continually growing as a streamer came with an incredible thrill. Jin Hyuk didn't stop there. He lay down completely still. Now I look like a corpse. With that, Jin Hyuk turned his head toward Steel Sniper, ensuring that the man was in his field of view. He deliberately quivered his voice as he spoke to create tension. Steel Sniper is also unable to move. This was a poisonous gas skill used by one of the binding class players. Jin Hyuk had already known what it was because of his broadcaster's clairvoyance, but he didn't expressly reveal what he had learned. The Shinal Group's Milky Way Alliance. They are a force that can never be underestimated. They're terrifying. And last but not least, as the grand finale, Jin Hyuk closed his eyes, as if he had lost consciousness. Lee Jin-sung's eyes widened as he watched Jin Hyuk's live stream. Kim Chul-soo appears to have lost consciousness. Suddenly, Jin-sung felt strangely uneasy. Wait, shouldn't the live stream be cut off if he's unconscious or dead? Jin-sung thought. But the screen had only darkened and the live stream was still ongoing. Perhaps a special setting, such as a delay, was put in place. As Jin-sung was mulling over that, Jin Hyuk started to speak again on his live stream. I almost died, but luckily I survived. Jin-sung almost threw his phone on the ground. Luckily? How can luck allow him to get up so unscathed? Jin-sung gritted his teeth. My plan was perfect. He had set up traps far exceeding Chul-soo's abilities that he had assessed so far. Chul-soo should have died here. But how? Jin Hyuk's voice continued to come through. In fact, I was lucky earlier to receive the protection of the guardian tree. Ah, this feels good. Thanks to the enemies pushing Jin Hyuk to his limits, he found out just how far he could go. This had been excellent training for Jin Hyuk. He had always thought of real combat to be the best training. Jin Hyuk was so grateful that he thought of paying the enemies for the training. I am not going to think about my defense now. To be honest, Jin Hyuk was a little skeptical, but the protection of the guardian tree did its job splendidly. The mana bullets that the pentagrams fired did not properly reach him and simply disappeared mid-air. The poison gas is useless as well. Everything that could harm him was literally useless. This was not in a realm of blocking attacks, it was closer to the concept of deleting attacks. This feels good. Jin Hyuk felt very good, thanks to realizing what he could do. I'm also quite exhausted. Now it's going to be a battle of basics. Using skills or traits was difficult. Now he just had to move around and fight them. Since he didn't have to worry about blocking attacks, it was going to be a piece of cake. But what I don't get is that the enemies are not running away even after their attacks have failed. Jin Hyuk had taught them several times through his live streams, but they still didn't understand. Ah, that's a bit annoying. He wished they would do their best, just as Jin Hyuk did his best in the live stream. It was no fun if he caught them too easily. Anyway, Jin Hyuk approached the one who was closest to him. Level 57. Her player name is Rainbow Gun. She looked to be about 160 centimeters tall. She seemed somewhat familiar, but that wasn't a particularly important issue. Didon't come. Rainbow Gun fired her gun. Jin Hyuk habitually ducked slightly to dodge the bullets. Habits can be scary like this. Jin Hyuk straightened his back again. But just walking while getting hit wouldn't look cool, right? What could make a cool production for my live stream? Jin Hyuk raised his right hand and opened his hand in front of him. Then, he walked slowly toward her. All the bullets fired by Rainbow Gun that touched his right hand disappeared. Jin Hyuk thought of a cool line to say. The shooter of the 7 colors. Your rainbow cannot touch me. Man. That was so cool. But why isn't she running away? She should desperately try to maintain distance so that it would look cool on Jin Hyuk's live stream. She seemed to have excellent shooting skills, but her other abilities appeared to be lacking. Swish. Jin Hyuk swung his sword toward her right wrist. She won't be able to use her gun from now on. The next target is over there. He continued the live stream as he moved. I heard a voice like a hallucination. The guardian tree requested that I refrain from killing within its territory. I'm not sure if that was truly the guardian tree's voice, but it might be the request of a divine tree, so I'm complying. Nov, L, B /JNN. Huh? What the hell? He's holding a dagger. The sniper discarded his rifle and picked up a dagger. He had to have mastered some special martial arts. I know that the boundaries between jobs are not clear at low levels, but still. How does this make sense? A sniper wielding a dagger instead of a rifle? Is this right? Swish. This time, Jin Hyuk did not cut the wrist, but the shoulder. It was because the man did not stick to his job. They're moving as fast as they can, but their movements are very clumsy. Next was 707 Warrior. Swish. Next was Agency A. Swish. Jin Hyuk took care of all the members of the pentagram. I think the Milky Way Alliance might find it difficult to recover after the battle. Also, I have something to say to the ruler of the Alliance and Chairman Choi Kwon, who may be watching this live stream. He took a pause, then slowly continued to speak. If you ask me who is scarier between an assassin and a thief, I would undoubtedly choose the thief. The clash between Kim Chul-soo's party and the Milky Way Alliance had become a significant societal issue. Battles between players. How far can we allow this to happen? -24 non-players were injured during the incident. The Shinal group systematically guided public opinion in their favor. I heard Kim Chul-soo deliberately used civilians as shields. Really? If that's true, he's a piece of trash. Yeah, that's why the Milky Way Alliance couldn't attack him properly. I heard that Chulsu fought deliberately to get good content for his livestream, and many civilians were seriously injured because of that. No wonder he looked so cool on the livestream. It seems like he hid among the non-players and fought cowardly. But wasn't the first attack launched by the Milky Way Alliance? No, Chulsu killed the grandson of the Shinal Group's chairman first. Wow, really? It's disgusting that such people, who would have been punished for murder in the past, flaunt themselves as popular streamers. Cha Jin-sol was exasperatedly surfing around various online communities and the Korean region minor gallery. This is too organized. Whenever a post criticizing Appa appears, it suddenly gets lots of upvotes and becomes a trending post. Well, it's not that surprising. Jin Hyeok was unperturbed. A few hours later, he started his livestream. What I have in my hand is the Shinal Group's operation plan. You see, outstanding rulers usually devise meticulous plans, document them, and keep physical files. Jin Hyeok knew very well about the habits of rulers. To me, the swordsmanship diary, no, the livestream diary is an enormous asset and treasure, and it's the same for the rulers. Song Ha-young had stolen this. In it were details about using civilians, non-players, as shields or obstacles to kill Kim Chulsu, along with information related to the use of biological weapons. It even detailed how to respond if civilians were affected by the biological weapons. Everything was designed to place all the blame on Kim Chulsu. I bet the Milky Way Alliance will probably say that this file is also fabricated. Jin Hyeok shrugged his shoulders. But I'm not really going to care about that. No matter how many good and kind deeds one did, there would always be haters. Worrying about every single one would prevent Jin Hyeok from fully enjoying his play. Also I have captured Moist Liu, who drafted this plan. The Shinal Group was such a fool. They should have protected their ruler instead of Choi Kwan. Overall, their skills were no match to Jin Hyeok. I will conduct an interview. Jin Hyeok had a conversation with Moist Liu, whose real name was Lee Jin-song. He testified that they really intended to kill Kim Chulsu and all of his party members. I will end today's livestream here. Jin Hyeok's livestream caused quite a stir. So according to that livestream, didn't the Milky Way Alliance plan all of this and try to blame Chulsu? There was also something about poisonous gas being released in the replay of Chulsu's livestream. That video is probably manipulated. Chulsu is the #1 streamer in the unofficial ranking. I'm sure he has the skills to do it. Manipulated my ass. Chulsu didn't even edit the video, and it's from the livestream. How can you claim it's manipulated? Are you working for the Shinal Group? You're disgusting. LOL. The group should fire these people. They're not making any sense at all. Later, Jin-song committed suicide, leaving a note that read, I thought I was playing better than Kim Chulsu, but I was merely a jester to him. As a ruler, I have been completely defeated. I have no confidence to overcome this sense of defeat. The incident escalated rapidly. The name Kim Chulsu became an enormous issue and everyone knew who he was. The fact that the identities of Kim Chulsu's party were all fake became known, and there were people trying to find out their real faces. I knew it would come to this eventually, Jin Hyeok thought. The deceiver's mask had its limits, and he knew long ago that it was hard to keep his fake identity a complete secret due to the nature of a streamer's job. Becoming too famous might now be the best idea. It was a little different from Jin Hyeok's initial plan. He smiled. But why do I feel so good? The title of being #1 in the unofficial world ranking was pleasant to hear, and receiving the attention of many people wasn't such a bad feeling. I might be a bit of an attention whore. He had faintly sensed this before his regression, but at that time, he was so devoted to being a swordsman that he never really thought about it. However, as he grew as a streamer, Jin Hyeok came to know himself better. Well, I'm still safe for now. Jin Hyeok considered his popularity to be that of a promising soccer player from some island country. He judged that he was not yet significant enough for the player hunters or the real powers to eye him. It all pleased him in many ways, and the other party members did their part, too. None of Jin Hyeok's party members had lost to the Milky Way Alliance. That also made him feel good. Meanwhile, the internet was still ablaze. The issue had transcended the simple theme of the war between Jin Hyeok and Choi Kwan and had expanded into a social issue. It was like a transitional period before entering the new era of civilization. A social consensus was needed. Players should also be required to have moral values. How long must crime be condoned? Under the guise of play, many people are being killed or injured. Things that couldn't have happened just a few months ago were now occurring frequently, and the public authority had been greatly weakened. In Europe, they say there's already some agreement between the players and the civilians. Europe was the quickest to do something about this. They had established their own rules and were quickly finding stability. Swiftly, they created the European Player Union, EPU. And centered around the EPU, they were in the process of building a relatively mature playing culture. Do you think that could happen in this shitty-ass country? Do you know how many serious crimes like rape and murder occurred just yesterday? How many? Well, I don't know the exact number, you idiot. Korea is just totally screwed. If you have other opinions, you're probably right. 2222-3333. However, there were also certainly heartwarming stories of players using their powers to save civilians in danger. Japan is shocked, and America is amazed by the level of Korean players. Korean players who have plunged the world into a sea of emotion with their good deeds. China is jealous, and Europe envies Korea's playing culture. An era of the new civilization where light and darkness coexist. The world was entering a new era. Jin Hyuk accepted this natural flow and enjoyed his rest. After searching for other posts about Kim Chul-soo on various websites and finding nothing more to see, he logged on to the Korean region minor gallery. The talk of Chul-soo on the KRMG satisfied Jin Hyuk. But honestly, isn't Kim Chul-soo a great person? That was the title of the post. Both the title of the post and the post itself were in bold, proof that it was posted by one of the named users of the KRMG. The Shinal group tried to kill Chul-soo, but he just inflicted injuries and left it at that. Honestly, that guardian tree hallucination excuse seems to be fake, and I think Chul-soo showed the aspect of a great person. Chul-soo's caliber and ability were too overwhelming. The ruler who felt an insurmountable wall between him and Chul-soo eventually. I'll stop here. Bye_. What Jin Hyuk focused on wasn't the content of the post. Written by King God General Yumi. King God General Yumi. Upon confirming the username, Jin Hyuk's hand began to tremble. King God General Yumi was a person who would later be scouted as the team leader of the future strategy team, one of the teams that cooperated with Cha Jin Hyuk's party. The name of the team was Grand, but she was just in charge of public relations and how Jin Hyuk's party was perceived by the public. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk and his party members, as players affiliated with the government, were surrounded by much criticism and were involved in quite a few incidents. Whenever that happened, King God General Yumi led the so-called future strategy team to carry out various operations. I had completely forgotten about this woman. Her real name was Wang Yumi, and she was a master of image making and story planning. Jin Hyuk was never afraid of dangerous monsters or villains, but Yumi was a little frightening to him. To Jin Hyuk, Yumi was like an unavoidable disaster. Did I intentionally forget about her, or did I just completely forget she existed? After the regression, Jin Hyuk never once thought of Wang Yumi. It felt as though someone had carved away his memories related to Yumi with a knife. Either consciously or unconsciously, it seemed Jin Hyuk refused to remember her at all. Whenever I think about that time, Jin Hyuk shivered. He tried to push the memories related to Wang Yumi to the back of his mind, but it was too late. Now that he remembered her, the memories came flooding back. 7 civilians died. Criticism will surely boil over again, Yumi said to Jin Hyuk. It was only natural for Jin Hyuk's party to receive criticism. If they did well, no one noticed, but if not, they were scolded by the public. The person who changed that kind of situation was Yumi. We need to create our own universe. Then at some point, a hypothetical universe was implemented to Jin Hyuk's party. When he first heard of this universe, he nearly threw up. The basic point of creating our own universe is to empathize through hope and become one through play. If it was just this much, Jin Hyuk could have understood and accepted it, but she didn't stop and kept going. Let's set it up so that we are players that are not humans. New divine beings who have flown in a spaceship from an unknown world. Yumi suddenly set the members up as new divine beings from an unknown world. She said something about this great will that had existed since the beginning of time. It was a story that began along those lines, and it was quite an intricately woven narrative. To be honest, Jin Hyuk didn't remember it well. By the way, what was I again? Yes. I was in charge of eclipses or something. A divine being that became a legend, or something. Jin Hyuk is the most handsome, and his skills are beyond words. He is perfect for generating numerous fans, but it can also be a bit exhausting and dangerous. Yumi's mouth watered every time she looked at Jin Hyuk. So sensual and sexy. There was always madness in her eyes. Through her work, Jin Hyuk became a part of the universe she had created. He was a sacred someone who occasionally gifted darkness, or an eclipse, to the world. Now I remember the exact name. I was the Moon King of the Ashen World. I've never seen anyone who looks good in red lipstick like you, Jin Hyuk. Trust me, you look beautiful. That was the most terrifying thing for Jin Hyuk. He still could not understand why a player wielding a sword had to apply lipstick. However, he was also a player affiliated with the National Intelligence Service at that time, and he had to comply when ordered from above. Do you feel your popularity now, Jin Hyuk? Jin Hyuk, who was considerably tormented by Yumi, just accepted it as his fate. She also said something about his fan club spreading all over the world. Jin Hyuk was the Moon King of the Ashen World, and his fans were called something else. I remember this too. They were called the Moon Army, or Marmy, for short. Jin Hyuk remembered there were many incidents because he had so many extreme fans. The makeup, the scripts. I had to do all of that because the higher UPS told me to. Yumi had said that these things were necessary for the party. She said something about how communication with the public was essential in these times. For reference, Kim Jong-hyeon was the lyrical poet who sang songs of the grass, and Choi Gang-byeok was the chief of the sturdy rock giants. For some reason, Kang Myeon was the girl of flames from the planet of fire, and Han Saerin was remembered as a goddess or something lost in narcissism. It was so cringy that Jin Hyuk couldn't stand it. I eventually declared that I wanted out of this shenanigans. After some time, Jin Hyuk said he would no longer cooperate with Yumi. When he said that, Yumi craftily modified his character. He later learned that he was no longer the Moon King of the Ashen World and had transformed into a haughty and aloof Moon Emperor who didn't care about anything other than play. Hehe. The Marmy fans loved this concept even more. She would even raise her hands and shout things in a dark room. The Moon Emperor has commanded silence? People entranced by the beauty of darkness, obey the lunar decree? Ha 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 ha. After that day, Jin Hyuk avoided Yumi. Anyway, seeing the name King God General Yumi, the bad memories started to bubble up inside Jin Hyuk. I must never get involved with her. I wonder what Mystery Box is up to these days. As play became more popular, and the SSP and LTube integration took off, countless streamer channels were launched. In Korea, Bonjour TV was ranked first, with Mna TV close on its heels. Why isn't Mystery Box on the ranking board? As far as Jin Hyuk could recall, Mystery Box consistently maintained a position around third place. However, his name was missing from the ranking board. Let's see. Upon searching on LTube, he found that Mystery Box had uploaded several first-person perspective videos in May. Jin Hyuk had pressed the subscription and the notification button, but Mystery Box's channel had been quiet since then. Is he not playing anymore? That seemed unlikely. Just then, Mystery Box's videos were uploaded. The concept was strange. Even the name of the video category was Stalking Kim Chul-soo. What is he trying to do? A few days later, Jin Hyuk could see what kind of livestream Mystery Box was doing. He was livestreaming about Jin Hyuk. It seemed like he had gained some permission to post Jin Hyuk's play on LTube. A livestream about my play. Previously, Mystery Box had been a first-person streamer producing on-foot content, but now he was just sitting in his studio, talking. Jin Hyuk soon figured out Mystery Box's tactics. The viewer numbers are higher than I thought. Watching a few videos, Jin Hyuk noticed how active Mystery Box's chat was. During the scene where Jin Hyuk was confronting the bodiless one and committed suicide, a torrent of chat messages poured in. LOL. He committed suicide right there? Haha. WTF? LOL. This is amazing. This is so easy. I tried the tutorial field after watching this. Mystery Box cleverly pinned some of the chat messages. This enabled a comment feature on the selected chats, similar to a forum. It was a system Jin Hyuk had not seen with other streamers. * Feel free to leave your comments. * Excessive attacks/profanity may be deleted without notice. * Please refrain from political/hate speech. * Excessive hate comments may lead to being blacklisted. Anonymous? This is so easy. I tried the tutorial field after watching this. AKA, just tried. AKA, just shouting in pain after stabbing himself. AKA, can't even commit suicide. AKA, just being invincible. LOL? There were many comments mocking Real Man. After Jin Hyuk showed himself committing suicide on his livestream, a few streamers tried to do the same thing. Strangely, they all seemed to have a hard time dying. No one was stopping them, and there were no monsters hindering them either. Even the resurrection setting was blatantly activated. If they properly stabbed themselves, they could die easily, but everyone failed. Jin Hyuk could not understand why. They just needed to stab themselves well in one blow for instant death. If they half-assed it, it only hurt, and they wouldn't die, but most of the streamers Jin Hyuk saw didn't instantly die. Real Man, I'm serious? I can show you my video as evidence. In his livestream, Mystery Box received a video from the viewer and shared it on the screen. The video seemed a bit odd and the other viewers knew what was wrong with it. Ha 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 ha. Did he really put 1.8x speed on the video? LOL. Even with the increased speed, he's slower than Kim Chul-soo? What a fail. Haha. Getting stabbed at 1.8x speed but still lost to Chul-soo. LOL. Some even broke down the video frame by frame to create a meme to compare with Jin Hyuk's video. I just made a comparison meme of Kim Chul-soo and Real Man's suicide. LOL, LOL, LOL. They made a meme so quickly and uploaded it. Compared to Jin Hyuk's, Real Man's act of committing suicide looked quite clumsy. Please bring out the next loser. LOL. Stop teasing, ha ha ha. He might cry. Jin Hyuk also smiled at the comments. It wasn't that funny, but the viewers were having fun teasing Real Man. This is, sort of fun. It felt like the viewers were kids visiting an amusement park called Mystery Box. Somehow, watching that was entertaining for Jin Hyuk too. Suddenly, during the livestream, there was a sound of coins jingling. It was the sound effect for a donation. _Roundy has donated 1001. An electronic voice read out _Roundy's message. _Roundy, I want to see Kim Chul-soo's eyes in the third-person perspective. He seems like a real madman. Reading that comment, Mystery Box responded. Hey, Roundy, do you really think we can describe that as madness? It is more than that. His madness is something beyond dimensions of insanity, something miraculous and sacred from a realm beyond. Let's not blaspheme Kim Chul-soo's divine status. What the heck is he trying to say? Wait a minute, there's something strangely off about his livestream. Jin Hyuk continued to watch Mystery Box's livestream as if he was mesmerized by something. I wonder if this works. Jin Hyuk used broadcaster's clairvoyance on Mystery Box's livestream. His livestream was within the realm of play, so Jin Hyuk's broadcaster's clairvoyance should be able to see what was going on. He's using something like the Deceiver's mask. Mystery Box was hiding his real face too. It was difficult for Jin Hyuk to find out about Mystery Box's real face, and he spent hours watching Mystery Box's livestream, trying to grasp his true form. As Jin Hyuk continued to look, something caught his eye. Wait a minute. Why does he seem so familiar? It seemed Jin Hyuk was on the verge of finding out. After a few more hours, Jin Hyuk was finally able to see Mystery Box's true face. King God General. I mean, Wang Yumi. Jin Hyuk could faintly see Yumi's face from Mystery Box, who was hosting the live stream. But wait, why is she? But then, thinking back, there were some hints that suddenly fit together like a puzzle. In Jin Hyuk's past life, Mystery Box had retired relatively early, and around the same time, Wang Yumi had joined the team that supported Jin Hyuk's party. So Mystery Box was actually Wang Yumi. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had done some digging into Mystery Box during his United Nations Security Council days, but back then, Mystery Box's supposedly real identity was under a different name, and was even a male. Could it be? A theory formed in his mind. Mystery Box must have had a mystery like multiple lives or second identity. Perhaps it was a higher grade mystery, one at the level of multiple lives. That was why Mystery Box concealed her identity so thoroughly while she was active, and only after becoming an owner of a building did she join Jin Hyuk's support team in her true form. No wonder she knew the players so well. So it seemed Yumi retired from being a streamer and enjoyed what she loved doing, playing with Jin Hyuk and other members like dolls. Then something else occurred to Jin Hyuk. The Lonely Moon Emperor souvenir series. In Jin Hyuk's previous life, Yumi had made t-shirts with his face on them, and even pillowcases and blankets. There were even life-sized dolls of Jin Hyuk that were sold out in seconds. Thanks to this, Yumi was said to be really rich. Jin Hyuk also made a lot of money but never paid attention since his only concern then was becoming stronger. Even in this timeline, it seemed Yumi was still making money by selling Jin Hyuk. The sound of coins jingling continued as donations were still coming in. Selling me again and becoming rich, are you? Hold on. This is starting to irk me. But I can just activate my chat settings and be done with it, right? The reason Yumi's livestream could thrive was that Jin Hyuk had not communicated at all on his livestream. Jin Hyuk realized he should activate his chat window on his livestream. But playing and communicating with viewers at the same time, like her, is impossible for me. Jin Hyuk felt he was still lacking as a streamer when he met the masked sage. Should I just open the chat window and not talk to the viewers? That would mean the viewers would have no reason to watch Yumi's livestream. If the viewers can chat in my livestream, Yumi will naturally have to give up content related to me. Then I can get rid of her once and for all. The next day, Jin Hyuk started his livestream. Would you like enable your chat on setting? Chat on setting will be enabled. For the first time, Jin Hyuk opened the chat window. Devils, huh? What's going on? My tails, why is the chat working? Anonymous? Hello world, this is really happening? Angelina Jelly, this is really happening. It seemed that the viewers marked in bold were those who had given donations to Jin Hyuk's channel. Feels good, What's with the chat window? Pig run? Bang bang? As the chat window became chaotic, Jin Hyuk felt something prick in his head. An indescribable ominous feeling washed over him. Reflexively, he froze the chat window again. What is this feeling? n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It felt like he had opened Pandora's box that shouldn't have been opened. As he briefly examined the chat window that had gone wild, he discovered something unbelievable. What is this? You have received a secret message. 30. This was not an ordinary chat message, nor was it the bolded chat message of a donor. It was something entirely new. 30, 29, 28. The number decreased by 1 with each passing second. It was most likely a countdown. Putting aside the fact that this was a form of chat that Jin Hyuk had never seen before. Sender, King God General Yumi. The sender was none other than Wang Yumi. Jin Hyuk had no clear understanding of what the situation was. It was bewildering, but he had to pull himself together. I'm a professional streamer. This, too, was part of the content. He had to deal with this unexpected situation and create enjoyable content. I just received a type of message that I have never seen before. It's also underlined. The sender is King God General Yumi. It looks like it will automatically open in 10 seconds. I will go ahead and open it. When Jin Hyuk selected the underlined message with his eyes, the actual hidden message began to appear. Like after a donation, the electronic voice read the message out loud. Hello, I'm the storyteller, King God General Yumi, and my player name is Mystery Box. You might not know me, but we have a lot to talk about. Angry face, let's meet. I'll treat you to an iced chocolate. Though it was clearly the electronic voice, it seemed like Jin Hyuk could hear Yumi's actual voice. That darn iced chocolate. Come to think of it, Yumi would have 2 glasses of iced chocolate every single day. But then, suddenly, a notification popped up. The storyteller's trait forced connection has been applied. At the same time, the livestream transmission is not smooth. Literally, Jin Hyuk's livestream was not transmitting properly. In a panic, he checked LTube and found his livestream was lagging. It was impossible to continue to livestream in this state. What are you doing? He was genuinely furious at that moment. Had Yumi been in front of him, there would have been serious trouble. How dare she ruin my livestream? The electronic voice sounded again, along with a notification. See you soon. Angry face, bye. The notifications about his livestream kept popping up one after another. The livestream transmission is not smooth. The livestream transmission is not smooth. Jin Hyuk had no choice but to end the livestream. It would be better not to livestream at all than do it in this state. Without realizing it, he found himself angrily reciting Yumi's player name. King, God, General, Yumi. Jin Hyuk had no idea what she was up to, nor did he know how she could do such a thing to his livestream. I'm not going to let this go. As he cooled his anger and returned home, an astonishing scene unfolded. Hello. Yumi was sitting on his sofa. Jin Hyeok wanted to rush over and grab her by her collar, but that wasn't so easy to do. Oh, Jin Hyeok, you're home. Jin Hyeok's mother was preparing tea and fruit to welcome the guest, and next to Yumi, Cha Jin-sol was seated. She wasn't just sitting. She was even leaning comfortably with her arms linked to Yumi's arm as if they were close friends. I need to keep calm. It felt like this was the hardest thing to do since Jin Hyeok started playing. Appa, come over and sit down. Okay, but who the hell is that? Jin Hyeok was also curious. Why on earth is Yumi in my house? Why are you being so rude, Appa? You shouldn't say things like that. Yumi stood up from the sofa. Nice to meet you, I am Wang Yumi. I know. King God General Yumi. You already figured it out. Yumi covered her mouth and laughed with her eyes forming crescent moons. Jin Hyeok almost poked her eyes out. Why are you two together? Jin Hyeok asked. Huh? Didn't I tell you? I told you about a senior at work who helped and looked after me a lot when I first joined the company. Come to think of it, Jin Hyeok seemed to remember hearing something like that over the phone. Jin-sol said that she was very thankful or something. Thanks to that senior, Jin-sol was able to blend into the company. So, that senior is Wang Yumi. Yes. I really like her. This was something Jin Hyeok did not know in his previous life. Yumi was laughing heartily. We have a lot to talk about, don't we? Yumi's eyes were extraordinarily bright. I've seen those eyes before. As his anger subsided a little, he began to see new things. Whenever Yumi showed those eyes, she always gave me solutions to my problems and I ultimately benefited a lot from that. Along with the support team, Yumi was an absolutely indispensable being to Jin Hyeok in his previous life. Setting aside their personal differences, it was an undeniable fact that she had been of great help. What does she want to talk about? Yumi began to speak. Yumi spilled the words without a pause. The quality of the live stream you're doing makes communication with the public difficult. Therefore, collaboration with a contracted storyteller is essential. In essence, Yumi wanted to handle public interaction while broadcasting Jin Hyeok's live stream. Of course, you can refuse my proposal if you want. Yumi's eyes were tinged with madness, flickering wildly. I will proceed with my duties as a player. I believe that no one has the right to force anything on my play. Yet, you were disturbing my play. My live stream transmission is still not smooth. It was the first time Jin Hyeok had seen something like this from the system. That's part of my play. If you were an outstanding player, shouldn't you have stopped my play with your play? That's true. Wow, quick to admit? So cool, hee. Oh, by the way, I'm not saying that I will broadcast your live stream for free. We will have to make a system contract, and I would have to pay a reasonable fee. Yumi handed him a piece of paper. A system contract. This was not created by a person. It probably was a job item that she acquired when she became a storyteller. As you can see, 99% of the donation that I will receive will be yours. The accumulated donations until now are around 30 million dios. If you sign the contract, the future donations will be automatically sent on the first day of every month. Jin Hyeok narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her. 99%. Yes, 99%. 99% was almost the same as 100%. She was willing to give him all the profits she made. She hasn't changed. It had always been like this. Yumi was never really interested in her tangible gains, probably because she had set up her retirement funds when she was Mystery Box. She did not care about profits, she wholly devoted herself to Jin Hyeok's NIS party so that they would thrive. Her motivation seemed to lie there. As Jin Hyeok had thought in his past life, while the direction of her play did not align with his, it was undeniable that she was passionate about her work and was a massive help to Jin Hyeok's party. So, money doesn't matter to her. She seemed to want to enjoy her work as a storyteller. What did revenue matter when a player was indulging in a hobby that was thrilling beyond imagination? Jin Hyeok looked into Yumi's still mad eyes. That look. I hate that I like it. While mentally tormenting Jin Hyeok, those eyes promised numerous benefits. The Wang Yumi that Jin Hyeok was annoyingly familiar with from his previous life, like a warm iced Americano, was here in front of him. My main content is communication with viewers, centered on you, Jin Hyeok. It's kind of like a playground. My live stream is a communication playground. However, it will never catch up to your live stream. Hehe. I cannot fully capture the excitement and tension unique to your first-person perspective live stream as a storyteller. Ultimately, my live stream will only serve to enrich your live stream. Because your live stream is so superior and beautiful. Jin Hyeok felt a subtle, yet complicated emotion. Although this Wang Yumi was undoubtedly different from the one in his previous life, he kept seeing the two overlap. I shouldn't think like this. Jin Hyeok's reason protested against joining hands with Yumi. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I should. I should. I should. However, Jin Hyeok's instinct insisted that he had to join hands with her. It was as if somebody was whispering in his ear. With Yumi, you can grow to even greater heights. Don't you want to climb higher? Yumi will make that possible. You've experienced how good she was in your previous life. And Jin-sol said her appa was really handsome, you know. Yumi said, Uni. Considering you two are brothers and sisters, I thought Jin-sol was hit in the head or something, but seeing you personally, I can see why Jin-sol would say that. I didn't know you were this handsome. I can understand why a blood relative calls you handsome. Why are those eyes looking more vacant and chaotic? You remind me, for some reason, of a moon rising high and cold at dawn. I don't think I can do another Moon Emperor thing in this lifetime. Yumi covered her mouth with her hand and kept laughing. I don't like where this is going. But why do I feel so excited? Can I grow even more? In a coffee shop in downtown Seoul, Yumi met someone after finalizing the contract. I really didn't know he would be that different, Yumi said. Right. Her counterpart was a large foreigner named Joseph. He was Yumi's investor and manager, and together they had built an exclusive partnership. Joseph took care of the financial and administrative support, allowing the storyteller, Wang Yumi, to concentrate solely on her play. When I met him, I knew for sure. It was strange. Jin Hyuk seems to want to grow higher than anyone else, but at the same time, it feels like he's shackling himself with bizarre self-imposed restrictions. I felt the same way. He's suppressing himself, as if afraid of something unknown. Joseph stroked his chin thoughtfully. But a person can never go against the law of nature. There will come a day when Jin Hyuk breaks his own restrictions and takes flight. Like a salmon returning home. They looked at each other and laughed together. Their bright smiles made them look as affectionate as a loving couple. We must prepare and wait for that day. When he spreads his wings, we must help him so that he can ascend more effortlessly. It felt like they were born to do so. You're right. When he eventually breaks out of his own shell, we must take good care of him so that he isn't confused. After all, he is someone who must shine. Hoo hoo. Lets paved the way for him. I'm so happy to have met a kindred spirit. Cheers. Cheers. One sipped espresso, and the other gulped down an iced chocolate. The young golden guardian tree began to attract the attention of the public. Information about what the guardian tree was started to be released from the SSP and the Korean region minor gallery. Moreover, the golden guardian tree is an incredibly rare guardian tree, one of the few across all servers. Considering that such a guardian tree has grown during the open beta service, perhaps the Great Will, *, a term encompassing everything that governs the system's order, is bestowing significant protection upon the Earth server. Although it is still a young golden guardian tree now, if it grows well in the proper environment, it will undoubtedly become a blessing like no other for Earth. Written by Encyclopedia. Numerous offers also came to Jin Hyuk, who owned a building right in front of it. They are offering 20 billion won for the building. How about selling the building? The value of the building Jin Hyuk bought for 8 billion was now 20 billion won. I said I'm not selling. If you contact me again, I am going to block you. The spotlight poured onto Yin Huidong in the news and various online communities. The house where Jin Hyuk and his family stayed soared to 8 billion won in price. It was an unprecedented surge. Before long, Jin Hyuk's net worth reached over 30 billion. As a person who became wealthy in a short amount of time, Jin Hyuk stroked his chin. The guardian tree grew too fast, much faster than I expected. If the timing was just a little later, becoming a building owner in Yanhuidong would have been much harder. I should have bought it a bit later. If Jin Hyuk tried to purchase the building later, it would have been very difficult. Retiring from playing wouldn't even have crossed his mind.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, having fulfilled half his dreams, he was now at a stage where he had to consider retirement. Jin Hyuk felt a little down. It was as if the last legitimate excuse he had not to retire had disappeared. For now, remodeling was underway on the building that had collapsed before. Unfortunately, it seemed doable with the money he had. What did you say? Building permissions have become overly complicated and challenging. Various administrative regulations started to be implemented as Yanhuidong began to attract too much attention. The government officials didn't seem to like any change happening in Yanhuidong. Jin Hyuk began to feel a little happier. Well, that's okay. I guess it can't be helped. I spent so much money on it, but I can't even rent it out. It couldn't be helped. No rent meant he could only focus on his play. He also thought it would be nice to have a building in his parents' names. It would be a great 60th birthday gift to give my parents a building in Yanhuidong, wouldn't it? That would mean playing for a long time. Retirement seemed to be pushed back even further. What a shame. Jin Hyuk's mood lifted slightly more. That was until just before he received a call from Maria, who was from the National Intelligence Service and referred to as Mother. Therefore, we are proposing. If you accept this proposal, we will help facilitate various administrative procedures that are currently troubling you, Mr. Kim Chul-soo. Administrative procedures. I understand that the building permit has been halted. How frustrated must you be? I can help with that. You will be able to begin the renovation work right away. How about it? It's a good offer, isn't it? Jin Hyuk frowned. She's pissing me off. He took a breath and asked again, please tell me again. What do you want me to do? Externally, Maria was the Vice Minister of the Office of New Civilization Management of the National Intelligence Service. However, in reality, she was sort of an administrator, handpicked to oversee the system and directly responsible for cultivating players. Soon, the free duel system, or PvP zone, will be introduced. It's a system where you fight in individual or team battles with resurrection settings enabled, Maria said. I will make it hard for you to refuse my offer, Maria thought. She wanted regular interactions and duels between Flaming Fist's party and the National Intelligence Service players. We must maintain a continuous relationship with Flaming Fist's party. It's for the development of our team. She especially thought it was essential to continue interactions with Cha Jin Hyuk. Maria was pouring great interest in him from a player management perspective. Some people might undervalue Jin Hyuk as a flashy prospect due to his talent, but Maria did not see it that way. A saying that those two versatile could not become the top in one field did not concern her. Cha Jin Hyuk, no, Kim Chol-soo, is the player showing the clearest and the greatest potential in South Korea. And Jin Hyuk had a peculiar obsession with buying buildings. It even seemed as if buying houses and buildings in Yeonhwi-dong was his lifetime goal. But various administrative restrictions have become a great inconvenience to him. Maria judged that relieving Jin Hyuk's inconvenience would make him very happy. However, his reaction was very different from what she had expected. Sorry, but I refuse. I knew you would come, Arrow. What did you say? I see no reason to interact with your team. Jin Hyuk was slightly uneasy. Maria had often catered to his convenience in the past. If she carelessly eased the administrative restrictions now, it could lead to trouble. Jin Hyuk did not want even one excuse for why he shouldn't retire or why he should play harder to disappear. Jin Hyuk spoke firmly, your team is too weak. This was true. He was thinking with significantly lowered standards, but still, the current level of players was far below his standards. I remember I was just like them. Jin Hyuk always reminded himself that he was also once weak. Still, Jin Hyuk flatly refused Maria's offer. After hanging up, Maria sat at her desk and closed her eyes. I was so sure that he would say yes to this offer, Maria thought. Yet he refused. Is our team so pathetic that he would refuse even such a sweet offer? It deeply wounded Maria's pride. She clenched her fists under the desk. We just need more proactive support. Her actions had to be cautious. As an administrator officially recognized by the system, she couldn't disregard the balance with other players. She began to draft a document. It was a formal request for additional support and assistance in player development. Lately, Jin Hyuk had found himself immersed in deep thought. I don't know how long I will be able to play like this, with such joy. In his previous life, he learned a bitter lesson. There was no such thing as being perfect at everything. A player might be adequate at many things but never the best. Even if what Jin Hyuk was experiencing now was extraordinary and revolutionary, he always had the thought that it wouldn't last forever. Still, I think I can do this until I'm level 150. He had only about 90 levels left. He didn't need to worry about what lay beyond, at least for now. Finally, he made up his mind. If I want to enjoy this to the fullest in this short time, I have no choice but to pursue extreme efficiency. In this regard, clearing dungeons on his own was the best way, and clearing with just one partner was almost as enjoyable. Soon, with the addition of the PvP zone, there will probably be solo dungeons and dual play dungeons. PvP zone, solo mode, dual play mode. They seem to be updated more quickly than in his past life, but these three things tend to be released simultaneously. Jin Hyuk had little opportunity to properly experience them because he was bound to a party, but a man's dream, after all, was solo play. Each one of you can fulfill your roles in any party, or you can form your own parties, Jin Hyuk said. He decided to let his nurtured members become independent. He really wanted to not tell them, but there was one more honest reason. If, just if, I can still actively participate even after level 150, I will gradually need my own faction. Those who had their own faction and were top of their game were relatively safe. Being strong as an individual and being strong as a group were entirely different. Therefore, if Jin Hyuk were to grow to the point of being targeted by other players, forming a faction would be much more advantageous. Of course, Jin Hyuk was not saying that he would enjoy playing like this beyond level 150. That would be utterly unconscientious of him. Cha Jin-sol wore a serious expression. Why? Is it because we're weak? She asked. No, it's not that. We'll do better. We will work hard to meet your standards. So, let's just keep playing together, Appa. I hate the thought of playing without you. There's a thrill I can only feel when I'm with you, Jin-sol said while her voice quivered. Seo Jia also stepped forward, slyly grabbing Jin Hyuk's sleeve. It seemed Jia felt the same way as Jin-sol. I, also, feel the same way. Kim Jong-hyeon appeared to share his sentiment as well. However, Mok Jae-hyeon wore a slightly relieved expression. Jae-hyeon, what about you? Jin Hyuk said. I am sad about it, but I think I know why you made this decision. Through the recent battle with the Milky Way Alliance, I've learned a lot too. Really. Ultimately, there is a clear limit to how well a single party can do. We need a faction too. To do that, I think we should split up and each form our own parties. On closer examination, it seemed Jae-hyeon had a knack for seeing how the future unfolded. After quite a lengthy discussion, the members finally agreed to respect Jin Hyuk's decision. Jia's tears started to flow. Why are you crying like that? Jin Hyuk asked. He had no idea why. If someone saw them, it might look like they were breaking up. Hashtag where to find a ruler of similar skill? Hashtag no hope. Hashtag so frustrating. Hashtag gotta look for another ruler. Ah, if she is crying because of that, I totally understand. Seo Jisu's eyes were also red, probably for a similar reason. But still, Appa, have a coffee with me now and then, Jisu said with a slightly sullen tone. Coffee? How strange. Not a sword fight, but a coffee. I haven't shown you what I'm capable of yet. That makes sense. It would be weird if she could show her true capability when she wasn't even level 100. You still haven't found out my true beauty yet, Appa. You'll be surprised how beautiful I will become when you see me the next time. That was a good resolution. To become that beautiful, she would have to become really strong. Jin Hyeok patted Jisoo's shoulder with a sudden feeling of pride. They decided to form their own parties. Everyone agreed to establish a close cooperative relationship, promising to be each other's steadfast partners. No one knew that this would later become the precursor to the Earth server's most powerful network USK, United States of Korea/United States of Kim Chulsu. Jin Hyeok turned on his live stream. What makes me angry is the uncivilized attitude of not acknowledging defeat. The issue of players joining forces to attack Jin Hyeok was not at all troubling. It was only natural for players to fight for their beliefs. However, the complete denial of such a clear defeat was a very uncivilized act. That was what Jin Hyeok thought, at least. I demand Chairman Choi Ik-won to accept defeat. Stop dragging this out disgracefully. Ik-won had recently felt a significant threat to his personal safety, and this had dramatically increased the number and size of his security forces. He was extremely cautious when it came to his outside activities, not knowing. So, what you're demanding is not an apology or compensation, but acknowledgement. Ik-won said. Yes, that's right. That's what is being said for now. Ik-won felt his entire sense of reason shaken to the very core. Lost in agony, he mumbled to himself, am I failing to adapt to how the world is changing, or does that person have an abnormal mindset? It was as if Jin Hyeok didn't mind that someone had tried to kill him. Jin Hyeok was just insisting that Ik-won acknowledged his defeat. I will set up a meeting, Ik-won said. Ik-won had reached where he was without knowing defeat, but that was a different matter. In fact, Ik-won didn't place much importance on losing as a player. He arranged an official meeting and formally invited Jin Hyeok. He also invited Bonjour TV and Mienna TV, two of the most popular streamers, and numerous reporters gathered. Will my acknowledgement of defeat really suffice for you? Ik-won asked. What more do I need? But I tried to kill you. That's understandable n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Ik-won couldn't take his eyes off Jin Hyeok, and he realized that Jin Hyeok was sincere. It didn't look like Jin Hyeok was hiding any ulterior motives. To Jin Hyeok, acknowledgement itself was what mattered. I don't care about any of that. But common sense dictates that if you have been defeated to this extent, you should officially acknowledge defeat and make a defeat pledge, right? Jin Hyeok said. I'm starting to confuse what's common sense and what's not. And? Does that mean you are not going to admit it? Ik-won shook his head. Already, many of his files had been stolen by an unknown thief. Ik-won now seemed to understand what Jin Hyeok meant when he said that a thief could be scarier than an assassin. Everyone had their weaknesses, and Ik-won was no different. Jin Hyeok was holding the weaknesses in his hand. I will officially admit defeat, Ik-won said. Are you saying that as the chairman of the Shinal Group, or as the head of the Milky Way Alliance? Does it matter? It sure does. Ha, Ik-won chuckled helplessly. My life's work, my enterprise, it seems to have no value to that man. The world is changing too quickly, Ik-won thought. If a person could not adapt to change, they became obsolete. Though Ik-won was willing to step down from his throne, he had no desire to become obsolete. It seems it's about time for me to retire as well. Ik-won finally declared his defeat. So, what do you want? The victor always took everything from the loser, and the loser always gave everything to the victor. That was the truth of the world, as Ik-won had experienced. He thought this philosophy would also be applied in this situation. However, Jin Hyeok frowned. You're not planning on giving me money, are you? Jin Hyeok said. What? It looks like you intend to pay a substantial amount of money as compensation. You'd best not think about doing that. Jin Hyeok almost lost his temper for a moment. He's thinking like Maria, Jin Hyeok thought. Maria, offering to simplify administrative procedures, and Ik-won, wanting to compensate with money. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, both were contemptible. Just sign here. Defeat pledge. There was a provision that if a player from Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong's party were to go to war with someone, Ik-won would automatically participate. Also included was the content that all players belonging to the Milky Way Alliance could not attack any players of Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong's party. However, if a player from Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong's party attacks a player from the Milky Way Alliance, retaliation is permitted. Essentially, it meant that they could not attack first, but once they were being attacked, retaliation was allowed. In truth, such details were not particularly important to Jin Hyeok. I've obtained a defeat pledge. The more defeat pledges he had, the more prestigious his party became. The higher the reputation of the opponent, the better. Jin Hyeok was happy. Let's consider our dispute settled. Really? Ik-won couldn't believe that simply acknowledging defeat and drafting a pledge would erase all that had happened, and even the part where he was actively trying to kill Jin Hyeok would be resolved. It was utterly shocking that the situation was being wrapped up so quickly. Why? Do you want to do more? No, that's not it. Jin Hyeok was the first to leave the conference room, and Ik-won blankly stared at him from behind. Is he just big-hearted, or his common sense is different from everybody else? Ik-won thought. It was hard to know the answer to that question. Everyone else in the world would do what it took to receive as much money as they could, but Jin Hyeok didn't even care about that. Ik-won decided to give up on trying to understand him. Meanwhile, after leaving the conference room of the Shinal Group, Jin Hyeok saw a woman on the first floor. A person protesting by herself. Her face looked oddly familiar. She was a family member of someone who had been in an accident while working for a subsidiary of the Shinal Group. She was demanding a thorough investigation and a sincere apology. Wait a minute. Jin Hyeok stopped to observe the woman conducting the solitary protest. He felt like he knew who she was. Is that Shin Uri? She was the villain who had once plunged Korea into shock and horror, a woman with the alias, siege weapon. What is Shin Uri doing here? The alliance of villains. It was unmistakably Uri, who had led the demigod alliance. To think that I'd see Shin Uri here. Should I kill her now? For a brief moment, the thought of killing her crossed Jin Hyeok's mind, but he shook his head. Most people considered Uri to be Korea's worst villain, but Jin Hyeok's thoughts were different. She's not like Jeon Namgil, who is an absolute scum. People like serial killer Jeon Namgil were garbage. They didn't differentiate between players and non-players, recklessly rampaging, driven only by their desires. However, Uri was not like that. Uri of the Demigod Alliance always waged war with players and even issued declarations of war beforehand. The so-called powerful alliances were destroyed by the Demigod Alliance. Also, Jin Hyeok and his party, who faced her in his previous life, would have been annihilated too, if it wasn't for the masked sage. It's a bit too much to call her a villain. While it was true that she killed many people, that was all within the realm of play, and she just did what a player had to do. Jin Hyeok felt that she might have been treated a bit unfairly. What people called a disaster or bloodbath at that time was an unavoidable aspect because her power was excessively strong. I am going to have an interview with her. Jin Hyeok approached her. Her eyes were swollen, probably from crying so much. Are you a reporter? Uri asked. I'm not a reporter. I'm a streamer. Upon hearing that he wasn't a reporter, she looked somewhat disappointed. Jin Hyeok's pride as a streamer was hurt a little. Hashtag grasping at straws. Hashtag I need the world to see this. Hashtag please help me find the corpse, at least. Jin Hyeok had to restore his damaged pride. In the age of new civilization, he had to prove that a streamer was better than an average reporter. Of course, if he had been a reporter, he would have wanted to prove that a reporter was better than an average steamer. You have used the skill exclusive in-depth interview. Uri was a level 1 player. Even though she was awakened as a player, in reality, she was virtually a non-player. The vast difference in their levels allowed Jin Hyeok to quickly discern her situation. It was similar to how Han Seirin's past, which he didn't particularly want to see, automatically replayed in his mind. You've lost your husband, haven't you? Jin Hyeok asked. Shin Uri was one of the most destructive villains by the standards of the future. However, right now, she was a wife who had lost her husband just 3 months after marriage. They forced him into the coal mine field that appeared near Panjo 1. Well, that crosses the line. Forcing non-players into fields to farm loot was a crime that usually happened in third-world countries. Non-players were much cheaper in terms of labor costs than players, thus some unscrupulous corporations would employ non-players to acquire certain items. Jin Hyeok bit his lip and then continued to speak. I see. So that's what happened. He wished Uri could see how angry he was. So, to summarize, the deceased Kim Min-jong was an employee of a subcontractor under the Shinal Group. He was assigned to mine low-grade monostones in Panjo coal minefield and died suddenly due to a monster attack. The Shinal Group is not acknowledging this, claiming that your husband returned home normally. Is this correct? Yes. That's correct. Should I just go back up and beat the hell out of Choi Kwon? Employing non-players? If it were the old me, he would be dead right now. However, Jin Hyeok had grown now. He immediately contacted Seirin and Mole Man. They both said they were busy, but should I call Mole Man then? Should I call Pathfinder then? Upon hearing that Jin Hyeok was going to call their rivals, they both rushed over at once. Why is Mole Man here? Why is Pathfinder here, Molly? 2 heads are better than 1, right? Jin Hyeok said while shrugging his shoulders. I can't work with Mole Man. I am not going to work with Pathfinder, Molly. There seemed to be quite a bit of animosity between the two. Their glances clashed in midair, almost sparking. Are you guys stupid? What? What do you mean, Molly? I am going to give you both the same request. Same field, same time, same information. Their expressions began to change. They were top-ranked players, so they understood what Jin Hyeok was trying to say. Isn't this the best opportunity to outdo each other? That's true, Molly. Jin Hyeok laid out a playing field for them to compete. Reading the traces of the past and the present to pioneer the future safely and quickly. That's in the navigator's domain. I believe Pathfinder and Mole Man can do it, Jin Hyeok said. They arrived at Panjo. You can't come in here. This is private property. These people were talking nonsense. How can a field be a private property? If it was a matter of forceful possession, maybe, but private property. Fortunately, the people blocking Jin Hyeok were players. What nonsensical talk are you spouting? Jin Hyeok said. What? I am going to count to 10, if you don't move, you're all going to die. 1, 2, 10. Jin Hyeok swung the greatsword of Logon. Whoosh! The greatsword grazed the hair above one of the men's head. Fortunately, the guys were quick-witted and fled, screaming in terror. I cannot tolerate acts that disturb the order of play. Jin Hyeok and the navigators entered Panjo coal minefield, where the 2 navigators were zealously competing to collect clues and evidence. I've traced a non-player's footsteps, Molly. I got a non-player's body hair. Jin Hyeok didn't know how they did it, but the 2 had gathered evidence that a non-player had been there. Huh? Wait, something is here. Mole Man dug into the ground with his clawed hand, and his expression darkened. Mole Man had found a skull. It was unmistakably human bones. This makes it hard to feel happy about it, Molly. Sairin also approached with a somewhat somber face. Is this skull of a non-player? Jin Hyok asked. Yes, Molly. There are distinct traces, Molly. I'm detecting traces of a chemical process done by a player's ability, Molly. Can we confirm the identity of the skull? Mole Man hesitated a bit. Then Sairin interjected, it's difficult to confirm the identity, but I can restore the face from when he was alive. Since it was decayed by a player's ability, I should be able to restore it with mine. Mole Man found the skull and Pathfinder restored the face of the skull. In a situation where it was ambiguous to say who was better, it seemed the two had given up on further competition. Let's postpone the competition for next time, Sairin said. Humph. I'll let you off this time, Molly. They went outside the coal mine field and showed Uri a photo of the restored face. Uri collapsed into tears with a choked sob, unable to say anything for a while, just crying. Ah, how heartbreaking it must be. Sairin embraced Uri tightly. Mole Man muttered, this situation is too uncomfortable, and disappeared somewhere. After a while, Uri spoke to Jin Hyok. I know it's too much to ask, but, can you find the body? I will surely reward you. At that moment, Mole Man, who had disappeared somewhere, reappeared. A large coffin was slung over his shoulder. Here it is. This was a rare occasion where Mole Man didn't say Molly. He set down the coffin and disappeared again. When Uri opened the coffin's lid, she sobbed uncontrollably for a long time. Sairin consoled her and asked, shall I restore the body for you? In the end, she restored the body. The wife, who had lost her husband just 3 months after their wedding, clung to his body, sobbing and wailing until she fainted. Jin Hyok felt powerful mana emanating from the entrance of the coal mine field. Thousands of strands of mana wrapped around Uri's unconscious body like a silkworm cocoon. Simultaneously, an awakening NPC from the Room of Awakening revealed itself. You have fulfilled the special conditions N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. The NPC in the form of an angel appeared by the mana cocoon, with only the face of Uri peeking out. It gently kissed her forehead. You shall be reborn with a special job, Artillery of Nemesis. May you carry out your will, the angel said. Nemesis. As far as Jin Hyok knew, she was the goddess of vengeance. Jin Hyok silently stared at Uri, who had transformed into a silkworm cocoon. So this is how Uri was awakened. Ordinary players were usually awakened officially at level 15 in the Room of Awakening. However, there were those who were awakened like this, bypassing the process. This required satisfying several intricate and difficult conditions, of which the exact details were almost unknown. People awakened this way were referred to as irregulars. Jin Hyok could see Uri's level rising before his eyes. LV9, LV10, LV44, LV45. Her level shot up to 45 in an instant. It wasn't common, but it wasn't unheard of either. Irregulars often start at levels different from normal players. It was similar to succubuses, who were born at level 70. Watching Uri, wrapped by the mana threads, he felt a complex mixture of emotions. Is she going to form the Demigod Alliance and become a great villain again? Regardless of what he thought, most people saw her as a villain. But wouldn't it be better if I just raised her? She's not a villain yet. The reason why he wanted to do that was not very grand. Before regression, Jin Hyok's party had lost to the Demigod Alliance that she led. If she grows up properly, it feels like we can fight again. Jin Hyok wanted to battle the Shin Uri from his past life, who had overwhelming power. If I pave the way, I'm sure she will grow up to be a great player. Then, Jin Hyok thought of a great idea. I'll support her a bit and leave her to Maria. Shin Uri joining the National Intelligence Services Party. The current NIS party was quite weak, but with the addition of Uri, it would probably be considered the strongest one in Korea. Fighting against that NIS party would be fun too. Though Uri was pitiable as a person, Jin Hyok wasn't exactly deeply moved by her husband's death. He had experienced too many deaths to mourn each one individually. He simply decided to do a little of what he had to do. Ms. Shin Uri, you wanted a sincere apology from the Shinal group, didn't you? In various online communities, including the Korean region Minor Gallery, chaos broke out once again, and at the center of the issue was Kim Chulsu. Memes from the Mystery Box channel were rapidly produced and spread everywhere. At this moment, Kim Chulsu showed a calm demeanor without overly mourning, which could be seen as a dignified way of showing respect to Shin Uri. He verified what Uri really wanted and acted upon it. Truly, it was a graceful consolation and magnanimity that only a strong player could show. So cool. 2222. 3333. I think I've watched that scene 300 times. But every time it feels like I'm watching it for the first time. It's so thrilling. How can we define this amazing Chulsu? Just purely brilliant. I'm glad I'm a citizen of the country that has Kim Chulsu. In the end, Chairman Choi Ik-won of the Shinal Group personally came forward, knelt down, and apologized. He promised compensation for Shin Uri. Justice is alive. Wow, we're experiencing history. Behold, Kim Chulsu has turned the world upside down with his hammer of justice. He has blown the trumpet of righteousness. Ik-won's decision was incredibly swift because he had watched Jin Hyok's livestream in real time. He felt a peculiar emotion from Jin Hyok. He doesn't mind being targeted by assassins, and he doesn't care about money. But he's furious about non-players being used in play, Ikwon thought. Having seen Jin Hyeok in person, Ikwon was able to make a decision. I was already thinking about when to retire. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Ikwon called a press conference, knelt before Uri, and apologized. He promised punishment for those involved and compensation for her and spoke of taking responsibility by stepping down from his throne. But isn't using non-players still legal? Then why is he apologizing? I heard Europe already declared it illegal. Our government officials really do nothing with our tax money. Although it had not been declared illegal yet, the public opinion was buzzing that justice had been served. Joseph and Wang Yumi sat across from each other at the desk in their new office. They were trembling together with the same expression on their faces. The star is rising. The moon is rising. They both stared into space with identical looks. Yumi murmured, "The narrative is amazing. There are so many elements to becoming a fan of Jin Hyeok that I have no idea what to choose. Among them, my favorite element is this one. There is something twisted about the way he hides his tearing heart, the way he mourns the wife who lost her husband in his own way, the way his sublime silence is sublimated into a beauty that reeks of danger." Joseph no longer heard what Yumi was saying. He chuckled as he browsed through the hot reactions from various online communities. Money and fame didn't matter to him. Joseph simply wanted to see Jin Hyeok shine brightly as a star. Seeing that Jin Hyeok was gradually accomplishing that made Joseph feel very good. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok received an unexpected proposal. "What do you think of this offer? Don't you like it?" The person who made the proposal was none other than Maria. One Panjo refers to a planned city just south of South. It is known as the Korean Silicon Valley. Maria proposed a sort of quest to Cha Jin Hyeok. She wanted him to persuade Shin Uri, who had awakened as artillery of Nemesis, to join the National Intelligence Services Party. It seemed that Maria had recognized Uri's potential. If he succeeded in this quest, Maria promised to provide him with one piece of information of any kind, within Maria's authority. This is a win-win for me. Even if Maria hadn't proposed it, Jin Hyeok had intended to do this all along. Of course, Uri's own opinion would be the most important, but Jin Hyeok thought it would be better for Uri to grow in the NIS under proper management, rather than be consumed by the recently acquired power and become a villain.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "I refuse," Jin Hyeok said. Had it been the old Jin Hyeok, he would have accepted without a second thought. In his previous life, his goal was simply to become stronger. However, now it was different. He had tasted what it was like to play as a ruler, and he was able to identify which situation was good content for his LTube channel. Now that he knew the taste of pizza and fried chicken, it felt a bit disappointing to eat only salad. "Why so?" Maria asked. "To be precise, I refuse half of your proposal." Maria calmly sipped her tea, waiting for his explanation. A player's future can be completely changed depending on how the early growth is determined. That's true. In the beginning, I plan to stand by and guide her. You, as in Mr. Kim Chol-soo. Yes. Why? Let me ask you this then. Who else but me can support Uri, who lost her husband and is on the verge of collapse? Though it wasn't solely for Uri's sake, but still, Jin Hyeok managed to get the Shinal group to apologize to her, leading to punishment for many responsible. Chairman Choi Ik-won even stepped down from his position. Jin Hyeok didn't plan on being Uri's sturdy support, but it happened as he did what he had to do. I've unintentionally become an emotional support for her, am I wrong? No, you're right. I will guide and nurture her in the beginning if she wishes. But after some time passes, I will try to persuade her to join your side. Maria took another sip of her tea. A bit of time passed. What do you request in return, Mr. Kim Chol-soo? Information. Information. Information that aligns with our mutual interests. I want the information to properly nurture Shin Uri. There must be a skill that is essential for her. Since our interests align, I would appreciate more detailed and useful information. Maria and Jin Hyeok talked for a while, and they were able to come to a very satisfying conclusion. As Maria got up from her seat, she cautiously asked, "But why? Why are you doing this?" It was as if she was saying the Kim Chol-soo whom she knew didn't seem like a person brimming with humanity. I knew she would ask this. And as Jin Hyeok had already expected that question and had prepared an answer in advance. "Because I want to help her," Jin Hyeok calmly replied. At his words, Maria looked at him with a somewhat bewildered expression but didn't question any further. The livestream of Mystery Box, Wang Yumi, attracted more viewers than ever before. Kim Chol-soo was currently livestreaming content on his daily life. In such cases, more viewers flocked to Mystery Box's channel. She paused the screen for a moment, then rewound the video slightly. "Let's watch that again," she said. On the screen, Chol-soo was speaking. "Because I want to help her." The viewers' chat went wild. Barack_Yumama, mind blown. "One more beer, look how insanely cool he looks. Semi-automatic printer, why am I crying so hard?" Exclamations of awe come up incessantly. "Love Chol-soo, Appa, you can have me. June Papa, truly strong people act like that. I want to be like him too. I'm so touched." To the viewers, Chol-soo seemed to ask for nothing in return. The sincerity of simply wanting to help came across, and it created a wave of emotion. Mystery Box discussed various aspects of this scene with the viewers, communicating with them. She then put her hands together in a slightly exaggerated manner, placed them against her cheek, and made a dreamy expression. They say heroes are born in troubled times, don't they? I feel like I'm witnessing that right now. What do you all think? You have accepted the quest Maria's proposal. Jin Hyuk accepted Maria's quest. He received a call from Uri right away, so he immediately left the house. They met at a coffee shop. Uri was dressed in black. Thank you so much. Thanks to your care, I was able to retrieve my husband and hold a proper funeral. I am truly sorry that I couldn't express my gratitude properly before as I was overwhelmed. Thank you, Uri said. It's okay. I wanted to help you. Thank you for saying that. Jin Hyuk meant what he said, but somehow, she didn't seem to believe him. I don't understand why you would do all this for me. What I don't understand is why she is getting choked up. Jin Hyuk decided to understand that she was being this erratic because she was not in a mentally sound state. Uri placed her cell phone on the table and slid it toward him. I saw this, Uri said. Huh. It was Mystery Box's channel on YouTube. It was a video edited by King God General Yumi. What's this? The video attracted many viewers, and they seemed heavily focused. While overly praising Jin Hyuk, Yumi was attaching an emotional narrative to what he had done. Wow, really? She's making me look like a saint? But it does seem a bit forced. Jin Hyuk almost laughed. Receiving attention was more enjoyable than he thought. Should I turn on my chat, too? No. If I do that, the live stream quality will decrease. I'll just keep doing what I usually do, and watch the viewers' reactions through Mystery Box's channel. I know the general content through your previous videos. I don't know all of it, but please let me join you. What should I call you? Call me Kim Chul-soo when I'm streaming, and Cha Jin Hyuk when I'm not. The favor you've done for me, Jin Hyuk, is too big for me to keep to myself. In summary, Uri also wanted to become a person who exercised a good influence, like Jin Hyuk. She said there had to be many people like her husband, and she wanted to help them. What on earth happened in the previous life that turned this lovely person into a villain? How can I become as strong as you? I'm not strong. It rather hurts Chul-soo's pride to be called strong at this stage. I'm actually thinking of retiring at level 150 while hiding my skills, because I'm weak, yet you call me strong. Jin Hyuk couldn't agree with her, but he let it go. Anyway, I'll help you, he said. Jin Hyuk explained the job called Artillery of Nemesis to Uri. Your abilities right now are incomplete. For the time being, there is only one skill that you will be able to use, and THA is to materialize a gigantic cannon and fire it. However, its destructive power was far from ordinary. It takes a long time to charge mana, and there is a lengthy cooldown after firing. Also, your physical abilities are very weak. Therefore, it's a job that's not very useful in small-scale battles. Does that mean I can't become strong? In small-scale battles, no. However, in large-scale battles, it was a different story. No area effect spell from any mage could compare to Uri's cannon. That was the case on Earth, at least. If you have a good team around you and are in an environment where you can be well protected, you will unleash more formidable firepower than anyone else. And Maria's party should be more than capable of fulfilling that role. However, it would be good if you had some other protective abilities of your own. It would be good for her to have abilities that she could use to protect herself, like Jin Hyuk's Broadcaster's Barrier. And Jin Hyuk already knew what ability would suit her the best. Iron Dome. It was a defensive mystery. It was a unique mystery that had only been discovered once in the whole universe. It was the special ability that Uri had in Jin Hyuk's previous life. It would be nice if you could get a defensive mystery, and even better if you could get a mobility mystery to move around. A defensive mystery and a mobility mystery were all the things that Uri possessed in his previous life. Fortunately, I have received information about them. By the way, the fact that I received all of this is a secret to others. That's why I'm not live streaming right now. It was actually unexpected. No matter how much Maria had the system on her side as an administrator, Jin Hyuk never thought she would provide such detailed information. Maria said, "It's all because of you, Mr. Kim Chul-soo," but it wasn't a convincing explanation. "What did I do?" "Let's start as soon as you are ready," Jin Hyuk said. "I can start from tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Yes, I want to immerse myself. Otherwise, I feel like I'll go mad." Jin Hyuk nodded. She's right. She should want to immerse herself. She should feel like going mad if she doesn't play. It was the right mindset for becoming a top-ranked player. I wish she could become strong quickly. The mere thought of Uri joining the National Intelligence Service made his heart pound. There was a timely update notification. It was a system-wide notification. Solo mode has been updated. Dual play mode has been updated. If a player entered a dungeon after setting it to solo mode or dual play mode, the dungeon's difficulty and content would be partially adjusted accordingly. It's literally just a partial adjustment, though. There was no kindness from the system like, "You want to go in alone? Alright, I'll lower the difficulty a lot for you. Come on in." It was only a partial adjustment. Naturally, the efficiency of solo or dual play was much lower. No matter how much the difficulty and content were adjusted, there was a tremendous efficiency gap between a party of experts playing together and one or two people playing. In Jin Hyuk's previous life, he had strongly avoided solo or dual play. Back then, I was obsessed with efficiency. However, now it was different. Jin Hyuk thought that he was no longer the madman obsessed with efficiency. Because I've grown to be a streamer who knows romance and elegance. Honestly, even the previous life's Cha Jin Hyeok wanted to try solo play at heart. The same went for dual play. Typically, dual play meant one combat player teaming up with one healer. That was the norm. Dual play without a healer. A play without the possibility of retreating or healing. That's a man's dream. Wouldn't that be the slightly foolish but cool play that ignites a man's heart? That was what Jin Hyeok thought as he climbed Bukhansan 1 with URI. It's surprisingly not that hard, URI said. That's because you are level 45. They were wandering around Bukhansan 2 thanks to the map that Maria had provided them. They were able to find the entrance to the dungeon in just 14 hours. Do you see that shimmering space above that large rock? Yes, I see it. That's the entrance to the dungeon. A new field will unfold once we enter there. Can we rest for a moment before going? Jin Hyeok tilted his head out of confusion. But we've only been wandering around for 14 hours. Why was she tired already from just climbing the mountain? Even if she's a level grinder, she's still level 45. How can she be tired after just 14 hours? Jin Hyeok still hadn't let go of his own standards. For average level 45 players, moving this much would be exhausting. It seems like there's a disconnect between your mind and body, Jin Hyeok said. Huh. At around level 45, you wouldn't usually be tired at this point. But it seems like your mind hasn't caught up with the change in your body yet. Let's rest a bit before we go in. Is that so? URI took deep breaths, lost in thought. My mind is really weak, she thought. It had to be because the loss of her husband still had not healed. But soon, I will be able to do it too. She consoled herself that way and began to learn from Jin Hyeok's misguided standards. Let's try to enter the dungeon now. We can set up the dual play mode. It's done. After setting it as dual play mode, they entered the dungeon called the Ruins in the Forest. URI looked around. Wow, it's like a completely different world has opened up. They were in a forest. However, it felt very different from the forests they were familiar with in Korea. The trees were much larger, and they heard bird calls they hadn't heard before. There were complexly shaped vines growing around the trees, and monkeys with red faces were jumping around them. It feels like we've entered a primeval forest. At least for this very moment, URI felt as if she had escaped from reality. She could momentarily forget the sorrow of losing her husband. Unlike URI, who was immersed in the sensation of having arrived in a different world, Jin Hyeok was unimpressed. If we follow this path, we will reach the village of the forest dwarves. It's like we have entered a fairy tale. They began to walk. Jin Hyeok was excited in a different way from URI. The size of dungeons has grown significantly. In truth, based on Jin Hyeok's perspective, all the dungeons up until now had been too small. A dungeon should be vast and immense, like entering a different world. That was his standard. It's starting to take on the shape of a real dungeon. In his mind, a real dungeon needed to have various NPCs, quests within the dungeon, dungeons within the dungeon, and wicked places where unexpected variables would pop out. So this is a dungeon with a village of NPCs. It was finally starting to feel like a real dungeon. It felt like returning home. Look over there. I've never seen such huge mushrooms before, URI said. Colorful mushrooms were growing. These mushrooms were as large as fir trees, and there were windows in the middle of the mushroom stems. You have entered the field village of the forest dwarves. One otherwise known as Bukhan Mountain. Bukhansan or Bukhan Mountain, is a mountain on the northern periphery of Seoul.